Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 344 to Chapter 396. Li Qingshan suddenly stood up and shook his head as if he had yet to wake up from the dream just now. He found that to be extremely familiar. Don't play dumb. Tell me. Han Xiongji's face was bright red as she pinched Li Qingshan's cheek viciously. Compared to the original version, this question was obviously much easier to answer. Li Qingshan said, obviously to save you. Even she can't deal with the danger, so what can I do? Originally, he thought Han Xiongji would be dissatisfied with this clever answer, but he never expected her to smile. That's more like it. Her slender fingers brushed past his cheek, and he felt a gentle itch. The boat rocked gently, which made his heart ripple. The warm spring breeze lifted up the curtains on the bow of the boat. Her sweet smile deeply infected him. He felt fortunate that he was here. Under his smiling gaze, she suddenly felt like she was rather frivolous. After all, this was only the first time they had gone on a date. However, she also found this sight to be so familiar. She had been anticipating it for a very long time. She was as fiery as fire. If she did not have any feelings for him, she would even ignore a handsome man like Hua Qingzhan. However, if she did fall for him, she would erupt like a volcano, unable to control herself. She did not hold herself back, but it still melted away the sturdiness in Li Qingshan's heart. With just you won't be able to touch her even if you have 10 lifetimes, so don't let your imagination run wild like a little flower. Han Xiongji pinched Li Qingshan's nose. She could turn a blind eye to Begonia's charms, but she felt rather powerless against Gu Yenying. Not only was Gu Yenying the great commander of the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery, but she was also an idol. Hua Qingzhan was not the only one. There were basically countless people who were infatuated by her. Even the Marquis of Rui was like that. Not to mention others. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. Just you wait. I'll marry her and make her your sister. Don't even think about it. Who agreed to marry you? Han Xiongji said angrily, her hands gently caressing him. It immediately turned into kneading. Li Qingshan said, you'd better hurry up. If you're too slow, you can only be the younger sister. Han Xiongji suddenly pressed on top of him and grabbed his collar, causing the boat to shake. This was outside the Dragon Snake Grand Array, in the boundless Dragon Snake Lake, hidden and deep within a vast stretch of withered reeds. A clear voice rang out. A few water birds were startled. Li Qingshan, I'm telling you, you have to listen to me from now on. Why? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. In this world, there was no such thing as a man giving in to a woman. However, looking at it from this angle, it really was a mountain range, but he didn't know how it felt. Because I'm your senior sister, you're senior. Noticing the look in Li Qingshan's eyes, she said, because I'm your senior sister and you're senior. Han Xiongji's face was slightly red, but she proudly stuck out her chest. Then I have to work hard to advance and quickly become a commander. Li Qingshan casually held her slender waist. Under the thin spring shirt, it was tight and smooth to the touch. Han Xiongji trembled slightly. She let his hand stop there, leaned down, and threatened fiercely, from now on, you're only allowed to touch me. If you dare to be fickle with me, You'll what? I'll cut you up. Han Xiongji also couldn't help but laugh. Sigh, it's still new. You should at least use it. Li Qingshan's hand conveniently slid down to her perky buttocks. Han Xiongji jumped up. Her face was red at first, but she suddenly laughed out loud. She touched Li Qingshan's head and said, so you're still. How pitiful. If you perform well, I'll take pity on you in the future and let you have a taste of being a woman. She regained her previous boldness and looked at Li Qingshan as if she was looking at something in her bag, her face full of satisfaction. Sometimes, she would suddenly remember that he was still a few years younger than her. Of course, for a cultivator who was easily hundreds of years old, this gap of a few years was not a huge chasm. However, she would often forget this because the feeling he gave her was always mature and calm, so she was the younger one. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. Then I'll have to trouble the experienced big sister Han to teach this little brother a few moves. You're talking nonsense, of course I'm also. Han Xiongji said angrily. Also what? Li Qingshan snickered. Only then did Han Xiongji know that he was teasing her. She poked his forehead heavily. You'll know in the future. Li Qingshan looked her up and down. His gaze seemed to penetrate her clothes and take in all of her exquisite and delicate body. He was imagining the future. Han Xiongji adjusted her figure slightly unnaturally. In the past, if a man dared to look at her like this, she would inevitably roar, "If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Most of the time, this was not just for show. Regardless of whether it was the military or the legalists, they would not teach their disciples to be soft-hearted. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head. He opened the cabin door and walked out. He looked at the boundless reeds and said, "I want to have many wives and concubines. I want to have all the beauties in the world as my wife. How can I stop here?" "You still dare to say it?" Han Xiongji pounced and firmly hooked her arms around his neck. However, with her physical strength, it was really difficult for Li Qingshan to feel the slightest pressure. It was more like she was hanging on his body. Instead, her full breasts pressed tightly against his back made him feel a wave of pleasure. He only smiled and said, "These are all from the bottom of my heart. You just bully me because I like you. You're only with me because you want to take advantage of me." Han Xiongji suddenly let go of him and retreated to the side. Li Qingshan turned around and saw that her eyes were already red. She was glaring at him, and he smiled slightly. Indeed, looking at her rude and innocent appearance, he could not help but want to bully her a little. He went forward and wrapped his arms around her waist, saying gently, "Xiongji." "What?" Although his tone was fierce, his heart softened. "Nothing. I just feel that you're becoming more and more adorable." "Do you think that because of this, I'll? Han Xiongji's pretty face turned red, but her resentment had already disappeared without a trace. "Just having you is enough." These were Li Qingshan's heartfelt words. Although he said that he wanted to have all the beauties in the world as his wife, when she was by his side, she had already attracted all his attention. Yes, she did have this charm. Moreover, everyone's time and energy were limited. He had to accompany little Anne, cultivate, and learn alchemy. Even if he had 3,000 cups of water, he did not have the time to drink it. Could it be that he would waste all his precious time in the land of tenderness? The things he wanted to do. There was still a lot more. Han Xiongji's eyes became misty, and her heart was filled with boundless joy. So this was what it felt like when two people were in love with each other. Just a word was enough to make one's heart bloom with joy. She, who had once been dismissive of this kind of lingering love, now deeply experienced the beauty of it. She raised her head and said, "Remember what you said." "I said it. It's getting late. I'm going to learn alchemy. You should also return to the school of legalism to handle your affairs." With absolute willpower, Li Qingshan let go of her waist and took a step back, leaving her warm and moving body. "Are you going to find Ruaxian?" Han Xiongji could not help but imagine the way they interacted with each other. Was it the way they were just now? Plus, there was a reluctance to part. She immediately felt strange. Yes, learning alchemy and trusting your own man is a woman's duty. Li Qingshan ruffled her hair. Although he wanted to be intimate with her here for a day, he was afraid that it would lower Han Anjuan's evaluation of him. Since he wanted to be with her, this was the thought of his future father-in-law. He had no choice but to consider it. After listening to his explanation, Han Xiongji felt a wave of warmth and peace in her heart. She bit her lip and tacitly agreed with his words about men and women. She was not a fussy woman in the first place. It was just that this was her first time in love. She had lost her sense of normality. "Okay, you go. I'll go to Cloudwisp Island tonight to find you." A man and a woman alone together at night. That's not very good. Li Qingshan understood that the views of this world tended to lean towards the conservative side at the end of the day. If they were both commoners and married privately, no one would say anything. However, Han Xiongji was the young miss of an aristocratic clan after all. Although she was usually carefree, she still cared about her reputation. What's not good about it? It's settled then, Han Xiongji said and stepped onto the bow of the boat. She took a step ahead of Li Qingshan and soared into the sky. The boat rocked for a while. Only then did Li Qingshan understand. She was afraid that he and Ru Xian, a man and a woman, would be together at night. It was rare that she could come up with this kind of scheme. As expected, palace dramas were not a lie. If he really had 3 wives and 4 concubines, it would probably cause him to worry to death. What was this scheme called? Feeding the tiger with one's own body? Li Qingshan couldn't help but look forward to it. He put the exquisite boat into his 100 treasures pouch and soared into the sky. Benevolence Island, in Ru Xian's alchemy room, a huge alchemy cauldron was located in the center. It was shaped like 3 celestial cranes with their wings spread out to embrace each other. It was called the 3 Cranes Cauldron. It was snow-white in color and looked elegant and delicate, just like her. Ru Xian was dressed in white and sat in front of the cauldron. Her beautiful temples hung high, and a few strands of fine black hair hung down. She looked simple and elegant, bringing out the best in this alchemy cauldron. As soon as she saw Li Qingshan, she revealed her usual gentle smile. "Your face is full of spring, and the stars of the red phoenix are moving. Qingshan, are you pregnant?" Li Qingshan sat down on the praying mat next to her and said with a serious expression, "That's right. Ru Xian, from now on, don't tease me anymore. It's impossible for us to be together. Just focus on teaching me alchemy." Ru Xian let out a meow sound. She was mimicking a cat in love. She tilted her head to her shoulder and looked at Li Qingshan from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were like silk, and it was enough to captivate his soul. She was simply maliciously destroying the elegant image that she had created normally. However, it was filled with a different kind of allure. "Don't even think about it." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. After getting to know her a few times, this woman's jokes had become more and more shameless. However, he couldn't deny that it was extremely touching. Ru Xian frowned and said resentfully, "Li Lang, you really forget the old when you have a new person." She shook her body. So mushy. I feel like I've suffered a loss." "Forget it, the jokes will end here. Today, I'll talk about alchemy using civil and martial fire. The effects of the spiritual herbs, the control of the pill cauldron, and the control of the time passed through her vermilion lips. It allowed Li Qingshan to understand that alchemy was actually so particular. Sometimes, the effects of a pill would be worlds apart just by a moment or two. During this period, there was no lack of jesting. The biggest advantage of learning from her was that he would never feel bored. However, there would no longer be any physical contact. It wasn't that Li Qingshan had turned over a new leaf and decided to be a good man who didn't cheat. Instead, it was Ru Xian who said with a smile, "If you dare to touch me again, I'll tell Miss Han." "How do you know it's her?" Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. "Other than her, who would like a man like you? You're not elegant, not handsome, and not honest. You're only good at fighting." "That's barely a good point." Li Qingshan raised his index finger and shook it gently. "Ru Xian, oh Ru Xian. You can't say that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Huh? Moreover, fighting is where the soul of a man lies. Don't you also stare when I fight? Huh? There's no need to say more. I understand. I'm sorry that I've let you down. I can only..." Ru Xian interrupted with a roar, "You think too highly of yourself. You better stop before you go too far." Li Qingshan laughed out loud. Ru Xian first put on a straight face. Then, she also laughed out loud. It wasn't that there weren't any men who could talk and laugh with her. However, there was only one who could be strong without desire. Just like the joke just now. This could only be done with him. Intentionally or unintentionally, was he trying to test her? The conclusion was that he was indeed a stubborn man. Once he decided on something, he would do it regardless of the consequences. On the contrary, if he decided on something that couldn't be done, he would do it without any hesitation. It could be said that he could take it up and let it go at will. Such a man was as hot as fire when he was aroused. But when he was cold, he was also quite terrifying. This was where his charm lay. "You are indeed very special." Alchemy, alchemy. At dusk, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He pushed open the door of the pill room and saw Han Xiongji wandering by the lake not far away. Xianxia, why are you here? Nothing, I just came to see you, Han Xianxia said hurriedly. But when she saw Li Qingshan's smile, which seemed to see through her, she felt a little helpless. Xian walked out and said with a smile, let's stop here for today. She didn't do anything else, which made Li Qingshan sigh in relief. They returned to Cloudwisp Island together. They found that many places had been cultivated and planted with various crops. Lu Chuanfeng rushed out of the room and asked, Qingshan, how is it? When he heard that Li Qingshan had returned, he specially waited here. When he saw Han Xianxia, he was startled. Han Xianxia. Li Qingshan said, what's wrong? It turned out that the erotic novels that Lu Chuanfeng wrote in the past were not only looked down upon by men, but also by Han Xianxia, who was a woman. She once scolded him in public in the building. Since then, Lu Chuanfeng would avoid her whenever he saw her. Now, enemies often crossed each other's path. Patriarch Lu, long time no see. Han Xianxia casually bowed to him. In any case, she had to give Li Qingshan some face. Yes. Lu Chuanfeng looked back and forth between the two of them. He suddenly pulled Li Qingshan to the side, you too? He clenched his fists and wagged his thumbs. Li Qingshan nodded, yes. Lu Chuanfeng patted Li Qingshan's shoulder, showing a look of admiration. He originally thought that it was just a rumor, but he didn't expect it to be true. This Han Xianxia's appearance, figure, cultivation, and family background were all impeccable. However, her temperament was too. When she got angry, she would always be unscrupulous. Ordinary people couldn't stand it. There were also many people who thought that as long as they could get on the Han family's ship, it wouldn't be a problem. However, they all failed and humiliated themselves. There were even rumors that she had a special interest in women. Actually, it was spread after Lu Chuanfeng was scolded. No one expected that she would actually fall in love with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan asked, what are you back for? Lu Chuanfeng said, I'm worried about you. In another 2 or 3 months, it'll be time for you to compete against Chu Danqing, yet you're still in the mood to carry out missions. How's the collection of the power of belief? It's all right. Li Qingshan glanced at the divine talisman of great creation again. In just a single day, it had grown by almost 1/10. This was the benefit of the divine talisman. Just by sitting at home, it could constantly grow stronger. As the saying went, 1 spreads to 10, and 10 to 100. The effects of publicity had multiplied. The seeds he had planted had already begun to sprout. Of course, there would definitely be a limit to this growth. It was restricted by the region of the Clear River Prefecture, but the benefits were long-lasting. It would not stop for the next century at the very least. Are you confident you can definitely win? I can't say I'm certain, but I never fight a battle unprepared. I don't have to worry if you put it that way. We definitely can't hand Cloudwisp Island to outsiders. Oh right, did you get that disciple of the School of Agriculture called Li Long to use our land? Li Qingshan said, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry, you'll get a share of the benefits. It's fine. Fine. As long as you can win this battle, it's fine even if you chop down all the bamboo on the island. In the past, Lu Chuanfeng had thought of something like that too, but back then, no one was bold enough to get close to the School of Novels. A few disciples of the School of Agriculture had thought about it in the past, but Earth Elder Huang told them off indifferently when they returned, just plant your own piece of land first. Ever since then, none of the disciples of the School of Agriculture were bold enough to mention this. Only a new disciple like Li Long had no idea what was going on. Perhaps it was because the reputation of the School of Novels had changed greatly, or perhaps it was because of Li Long's hard work, but he had gained Earth Elder Huang's approval and was certain that he had already planted his own piece of land. Thus, he did not encounter any obstructions. He asked for the help of his fellow disciples he was familiar with, and very quickly, the land was planted. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan said impatiently. A world of 2 with a vulgar middle-aged man. What was he thinking? Lu Chuanfeng glanced at Han Xianxia again and muttered, with a woman, he forgot about his master. After Lu Chuanfeng left, Han Xianxia asked, you haven't done the same as him, have you? Li Qingshan asked, what's the same? I heard that he used the power of wishes to materialize the woman from the book and then did that kind of thing. What a pervert, Han Xianxia said with a look of disgust. Of course not. The level of my divine talisman of great creation is too low right now, so the person I materialize isn't real. There's no point in doing that kind of thing. I'll think about it after I reach foundation establishment. Li Qingshan said as he pondered. Looking at Han Xiangxi's unfriendly expression, he smiled and said, let's have some fun. However, if he was really like a real person, wouldn't that mean that many of his ambitions from his previous life could be realized? A portable harem. This kind of temptation was really hard to resist. This couldn't be considered a betrayal, right? It was inevitable for men to have their own little secrets. Han Xiangxi said, I'm not joking with you. If I find out, I'll stop. Li Qingshan turned to look into the depths of the bamboo forest. What are you standing there for? Come over. It was only then that Han Xiangxi realized that Little and was standing silently in the forest not far away. Under the moonlight, he looked like a delicate jade peck. His expressionless face had a hint of terror. Little and walked over and asked curiously, what did you cut? Li Qingshan said, watermelon. Han Xiangxi knew that this child was extremely important to Li Qingshan. Moreover, with his talent and strength, he couldn't be ignored. He couldn't ignore her, so he tried to be as kind as possible and greeted her. Little and glanced at Li Qingshan. Under his signal, he called her Sister Han. Li Qingshan didn't think much of the two-person world becoming a three-person world. Of these two, one was his family, and the other would become his family in the future. It wasn't a bad thing to get close to each other. Han Xiangxi, on the other hand, felt very uncomfortable. This child was really too strange. She also tried to get close to him. But the child's eyes were always as cold as water, like a delicate puppet. Only when he talked to Li Qingshan would he suddenly come to life and have a trace of vitality. It was strange that Li Qingshan didn't feel strange about it at all. As the night deepened, Han Xiangxi had to say goodbye. She felt that tonight was not as beautiful as she had imagined in the afternoon. Passing through the secluded bamboo forest path, Li Qingshan sent her to the lake and said, Little N's temperament is not very close. Please don't take it to heart. Han Xiangxi said disappointedly, I don't care about her opinion, but I always feel that I am an outsider between you two. Every exchange of eyes seemed to hide a secret signal that outsiders couldn't understand, but the two of them were inseparable. Li Qingshan said with a smile, we didn't become like this at first sight. We have experienced a lot. He gently hugged her and patted her back comfortingly, from now on, we will be like this in the future. Han Xiangxi made a sound of N and said with a smile, it's good that she is here. You can't just take advantage of her. Is taking advantage of my own woman? Just as Ru Xian said, from a certain point of view, he was indeed a stubborn person. If he wanted to let go, he would let go. If he wanted to have something, he would hold it tightly in his hands. Han Xiangxi also felt this kind of determination from his words. Her heart also calmed down. She bit her lips and put her hand on her chest, I will work hard. She put her hands behind her back and stepped back. When she stepped on the surface of the lake, a circle of ripples appeared under her feet. She softly said, see you tomorrow. She lightly turned around and walked away step by step. Her footsteps were light and fast like a child. Looking at her distant figure, Li Qingshan quietly said, me too. He sincerely hoped that there would be such a day where he could tell all his secrets to her. When they returned to the bamboo building, Li Qingshan asked, what do you think of her? Little and said, she's worth 200 people. Li Qingshan knocked her head and jokingly scolded, is doubling the number of people considered respect? It's too late to regret now. Little and covered her head and pouted, I don't regret it. How could that woman keep up with his footsteps and accompany him to the ninth heaven? The spring rain fell continuously on the great military training field. Li Qingshan, who had been invited again, said to the military disciples who had formed a battle formation not far away, this time, it's impossible for you to win. Han Xiangxi stood behind him and waved her fist, Qingshan, beat them up. This made all the military disciples sad. They felt that their most important position had already fallen before the battle even started. As the school of the military with the strictest management and even forbade their disciples from leaving the island, there were not many female cultivators who were bored enough to come here to watch them abuse themselves. Only Han Xianxia would come here often and admire their efforts. She could talk to them, and she could be said to be the dream lover of the military disciples. Now that their dream was shattered, and their rival in love was right in front of them, they roared angrily and united. Formation! With a shout, a huge snake raised its head from the formation. Compared to last time, it was much more condensed. Clearly, the military disciples did not waste the past few months. Li Qingshan bowed slightly. Like a large bow being slowly pulled, the invisible string stretched to its limit. At the same time, a flower rose from under his feet. Bang! It was like the sound of a bowstring vibrating. Li Qingshan disappeared and turned into a black shadow. He pierced through the fine curtain of rain and formed a temporary hole. When he was dozens of feet in the air, his speed slowed down. However, he immediately took a step back and crushed an illusory wave. With a bang, the ring-shaped chi blew away the curtain of rain. His figure climbed even higher. As if he was stepping on an invisible ladder, he quickly became a black dot in the gray sky. What was he going to do? Every military disciple had the same question in their mind. Was he going to escape? No, they immediately dispelled this thought. Although Li Qingshan was despicable, he was not a coward. After their victory last time, when they calmed down from their ecstasy, they clearly understood that they should not have been able to win back then without any explanation. They developed even more respect towards Li Qingshan. This guy was a true hero, an opponent worthy of respect. It was no coincidence that he managed to win senior sister Han's heart. However, the more it was like this, the more they had to defeat him. They could not bring shame to the military or the Han clan. The huge snake raised its head and flicked its tongue. Behind the formation, Han Tie stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Han Xianxia from afar. He saw her clenching her fists and looking at the sky. Her face was rosy, her eyes were clear, and her face was radiant. It was as if she had changed into a different person. She now had a hint of feminine beauty. He also looked at the sky. He silently said, "Well done." Ru Xian covered her eyes with her hand and looked into the distance. What a stupid idea. The wind howled. Li Qingshan had already reached the highest point in the sky. He had a panoramic view of the islands of the 100 clans. The scattered islands were like large ships floating on the blue lake. Suddenly, he turned around. Heaven and earth flipped in that instant. The gray clouds became a vast expanse of land. Beneath his feet, above his head, and in the blue sky floated green clouds. Then, he began another climb. He's here. It was unknown who shouted, but the crowd raised their heads. With the gray clouds as the background, the small black dot was rapidly growing larger and clearer. It was a blue ball of light. A rapidly spinning ball of water. It tightly wrapped around Li Qingshan, its surface rippling with ripples of turbulence. It formed a suction force that attracted all the drizzle in the air, and the water ball quickly grew larger. Ocean wielding? Vortex form. This was the only defensive move in ocean wielding. Its defensive method differed from the spirit turtle's profound shell. It did not create an indestructible structure. Instead, it was like a vortex, deflecting and nullifying the enemy's attacks. Water, no matter if it wanted to attack or defend, had to move as fast as possible. This move was the same as the wave-treading form. It had an extremely high demand on true qi, but it did not place too much emphasis on the quantity of true qi, which was why Li Qingshan was able to use it. With the help of the wave-treading stance, he continued to accelerate. He was like a blue meteor falling to the ground, falling precisely in the direction of the snake's head. The whistling and rumbling filled everyone's ears. The water ball became extremely large, and its bearing as it fell from the sky was shocking. All the military disciples were fearless. They circulated their true qi as hard as they could and let out a united roar. The snake's head and the water ball collided in an instant, and the water ball collapsed, revealing Li Qingshan in the center. Blue swirls of true qi revolved around him. The snake's head was completely unscathed. It only dimmed slightly and moved away slightly. The true collision occurred in the next moment. Li Qingshan was like a drill, plunging deeply into the snake's head and piercing through it as he spun. Boom! The ground shook and waves of earth swept out in all directions. The huge snake that had been pierced slowly dispersed. Li Qingshan finally smashed into the ground as he wished. However, he felt like he had hit the grayish-yellow sky above his head, making him dizzy. If not for the protection of the true Qi whirlpool and the cultivation of the ox demon's third layer, which strengthened his physique to a whole new level, he would have been severely injured by this attack. Li Qingshan stood up shakily and discovered that he was standing in a huge pit. The true Qi in his body had been completely depleted, and he had to use his body to face the enemy again. He walked out of the pit and discovered that all the military disciples had fainted. And none of them could stand up. It turned out that the huge snake formed by the military formation was the fusion of their true Qi and wills. The result of being defeated in a direct confrontation was a backlash. The ground shook and waves of earth rose up. All of them fainted. Ru Xian clapped her hands gently. Business is here. Regardless of whether it was the backlash of true Qi or the backlash of mental energy, with her medical skills, she would be able to take care of everything smoothly. Li Qingshan stood at the edge of the pit and laughed loudly. Only by defeating all of you like this can it be considered satisfying. Han Xiongji flew over from the high platform and gave Li Qingshan a hug. After spending more than a month together, the two of them had become very close. Li Qingshan, who was dry firewood, was quickly set ablaze by Han Xiongji's fire. This caused the eyes of the 9 Seats disciples standing beside Han Tie to turn red. They wished that they could attack right now and challenge Li Qingshan. However, no one was confident that they could win. This guy was simply too strong, unreasonably strong. If Li Qingshan had torn apart the military formation, it would have been easier for them to accept it. However, he had broken through it head-on like this. It was simply unimaginable. Could he still be considered a 7th-layer Qi practitioner? His inconceivably strong physique and inconceivably pure true Qi were combined with his peerlessly exquisite battle skills. Using his innate talent for battle, he had achieved this amazing result. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no matter how bold Han Xiongji was, she felt her face burning hot. Just now, she was really infatuated with him. She could not help but let go of Li Qingshan. However, she did not expect Li Qingshan to wrap his arms around her slender waist. She could not help but stick to him again. She wanted to resist, but when she saw his bright smile, her heart went numb and she let him do this. Li Qingshan looked around. Wasn't the great wish of the past being fulfilled little by little now? Han Tie said to the 10 Seats disciples beside him, next time, prepare to fight. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged in the alchemy room. In front of him was a bronze alchemy furnace. The handle of the furnace was cast in the shape of a dragon and a tiger. This was the most common dragon-tiger furnace among alchemy furnaces. It imitated the shape of a real dragon-tiger furnace and belonged to the standard. This was naturally one of Li Qingshan's many underground collections. Although it was only a middle-grade spirit weapon, its grade was already the highest. The most difficult to forge was the alchemy furnace, followed by the crafting cauldron. If one was forging a flying sword, the speed of the sword was a little slower, a little faster, a little longer, a little shorter, and there was a certain amount of error. However, for alchemy furnaces, the slightest bit of instability and inaccuracy could possibly destroy a furnace of pills. In serious cases, there was even the danger of the furnace exploding. It was an absolute test for a refiner. A good cauldron could greatly increase the success rate of a cultivator who was good at it. It was simply a cornucopia, and its importance was extraordinary. Therefore, the value of a cauldron was extremely high. The value of a middle-grade spirit weapon cauldron was not inferior to a normal top-grade spirit weapon. It could be said that Li Qingshan was very lucky to be able to find a mid-grade spiritual artifact cauldron among over 1,100 treasures pouches. A few days ago, when he was just about to formally begin refining pills, he had seen a high-grade spiritual artifact cauldron in the School of Miscellany. Its price of 5 digits was truly a sight to behold. It would have been fine in the past, but now, he had exchanged all his spiritual stones for pills. Even if he converted all his contribution to the Hawkwolf Guard into spiritual stones, he would only be able to reach 3 digits. 4 digits was out of the question. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Look at the cauldron. Xian called out. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts in a hurry. He had already refined the cauldron of qi amassing pills for 3 days and 3 nights. If he failed at the very last moment, then it would be a waste. And the spiritual herbs used for refining pills had all come from the 100 schools of thought. He had to use this cauldron of pills to turn in the mission. If he failed, then his 3 digits worth of spiritual stones would shrink to 2 digits. If it were not for the fact that a master alchemist like Xian had agreed to keep an eye on him, he would have never been bold enough to accept such a difficult mission. Li Qingshan raised his head in some confusion again. Didn't you say that the outcome is basically set now that we've reached this step? All we need to do is wait for the cauldron to open? Xian smiled. Yeah, I just wanted to scold you a little. Li Qingshan wanted to grab her neck again. He had always been a person who did things when he wanted to. He spread his fingers and reached towards her ankle viciously. There was nothing he could do. He was sitting, while she was standing. He still had to keep an eye on the cauldron, so he could not grab the top. Xian said, "Don't you dare." Li Qingshan thought for a moment, then retracted his hand. If he grabbed her, this woman would really dare to complain to Xianxia. She was good at everything, but once her jealousy flared up, there would be no reason to reason with her. A while ago, when he went to the school of miscellany, he was also warmly received by female cultivators. He joked with them a little. Fine, he admitted that there were a few things he said that were a little out of line. As a result, she almost exploded and spent a lot of effort to coax him. If Xian reported him again, then it would really be like a volcano erupting. Actually, even if you grabbed me, I wouldn't tell her. I'm not that bad. Come, do you want to try? Xian deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her slender feet. She took a step towards Li Qingshan. Don't. Li Qingshan glanced at it, unfazed. Xian softly patted Li Qingshan's head. Good boy. Li Qingshan curled his lips and let her be. They were already very good friends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accompanied him to look after the cauldron for 3 days. Although she asked for 1,000 spirit stones as soon as she opened her mouth, after some joking, she still did it for free. There were a few times when he would have almost failed if she hadn't reminded him in time. After waiting for another 15 minutes, the cauldron flashed and the lid slowly opened. White steam screeched and drowned the two of them. It filled the alchemy room and contained an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Without waiting for the steam to dissipate, Li Qingshan impatiently walked in front of the cauldron. He saw that all of the medicinal herbs had fused into a white paste at the bottom of the cauldron. There wasn't a single impurity in it, and it was as pure as thick fog. The pill was done. Li Qingshan put his hand on it and it glowed with a blue light. The white ointment began to twist and turn, finally forming perfectly round pills that fit the specifications. He still couldn't be considered to know how to refine artifacts, but simply changing the shape of an object wasn't a problem for him. Xian personally divided the refined pills into 2 portions, one with 60 pills. She smiled and said, "This is for the mission. Give me your hand." Then she picked up a qi-gathering pill and placed it in Li Qingshan's hand. "This is yours." Li Qingshan looked at the fruits of his labor after not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, then raised his head to look at the smiling Xian. He felt a deep malice. She just wanted to see him in a bad mood. The pill refining mission didn't have any additional rewards. It purely depended on the person's pill refining skills. As a pill refining novice, the fact that he didn't lose anything was already thanks to the middle-grade spiritual artifact furnace and Xian. Xian admired Li Qingshan's expression with satisfaction. She felt that these 3 days of hard work had finally paid off. Then she said, "Your skill at separating the ingredients is too poor." He placed his hand on the 60 qi-gathering pills, and a white light appeared. Some of the white ointment was extracted, and 3 more qi-gathering pills were condensed. The remaining pills were exactly the same size, and they met the requirements of the mission, not one bit more. Li Qingshan casually said, "Thanks." He lowered his head and put the 60 pills into the brocade box. As for the 4 qi-gathering pills, he directly threw them into his mouth. Xian had already grown accustomed to this. In a few days' time it'll be the competition with the School of Painting. School of Miscellany has already set up a bet, so tell me some inside information. Do you think it's better for me to bet on you losing or on you winning? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes at her. Up to you. Alright then, I'll bet on you winning. However, if I lose, you'll have to pay for it. However, if I lose, you have to compensate me for my losses. In your dreams. Li Qingshan pushed open the door and got up. In the west, the red glow of the setting sun seemed to be burning as it was reflected in the lake. It was extremely beautiful. Sure enough, Han Xianxia was standing in front of the curtain of multicolored light. She was like an exquisite and beautiful silhouette. When she turned around and saw Li Qingshan, she smiled brightly and quickly walked forward. Before Li Qingshan could open his mouth, Xian smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Han, your man just tried to touch my foot. Watch him closely." Han Xianxia stopped and shot a vicious glance at Li Qingshan. She said in exasperation, "Got it." Li Qingshan's gaze once again fell on Xian's fair and slender neck. He became very serious. Xian raised her hand to protect her neck, pretending to be afraid, but the smile on her face did not change. The boat floated freely on the lake. The sky and water blended into one. Luoxia and Guqi flew together. Han Xianxia sat at the bow of the boat and watched silently. The midsummer night wind fluttered her clothes. Li Qingshan broke the silence. "Don't listen to her nonsense. You know she loves to talk nonsense." Han Xianxia turned around. "You dare say you didn't?" "Absolutely not," Li Qingshan said seriously. Han Xianxia smiled. "I'm not angry, why are you so nervous?" Li Qingshan frowned. "Who are you? What did you do to Xianxia?" Han Xianxia was stunned. She grabbed his ear and said angrily, "Am I that petty?" Li Qingshan smiled and pulled her into his arms. "Yes, my Xianxia is very broad-minded." His other hand had already landed on her proud breasts. Separated by the thin summer dress, they seemed to tremble in his hand. "Don't move." Han Xianxia grabbed his hand, but let him put it on top of her. After several months of being together, this level of intimacy had already become normal. In her words, she was taking advantage of him because she pitied him. "I'm just curious." Li Qingshan found it strange. No matter how he looked at it, Xian was much more charming than that female cultivator from the School of Miscellany a few days ago. Han Xianxia said, "Senior sister Xian is a very proud person." The female disciples of the School of Miscellany were all mediocre in talent. Their minds were filled with utilitarianism, and they wanted to find a powerful man to rely on. They weren't worthy of being called cultivators. Xian was different. She was a true cultivator. Li Qingshan said, "Proud? I don't really feel anything." "Because you're even prouder." Han Xianxia propped herself up and wrapped her arms around his neck. She deeply gazed at the man she loved. The closer she got to him, the more she was attracted by his charm. She found it strange that she hadn't noticed this the first time they met. Among them, the thing that enchanted her the most was the deep pride hidden in his heart. It was as if no matter how steep the peak, he would always have the determination to climb it. No matter how powerful the enemy, he would always have the courage to challenge them. "I don't feel anything about that." Li Qingshan's hands held her waist. The curves of her body suddenly tightened, delicate and straight. His gaze couldn't help but be attracted by her plump red lips. Even the snow-white ravine that occasionally appeared on her clothes couldn't divert his attention. He couldn't help but raise his head. Han Xianxia tilted her head to avoid him. She tightly hugged him and deeply kissed his ear. She said apologetically, "Not here yet." Although they were already so intimate in many places that it wasn't forbidden, she still refused to accept the more ordinary kisses. Li Qingshan already regarded the woman in his arms as his beloved. Naturally, he could only protect this little hobby of hers. "I want to wait until, when we get married. If I let you kiss me now, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back." "I'll give you everything." Han Xianxia was extremely shy as she stuttered. She didn't really care about the matters between a man and a woman. Wasn't it just taking off their clothes and hugging each other to do that? In the past, she carried out missions alone. Out of curiosity, she even climbed over walls and secretly looked around. Other than blushing a little at the beginning, she quickly felt bored. What was the point of moaning and laughing? As a cultivator, she could never be like mortals who indulged in pleasure. Her will that was as tough as steel couldn't be shaken by this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to endure the pain of being sliced into pieces in the Black Lotus Altar Master's formation. Only when it happened to her did she realize it wasn't that simple. Every movement of body contact began to be filled with a different meaning. It made people feel pleasure or tremble because their hearts moved. What else could Li Qingshan say? He hugged her alluring body tightly. Why don't I just go and ask for your hand in marriage tomorrow? Your father has a good impression of me. It wasn't a melodramatic story of a poor scholar abducting a rich family's young lady, so there wouldn't be too many obstacles. He believed that no one could find fault with the talent, strength, and ambition that he had displayed. This was the reason why he had always chosen to be high profile. If he continued to pretend to be low-key, not only would father-in-law Han not be satisfied, even the 100 schools of thought would be full of criticism. Now, who would dare to say that he wasn't good enough for her? Not so fast. Wait a little longer. Han Xianxia suddenly changed the topic. Little Blossom hasn't come out yet? Li Qingshan said, no. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Han Xianxia smiled. Just thinking about something from the past? Li Qingshan said, then I'd like to hear about it. Han Xianxia didn't want to say anything at first. However, under Li Qingshan's interrogation, she opened her mouth just now. In the past, when Hua Sengzan was obsessed with Gu Yenying, Han Xianxia couldn't stand it. She scolded him harshly. She's just a woman. Do you have to be like this? At that time, she didn't think of herself as a woman. However, he said, you just haven't met someone who can move you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to wait to get married. Li Qingshan lifted her chin. Then, are you in a hurry now? Han Xianxia said stubbornly, not at all. However, I do understand him a little. Although a few months ago, they were still strangers. Now, she couldn't imagine what would happen to her if he wasn't there. Looking at her affectionate eyes, Li Qingshan's heart was already as tender as water. Even Gu Yenying became insignificant. That was just half a fleeting dream. Now, the one in his arms was a real lover. You're much luckier than him. You met me early enough. Han Xianxia said, why don't I think so? You'd better hurry up and cultivate. Let's talk about it when your cultivation surpasses mine. I don't want to marry a man who isn't as good as me. However, at this moment, the posture of the two of them made her words not the slightest bit convincing. Back then, she just said that if his cultivation surpassed hers, she would give him the chance to pursue her. Now, she was in his arms, taking advantage of him. I can't wait. Li Qingshan leaned down. Although he couldn't kiss her lips, other places were fine. He deeply kissed her delicate neck. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gently licked her. Are you a dog? Han Xianxia's body trembled. She clenched her teeth and said. Once her psychological defenses were broken, as a cultivator, her perception of these things was far more delicate and sensitive than that of a mortal. You dare to say your man is a dog? You have to be punished. Li Qingshan lifted his hands and placed them on her soft breasts, kneading them. If it was in the past, she would most likely have cried out in alarm and stopped him from doing anything that went too far. But this time, she still wrapped her arms around his neck and didn't respond at all. Li Qingshan was startled for a moment. The smile on his face widened and the movements of his hands slowed down. His 10 fingers deeply sank into the two soft masses, changing their strange shapes as he pleased. Han Xianxia's breathing quickened. Her eyes were like water, but she still acquiesced to his movements. Li Qingshan found 2 slightly protruding points. He gently pinched them between his fingers and kneaded them. Han Xianxia suddenly hugged him tightly. Li Qingshan stopped moving and gently kissed her neck and stroked her back. After a while, she finally let go of him, allowing him to continue enjoying this wonderful body that no one had ever touched before. It wasn't until Li Qingshan completely imprinted the shape and size in his mind that he reluctantly let go. Before he knew it, the sky had already darkened and stars filled the sky. Han Xiongji's face was flushed red as she coquettishly said, "Are you satisfied now?" She already knew that he wouldn't give up on this place, so she might as well let him have his way this time. "I'm not satisfied." As he spoke, Li Qingshan's hand had already reached under her clothes and touched her delicate skin. Han Xiongji hurriedly grabbed his hand and pointed at his forehead, reprimanding him, "Don't be in such a hurry." At this moment, she seemed like the older one. Actually, even if she gave it to him, it didn't matter. Love between a man and a woman was normal. She didn't care about her chastity like a mortal woman, but she was afraid that if she gave it too easily, he wouldn't cherish it. This little man, she had to stay by her side. "In any case, you'll be mine sooner or later." Li Qingshan wasn't in such a hurry. "Now you are, and always will be." A few days passed by carelessly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the competition with the painter, Chu Danqing. In the dark studio, a pillar of light shone down from the skylight. Dust floated within, and the floor was vaguely covered in drawing paper. There were many different shapes and sizes of evil spirits drawn on them. A single glance was enough to make one feel a ferocious aura. However, none of these drawings were complete. It was as if the painter had lost interest in them halfway through. Chu Danqing lay on the drawing paper, his limbs stretched out. His face was pale and he had lost a lot of weight. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear that had yet to dissipate. "Danqing, are you ready?" An old voice came from outside the door. It was Chu Sherdao. "Yes, master," Chu Danqing said weakly. He pushed himself up from the floor and walked to the drawing table. It was the only tidy place in the room. All the brushes had been cleaned, and the paint had been arranged neatly. The smell of blood permeated the air. There was a drawing in the middle. Chu Danqing lowered his eyelids, trying his best not to look at the drawing. He rolled up the framed drawing bit by bit before heaving a sigh of relief. It was as if this was not a drawing he had drawn himself, but a beast that would bite. The door was split in half, and dazzling sunlight poured in wildly. Chu Danqing covered his eyes with his hands and gradually saw a blurry figure. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master." Chu Sherdao felt a pang of pity when he saw his disciple's appearance. The emerald blood of painting had given him incredible talent, allowing him to draw paintings that far exceeded his cultivation level. However, he had to pay a huge price for it. It could be said that he had truly poured his heart and soul into it. "Let's go." "Where to?" Chu Danqing was somewhat at a loss. He was so immersed in the world of the drawing that he had almost forgotten about the competition. Cloud Wisp Island. Chu Danqing suddenly came to his senses. He recalled how he had been drunk by Li Qingshan a few months ago. His face flushed unnaturally. It was after that day. He began painting in seclusion and did not step out of the studio for nearly 6 months. His shameful behavior after drinking must have been spread far and wide. After all, they were enemies. It was inevitable. He hated himself for being too careless. He gripped the scroll in his hand tightly. His anger, humiliation, and depression all merged into the painting. He must teach Li Qingshan a harsh lesson. Ah, so embarrassing. After such a long time, I hope everyone has already forgotten about it. Li Qingshan, I will never forgive you. Chu Danqing followed Chu Sherdao anxiously. They arrived outside Cloud Wisp Island and saw that many bamboo forests had been cut down. It had become a field or an orchard, and a few agricultural school disciples were currently working on it. What a waste. Chu Sherdao snorted. This serene and elegant atmosphere. It was originally suitable for painting, but unfortunately it fell into the hands of a layman like Lu Chuanfeng. Passing through the bamboo forest. When they arrived at the bamboo loft, Lu Chongqing sat on the veranda, sipping tea. He raised his cup and nodded with a smile. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai sat beside him. However, none of these people managed to attract Chu Danqing's attention, as that wretched Li Qingshan strode over. His face brimmed with a radiant, confident smile as he bowed calmly. Master Chu, fellow Chu, you've finally come. Chu Sherdao nodded and said to Lu Chongqing, fellow Lu, this isn't the place for the competition. Why did you bring us here? This was the School of Painting's island. He didn't want to see it destroyed. Lu Chongqing said, the competition will be held in the School of the Military's great martial arts field. However, the School of Novels has some objections to this wager, so we've invited both parties here to discuss it. Chu Danqing glared at Li Qingshan. What, you want to run away? Of course not. Li Qingshan smiled and looked back at Lu Chuanfeng. After obtaining the nominal approval of the School of Novels head, he just now said, I just feel that this competition is very unfair. Chu Danqing said, you were the one who personally agreed to it. How is it unfair? Li Qingshan said frankly, Cloudwisp Island is the foundation of our School of Novels. If we lose, we'll naturally be left with nothing. If we win, we'll just be defending something that belongs to us in the first place. Grandmaster Chu, do you think this is fair? We only agreed because we had no other choice. If the School of Painting can't come up with a suitable wager, I'll ask family head Lu to cancel this competition. Now, it's not something you can cancel just because you want to. What wager do you want? Let's hear it. Chu Sherdao stared at Li Qingshan with sparkling eyes. It was true that he had never thought about the wager. In his opinion, the School of Novels was bound to lose. There was no need to set up such a wager at all. Right now, this brat clearly knew that he was going to lose, so he was bluffing and trying to run away. If he insisted on refusing, Lu Chongqing naturally wouldn't help him cancel the competition. He was just afraid that this brat would refuse to participate and say that the School of Painting was forcing him. Since you want a wager, I'll give you one. What's wrong with that? Li Qingshan said, I don't know what I have that can match the value of Cloudwisp Island. Please tell me, Grandmaster Chu. I'm a poor painter. I don't have anything valuable, just a few small paintings. This painting is my final work. If you find it suitable, then that's fine. If you find it unsuitable, then you can directly admit defeat. Chu Sherdao casually took out a painting and said proudly. Lu Chongqing blurted out, don't tell me it's the Heavenly Maiden scatters the blossoms? Throughout his life, Chu Sherdao was most skilled at painting beauties. Not only were the beauties he painted lifelike, but their emotions were no different from a real person's as well. However, they did not possess the various flaws of a real person. The beauty in the painting had already surpassed the beauty of the secular world. As a result, there was a saying, even if you have 3,000 beauties, it's still not as good as a painting from Sherdao. It was renowned throughout the 9 prefectures of the Rui Commandery. The Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms was his final work. It was rumored that before he painted it, his hair was already gray, but after he finished painting it, his hair turned white overnight. The Marquis of Rui fell in love with it the moment he saw it. He was willing to pay a great price to purchase it, but he said, this is my disciple's wife. I can't give it to anyone else. If someone else said that, they would probably treat it as an excuse, but Chu Sherdao had spent his entire life taking a painting as his wife. Even Chu Danqing had to refer to the beauty from the painting as his mistress when he saw her. The Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms was the Heavenly Maiden he had left behind for Chu Danqing. When the Marquis of Rui heard that, all he could do was drop the matter. He could not ruin this beautiful story. The scroll unfurled, and all the men present were stunned. The scroll closed up. They were actually unable to recall the Heavenly Maiden's appearance. They only remembered her fluttering clothes, the scattering petals, and the scattering of fragrant pavilions. The fragrance of the flowers lingered clearly in their noses. The Heavenly Maiden's appearance changed and gradually stabilized, but it was the most beautiful appearance in everyone's hearts. Lu Chongqing's thoughts immediately reached back to several decades ago. Back then, he was still a scholar, and it was also the season of falling petals. A young girl swayed on a swing, giggling like silver bells. She was his teacher's youngest daughter. Later on, they were separated, and he had seen all sorts of beauties and kept countless beautiful concubines. Her appearance could not even be described as beautiful, but the feeling she gave him could not be replaced by any beauty. Even she could not. Time slipped by. The feeling back then had already blurred, but when he saw the painting, it suddenly became clear again, as if it was yesterday, as if it was now. A glance back and a smile might not be alluring, but it was enough to win someone's heart. Even if he had to spend thousands or tens of thousands of spiritual stones, it would be worth it. Li Qingshan came to his senses. When he looked at Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai again, they both had the same expression. It was obvious that they were reminiscing about the past. Only Chu Danqing was in a daze. His teacher had long said that he would leave this painting for him to be his wife, but he had never seen it with his own eyes in order not to distract him. He had great expectations in his heart, but now that he saw it, he felt that it was not as moving as the beauties his teacher had painted in the past. Yet, everyone who had seen this painting said it was good, and they were in a daze because it was strange. Chu Shidao was secretly pleased. This painting was the result of his life's work, and it had completely reversed his previous style. In the past, he had painted expectations. When cultivators offered him spiritual stones, he would paint the most beautiful woman in their hearts. This painting, however, was full of memories. It could easily break through a cultivator's firm psychological defenses, touch the softest part of one's heart, and evoke the most beautiful memories. Expectations might change with one's status, but the memories would never fade. Like an old jar of wine, the longer it was kept, the more delicious it became. The one who truly touched you would always be you. Only when he noticed his disciple's expression did Chu Shidao realize that he had miscalculated. 11 years ago, Chu Danqing was merely a little beggar. All he could think about was eating buns. Even eating meat was too extravagant for him. Now, although he was aroused, he was like a blank piece of paper in this aspect. He did not care about memories at all. If Chu Shidao used this thought to paint a plate of steaming white buns, he would really be drooling. All right, I agree, Li Qingshan said. However, it was not because of his beauty or divine guidance. Instead, it was because the aura emitted by the painting had clearly surpassed the level of a spiritual artifact. However, it could not be called an artifact. In other words, it was not an artifact at all. It was more like a powerful living being sealed in the painting. If he were to duel with this heavenly lady in the painting, even he himself would not be confident of winning. In any case, it was definitely a good thing. Moreover, Li Qingshan was only trying to maximize his benefits. If Chu Shidao was really stingy, he would not have given up on the competition. He was already satisfied with this result. Lu Chongqing said, "All right, then let's sign the contract." No one is allowed to go back on their word. On the Great War Island of the militarists, the spectator stands with huge pillars of varying heights were already packed with people. Seeing the arrival of a group of people, discussions immediately broke out. Qingshan. Han Xiongji, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly walked up to him. She wanted to give him a hug, but after looking around, she bit her lip and was too shy to do so. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Today, she wore a large red palace dress, and the corners of her dress were embroidered with magnificent peonies. If an ordinary woman wore this dress, it would probably seem too gaudy. Only she had such a confident and flamboyant disposition and such a moving bearing. She seemed like a ball of blazing flames, and her beauty was beyond compare. The noble bearing of a woman from an aristocratic family, which was originally hidden behind her bold and unrestrained habits, was gradually revealed and extremely moving. It seemed that after the date, she had become more and more adept at dressing. Her black hair, which originally only reached her shoulders, had unknowingly draped down her back. Lu Chuanfeng was surprised. Was this still Han Xiongji? Why don't I remember her being so beautiful? I'm even more impressed by Li Qingshan. And Sun Fubai tugged at his sleeve, and Lu Chuanfeng returned to his senses. He walked away in a hurry. Chu Danqing glanced at her and didn't dare to look again. With his sharp eyes as a painter, he recognized her at a glance. This was the woman who had shouted that she wanted to drink with him after he was drunk that day. Having been seen in such an ugly state by such a beautiful woman, Chu Danqing almost covered his face and walked away, afraid that she would recognize him. However, in Han Xiongji's eyes, there was no one else around right now. Li Qingshan held Han Xiongji's hand and smiled. Once I win, let's go sightseeing in the Clear River Prefecture. Although it was easier to take advantage of rowing a boat, a bustling, noisy place suited her personality better. Han Xiongji blushed slightly. If you win, I'll give you a present as a reward. Li Qingshan could not help but study her. Her waist was tied up by the embroidered belt, her perky breasts that seemed like they were about to burst out of her clothes, and her perky bottom that propped up her dress was even more captivating. Don't tell me the present is. Han Xiongji scolded, don't think too much. It's just a present. Then let's go sightseeing. Li Qingshan whispered into her ear. If he did not hold her in his arms and caress her willfully, it would be a complete waste of a heavenly gift. Don't even think about it. Han Xiongji shot a glance at him and pushed him away. Go. The disciples of the academy on the terrace saw this. Li Qingshan and Han Xiongji had become a couple. It had already been a secret for a long time. However, when they saw it in person, they could not help but sigh in amazement. Senior sister has basically become a different person recently. She can even wear clothes like this. Just what has that kid, Li Qingshan, done to deserve this? A legalist disciple sighed. In the past, Han Xiongji had never cared about what she wore. Don't be jealous. At least we can feast our eyes now. He used to be really fierce. How was it before? The two of them raised their heads. Unbeknownst to them, Han Xiongji was already in front of them, glaring at them. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly saluted, second senior sister. Humph, I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Han Xiongji was not angry at all. Seeing that Wang Puxi was waving at him, Xianxia lightly stepped onto the platform and walked over to Wang Puxi's side. They looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Second senior sister's temper had been very good recently. At this time, Li Qingshan stepped into the arena and was welcomed by a wave of cheers. Li Qingshan, who was born in an ordinary family, was welcomed by the crowd. He had the air of a civilian hero. Two long tables were placed at the two ends of the Grand Martial Arena. Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing stood behind the long tables. Far away. They looked at each other, their gazes connected. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Chongqing read out the rules of the competition and stated the stakes that both sides had agreed on. Lead disciples, please prepare yourselves. The Heavenly Maiden scattering petals painting. Han Xiongji frowned. What's that? Wang Puxi asked curiously. Although his cultivation was much higher than Han Xiongji's, he was not as familiar with these interesting historical stories as the disciples of aristocratic families. Moreover, Han Xiongji had done a special investigation on Chu Sherdao because of Li Qingshan, so she was naturally familiar with this famous painting. After hearing Han Xiongji's explanation, Wang Puxi smiled and said, looks like that brat is going to win a love rival. Xiongji, you have to be careful. Han Xiongji said, even you have to make fun of me, commander. I don't believe that I can't beat a painting. Wang Puxi laughed. That's not necessarily true. If you keep this up, I won't be standing here anymore. Han Xiongji stomped her foot. She had also heard that many cultivators paid a great price to Chu Sherdao for a painting of a beautiful woman to hang in their cave abodes. They could come and go as they pleased and would not cause any trouble. All right. Look, it's starting. There wasn't a single person who wasn't curious about this painting duel. How exactly would the two of them decide the victor? Chu Danqing had already unfurled the painting on the long table and said loudly, Li Qingshan, this painting is called the Hellscape Rhapsody. I spent 3 months to conceive and 3 months to complete it. It's extremely terrifying. If I had any choice, I wouldn't want to paint such a painting. If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, even you might be injured later. Chu Sherdao stood on the high platform behind Chu Danqing. When he saw the painting, he also shuddered. He stroked his beard and smiled, greatly comforted. Not only had Chu Danqing inherited his skills, but he would also surpass his master in the future. The victor of this battle had been decided. Li Qingshan placed a thin painting album on the long table. I spent 2 hours to conceive this book, a day to complete it, and a month to disseminate it. I don't know how effective it is. Come and experience it for yourself. Qingshan, you've taken the wrong book. Lu Chuanfeng was also on the high platform not far behind Li Qingshan. His face was filled with anxiety. Li Qingshan waved his hand without turning his head. Don't worry, it's not wrong. Since you're so stubborn, then experience the horrors of hell. Chu Danqing pressed his fingers together like a sword and pointed forward. The painting flew up with a whoosh. Blazing colors filled the painting paper, but there was only one color, red. Crimson red, fiery red, blood red. Crimson red mountains were strangely jagged. A boundless sea of fire burned fiercely. A long, blood-red river surged and flowed. Everyone who had their eyes on the painting shuddered violently, as a terrifying and crazy intent surged toward them. What sort of hellish scene was this? It was as though countless evil ghosts and demons were suffering endless pain within. Gradually, this fantasy turned into reality. One evil ghost after another leaped down from the mountains, surged through the sea of fire, and floated up from the blood river as they charged out of the painting. Tall bodies, crimson skin, twisted limbs, hoarse roars, and empty eyes filled with boundless resentment and hatred. 1, 2, dozens of evil ghosts crawled out of the painting as though they had crawled out of hell to take revenge on the people of the world. At that moment, it was as though a nightmare had come true. Screams rang out from the spectator stands as the expressions of many female cultivators changed. Han Xianxia was not afraid. Compared to Altar Lord Black Lotus's murderous methods back in ancient Wind City, this hell lacked realism. She was only worried for Li Qingshan. Wang Pushi said with a smile, an aura from the Hell Dao. This painting is very suitable for my school of legalism. For old man Chu to take him as his final disciple and nurture him for 10 years, he is indeed not someone easy to deal with. Li Qingshan is in trouble. Chu Danqing recalled the scene when he first began painting in seclusion. Often, he would roll on the ground in regret while he was painting, slamming his head against the wall in shame. Thinking back to how he had become a laughingstock the moment he emerged from seclusion after 10 years of arduous cultivation, he was no longer liked by female cultivators. He felt like he was about to go mad. It was as though he was in hell, being burned by blazing flames. Finally, he infused his frenzied thoughts into the painting and conceived the Hell Rhapsody. He used the remaining space to paint endless evil ghosts. Li Qingshan, you asked for it. The smile on Li Qingshan's face did not change as he said, by the way, I forgot the name of my book. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he waved his hand and shouted, come out, divine brush Ma Liang. The divine talisman of great creation suddenly burst out with resplendent light. As Li Qingshan waved his hand, the faith and wish power of millions of people gathered and condensed. A young man wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat and holding a brush appeared in the great martial arts field. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his face was filled with righteousness and awe-inspiring. He stood in front of the crowd of ghosts, but he did not show any fear. Han Xianxia was surprised, this is. The whole field was silent. Chu Tian laughed wildly, Li Qingshan, you want to win with a kid? Don't tell me this guy looks like you back then? I heard that you're also from the village. Ever since Chu Tian was defeated by Li Qingshan, he was unyielding, enduring hardships, and was ready to take revenge at any time. However, when he thought about that item, he could not show it in front of everyone. Just now, he endured it. Watching Li Qingshan's defeat was one of the greatest joys in his life. Although the other disciples of the 100 clans no longer laughed at Li Qingshan, their thoughts were the same as Chu Tian's. How could an ordinary young man like him have the strength to fight against evil ghosts? Compared to the terror of the Hellfire Rhapsody, this so-called divine brush Ma Liang was indeed like a joke. Aya, we're done for. Lu Chuanfeng paced around anxiously. Sun Fubai said calmly, Junior Marshal brother, don't worry. Qingshan knows what he's doing. I've heard a rumor recently. It was about the divine brush Ma Liang. Li Qingshan, you're despicable. Chu Danqing looked at the impoverished teenager Ma Liang and felt as if he was looking at himself in the past. He really could not bear to order the evil ghosts to kill him. Despicable? Li Qingshan was puzzled, but he did not care about it. Ma Liang's face was full of concentration. He raised the divine brush and quickly drew in the air. The divine talisman of great creation's willpower was continuously converted into his strength. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a golden boot stepped onto the great martial arts field with a bang. A golden-armored deity holding a golden dagger axe walked out of the air and pointed the golden dagger axe at the evil ghosts. The appearance of the golden-armored deity was simple and childish. There was even a pair of golden wings on his back. He looked like a celestial general in a child's imagination. However, the aura he emitted was no less than that of the evil ghosts. Chu Tian, who was laughing heartily, suddenly shut his mouth. Chu Donqing's mouth was agape. Wasn't this the ability of the school of painting? Why did the characters created by the school of painting have such abilities? Chu Shidao shouted, Dan Qing, what are you waiting for? The golden-armored deity spread his wings and soared into the sky. He swooped down toward the rising sun in the east and turned into a flash of golden light. The golden dagger axe in his hand pierced through an evil ghost. The evil ghost trembled and dissipated. Chu Danqing immediately reacted. The evil ghost roared and pounced at the golden-armored deity. However, the golden-armored deity flew into the sky again and circled back and forth with the golden dagger axe in his hand. The despair on Lu Chuanfeng's face immediately turned into surprise. Han Xiongji shouted, good job, Qingshan. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt his heart ache at the amount of willpower he had expended. This was not true qi, and it would decrease with every use. At this time, he could not care less. In front of his girlfriend, he had to win this battle to his heart's content. The second golden-armored deity that Ma Lian drew with the divine brush in his hand walked out of the air. Chu Danqing, today, I will use the school of painting to defeat you. I will show you the power of the school of painting. Please gather your willpower into my hand. Come out, monthly ticket. The second golden-armored deity was even taller and mightier than the first. He was clad in heavy armor and had a round waist. At first glance, it looked like a sphere, and the octagonal golden hammer in its hand was the size of a water tank. It charged at the evil spirit like a war chariot, and it was like a roaring war chariot, crushing everything in its path. Dozens of evil spirits opened their bloody mouths and roared in unison. Their jagged fangs pulled out streams of saliva that dripped onto the ground. It sizzled like acid and gave rise to clouds of white smoke. The golden-armored deity swung his arms, and the golden hammer buzzed as it sped up to the extreme. It flew out of his hand and turned into a golden meteor, crashing into the twisted face of an evil spirit. Another evil spirit disappeared, but even more evil spirits surged past the golden hammer that had fallen to the ground and charged at the golden-armored deity who had lost his weapon. The golden-armored deity leaped into the air with an unbelievably light posture, like a dark cloud that had suddenly risen. He pounced at the group of evil spirits with the same posture as before. Dong, a heavy sound rang out. The earth trembled and shockwaves spread in all directions. The golden-armored deity directly crushed an evil spirit to death, but he was also surrounded by the evil spirits. The golden-armored deity who had been circling in the sky for a long time descended from the sky. The golden dagger axe in his hand drew a zigzag arc of light, passing through the heads, throats, claws, and chests, leaving behind a trail of blood. The 5 evil spirits held and dissipated. Then, he leaped into the air again, tossing aside the claws that were grabbing at him and waiting for the next opportunity. This attack tore a gap in the impenetrable encirclement. The golden-armored deity on the ground rolled on the ground. He grabbed the handle of the hammer and stood up again. He raised the golden hammer with both hands and smashed it at the evil spirits that were charging at him. Bang! The brains of the evil spirits burst out, turning into a wisp of red smoke and dissipating. At this moment, an evil spirit pounced at him from behind, its mouth split open all the way to its ears. Its lower jaw was open to an unbelievable extent, and its sword-like sharp teeth bit down on the golden-armored deity's neck armor. Several of the teeth broke. But even more sharp teeth sank in with a corrosive sound. The golden-armored deity spun on the spot, trying to shake off the sneak attacker on his back. The golden hammer in his hand danced like the wind, smashing away the ghosts that pounced on him like mad dogs. The golden armor on his body had many wounds, but he could not do anything to the evil ghosts on his back. The golden-armored deities circling in the sky only dared to slay the evil spirits at the periphery and did not dare to enter the encirclement. Rescue a comrade. Otherwise, he would be grabbed by countless claws and torn apart the thin golden armor on his body. At this time, a golden arrow the size of a spear spun and pierced through the evil spirit's eyes. It left behind a golden trail and a fleeting spiral hole in the air. At the end of the hole and the trajectory was the third golden armored deity. He was tall and had a quiver on his back. The bowstring of the golden bow in his hand was still trembling. The stands were filled with cheers. The shouts stopped as they stared dumbfoundedly at the group of giants fighting each other. Who would have thought that the school of novels that they had ridiculed, the painter who only liked to draw beauties, actually had such terrifying strength? Every single one of these evil ghosts had the power to kill an 8th or even 9th layer chi practitioner. Even Xianxia frowned slightly at their frenzied auras. On the other side, the 3 golden armored deities were even more powerful. Under Li Qingshan's precise control, they slayed the evil spirits and did not fall into a disadvantageous position. This was no longer the kind of duel they had seen before. It was a real fight to the death. The great martial arts field had turned into a bloody battlefield. Chu Tian was dumbfounded. His cultivation had improved greatly during this period of hard work, and he was prepared to duel with Li Qingshan again. However, the situation in front of him had dealt him a heavy blow. His chances of winning had not increased at all. Han Xiongji clenched her fists and cheered loudly, breaking the silence. This was the man she had set her eyes on. Wang Puxi shook his head lightly. He had not expected that even the techniques of the school of novels could be used to such an extent in his hands. He was indeed worthy of Xiongji. Lord Gu's foresight was indeed outstanding. Although Han Anjuan did not say anything, he also revealed a satisfied expression. His talent for battle had been completely extended in small team battles, and he had almost perfect control of the battlefield. Lu Chongqing sighed softly. This was probably the generation with the most geniuses among the 100 schools of thought. Even Hua Sengzan and Han Tie, the geniuses who had led the masses, were no longer special in front of him. Could it be that the world was about to fall into chaos, and that was why there were so many geniuses emerging? Lu Chuanfeng did not care about his image as the head of the family. He opened his arms and cheered loudly. The spirit that had been suppressed for so many years had finally been released. Did you see that? This was the power of the school of novels. Then the one thought master looked at little Anne, but he did not see any excitement on her face at all, as if she was certain that victory would be his. She only held her cheek with one hand, gazing at him from afar among the thousands of people. Li Qingshan would smile at her from time to time as well, as if the intense battle before him was unable to divert his attention from her. Recently, she had been looking for him less often, which gave the one thought master some relief. But looking at it now, nothing had changed. He had finally confirmed that there was an invisible thread connecting them. This must be fate. As her senior brother, he really did not have any confidence in guiding this talented junior sister who called herself One Will. His master had probably noticed this too, which was why he directly accepted her as his disciple. He would just leave everything up to fate. Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing's gazes crossed the battlefield and met. Li Qingshan's smile did not change. He was bullying Chu Danqing for not playing real-time strategy games with this battle. Of course, this was fundamentally different from games. However, he was not the same him from his past life either, but the battle hardened Li Qingshan. Chu Danqing, on the other hand, was rather frantic. His overall strength was clearly much greater than Li Qingshan's, yet all he could do was watch helplessly as the fiends were slain one by one. He was at a loss for what to do. Danqing, only by stabilizing your mind can you see the root of the problem. Chu Shidao's voice rang out in Chu Danqing's head. The root of the problem? Chu Danqing saw the young man in the straw hat with a single glance and came to a realization. All of the armored deities originated from him. As long as he defeated the young man, everything would naturally be resolved. Chu Danqing waved his hand, and all the remaining fiends abandoned the armored deities. They turned into a frenzied wave and rushed towards Ma Liang. Although the 3 armored deities had slain over 20 fiends through their ingenious teamwork, they were powerless to stop the rampaging army of fiends. Li Qingshan stopped smiling. Have you finally realized it? That's my greatest weakness. Although the divine brush was impressive, Ma Liang himself was just an ordinary young man. Furthermore, he was the most important medium. Once he was defeated, the armored deities would immediately dissipate as well. At that time, even if he could condense another one, would Chu Danqing still give Ma Liang the chance to paint? He would probably be killed the moment he appeared, wasting the power of wish for nothing. At that time, the outcome of the battle would be decided. What should he do? Create another armored deity that used a shield? No, even if he could defend against it, Ma Liang would not have the time to paint a new painting. As for the Hell's map opposite him, it was clear that it had not used its full strength yet. The only thing he could do now was to fight attack with attack. Ma Liang suddenly raised his brush and waved it wantonly in the air. Streaks of black ink froze in the air. The power of wish in the divine talisman of great creation was rapidly being consumed. At that moment, a shadow covered Ma Liang. Countless claws and teeth were right in front of him, and a scarlet wave slammed down on Ma Liang. Compared to the horde of ghosts, his figure was pitifully small. Just as all the children expected, he faced the horde of ghosts fearlessly and used all his strength to finish the last stroke. The ink in the air turned into streaks of sword chi and shot out in all directions. Compared to the sword chi, the horde of ghosts seemed to have slowed down. They could only watch as the sword chi pierced through their bodies. The scarlet wave paused for a moment and immediately collapsed, turning into countless fragments that smashed towards Ma Liang. However, they dissipated in the air. Cheers rang out. Li Qingshan said loudly, "Who's the one who's going to admit defeat now?" The three armored deities formed a formation and blocked in front of Chu Danqing's Rhapsody of Hell. They would kill every ghost that came out. They wanted to see how many evil ghosts Chu Danqing could summon. Chu Danqing clenched his fists tightly. Although this Rhapsody of Hell took the meaning of endless in its length, it could not really summon an endless number of evil ghosts to battle. Even if he summoned more evil ghosts, they would not be able to escape the fate of being killed one by one. "It's you." The Rhapsody of Hell surged out with a scarlet light, almost illuminating the entire main martial arts field. The blood river in the painting suddenly began to flow slowly, and the incomparable sea of fire suddenly began to burn fiercely. "Oh no!" Li Qingshan said. The sea of hellfire suddenly surged out of the painting. It was so fast that it devoured the three armored deities in an instant. The golden armor rapidly melted in the flames, and in the blink of an eye, the three armored deities turned into ashes, following in the footsteps of the evil ghosts. Waves of heat appeared in the air, causing everything in the field to distort. The surging flames pounced towards Li Qingshan with an unparalleled and unavoidable momentum. Lu Chuanfeng, who was about to celebrate, suddenly changed his expression. It was as if the hellfire was burning him. This had already surpassed the means of a chi practitioner. Chu Shidao's face was bright red from the flames. "Li Qingshan, take a look. This is the power of the emerald blood of vermilion. Although you are a genius, and it is indeed a rare fortune for the school of novels to have a disciple like you, you are still slightly inferior compared to Danqing." The outcome had been decided. For the first time, Han Anjuan no longer believed that Li Qingshan could win. This was already a gap in cultivation, and it was not something that could be made up for with tactics or strategies. Li Qingshan's face was as dark as still water. He quickly turned his head. The fire was burning in front of him, and it was too late even if he ordered Ma Liang to paint again. Furthermore, what kind of painting could block this boundless fire? At this moment, Ma Liang suddenly fell to the ground. Although he was not burned by the fire, he could not withstand the high temperature. Li Qingshan had been a cultivator for too long, and he had also underestimated the endurance of a mortal youth. It just so happened that it pours. Could it be that the outcome had been decided? Suddenly, Li Qingshan pointed at the picture album on the table. The pages flipped rapidly with a flurry, and the story passed by in a hurry. Suddenly, he stopped at the last picture. Dash. Slash dash. Slash, he could only try this. He did not want to use Ma Liang as a medium. He wanted to use his power of will to summon this picture. That would be the end of this fairy tale. Ma Liang was captured and brought to the palace. The emperor wanted him to draw a money tree. Ma Liang raised his hand and drew a C. The emperor was very unhappy when he saw this. He scolded, "I asked you to draw a money tree, who asked you to draw a C?" Ma Liang then drew a small island in the sea. He drew a tall and big tree on the island. Isn't this a money tree? The emperor immediately became happy. Hurry up and draw a boat. I want to go to the sea and earn money. Ma Liang drew a very big wooden boat. The emperor then brought the empress, the crown prince, the princess, and many ministers and generals onto the boat. Ma Liang drew a few more strokes of wind, and the boat started to move. The emperor felt that the boat was moving too slowly, so he shouted at the bow of the boat, "Stronger wind! Stronger wind!" Ma Liang added a few more strokes of wind, and the wooden boat quickly moved towards the center of the sea. Ma Liang added a few more strokes of wind, and the sea roared, rolling up waves, and the boat swayed. The emperor was scared. He shouted at Ma Liang, "Enough wind, enough wind!" Ma Liang pretended not to hear him and continued to draw the wind. The sea was angry, and the waves hit the boat. The boat tilted, and the boat was in chaos. The emperor hugged the mast of the boat and shouted, "The wind is too strong. The boat is going to capsize. Stop drawing." Ma Liang ignored him and continued to draw the wind. The wind became stronger, and many thick dark clouds were blown over. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. There was a heavy rain, and the sea was like a collapsing wall, crashing towards the boat. Han Xianxia could not bear to watch any more. She was worried that Li Qingshan would not be able to bear the blow of failure. She thought about how to comfort him later without hurting his pride. After all, he was so proud. She gave him such a thing. He would definitely be happy. At most, she would let him fulfill his wish a few days ago. She suddenly heard the sound of waves. This place was very far from the lakeside, so how could there be the sound of waves? Then, there was a salty smell. When the smell entered her nose, she abruptly raised her head. A huge wave like a high wall stood in front of Li Qingshan. Boundless ocean. Li Qingshan pushed his hand forward. The huge wave toppled over and swept towards the blazing inferno, forcibly pushing the hellfire back into the field. The tongues of fire and the waves wanted to collide, turning into a wisp of steam. However, at the same time, there was even more water and fire. They surged forward. They collided fiercely on the long dividing line. Steam billowed and rose like smoke signals, forming a white wall of fog. Then, because of the disappearance of the power of vow, it dispersed. With a sizzling sound. Water extinguishes fire, and fire evaporates water. This was a battle between water and fire. But soon, the giant wave ran out of momentum and was evaporated by the flames. The suppressed flames surged forward once more, but they were immediately swatted down by a second wave. Chu Donqing's face became bright red from the light of the flames. It was slightly twisted, and even his eyes flickered with red light. He was close to going insane. He constantly used the hell endowment, and even more hellfire surged out. He shouldered his master's expectations, the painter's hopes, and the wife in the painting in name. He could not lose this battle, he definitely could not. Li Qingshan had already stopped caring about the consumption of the power of vow. He conjured huge waves. Cloudwisp Island was a good place, so how could he just give it away to someone else? If he lost, he would lose all the power of vow he had used up. Moreover, he smiled. He could not lose face in front of his future wife and father-in-law. The circular great martial arts practice field was divided into two parts, scarlet red and bright blue. It was a twisted boundary between the hell of fire and the ocean of water. It constantly advanced and retreated, locked in an intense stalemate. The crackling of fire and the roaring of water were deafening. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shaking confrontation of techniques. Originally, they thought that they would no longer be surprised by a battle between Qi practitioners after witnessing the battle between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. When Chu Tian and Li Qingshan fought, they only occasionally displayed the abilities of Foundation establishment cultivators. Now, Li Qingshan and Chu Donqing's abilities had completely surpassed the level of Qi practitioners. They basically seemed no different from Foundation establishment cultivators. So be it the painter, but what Li Qingshan displayed was truly the power of the school of novels that they had been mocking for a very long time. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan was only at the 7th layer of Qi practitioner. Had they underestimated the school of novels all this time? Chu Sherdao furrowed his brows as he stared at Chu Donqing's back worriedly. He had never thought that Li Qingshan would actually possess such strength. He had some understanding of the abilities of the School of Novels as well. They should have been restricted by the divine talisman of great creation. Under these circumstances, it was clearly because there were many people who firmly believed in his books. How was it possible for them to achieve this in just half a year? Lu Chuanfeng stopped cheering. He stood on the platform with his mouth wide open and his hands raised high. He seemed like a frozen statue. His entire body tensed up, as if he was the one pushing the giant waves. Sun Fubai watched this scene greedily. His face was filled with both joy and sorrow. Yes, this was the power of the School of Novels that his master had described to them. He had doubted it in the past as well, but now, Li Qingshan had proven it to them. He had proven it to everyone. The School of Novels was not trash. The heavens had given this child to the School of Novels. Han Xiongji clenched her fists and stared at Li Qingshan in an infatuated manner. She was tempted to tell everyone that this was her man. Of course, in reality, everyone already knew. Wang Puxi shook his head. This kid sure was full of surprises. It had only been a year since he joined the 100 schools. If he had time to develop, just how far could he go? The Han family had found a good son-in-law. He would definitely be a great general in the future. However, while Han Anjuan rejoiced, he also felt a hint of worry. Soon afterwards, he relaxed. She would have to slowly experience this great life on her own. Zhi looked at the slovenly Taoist priest who was pouring wine into his mouth. He smiled. "Master, you're regretting it again." The slovenly Taoist priest roared, "Who's regretting it? Who's regretting it?" He could not help but admit that he was slightly regretful. He could even use the techniques of the School of Novels to such an extent. If he had used the techniques of the School of Taoism, wouldn't it have been even more powerful? Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have been a little more polite to this kid. I've cursed plenty of disciples before. You're the only fucking one who dares to throw a tantrum at me. At this moment, the light from the infernal bestowment gradually dimmed. No matter how much painstaking effort he poured into a painting, its power would not be endless. Although the water Li Qingshan conjured was only regular water, slightly inferior to fire, Li Qingshan was still able to conjure up water. However, the 5 elements countered one another. It was extremely easy for water to put out fire, but it would take a tremendous amount of energy for fire to evaporate someone. Li Qingshan suddenly stirred up an even greater wave. I'll give up on the power of belief I've accumulated over half a year. Let's see just how long you can last. Chu Donqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He continued to use the infernal bestowment, and a thin crack appeared on the painting. However, he did not care. Even if he destroyed the painting, he had to last. "Danqing, let's stop here." Chu Shidao's voice rang out in Chu Donqing's head. "But, master, if we keep fighting, both sides will end up injured." Chu Shidao was someone who loved paintings. How could he bear to see the infernal bestowment that he had worked on for 6 months be destroyed just like that? On the other hand, Li Qingshan showed no signs of running out of power of belief. His chances of victory were close to 0. Chu Danqing could not disobey his master's orders. He kicked over the table before him and put away the infernal bestowment reluctantly. Li Qingshan immediately stopped using the divine talisman of great creation as well. It was not easy to accumulate power of belief. Every bit counted. In a single moment, the water and fire vanished. Everyone felt that it was unreal. If it were not for the clear traces of the 2 pieces of painting that had been burnt by fire and washed away by water, they basically would have suspected that everything just now was a dream. The entire place fell silent. They looked at each other. Just who had won? However, the patriarchs all saw it clearly. Lu Chongqing cast a questioning gaze at Chu Shidao. Chu Shidao raised his hand and walked over to Chu Donqing's side. He patted his shoulder comfortingly and said to Li Qingshan, "You won." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Thank you for going easy." However, Chu Donqing's eyes were red and his lips trembled. He seemed like he was about to cry. "Why do I feel like I've become a great villain who bullies naive youths? It's just a competition. Is there a need for you to act like this?" Before this, Li Qingshan had been brimming with confidence, but he had also been prepared for failure. After all, nothing was absolute. Compared to the crushing defeats he had suffered in the past, a competition that did not even threaten his life was nothing. At worst, he would just have to move to another island to develop on. The School of Novels did not rely on land very much. As long as he had a train of thought, was there any need to worry about not being able to develop? Li Qingshan had climbed up from the very bottom. How could he understand this? Chu Danqing had studied painting for 10 years, and he had never suffered any setbacks. He had lost in his first battle, so the difference was indeed difficult for him to accept. He had thought that he had only won a powerful painting. He had never thought that it would be Chu Danqing's wife. Cheers rang out from the platform. Although the School of Novels did not have a great reputation, they were still much more amiable than foreign painters. After all, they had been cursing at them for so many years. Now, everyone recognized the power of the School of Novels. They could actually conjure up figures that could use the abilities of painters to defeat them. This was just too unbelievable. Some of the new disciples even regretted not joining the School of Novels in the first place. Under Lu Chongqing's lead, Chu Shidao and Lu Chuanfeng arrived on the platform. Behind them were the primary disciples of their respective sections. Chu Shidao offered up the Heavenly Maiden scatters the blossoms with both hands. I've long heard that the School of Novels can conjure up all sorts of wonders. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really is true. No wonder you're one of the 10 schools chosen by the Sacred Emperor. Your disciple, Li Qingshan, is even more outstanding. We wholeheartedly accept our loss in this battle. If we've offended you in any way in the past, please forgive us, Patriarch Lu. This painting is something that I've painstakingly created, so treat it as my apology. Please treat her well. P.S. If you vote, it will be sunny. Your support is my greatest motivation. Lu Chuanfeng was rather flattered that such a great figure was speaking to him so politely. He returned the gesture in a hurry. Master Chu, you're exaggerating. My disciple only managed to win against your disciple out of luck. There are many similarities between the methods of the School of Novels and the School of Painting. We still need to interact more in the future so that we can benefit from each other. He accepted the Heavenly Maiden scatters the blossoms and directly passed it to Li Qingshan. Although he was rather reluctant to part with the goddess in the painting, it was what he deserved. Don't worry, Master Chu. I'll definitely cherish this painting. Li Qingshan accepted it politely with both hands. Although he had won the battle, he had used up almost half of the power of belief he had accumulated. This was the natural limitation of the School of Novels. However, he had at least obtained a decent piece of spoil, which made up for his losses. This was the best outcome. He did not want to end up with enemies everywhere. Of course, he was still clueless about the fact that he had won someone else's wife. Chu Shidao nodded slightly. Danqing, you need to ask Senior Brother Li for guidance in the future. Even though Chu Danqing was extremely reluctant, he could only reply, yes. I wouldn't dare call myself Senior Brother. Back on Cloudwisp Island, Danqing and I hit it off as soon as we met. We even drank together. Back then, we treated each other as friends and brothers. I don't know why, but I actually stopped coming back. Li Qingshan's first impression of Chu Danqing was quite good. He felt like there was a rare aura of naivety about him. You're still bold enough to say that? If you hadn't gotten me drunk, why would I have said something like that? Chu Danqing glared at him. He felt ashamed again. Something like that? Li Qingshan was stunned by Chu Danqing's resentment towards him. He was very confused. Although they were opponents, there was no great enmity between them, right? Only after thinking about it did he understand what Chu Danqing meant. He had no idea whether to laugh or cry. Why was this guy as fragile as an adolescent boy? No, he was an elementary school student. They were both geniuses, but compared to Chu Tian, that bitch who never knew what shame was, he was different. Chu Danqing was basically on the other end of the spectrum. He was so childish that he was cute. Or perhaps a genius in itself meant that they had a unique temperament that was different from ordinary people. Only then would they be able to walk their own path. Among the geniuses he knew, Hua Sengzan was a romantic, Han Tie was a piece of cold iron, and Chu Tian was an arrogant idiot. And little Anne, who was widely recognized as the #1 genius, was probably the most special one among them. In other words, you didn't tell anyone. Chu Danqing suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder, as if he had seen a ray of light in the endless darkness. Who would remember drunk words? Li Qingshan had a strange expression on his face. He wasn't a gossipy old woman, so he didn't have the time. Spreading drunken gossip. Chu Danqing felt like he had just survived a disaster. He exhaled deeply. In other words, his reputation had not been ruined yet. It turned out that he had been thinking too much all along. But when he thought about how he had been entangled in this matter for so long and even drew a painting like Infernal Endowment, he regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chu Shidao asked curiously as well, "What did he say?" Li Qingshan said casually, "Danqing said that he wanted." Chu Danqing covered Li Qingshan's mouth. "Master, it's just drunken nonsense. It won't reach your ears." Chu Shidao smiled and clasped his hands. "Schoolmaster Lu, please take us to the School of Painting. Please come with me." Lu Chongqing waved his hand. When the competition had just been decided, construction had begun on a desolate island to the southwest of Contention Island. They planted trees and designed gardens. Originally, he planned on giving it to the School of Novels as compensation, but he never thought that it would end up like this. He had already received the benefits anyway, so the School of Painting could no longer say anything. With a disciple like Li Qingshan, the School of Novels should not have declined. After this battle, the School of Novels would become famous. During the next entrance examination, there would probably be quite a few people who would fill in the 3-word School of Novels. Chu Shidao's group arrived at the School of Painting's island that was still under construction. The buildings on the island were close to completion. Although they were not as dense as the spiritual qi on Cloud Wisp Island, they were extremely exquisite. They gave off a thriving atmosphere. Lu Chongqing did not want to offend the School of Novels too much, so he had asked the master of the School of Moism to personally take care of the buildings on the island. The pavilions, terraces, and cornices were all elegant and generous. After sending off Lu Chongqing, Chu Shidao made his way to the entrance with his cane. He gently rubbed the pillars that still gave off the smell of pine wood and smiled in relief. "Master, why did you have to be so polite to Lu Chuanfeng?" Chu Danqing supported him carefully from one side. Foundation establishment cultivators and chi practitioners were people of completely different worlds. Moreover, Chu Shidao was no regular foundation establishment cultivator. If I can turn an enemy into a friend just by being a little more polite, what's the point of my dignity? "Master, it's all because of me," Chu Danqing blamed himself. "I even made Master lose that painting. I really deserve to die." "No, if you had won, I would have been even more polite." The School of Novels can't be underestimated. Li Qingshan can't be underestimated. Even if we can't become friends, we can't become enemies. As for that painting, it's not like you like it anyway, so she's just a painting. I really am getting old. I worry too much. I believe you'll definitely be able to draw a painting 10 times, 100 times better than that. You'll be able to draw the woman you love. But, Master, I like living people. These words lingered in Chu Danqing's heart for a while, but he did not dare to say them out loud. He only said, "That painting is Master's precious memories. I will definitely take it back. I've already had so many memories that they're about to overflow. That's why I painted that painting. I'm probably the person in the world who needs her the least." How strange. I actually remember the matters of 200 years ago so clearly now. Chu Shidao leaned on his cane. His smiling gaze seemed to have already pierced through Chu Danqing, the 100 schools of thought, and space, seeing a very, very long time ago. "Qingshan, I really never thought that you'd be able to win with this book." Lu Chuanfeng flipped through the thin album. He still found it rather unbelievable. Li Qingshan explained the principles behind it. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai both came to a realization. Even mortals were nothing in the eyes of cultivators, let alone the children of mortals. Only now did they realize just how important something they had overlooked was. Sun Fubai immediately made up his mind. He would set up the Hope Private School right away. Lu Chuanfeng expressed his wish for a great celebration. Li Qingshan glanced at Han Qiongji, who was waiting nearby. He patted Lu Chuanfeng's shoulder and said, "Keep a low profile. He lost in such a graceful manner, so we can't be too flashy when we win." How could he be in the mood to celebrate with these two men? He was better off showing off to his woman. Sun Fubai expressed his agreement as well. That Chu Danqing would definitely be an impressive figure in the future. It would be best if they could resolve their grievances. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bid farewell. He arrived before Han Qiongji. "Qiongji, how was my performance? I'll definitely cherish this painting." "How do you plan on cherishing it?" Han Qiongji said right away. She seemed like she was both annoyed and smiling. The cloud lifted up Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji, taking off and arriving beside Little and Li Qingshan bowed towards the one-thought master and said to Little and, "Let's go. Let's go play in the Clear River Prefecture." Little Anne glanced at Han Qiongji. "I'm going back to cultivate." "That works too. Wait for me to bring back a gift." Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. They were going to spend the entire night together anyway, so a little time like this would not make a difference. With the three of them, the atmosphere was rather strange. Han Qiongji let out a sigh of relief inside. She nodded towards Little and to express her gratitude. The cloud flew out of the 100 schools of thought, directly returning to the Clear River Prefecture. Han Qiongji suddenly said, "Hold on for a moment." Li Qingshan stopped the cloud. "What's wrong?" Han Qiongji said, "You still haven't answered my question. Don't even think about getting away with it." Li Qingshan smiled. "Obviously, I'm going to cherish her like how I cherish you. You can't even be jealous of a painting. Don't you dare. I just want to be jealous. Give me the painting." When Han Qiongji heard that, she immediately refused to back down. She extended her hand. Li Qingshan casually tossed the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms to her. "Here, take it." Han Qiongji originally only wanted to test him, but she never thought he would give it to her so readily. This was not just a painting. Its value was so great that regular Qi practitioners could not even begin to imagine it. Her heart was filled with gentleness. Out of curiosity, she unfurled the painting. All she saw was the face of the heavenly maiden scatter the blossoms. It was blurry, as if it was shrouded in mist. The power it possessed completely surpassed Chu Danqing's infernal bestowment. The value of this item had completely surpassed spiritual artifacts. I don't think it's anything special. I don't care." Han Qiongji tossed the painting back to Li Qingshan. "But you have to tell me who you see in the painting." Li Qingshan caught the painting and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" "Sure enough, the rumors were true." Han Qiongji said complacently, "What don't I know?" "Don't interrupt me. Tell me." She acted like she did not care, but she was rather nervous inside. "Is it me?" Li Qingshan sighed. "Can I not tell you?" Han Qiongji said without any confidence, "Of course not." Did he see Gu Yenying? If that was the case, then it was not his fault. However, her mood plummeted. Li Qingshan said, "Fine then. Since you want to know, there's nothing I can hide from you." "That's right. What I see is, our village's widow Li." Han Qiongji's heart had already hit rock bottom. When she heard Li Qingshan's answer, she froze. She blinked. "What, did you say?" Li Qingshan said in embarrassment, "You know, I'm young. Widow Li is the dream lover of all the men in our village." Han Qiongji's mind was in a mess. Of course, Widow Li posed no threat to her, but when she thought about how she had actually been defeated by Widow Li who did not even have a name, she found it even harder to accept. Li Qingshan laughed and held her in his arms. He lifted her chin and said, "Fool, you are." Han Qiongji roared, "Li Qingshan, you're teasing me again." Li Qingshan pinched her chin and shook it gently. He said with a smile, "This is not teasing, this is flirting." Is it true?" Han Qiongji's voice suddenly became low. She bit her lips and said. If the answer was not her, she would rather he lied to her. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and kissed her gently on the forehead. "I swear. Your support is my greatest motivation." Even though Li Qingshan's love life was not completely blank, it was not much better than Chu Donqing's. Only when he caught a glimpse of Gu Yining under the cedar tree outside Qingyang City had he experienced love at first sight. However, he was not Hua Sengzan. No matter how deep of an impression Gu Yining had left on him, no matter how great of an oath he had sworn, she was not as important as her. Right now, she was not as important as the woman in his arms who loved him deeply. As a result, when he saw the painting, he only did a pitifully short rewind of his memories. What appeared in his head was her leaning against the bow of the ship. It was natural and graceful, without any pretense at all, which made him admire her. You're in my arms right now, so why would I care about a painting? Qingshan. Han Xiongji only felt like her heart had melted. She was like a cloud in happiness, about to fly into the sky. The two of them leaned against each other on the vast, blue waves. They were both filled with endless satisfaction. Li Qingshan had never thought a single sentence from him would have such an effect. He slid the tip of his finger across her plump lips and smiled. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it. Han Xiongji glanced at him. Her eyes rippled and her cheeks reddened. She was as charming as she could be. Is there a reward? Li Qingshan pointed at her bouncy chest. Here, the gift you promised. Han Xiongji slapped his hand away and took out an item from her 100 treasures pouch. This? Li Qingshan was stunned. There was no mistaking it. It was the high-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron he had taken a liking to in the school of miscellany. The pill cauldron was not forged from metal. Instead, it was carved from the rare green jade. A long dragon coiled around the mouth of the cauldron. Its full name was the Jade-Sculpted Cauldron of the Coiled Dragon. Wasn't it supposed to be the man who bought what a woman took a liking to? Their roles seemed to be reversed. Li Qingshan's heart was filled with tenderness. What do you think? Do you like it? Han Xiongji asked in concern. Although she came from an aristocratic clan, Han Anjuan had never treated his daughter well. She had never known what spoiling was. This time, she had used all her years of savings and even exchanged the contribution she had accumulated in the Hawkwolf Guard for spiritual stones. Only then did he have enough spirit stones. Without saying a word, Li Qingshan put down the jade-coiled dragon carving furnace and kissed her cherry lips. I said. Han Xiongji struggled weakly. But this man almost barbarically hugged her in his arms, with a posture that allowed no resistance. He kissed her lips. Her mind instantly went blank, and she subconsciously hugged him. The tip of Li Qingshan's tongue opened her pearly white teeth and penetrated straight in, tasting her to his heart's content. His hands exerted force as if he wanted to rub her delicate body into his embrace. His heart was completely filled by her. Was this kind of woman not worthy of his wholehearted love? After a long time, their lips parted. A strand of saliva flowed freely. Han Xiongji's eyes were blurred. Her lips were slightly parted as she recalled the first kiss of her life. The sound lingered for a long time. Returning to her senses, she met Li Qingshan's smiling eyes. So you really are so afraid of being kissed, Xiongji? Just now, he felt like the woman in his arms was boneless, completely limp in his arms. He could do whatever he wanted. You don't keep your word. I gave you a gift out of kindness, yet you used the opportunity to bully me. You even used so much strength. It hurt. Han Xiongji's face was burning as she grumbled coquettishly. She did not blame him at all for his actions at all. It's for you. Li Qingshan stowed the pill cauldron away in his 100 treasures pouch before taking out the Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms. He thought about how inadequate he was as a boyfriend. All he cared about was enjoying her tenderness, yet she gave him a gift first. Han Xiongji refused it. It's not like I'm exchanging it with you. You want it, so keep it for yourself. Li Qingshan stuffed the painting into her hands. This is a token of love. Do you understand? In fact, he didn't really understand it himself. Compared to the romantic feelings of their hair knotted into a knot, the token of their love was more pragmatic. However, he liked this woman who did not know what romance was. Han Xiongji finally realized the meaning of the painting in her hands. Her heart was filled with endless joy, and she immediately loved it. She looked at it again and again, as if the painting in her hands was not the same as the one just now. After a while, she suddenly closed her eyes and raised her head, her red lips slightly pouting. Li Qingshan said, "What are you doing?" "Idiot, I want to try again. It feels pretty good." Han Xiongji opened her eyes and said in a happy and angry tone, "But you are not allowed to take the opportunity to make a move on me." Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. How could there be a woman who would take the initiative to ask for a kiss after their first kiss? If he thought of her as a shy beauty, then he really misjudged her. He said, "Thank you for reminding me." He lowered his head and kissed her. His left hand wrapped around her slender waist and gently stroked it. His right hand fell on her perky buttocks and rubbed it hard. Han Xiongji snorted and subconsciously twisted her body. However, her mind was completely immersed in the sweet kiss with him. She only cared about dealing with the foreign object that invaded her mouth. She had no time to care about anything else, so she just let it be. After a few times of intimacy, Han Xiongji smiled and refused Li Qingshan's suggestion to go to the lake. Her red lips rubbed his cheek and stopped at his ear. She breathed out like orchids, "Pervert, don't always think about this kind of thing." Her right hand hooked up her middle finger and gently flicked his lower body. She was not unfamiliar with certain parts of a man's body. However, most of them were dead. She felt that it was very interesting to be born on her own man's body and have all kinds of changes. With her personality, how could she be willing to just let him tease her? She would return the favor as soon as she had the opportunity. She would let him taste her power. He could not think that he could bully her as he pleased just because she had become his woman. Li Qingshan suddenly widened his eyes before frowning and shooting a vicious glance at her. Once a tomboy gained a hint of femininity, she would truly be something. Her wild ways were truly captivating. Only by using the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression did he suppress his restless lust. He had already grasped the trick to dealing with her anyway, so he was in no hurry. He would strip her naked, wash her clean, and swallow her sooner or later. Arriving in the Clear River prefecture that they had not visited in a very long time, the two of them held hands and swam around. The banks of the Clear River were filled with willows, and there were many boats on the river. Although it was summer, it was unable to stop them from enjoying themselves. The culture of this age could be regarded as liberal, especially in a prefectural city directly ruled by cultivators like the Clear River prefecture. Even the legendary golden age of the Great Tang could not rival the degree of freedom and openness. After all, one of the three rulers of the Rui Commandery was a woman. Women could practice martial arts and cultivate. They were definitely not subordinates of men. The person beside Li Qingshan was a living example. Although Han Xiongji's appearance was far too eye-catching, such that Li Qingshan was forced to deal with a few scoundrels who had been blinded by lust, this long-awaited secular life and the atmosphere of the marketplace left Li Qingshan reminiscing about it for a very long time. As he paced through the tall buildings and held the hand of this modern woman, he felt like he had returned to his past life in a daze. When there was no one around, she would give him a peck that was as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water before fleeing to one side with a smile, watching how helpless he was from being teased. At dusk, after bidding farewell to Han Xiongji, obviously with a kiss as well. She had already completely fallen in love with this method of intimacy. Li Qingshan returned to Cloudwisp Island. Sure enough, Little and was waiting in his room, currently reciting Buddhist scriptures. When she saw him, she smiled and tilted her head. "Where's the present?" Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed before her. After a moment of consideration, he still decided to tell her the news. After all, this was the last bit of information that woman had left behind in this world. "Qian Rongji has gone missing. She told me to give these to you." Little and was stunned as she stared at the pile of pills and spiritual stones before her. In his sweet, passionate love with Han Xiongji, Li Qingshan had basically completely forgotten about this woman's existence. It was only during a casual conversation that he heard Han Xiongji mention that Qian Rongji had already gone missing for 3 months. The Hawkwolf Guard had already sent out a search mission, and it was basically confirmed that she was dead. Han Xiongji had already become accustomed to seeing death, so she only sighed back then. She no longer took it to heart at all now. Unless there were special circumstances, the relationship between cultivators had always been very thin. Li Qingshan sighed gently. Had she finally reached the end of her crazy search? Little and suddenly thought of the woman who had laughed madly amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His heart skipped a beat. Was she really dead already? I want to perform a divination for her. Fair enough. Li Qingshan did not hold any expectations. Han Xiongji's final mission was to head south and investigate a man-eating demonic beast. She had basically already left the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. That place was a vast forest. Countless demonic beasts of various sizes lived there, as well as countless venomous insects. It was even connected to underground caverns. Just entering that place was extremely dangerous. There were even rumors that it was very likely for the White Lotus Mother to hide after she escaped. However, if Gu Yanning did not take action, who would be bold enough to investigate? If they really found her, they would be dead for sure. As a result, after Qian Rongji went missing, no one was bold enough to carry out the search mission even though the Hawkwolf Guard had sent out a search mission. Little Anne closed her eyes and sat down with her legs crossed. She stroked the items one by one with her right hand. As a divination technique of the school of Yin Yang, she had never given up on comprehending and practicing the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. However, this was the first time she had actually used it. At this moment, the light of the setting sun was powerless to penetrate the dome of leaves in the southern forest 500 kilometers away. The forest had already darkened completely. A fly buzzed in search. Suddenly, it smelled a heavy and alluring fragrance. It was the smell of blood and death, which often represented a corpse that could be passed down to future generations. It flapped its wings and flew in that direction quickly. It dodged a spider web and arrived before a small mountain. The smell was right there. It circled around and passed through a cave that was basically covered in vines. It was already pitch black like night, but it was unable to stop it. Very soon, it found its target, a humanoid corpse on the ground. Yes, they were only in human form. Their exquisite clothes had been torn into strips of cloth that were soaked in blood, and it was impossible to discern their original appearance. Numerous wounds covered their entire bodies, and their blood-red mouths flowed with blood and even pus. They were like numerous tearful eyes and mouths that were wailing in pain, and they were recounting indescribable pain. There was not a single inch of unscathed skin on the corpse. Even between the wounds were uneven scars, as if they had just healed up before being ripped apart viciously again. The face was the same. It was difficult to even distinguish its gender. Only a pair of eyes were wide open, so wide that even the corners of the eyes had cracked. They stared at the darkness before them, covered in a layer of gray dust. This is already the 6th hexagram. Do you still want to continue? Li Qingshan asked. Although Han Xiongji did not mention it, this concerned the life and death of a legalist disciple. She had most likely asked Ma Bai to divine for her. If he could determine that she was still alive, then it would not be a search mission, but a rescue mission. Searching for the living was also a search, and searching for the dead was also a search. Little Anne gradually became more familiar with the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, but the 6 consecutive hexagram were all the worst. She could not find any chance of survival at all. However, she refused to give up because it was very strange. If Qian Rongji was dead, she should be able to divine the approximate location of her corpse. However, the hexagram showed that she seemed to be trapped in hell. This was the most unbelievable thing. Hell was the home of all souls, but even with Ma Bai's divination, it was impossible for him to reach another world. I want to divine one last time. All right. Li Qingshan nodded. Although the spirit turtle had the ability to divine, he was only a 2/9 spirit turtle at most. At most, he could sense the danger of death. When he was in Ancient Wind City, he had not sensed any danger even when he was trapped in Altar Master Black Lotus formation. He had relied on his demon instincts to sense that something was wrong at the last moment, but he did not manage to escape. Of course, he felt that his senses were not sharp enough. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. Little Anne clenched her hands. The 7 types of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 7 types of true qi combined and condensed in a wondrous way. It was as if they were evolving the changes of all things in the world, matching with the thread of fate in the unseen world. In the end, it condensed into a cylinder. Thousands of colors mixed and revolved in a special pattern. It was like a kaleidoscope, forming various images, scenes, and words. However, Li Qingshan only took a glance at it, and he felt dizzy. A thin bamboo skewer. It slowly rose up from within. The cylinder disintegrated. Little and suddenly grasped the stick in her hand, as if she had grasped fate in the unseen world. The cloud bookcase of the 7 lots originated from the most ancient divination of the 7 stars. One stick represented one's fate. It could tell good or bad luck, life or death, and know the past and future. Li Qingshan could not see through it. He thought to himself that if he used a tortoise shell for divination, then Little and would be asking for a divination stick. Of course, he didn't know that his dream lover, Gu Yenying, used the 6 lines divination technique, which was guided by copper coins. Of course, this was not a real lot. There was no difference between the best lot and the worst lot. Instead, it was a piece of information that appeared in the ever-changing fate. For fate itself. Fortune and misfortune, life and death, there was no difference. The only thing that mattered was the human heart. Little and closed his eyes. He furrowed his brows and tried his best to free his imagination. To decipher the message in the lot. Fate would never tell you clearly, "Hey, Xianxia, you're out of luck today." Even this simple message contained 10 times more information than an encyclopedia. It was 100 times more difficult to understand than a drunken painting by an impressionist. The main job of the fortune teller was to decipher the message and tell the fortune teller, "Hey, Xianxia, you're out of luck today. You'd better not go out." And this was a question with a time limit. The shiny bamboo stick flickered and twisted constantly. Soon, it dissipated in Little An's hand. Li Qingshan asked, "How is it?" Little and opened his eyes and frowned. The cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was based on the previous 6 lots. The 7th lot was the most accurate one. She finally found a chance of survival in the hellish divination. It was so weak that it was not even a narrow escape. It was like a lonely lamp in a storm that would go out at any time. After listening to Little An's explanation, Li Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to find her?" The fly confirmed the source of the smell and cautiously flew around a few times. It was a little uneasy when it didn't find its own kind. But it couldn't resist the temptation of the smell. Driven by instinct, it flew to the round eyes of the corpse. For a moment, something seemed to swim through the eyes of the corpse. The eyes of the corpse suddenly moved. It fell to the ground silently, ending its short life. It lay on the ground with many of its kind. After a short period of sobriety, the eyes moved slightly and observed the surrounding scene. Based on this, she knew how long she had been here. Her thoughts were completely broken. She felt like the biggest liar, making her think that she had been here for hundreds of years. Reason could only play a small role. It was like picking up garbage from the ruins and trying to rebuild a city. It was ridiculous and futile. However, she found the long-lost sense of time. Her memory returned to about 3 months ago. The noon sun barely managed to penetrate the green canopy and shine into the forest, floating on a wide but shallow stream. She stepped into the stream and disturbed the silence. She concentrated on searching for the whereabouts of the man-eating monster. She wanted to forget her original purpose, but she couldn't. Spring was in full swing, but her heart was still stuck in that cold winter. She couldn't forget that upheaval. In the past few months, she had gained nothing. Every day, she would feel relieved, but there was another force that kept pulling her into the quagmire. She almost wanted to give up, go thousands of miles away, find a place where no one knew her and start over again. But there was divination in the world. That person might not be able to do anything to Gu Yenying, but if he wanted to find her and kill her, it couldn't be more easy. She stopped in the middle of the stream. After crossing this stream, she would enter the depths of the forest, which was full of all kinds of dangers. At this point, the task could be declared over. "Are you looking for someone?" Just as she was about to turn around, a gentle voice called out to her. The voice came from a man with a face as gentle as the voice. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His black Taoist robe was as dark as the night, and the tattered hem of his robe swayed slowly with the stream. She exhaled gently, as if a great burden had been lifted from her shoulders. The true danger she had been waiting for all this time had already arrived. Only afterwards did she turn around slowly and bow. Subordinate Xianxia greets Altar Lord Black Lotus. Finally, she saw the greatest person in the White Lotus sect below the Holy Mother again. Xianxia, you're still bold enough to come? Before Altar Lord Black Lotus could even say anything, a little girl in white clothes walked out from behind him. She only seemed to be 5 or 6 years old. She spoke with a childish voice, but the coldness in her eyes seemed to freeze all of her blood. She could not say anything at all. That's right, this was the White Lotus Mother, the source of her fear. You seem to have been looking for us the entire time? Altar Lord Black Lotus asked curiously. They did not know about Xianxia's appearance. They were just worried it was a trap. He had gone to great lengths to prevent White Lotus from stepping into the possible trap. There was no need for him to expose their whereabouts for the sake of a measly Xianxia. Today, he was no longer able to contain her anger, which was why he had appeared. Maamgu was not a patient person. She could not even be bothered to hunt them down, which also meant she no longer took her great enemies of the past seriously. Yes, the game had already ended. Xianxia immediately dropped to her knees and knocked her head into the water. Yes, Xianxia has fallen under Gu Yening's control and committed a grave mistake. I can die 10,000 times over. I've specially come to apologize to the Holy Mother and Altar Lord. Don't mention that name. The little girl screamed. I'm no longer an Altar Lord. You can call me Black Lotus. I'm still the White Lotus Mother. The little girl screamed again. Alright. You're still the White Lotus Mother. Black Lotus bent down and spoke like he was coaxing a child. Afterwards, he straightened up and rubbed his temples in distress. I really want to spare you, but can't you come up with a better reason? The White Lotus Mother really is difficult to coax now that she's angry. Xianxia wanted to say something, but Black Lotus raised his hand. I don't want to listen to your lies. Please treat me with sincerity, alright? In order to make you understand the severity of the situation, if you say another lie, I'll kill you. I don't want to listen to her. Black Lotus, kill her. Kill her. The White Lotus Mother constantly stamped her foot, making the water in the stream splash everywhere. Black Lotus grabbed the White Lotus Mother's tiny hand. Just tell me. The White Lotus Mother is running out of patience. She stands up and looks into my eyes. Tell me, why have you come? Xianxia stood up and gazed into Black Lotus' clear, dark eyes. She could not utter a single word of what she had prepared, as every single word was a lie. I want to beg for a way out. Don't even think about it. The White Lotus Mother kicked the water viciously. Black Lotus smiled. Very good. We have something in common now. There's no doubt that killing for the sake of hatred is pointless. Of course, not everyone believes that. For example, the tiny White Lotus Mother beside him was tempted to skin the great traitor, Xianxia, alive. I'm very curious. Why aren't you affected by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple? Xianxia said, it's probably because I practiced arts of charm. The heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple is not an art of charm. Do you know its origins? Xianxia shook her head. She did not even feel like the technique had any effect on her at all. Black Lotus said. There had once been an eminent monk who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. He saw how the masses were all people who refused to come to their senses, so he created a technique out of great pity. He channeled his own comprehension into the minds of others, allowing them to attain enlightenment in the blink of an eye. Even a fool could comprehend the supreme truths of the Buddhist Dharma, no longer being troubled by the various troubles of the world. It was known as enlightenment. It was definitely not a method used by demonic cultivators to control people. The heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple came from this. It was impossible to resist, as the technique itself was beneficial. After receiving the technique, it was like awakening their innate wisdom, allowing them to comprehend the past. From then onwards, there would be no bottlenecks in the mind on the path of cultivation, all the way until they reached the limits of the user's cultivation. If Huasengzan had received this technique, he would have reached foundation establishment a few years ago. Only now did Xianxia understand why all the people of the White Lotus sect who had received this technique would smile so brightly. Even when they suffered heavy setbacks in the White Lotus sect, they would not become dejected, as if they were filled with endless satisfaction. Black Lotus said, "Can you tell me why?" Xianxia lowered her head. "Actually, I really want to be like them." Since young, had she ever experienced such a peaceful moment? She could not even remember. She furrowed her brows and shook her head helplessly. "But I just can't feel happy. I just can't be happy." "I see." Black Lotus sighed gently and looked at her in pity. Originally, he thought Gu Yenying had a deeper plan, using some sort of artifact to block the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. However, the answer was unexpectedly simple. Even the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple was unable to wash away the pitch-black pain in her heart. A situation like this had actually occurred before. However, those who failed would usually kill themselves very quickly. Even if they survived, they would be tormented to a state of agony, like a walking corpse, muddle-headed. Since there was no escape, death became the best salvation. "Then why are you still alive? Why? Why?" Xianxia lowered her head and murmured. Suddenly, she smiled and tidied her hair. "Perhaps I just don't want to accept this." In this situation, everything she did was useless. Her life was in her hands, but she was instead fearless. Just like what Black Lotus had said, death was not a very bad choice for her. Black Lotus said sincerely, "Rongji, I really want you to live." "You can't. Don't even think about it," the White Lotus mother screamed. "Then the problem right now is, how can I let you live? I might not be an altar lord anymore, but I still can't disobey the White Lotus mother's orders." Black Lotus. Where are you standing? The White Lotus mother stressed each word as she kicked Black Lotus's leg. Black Lotus laid out his hands helplessly. Xianxia just raised her head. Sunlight flickered like starlight between the cracks of the green leaves. Her figure was reflected in the quiet stream, aloof from the world. It was as if everything here no longer had anything to do with her anymore. She had already done all that was humanly possible. Black Lotus considered it for a while before suddenly smiling. He raised a finger. "They all say that it's impossible to have everything right, but as long as you look carefully, you'll always find a way." Afterwards, he crouched down. He said to the White Lotus mother, "Mother, will you be satisfied if you kill her like this? This will instead be a form of release for her." The White Lotus mother said, "Do you think I'll let her die so easily? I'll make her taste all the torture in the world. Only when she cries and begs for mercy and breaks down mentally will I kill her." The corner of Xianxia's lips curled into a sneer. "Crying, begging for mercy, having a nervous breakdown, do you want me to act it out for you right now?" Black Lotus seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter. He smiled and said, "Yes, torture. Do you still remember that?" The White Lotus mother was taken aback. She smiled viciously. "Yeah, that's it. You sure are clever." He took out an item and handed it to Black Lotus. Black Lotus opened his hand towards Xianxia. He was holding a sparkling amber. Sealed in the amber was a tiny snake as thin as a strand of hair. However, its gorgeous colors were mesmerizing. Xianxia asked, "This is?" "This item comes from the Mist Province." "Snake goo?" Xianxia frowned. The Mist Province was known as the Myriad Mountains. Although it had been under Great Xia's rule for many years, it was still a land of wilderness. The path of cultivation of the barbarians was very different from that of the Central Plains. It was directly inherited from the ancient times. The art of witchcraft was one of the most mysterious killing methods, and it was famous throughout the world. "That's right. You want to use this to kill me?" A friend of mine once said that true goo is not used to kill, but to make people wish they were dead. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Since it was worse than death, that meant she could live. However, this goo is called the pestering goo. In the first 300 years, it was always believed to be a dead goo, as no one has ever survived. They all died from agonizing torture. Even the most cold-blooded, tough man will become as fragile as a child after being afflicted with this goo. The White Lotus mother's smile widened. She was innocent and cruel. Xianxia also shivered. Black Lotus continued, only afterwards did people discover that this goo is not fatal. It doesn't even cause any harm. All those who die to this goo commit suicide. If they can endure the pain, it will instead bring them great benefits, which even gave birth to a sect that worships this snake as their sacred snake. Xianxia waded through the stream and walked over, reaching towards the snake-pestering goo without the slightest hesitation. Was it painful? She had always been very patient. However, Black Lotus brought his hands together, and his face became stern. Do you really plan on living like this? Once this goo is planted, it won't stop until you die. It's impossible to remove, which is why it's called pestering. It seems like I have no other choice. Xianxia's face was filled with mockery. Black Lotus gazed at her deeply. I suddenly feel a little regretful. If you choose to die, I'll give you a quick death. There won't be any pain at all. The White Lotus mother was very unhappy. Black Lotus. Black Lotus bowed and said sternly, no matter how unhappy you are, I can't just watch you do this. Slaughter and death will always be unavoidable, but humiliating and torturing isn't something we should do. If you insist on doing this, please kill me first. The White Lotus mother was helpless against him. All she could do was turn her head away viciously. Xianxia smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, but if I only wanted a quick death, why would I have come here? Black Lotus fell silent for a while before opening his hand. Fine then. I respect your choice, but please listen to the last thing I have to say. According to what I know, this snake is not a creature of this world. Instead, it comes from the Hell realm. As a disciple of legalism, you should understand. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. She obviously understood. It was said that the Hell realm had a total of 18 major hells and countless smaller hells. They were the place where all souls of the dead returned to in the great thousand worlds. All sins would receive the final judgment of the officials of Hell there. It was the supreme symbol of law. As such, it was very clear why the snake-pestering goo did not cause death. The torture of Hell had never been for the sake of slaughter, but for punishment. It would make even the most brutal criminal feel pain and then repent. This snake comes from the venomous snake Hell. The so-called torture of the human world is like playing house compared to the punishment of Hell. In other words, from today onwards, you'll have to live in Hell every single day. Before he had even finished speaking, Xianxia had already picked up the amber and held it up to the sunlight. She raised her pretty face and looked at the beautiful snake inside. She glanced at Black Lotus and curled her lips. Thank you for your good idea. The amber slipped from her fingers. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the tiny snake inside seemed even more beautiful and enchanting. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and directly entered her mouth. In the darkness, cracks appeared on the amber. It shattered immediately. She was not the one who had freed it. Instead, it had broken free by itself. It was like a wild beast that had caught the scent of blood, a glutton that had seen delicious food. There was no shame in this. Souls filled with hatred were its favorite food and hotbed. It could not help but burrow in deeply. Xianxia trembled all over. She instantly knelt in the stream. The tiny snake, more beautiful than the rainbow, swam on her face, like a tattoo, moving on her skin. It seemed to be a little stronger than when it was in the amber. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and fell straight down, splashing the stream water. It was an indescribable pain. Even unimaginable pain, like a snake slithering. She opened her mouth wide if she could make a sound. She would definitely be screaming right now. But the pain had seized her body and locked her throat. She could only make meaningless gurgling sounds. However, every inch of her body was groaning, and her whole soul was wailing. She had far underestimated the torture of Hell. She was very wrong, far from being as strong as she had imagined. In just a moment, she regretted it and was willing to do anything to relieve this pain. Were the souls of Hell also repenting for the sins they had committed in life every day and night? Although she opened her eyes as wide as she could, her vision was blurry. Everything around her seemed to spin, turning into a blurry color. Vaguely, a black shadow approached her and said, "Since this is the path you've chosen, please allow me to wish you a safe journey. Black Lotus stood up and said to the White Lotus mother, who admired Xianxia's horrendous state with great interest, "Let's go." The White Lotus mother said, "Let me watch a little longer." Black Lotus became stern. The White Lotus mother cursed, "Stingy." When the first round of pain passed, the venomous snake from hell seemed to have had enough of its activity, entering a state of rest. She propped herself up and knelt up. The sky had already darkened completely, and she barely managed to organize her chaotic consciousness. Apart from the paleness of her face, she was basically unscathed. The White Lotus mother had not even touched a single hair on her. It was much better than the best-case scenario she had imagined. However, her mind and willpower seemed to have been completely destroyed. It was very strange. If a person endured unendurable pain, they would fall unconscious or go mad even if they managed to survive. However, she remained conscious the entire time, carefully savoring every single bit of pain. Perhaps this was the wondrous aspect of the punishment of hell. Returning to her senses, the first thing she did was grab her throat. All she needed to do was grab it gently, and blood would gush out, and she would be free. Her sharp nails dug into her pale white skin, and warm, bright red blood flowed out. After hesitating for quite a while, she pulled back her hand and stood up unsteadily. She found a small cave and dove into it, falling unconscious. She dreamed of a huge snake that was even more beautiful than a rainbow, swallowing her in a single gulp. She woke up very soon, and the second round of pain arrived. Time passed day by day. She took advantage of the time when she could move to replenish her food and water before waiting for the next round of pain in great fear. Yes, fear that she had never experienced before. She was so afraid that she trembled all over. Even when she was resting, the snake would use another method to torture her, making her want to free herself with death every single time. However, she refused to give up. Gradually, she could also perform some simple activities when she was being tortured, but the situation only worsened. Every single time, she would lose her rationality, wanting to rip the snake out of her body and tear off every inch of her skin. Fortunately, cultivators possessed tough bodies, so the wounds would always heal very quickly. She even began to wonder whether she could break free from the snake if she peeled off her own skin. However, her remaining rationality stopped her. The snake had already fused with her, and if she did that, she would die very soon. She could not die like this. At this moment, a dangerous aura interrupted her thoughts. A demonic beast that resembled a leopard followed the smell of blood and arrived in the cave. Its glowing eyes constantly drifted about in the darkness. This was a demonic beast that had condensed its demonic core. Perhaps it was the man-eating demonic beast that she had been tracking, but that was not important. Even if she was in perfect condition, she did not dare to say that she would definitely win. Now that she was extremely weak, she could not even move a finger. P.S. Bow to thank the student from the namespace for the reward, and congratulate the new sect master. Little and did not answer Xianxia immediately. Instead, he sank into his thoughts silently. Since you have an idea, then go look for it. It won't take up much time anyway. It was rare for Little and to care about the matters of others, so Xianxia felt like he should encourage him. Xianxia had left these things for Little Anne, so they had basically done their best. It's far too dangerous. Little Anne shook his head. Don't worry. I might not be able to divine as well as you, but I can still sense true danger. Xianxia pointed at his head before rubbing her hair. I'll just treat it as going out with you. All right. He arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard and accepted the mission. He went upstairs to greet Han Xianxia. After some intimacy, Han Xianxia heard about the details of Xianxia's mission. She said in surprise, "You want to accept this mission? Are you very familiar with her?" Of course not, but we've worked together a few times. She's probably dead already, so you should at least bring her corpse back. Xianxia studied Han Xianxia and said unconcernedly. Scorching sunlight poured in from the huge, floor-to-ceiling window. She sat on a high-backed chair, dressed in the uniform of a Scarlet Wolf Guard. She seemed extremely valiant. Xianxia sat on the long table in front of her. His face was filled with fantasies. Han Xianxia rubbed her chin in thought. This action was extremely masculine, which gave her a different kind of charm. Alright, you can go. Li Qingshan smiled. What, aren't you worried that your man will run into the White Lotus Mother and be taken as a bodyguard? Han Xiongji leaned back in her chair and raised her legs, placing them on the table. She looked down. If it's little Hua, there might be a chance, but with your beauty, he'll probably be killed. I received the news a few days ago. The White Lotus Mother and Altar Lord Black Lotus. They've already returned to the Mist Province to rebuild the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan said, is the news accurate? Aren't you afraid of getting caught there? The Mist Province isn't the Green Province. It's truly lawless. Basically all the people who could not withstand the pursuit of the Hawkwolf Guard in the Green Province had fled there. If you really can't find it, don't forget to bring back a corpse. Han Xiongji blinked her eyes. I don't think that's a good idea. Li Qingshan said. The contribution from the mission to search for Qian Rongji was still quite impressive. After all, it was related to the life or death of a Scarlet Wolf Guard. Who cares? Anyway, I'm in charge now. Little Flower isn't here, and Old Wang has gone to cultivate. I have to deal with so many errands. It's so annoying. Okay, wait for me to come back. Li Qingshan leaned over and gave her a hot kiss. He got up and left. Han Xiongji came to the French window and watched his cloud rise into the sky. She smiled and pursed her lips. The speed of the demonic beasts was astonishing. Two beast eyes glowed with light. They were like two fleeting shadows, dragging two long tails of light behind them. They circled around Qian Rongji in circles, rapidly approaching her. Qian Rongji's eyes were wide open. In the beginning, she circled around the demonic beast a little, but afterwards, she stopped moving as if she had become completely numb. The demonic beast confirmed that this was not a trap. The two streaks of green light that were circling around suddenly turned towards the center. The demonic beast lunged over and bit Qian Rongji's neck. That was the only place on her body with relatively few wounds. Even when she was in extreme pain, she could control herself at all times and not end her own life. Could it be that this was the result of 3 months of painful perseverance? At first, the 4 fangs pierced through her skin. Afterwards, all the fangs only needed to advance a little further, and she would not even have to suffocate. Before they could bite through her neck. Even now, her gaze and expression had not changed at all. The pain that made others clench their teeth was as pleasant as the spring breeze to her, while the impending death might just be a release to her. The demonic beast stiffened. Tremendous pain immediately filled its entire body like poison. Qian Rongji finally revealed a hint of a smile. On her horrifying face, she looked as ferocious as an evil spirit. Her arms were placed on both sides, supporting herself to get up bit by bit. Then, she bit the demonic beast's neck. Looking carefully, one could see that the gorgeous little snake had unknowingly coiled around Qian Rongji's neck. A parasite would protect its host. Its way of protection was naturally to let the other party taste the same pain. Under the hellish torture, the demonic beast's demonic aura was completely dispersed. It could not even tighten its muscles. Its tough skin was slowly pierced by her teeth. The salty blood flowed into her mouth. Like a vampire, she swallowed it in big mouthfuls to replenish her blood. The food prepared in her 100 treasures pouch had long been finished. Fortunately, the smell of blood on her body had attracted many wild beasts. She used this method to eat all of them to replenish her energy. After drinking her fill of blood, she recovered a lot of strength. She tore open the demonic beast's stomach and took out a crystal-clear demonic core the size of a grain of rice. She immediately swallowed it and tried to meditate. The attribute of the demonic core was coincidentally compatible with her. It could be considered a blessing from the heavens. True Qi, which had been absent for a long time, finally reappeared in her aura sea. Under the urging of the true Qi, the wounds on her body closed bit by bit. Qian Rongji suddenly felt dizzy. She touched her forehead, which was boiling hot. In the forest environment, she had lost her true Qi for a long time. This was the 3rd time she had contracted a disease. She understood that she had to leave this place. She needed a better environment to recuperate, or else she might die here. If she attracted an even stronger demonic beast, it would bite her neck off before it was seized by pain. She saw the demonic beast's corpse with its stomach cut open. Before leaving, she had to eat it first to store enough strength. The sun rose and set, but in this dark cave, there seemed to be no concept of the passage of time at all. It only took Xianxia and Little and a few hours to reach the small village at the edge of the forest. As expected, some villagers had seen her tracks. Her footwork extended into this forest. She had exposed her tracks with such great fanfare. Obviously, she had done it on purpose. At this moment, Xianxia and Little were standing in front of this forest. It was as deep and serene as if it was another world. It was indeed not an easy task to find someone in this forest that stretched for thousands of miles. But for Xianxia, it was not too difficult. He was very familiar with that woman's breath. When he moved quickly and carried out a dragnet-like search, the strong smell of blood also attracted his attention. He lifted the curtain woven by the vines. He saw a monster lying on the beast's stomach. It was a monster that devoured internal organs. A trace of familiar breath came through the strong smell of blood. He still could not believe his eyes. Xianxia? The monster suddenly raised its head. When it saw Xianxia, it showed a surprised expression and smiled extremely ferociously. It said in an extremely weak voice, "You're here." It was as if it was sitting peacefully at home, and a long-lost friend came to visit, rather than seeing a savior in despair. Xianxia did not say anything. He just took out the elixir and walked forward. The scene in front of him, even he could not bear to look at it. He did not expect the White Lotus sect to be so cruel. When Xianxia saw Little and behind him, she suddenly felt ashamed and curled up. The poisonous snake entrenched in her body inexplicably calmed down a little. Xianxia wanted to open her mouth and put the elixir in. "Don't touch me." While she was stunned, Xianxia's hand had already touched her face. Suddenly, an indescribable pain. It spread all over her body. Where his fingertips touched, a colorful snake tattoo had appeared at some point. The parasite's instinct to protect its host would not change because of the host's will. From now on, no matter who it was, if they wanted to touch her, they would have to taste hellish pain. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Xianxia suddenly pulled his hand back and looked at it in shock. He saw that it was unscathed, and there was nothing wrong with his body. Just now, the pain was like a dream. At this moment, two tender little hands grabbed her hand. "Little Anne." Xianxia and Xianxia said at the same time. Little Anne's face did not show any painful expression. The hell snake could be extradited to this world to punish the living. It could also punish the dead in the hell of the poisonous snake. But Little Anne was neither alive nor dead. A warmth came from her hand. Xianxia saw a golden Buddhist light appear on Little Anne's body, then spread along her hands and spread to her entire body, enveloping her in the golden Buddhist light. The wounds on her body gradually healed. Soon afterwards, the uneven, hideous scars were wiped away bit by bit. This was no longer the effect of Buddhism, but the power of the path of white bone and great beauty. Her face seemed to be even more beautiful than before. Little Anne released her hand and returned to Xianxia's side. Xianxia said softly, "Thank you." She asked Xianxia, "Do you have water?" Xianxia snapped his fingers, and a tornado-like stream of water swirled around her body, washing away the filth and ragged clothes on her body. She turned into smoke and dissipated, revealing her fair skin and supple figure. She was completely naked. Xianxia had always been a very intense person, but when he stood before this woman, he always felt like his heart was as still as water. Even at a time like this, he could not be bothered to look away. Xianxia was the same. She picked up her 100 treasures pouch and took out a set of clothes, changing into them. She stretched out her arms and legs in a natural manner. She did not seduce him, nor did she avoid him. It was as if he did not treat her as a woman, and she did not treat him as a man. Xianxia said, "Looks like you've suffered quite a bit. Do you want to know?" Xianxia had already put on her clothes and was tidying her long hair in front of a mirror. "Tell me." Xianxia was indeed rather curious. Xianxia casually recounted her experiences, as if she was telling someone else's story. After listening to her, Xianxia also felt a chill inside. He asked, "How are you going to get rid of this goo?" Qian Rongji said, there's no way to get rid of it, and there's no need to. As long as I can let go of my sense of shame and hatred, it will naturally stop tormenting me. The venomous snake hell was originally used to punish those who committed atrocities because of their shamelessness, and those who committed boundless sins because of hatred. But punishment was not the goal. It was to let the sinners realize their sins in hell, and finally obtain self-redemption and liberation. Only then could it be considered Buddha's mercy. Li Qingshan mocked, can you do it? Qian Rongji also laughed, of course I can't do it. I will not be ashamed of anything. I hate everyone in the world. The venomous snake happily slithered around. She suddenly knelt on the ground, and her 10 fingers dug deeply into the ground. The smile on her face was twisted because of the pain, but it became more and more brilliant. Even if she was trapped in the endless hell and suffered endless suffering, she would not repent. P.S. Shamelessly asking for monthly votes will cause you to be trapped in the venomous snake hell, but even if you are trapped in the venomous snake hell, you still want to be satisfied. Seeing her like this, killing intent surged through Li Qingshan's heart for some reason. Although she had already recovered from her wounds and turned back into the beautiful Qian Rongji, she felt even more inhuman than the monster he had just seen. He said indifferently, does that include me? Qian Rongji said, are you human? Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. He sneered in disdain. As long as I can live happily, what does it matter if I'm human or not? Originally, I didn't want to stick my nose into your business, but little and divined that you still had a chance at survival, which was why I came. Qian Rongji glanced at Little and deeply. Little and remained the same as usual the entire time, showing no emotion at all. Qian Rongji smiled. Just treat the things I left with you as my repayment. Li Qingshan took off on a cloud and returned to Clear River City with the mission items. When Qian Rongji stood before Han Qiongji unscathed, Han Qiongji was surprised too. She knew that Qian Rongji had encountered the White Lotus Mother and had been heavily injured the entire time, resting in the forest the entire time. She smiled. You sure have a good life, little girl. So much for worrying for you. Even Han Qiongji had no idea about Qian Rongji's role in the mission against the White Lotus sect last time. Thank you for your concern, second senior sister, Qian Rongji said obediently. As for whether she had a good life or not, you could say that was the case. After receiving Little Anne's treatment, the benefits of the hell snake gradually manifested. After the pain, her mind would always be especially clear. Her body and soul seemed to have changed slightly. Qian Rongji's return caused a disturbance in the Hawkwolf Guard. She changed her usual way of doing business and declined Han Qiongji's welcoming banquet. In the past 3 months, although she had developed a subtle connection with the snake that was entangling her and was able to control the torture time a little, she had to spend more time in harmony with it. The path of the future was once again in her hands. He returned to his residence alone. A familiar figure stood in front of the door. Qian Rongji was surprised. Little Tian, why are you here? Chu Tian's face was full of concern as he said, I heard that you came back. Where have you been these past few days? I was so worried about you that I wanted to look for you several times. Unfortunately, he didn't go even once. Qian Rongji was not surprised at all. It was not that he was not sincere to her. She was very confident in her own means. It was just that for some people, nothing was more precious than their own lives. Facing Chu Tian's outstretched hand, her eyes lit up. If she held this hand now, any genius would have to kneel and beg for mercy. No matter what kind of trump card they had, she could force them to reveal it. However, she hesitated. It was better for her to pull her hand back. Chu Tian was a genius that everyone paid attention to right now. If he died mysteriously, it would definitely shake up the academy. At a time like this, it was best if she did not cause any trouble. He was already hers anyway. She suddenly felt a sense of joy. Although she was still a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, she now possessed fatal fangs that could harm these so-called geniuses. Chu Tian was disappointed, but he felt guilty inside, so he dared not say anything. When he heard that it was Li Qingshan who had brought her back, he felt even more gloomy inside. Why was this guy everywhere? When Qian Rongji accidentally mentioned that she had lost her 100 treasures pouch during a mission and was worried about her future cultivation, Chu Tian immediately took out many pills and spiritual stones generously. Qian Rongji turned him down before accepting it. "Thank you, little Tian. I'll return them to you." Chu Tian gazed at her face in fascination. He felt that she was even more charming and enchanting than before. With a gentle cough, Wu Zhen emerged from the darkness. He had thought about looking for her in the past, but as a descendant of a clan, he obviously could not treat his life as a joke and go to the forest where the White Lotus Mother might appear. Afterwards, he felt like she was dead for sure, so he stopped thinking about it. When he heard that he had returned, he hurried over to see him and greeted him with an unnatural expression. Qian Rongji glanced at Chu Tian and smiled. "Brother Wu, you've come." Seeing how she did not blame him at all, Wu Zhen felt even more ashamed. When he heard that she had lost her 100 treasures pouch, he also gave her some spiritual stones and pills in a hurry. As a descendant of a clan, he was still very well off in this aspect. He was even wealthier than Han Qiongji. Chu Tian said a few words of jealousy to her, and the two of them parted on bad terms. Qian Rongji let out a heavy sigh. She could not swallow the food that was right by her mouth, which was quite a pity. If only the world could be a little more chaotic. So chaotic that no one would care even if someone died. Qian Rongji was not a prominent figure, but she was extremely popular in the 100 schools of thought. In the next few days, people would come to visit her, not just from the school of legalism. There were quite a few disciples from other schools too, and none of them came empty-handed. Her 100 treasures pouch began to swell again. Everyone said that ever since junior sister Qian had returned, her bearing had changed drastically. She had become even more beautiful and enchanting. However, no one knew that every night, when it was quiet, she would lock herself up completely and begin her routine journey to hell. Under the nourishment of pain, the colorful, venomous snake was growing bit by bit. Summer passed and autumn came. Li Qingshan woke up in the bamboo loft. His true qi had already gradually reached the peak of the 7th layer. Before long, he would be able to break through again. All he saw was Little and staring at him with wide eyes. Li Qingshan smiled. "Stop staring. Go conduct the morning classes, or your master will start nagging me again." Ever since the Buddhist Dharma assembly, she had been in charge of the morning classes in the Antsrava temple. Afterwards, she would allocate the tasks for the Buddhist disciples for the day. This was obviously the one thought master's arrangement, and it was the job of the primary disciple in the first place, so she could not shirk it. However, there were many benefits as well. She had already earned quite a lot of pills for Li Qingshan from the one thought master. Li Qingshan did not just treat her as a child laborer. Practicing a high-level ability like the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty placed the most emphasis on the cultivation of the mind. This was not something that could be resolved by reading a few Buddhist scriptures or conducting a Dharma assembly. It required her to accumulate it bit by bit in her daily life. A flower was a world, a leaf was a Bodhi tree. Li Qingshan had grown accustomed to her, so he was rather reluctant to part with her. However, upon further thought, he treated it as sending a child to school. With her identity as the primary disciple, coming into contact with a few more people and matters would definitely bring great benefits to her future cultivation. After Little and left, Li Qingshan sat there for a while longer. He neither cultivated nor practiced martial arts. All he did was empty his mind and think about nothing. It was equivalent to waking up early and brushing his teeth and washing his face. Only then did he emerge from the room. The sky was already bright. 2 children played around in the bamboo forest as they swept up the fallen leaves with a broom. They were both second-layer qi practitioners. They channeled their true qi into the broom, and with a wave of their hands, they kicked up a fierce gust of wind. Even the bamboo forest swayed gently. The two of them directly began fighting with their brooms. It was actually extremely methodical. They called out, "I'm the second senior brother, and you're the little junior brother." Suddenly, they saw Li Qingshan emerge and lowered their heads in a hurry. They said politely, "First senior brother." Before the next entrance examination, the School of Novels had a new disciple. After a period of nurturing, the children selected from various places were given the opportunity to choose their schools. The 2 children chose the School of Novels. They both cultivated the water element, and their talent was nothing special. However, they made Lu Chuanfeng so happy that he could not close his mouth for a few days. This continued until the school of novels finally prospered in his hands. Li Qingshan was finally no longer alone. He patted them on the head. "Stop fooling around. Go and study." The older child said, "We still have to sweep the floor." The other child added, "If we don't sweep it clean, master will scold us." Li Qingshan knew that Lu Chuanfeng was enjoying being a master. In the past, this place was littered with fallen leaves. When had he ever seen him care? He also liked the two children very much, so he said with a smile, "I'll help you sweep." A crystalline water dragon flew out of his hand and swept away all the fallen leaves, revealing the cobblestone path below. The two children cheered, their faces filled with admiration. When could they be as powerful as eldest senior brother? "Ah Jun, Ah Xing, you're done sweeping the floor. Get over here." Lu Chuanfeng's authoritative voice sounded from the bamboo loft. "Yes, master." Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. He watched as they skipped over. Ever since they came, Lu Chuanfeng seemed to have changed into a different person. He put on the dignity of a master. "Qingshan, come back early too," Lu Chuanfeng said. Li Qingshan also said, "Yes, master." Lu Chuanfeng stroked his beard in satisfaction. He looked inside his body. The divine talisman of great creation was shining. The amount of wish power he had accumulated was unprecedented. He had been stuck at the 10th layer of qi refinement for many years. Now, he finally had some confidence to touch the door to foundation establishment. What was the most important thing for a school? It had to be a foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, no matter how famous they were, they would be looked down upon. The school of novels still had to rely on him, the head of the school. In order to save wish power in preparation for foundation establishment, he could no longer bear to transform into a woman. With two young disciples around, he could not afford to lose face. When Li Qingshan arrived outside the island, he saw Li Long working there. Thanks to the various crops he had planted, Li Qingshan was able to pacify Millipede in the insect sack. He greeted him with a smile and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan turned into a small dot and landed on Great War Island. Only then did Li Long lower his head and continue tending to the herb garden. Among the many crops, spiritual herbs were the most difficult to grow. They had extremely high requirements for various environments. However, the process of growing them was also the most beneficial for the disciples of the School of Agriculture. Li Long had cleared out a small piece of land on Cloudwisp Island, which was rich in spiritual qi. He tried to grow a few medicinal herbs that were easy to grow. Although he did not know the results, his horticultural skills and qi refinement cultivation had clearly improved. He would soon be able to advance further. As long as he did not lack wealth, companions, methods, and land, the first few layers of qi refinement were relatively easy to break through. On the practice field, Li Qingshan's fist whistled through the air, smashing towards Han Tie's face. Han Tie's body spun like a spinning top, the spear in his hand turning into a rolling black dragon that swept towards Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan snickered. He did not care about his lower body at all. His fists changed, transforming into layers of afterimages. To the surrounding military disciples, it looked like several dozen fists had struck out at once, covering the sky and covering the earth as they headed towards Han Tie's face. "Who said I can't touch your face?" he shouted, "Pay up." Legends of the Great Sage, Squinting Eyes Face, readers are welcome to log in. Read the full text. Han Tie abandoned his spear without hesitation and accurately caught Li Qingshan's fists amidst the afterimages of the fists. Both of their feet sank deep into the ground, causing it to crack. After a few rounds of fighting, the two separated, both panting slightly. Li Qingshan had to admit that the school of the military was worthy of being called the school of combat, and Han Tie was worthy of being the top student of the school of the military. Li Qingshan had already used ocean brawling to the extreme, but he still couldn't touch Han Tie's face. He could always rely on exquisite moves to turn danger into victory. Moreover, in his human form, his body refining technique was still inferior to Han Tie, a 10th layer qi practitioner. His qi refining technique was even worse. When they fought, he was beaten up more often. His brother-in-law wasn't easy to deal with. Xianxia was even more surprised. Every single layer of Qi practitioner was a tremendous difference. In particular, the 10th layer and the first 9 layers were worlds apart. The moves that should have been able to vanquish the enemy only left behind a small wound when they landed on Liqingshan. Moreover, his endurance was startling. Although he had never been defeated, he would drag Xianxia into a bitter battle every single time. Liqingshan rested for a while and caught his breath. Seeing the sun in the sky, he said, "Hey, it's time to eat." The military disciples all responded, "Eat. Eat." After freeloading lunch at the school of the military, Liqingshan and Xianxia chatted at the side of the training field. Now, Liqingshan would come to the school of the military every morning to train and familiarize himself with the use of battle techniques. The two of them admired each other, and with their relationship with Han Xiongji, they had become good friends. "It's getting late. I'm going to Benevolence Island." Liqingshan looked at the sky and stood up. The afternoon was the time to learn how to refine pills. When he arrived at Benevolence Island, Xian said that he had to focus on cultivation for the next few days and wanted him to refine a furnace of pills. With the jade coiling dragon carving furnace given to him by Han Xiongji, Liqingshan's success rate in concocting pills had greatly increased. His skills in concocting pills were growing day by day. After all, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. Liqingshan wasn't in a hurry. He went to Contention Island to accept a few alchemy missions and began to concoct pills. At dusk, after a busy day of work in cultivation, Han Xiongji declined the invitation of several colleagues to go out and have fun and came to accompany Liqingshan to refine pills for a while. She brought some food for him and flirted with him. Alchemy was very time-consuming, but it was not like smithing, where one had to be focused at all times without the slightest bit of relaxation. Most of the time, they would play the role of a boiler worker, so powerful alchemists would often hire a few alchemy boys to help them look after their pill furnaces. Although Liqingshan did not have such conditions, he had the company of a beautiful woman. He didn't feel bored. At night, Han Xiongji left, and returned. She mentioned that Qian Rongji had broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He came to find her today. He talked with her for a while. Cold stars filled the night sky, but they were quickly chased away by the red sun rising from the east. The cycle repeated itself. In the blink of an eye, another winter snow fell. Liqingshan's skill in concocting pills continued to rise, but he began to feel anxious instead. The deeper his understanding of alchemy, the more he felt its profoundness. It was not as simple as he had imagined at the start, where he could casually learn for a year or so, then refine large amounts of true spirit pills and exchange them for cultivation pills. In reality, this process was filled with difficulties. The first step was to gather spirit herbs. Even though the spirit herbs used to refine true spirit pills were far inferior to blue butterfly flowers, they were still extremely rare. He had to first use a large number of spirit stones. To refine all of the blue butterfly flowers into true spirit pills, he would need to spend at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Among them, there were 1 or 2 that were practically priceless. They were in the hands of alchemists, who wanted to use them to refine other high-grade pills. If he wanted to buy them, he would have to spend at least 1 or 2 times the price. After causing such a huge commotion, everyone would know what he wanted to do. Never underestimate the intelligence of other cultivators. Then came the second step, refinement. Alchemy was not that simple. Although he had a powerful tool like the jade-coiled dragon sculpted furnace in his hands, to refine true spirit pills, he would have to spend at least a few months to learn. After learning, he would just barely be able to refine them, but the success rate would definitely be pitifully low. In other words, a large number of precious medicinal herbs would be wasted. If he wanted to increase the success rate, it was very simple. He just had to spend another 2 or 3 years learning. However, whether or not he could succeed was still a different matter. If he could casually refine high-grade pills like true spirit pills after learning for 2 or 3 years, refining one furnace after another, then the streets would be filled with alchemists. The last step was to sell them. Even if he ignored all the previous problems and refined a large number of true spirit pills, how would he sell them and exchange them for cultivation pills? This was not a game. He just had to find a store, pull it up, and click the mouse. First of all, he had to conceal his identity. However, that meant that the price would inevitably be lowered, and he might even be blackmailed. A man's wealth was his own ruin. A batch of true spirit pills that could cultivate foundation establishment cultivators meant that many foundation establishment cultivators who usually looked very kind and amiable might change their appearance. Can I trust you? Li Qingshan casually asked. In Ru Xian's alchemy room, Ru Xian was teaching Li Qingshan how to refine a furnace of fragrance-containing pills. It could be considered a relatively high-grade pill, but it was not used for cultivation. Taking fragrance-containing pills could cause one's body to have a strange fragrance. Recently, it was very popular among female cultivators. This time, it was not a mission from the 100 schools of thought, but Ru Xian's work. During a boring interval, the two of them were too lazy to joke around. Li Qingshan quietly listened to the sound of snowflakes falling on the roof. He didn't look at Ru Xian, but stared at the wall as if he were thinking about something. Why are you suddenly asking this? Ru Xian turned her head. Li Qingshan looked into Ru Xian's eyes. Answer me. Ru Xian's clear black and white eyes swiveled around, as if thinking about why Li Qingshan was asking this. She looked at the beam and said, I don't know either. Although we've known each other for so long, you seem to be shrouded in a mysterious veil that I can't see through. Li Qingshan said. After knowing each other for so long, they joked around and talked about everything, but he had never heard her talk about her background. Even if she did mention it, she would immediately change the topic. That's really too much of a coincidence. Ru Xian stared at Li Qingshan. In her heart, wasn't Li Qingshan the same? Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, Li Qingshan smiled. Then, his smile was like a mirror image reflected on her face. Yes, they both had secrets that couldn't be divulged, but even if they were friends, there was no need for them to share all of their secrets. Have you refined a true spirit pill before? I haven't. If there's a chance, I'd like to try, Ru Xian said calmly. The most important spirit herb of a true spirit pill was a spirit herb. Blue butterfly flowers were nearly extinct. There weren't too many people who had refined them. Li Qingshan opened his palm, and a shimmering blue butterfly fluttered in the air. It flew in front of Ru Xian. Then come and try it. Ru Xian stretched out her hand, letting that blue butterfly of light land on her fingertip. She exclaimed in surprise, it really is a blue butterfly flower. I've only seen it in books. I didn't think you'd actually have it. No wonder you painstakingly cultivated the art of alchemy. So it was to refine a true spirit pill. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. No, not one. Ru Xian's mouth opened slightly. Blue butterflies of light fluttered in the alchemy room. Dozens, hundreds, even more, they rendered the alchemy room magnificent and beautiful. But in her heart, she was thinking about exchanging them for spirit stones. Could they fill up this alchemy room? After a long time, Ru Xian finally came back to her senses. She looked deeply at Li Qingshan, and her eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. Thank you for your trust. His eyes flickered. Li Qingshan said, I also had no choice. After I finish refining them, I can give you 30%. This number. It made Ru Xian's heart beat fiercely. Not to mention anything else, with this amount of true spirit pills, she could immediately start breaking through to the foundation building realm. It was Li Qingshan's next words that made Ru Xian calm down. You're in charge of collecting the other spiritual herbs. You're in charge of refining them. Finally, you're in charge of helping me exchange them for medicinal pills for cultivation. It'd be best if they're Dao accumulation pills. Most importantly, you're in charge of keeping it a secret. I believe you understand this even without me telling you. Of course I understand. Ru Xian smiled slightly. Once the news is leaked, I might even lose my life. Is that so? Li Qingshan's situation wasn't as serious as she imagined. After all, this was still an orderly and prosperous age of peace. He just didn't want people to think of the underground. Ru Xian said, the 100 schools of thought isn't as safe as you think. The patriarchs might not do anything to us, but what if there's pressure from above? Isn't the reason why you're afraid of working with the Han family because they're too powerful, while I'm all by myself? Li Qingshan could not help but admit this. He could trust Han Qiongji, but he could not trust the entire Han family. Ru Xian did not come from an aristocratic family. Her past was a blank slate. It was said that she was not even a part of the Clear River Prefecture. Even her current master, the leader of the School of Medicine, Hua Xiai, was a strange, solitary old man. This meant that once this matter was exposed, even Ru Xian would not be able to keep the true spirit pills. Apologies. This is a matter of great importance. I can't trust anyone completely. If it were not for the past few months, Li Qingshan would never have been bold enough to trust her like this. I can understand. If you really are someone who trusts others so easily, I'll instead look down on you. I'll tell you a secret too. Ru Xian took out a pill cauldron from her 100 treasures pouch. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron. Li Qingshan blurted out. This was not a regular supreme-grade spiritual artifact, but a rare pill cauldron, and the shape of the pill cauldron was extremely strange. At first glance, it seemed more like a cauldron. The patterns on it were complicated. Through his recent days of studying alchemy, he could tell with a single glance that this was not a creation of the Green Province, but the Mist Province further south. However, Li Qingshan did not expose this. The people of the Mist Province had always been denounced as barbarians by the people of the Green Province. Although they were both under the rule of Great Xia, the conflict between the two vassal states had never stopped over the past millennia. Their borders were heavily guarded, and the Hawkwolf Guard had always suffered the most losses. The two vassal kings had grievances with each other. If it were not for the suppression of the imperial court, they would have declared war a long time ago. Was Ru Xian a spy from the Mist Province? How could Ru Xian not guess that the blue butterfly flowers came from underground? There were only a handful of organizations that possessed fields of blue butterfly flowers, and they were protected by numerous formations. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could forget about plucking a single flower, so how did a measly Qi practitioner manage to venture so deep underground? Before they knew it, the two of them had revealed a little of their secrets to each other, but neither of them had any intentions of delving into it. Their hearts seemed to grow closer as well. Ru Xian added, I've accumulated quite a lot of spiritual herbs on me too. A few of them can be used to refine true spirit pills, so there's no need for you to go out of your way to collect them. Li Qingshan smiled. What a coincidence. In the end, the two of them gathered 7 spiritual herbs for refining true spirit pills. Li Qingshan used 2, while Ru Xian used 5. There was an extremely large quantity of them all. Needless to say, they all clearly possessed the special characteristics of the underground and the Mist Province. Most of the spiritual herbs that came from these two places were relatively more precious. The remaining spiritual herbs were collected by Ru Xian. As the primary disciple of the School of Medicine, she was in charge of the medicinal storehouse of the School of Medicine. It was not difficult for her to retrieve some spiritual herbs in the name of refining other pills. In the afternoon of the next day, Li Qingshan arrived at the alchemy room again. Ru Xian took out another formation scroll. She set down the formation and ensured that no one could discover this place. Li Qingshan asked, How is it? Ru Xian said sternly, My master already knows about this? What? Li Qingshan was surprised and furious. He took a step forward and grabbed her shoulder. I'm just joking. Oi, it hurts. Ru Xian frowned slightly. She was like a goddess cradling her heart, sorrowful and moving. Li Qingshan became even more vexed. This shameless woman. However, he relaxed his grip. Their faces were inches away from each other. After separating yesterday, they had both guessed each other's identities for a very long time. In the past few months, they had not had any physical contact at all. Now, they suddenly felt rather awkward. Li Qingshan let go of her shoulder. This isn't the time to joke around. Ru Xian said, I'm just telling you to relax a little. Don't act like you're a thief. Li Qingshan said, I'm not a thief. I'm committing adultery. Ru Xian put her arm around Li Qingshan's shoulder with a smile. That's not impossible. I like rich men the most. Why don't you kick the first young Miss Han? Don't forget to take back the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms. Give it to me, and I'll give you the pill cauldron I normally use as compensation. She normally used a high-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron too. Li Qingshan said, don't even think about it. Hurry up and take back the spiritual herbs. Why are there so few? Ru Xian said, it's already enough for the beginning. If you take too much at once, people will notice something amiss. Take it slowly. Li Qingshan expressed his understanding. Ru Xian said, then, let's begin. Oh right, what's the name of your cauldron? Crystal Granule Cauldron. Ru Xian shrank the crystal granule cauldron to the size of a palm. Then, according to the order, she placed the spiritual herbs one by one inside first. Finally, she placed a blue butterfly flower. The first time was purely for the purpose of experimenting and accumulating experience. Her goal was only a true spirit pill. She basically had no hopes of success. Ru Xian sat cross-legged with a focused expression. She no longer had the relaxed and casual look she usually had when refining pills. Li Qingshan didn't dare to disturb her at the side. He meditated and cultivated at the side. After more than 4 hours, the pill cauldron opened, and a strange fragrance filled the air. I succeeded by a fluke. Here. Ru Xian smiled and took out a purple pill from the pill cauldron. It was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Li Qingshan took her hand. This is yours. He shook it lightly. It's a pleasure working with you. However, the second furnace of pills failed, and a blue butterfly flower was wasted. Ru Xian couldn't help but sigh softly. On the other hand, Li Qingshan's expression was normal because the blue butterfly flower had come too easily. He said, just continue. This made Ru Xian sigh. Rich people were indeed different. However, I'll go back and rest for a while. I'll recover my spirit and organize my thoughts. We'll continue tomorrow. Ru Xian put away the crystal granule cauldron and removed the spirit formation. She suddenly smiled. If you still don't go out, eldest young Miss Han might really think we're committing adultery. I almost forgot. I'll see you tomorrow then. Li Qingshan made his way out of the alchemy room, but he sighed over the fact that he had made the right choice. With Ru Xian's many years of alchemy coupled with a supreme-grade spiritual artifact cauldron, the current success rate was only 50%. If a dabbler like Li Qingshan were to refine it, the success rate would probably be less than 10%. Han Xianxia was waiting by the lake. It was currently snowing lightly, and the sky had already darkened. She asked in confusion, what took you so long today? Li Qingshan was rather apologetic. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Refining pills took some time. You must have waited for quite some time. Where do you want to go today? Today, she wore a bright red hooded cloak with a white, velvet collar. She was like a red flame in the snowy sky, warming his heart. The world of the two of them after a busy day was what they both loved the most. Their footprints had stopped at the 100 schools of thought and the prefectural city of Clear River a long time ago. They had left their footprints in all the beautiful places in the surroundings. Han Xiongji's face reddened slightly. Let's go sightseeing. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Sightseeing had already become a special signal for them. The white reeds stretched for 5 kilometers. The snowflakes in the sky blanketed the surroundings. A small boat was docked in the uninhabited reeds. It rippled gently, and the enchanting panting of a woman could be vaguely heard. A thick, embroidered blanket covered the cabin, and the red cloak was casually tossed to one side. Li Qingshan leaned against Han Xiongji, kissing the woman he loved deeply. His left arm wrapped around her body, kneading her left breast through her clothes. His right hand slid across her body recklessly, from her round thigh to her perky bottom. The coldness in the air could not affect the passion in their hearts. Unwilling to be obstructed by the layer of clothes, Li Qingshan extended his hand into her clothes. Han Xiongji immediately grabbed his hand. Her eyes were like water, and she looked at him with a smile. Pervert. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately again. She felt a hot big hand sliding into her clothes and holding her plump breasts. She let out a muffled moan. The soft breasts were like water in his hand, but they were full of wonderful elasticity. Li Qingshan changed their shapes according to his will, or fiddled with the two slightly hard red beans. But he soon felt dissatisfied. The narrow space seemed to not allow for more. He wanted to see what they looked like with his own eyes. If it was in the past, she would have stopped this greedy action, but today seemed to be a little different. Under Li Qingshan's surprised gaze, Han Xiongji propped herself up and took off her clothes one by one. Only when there was only a red undergarment left did she stop. She turned her head away with a red face. Do it yourself. A large area of snow-white skin appeared in front of Li Qingshan's eyes. That waist was as slender as he felt, and the deep ravine attracted his attention even more. What's wrong? Han Xiongji did not wait for the action she expected. All she saw was Li Qingshan holding her face with a face full of concern. She felt a little warm in her heart. Don't think too much. I wanted to tell you later, but I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a period of time. Legend of the Great Sage, Squinting Eyes Face. Welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. You want to break through to the 10th layer of Qi practitioner? Li Qingshan immediately understood. She had been stuck at the 9th layer of Qi practitioner for a very long time. Opening the 12 standard meridians was much more complicated than opening the 8 extraordinary meridians. It required absolute focus, so Qi practitioners would usually choose to enter seclusion to break through. Yeah. You even said you wanted to catch up to me. Han Xiongji pouted, but her face was full of smiles. How long will it take? At least a few months. Han Xiongji pondered. That meant they wouldn't be able to see each other for a few months. I'll let you take advantage of me today. Han Xiongji propped herself up with her hands. Her delicate collarbones seemed thin, but the pair of jade rabbits on her chest seemed even fuller, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Li Qingshan relaxed and said with a smile, then I'll do as you say. He reached behind her and undid the knot. The fiery red tube top slid down, revealing 2 lumps of snow-white skin that stood proudly like they were carved from jade. There were also the 2 bright red spots that Li Qingshan dreamed of. Han Xiongji didn't hide her embarrassment like other women. She maintained her original posture, but she turned her head away, leaving Li Qingshan with a delicate and shy side profile. Her jade cheeks were rosy, making her seem especially elegant. However, Li Qingshan's desire was slightly quelled. He admired her half-naked body. She was like a goddess carved from marble. Every single curve was perfect, giving him a feeling that he couldn't profane her. Han Xiongji bit her lower lip. Compared to his warm and wanton hands, his gaze seemed to be more embarrassing. She said in annoyance, have you seen enough? I won't be able to see enough for a lifetime. As he said that, Li Qingshan wrapped his arms around her and kissed her red lips. He licked and kissed her soft neck, then slowly moved down to kiss her delicate collarbone, leaving behind a faint trail of water. In the end, he buried his head in her cleavage until he found that red bean. He gently bit it. Han Xiongji let out a soft cry. She twisted his ear and panted, are you, a child? Li Qingshan looked up and said with a smile, I'm not. I can give you one. At the same time, he fiddled with her ample bosom, admiring the changes in her shape as he wished. Her supple bosom seemed to overflow from between his fingers. As soon as he loosened his grip, it returned to its perfect shape. I don't want to. I hate children the most. Han Xiongji said stubbornly. However, if he really wanted her, he would have to wait until she reached the foundation establishment stage. She suddenly felt a little surprised. A year ago, no. Half a year ago, she had never thought of bearing a child for a man. Now, she was seriously considering this question. This feeling. It was as if she was possessed. She patted Li Qingshan's face and said, bad guy, did you drug me or use some kind of charm on me? Li Qingshan said, that's why I've always been suspicious. I, Li Qingshan, am a great man with a heart of stone. I can have any woman I want, yet I just have to be charmed by a little girl like you. I even have to hold back my anger so that I can preserve my chastity for you. It really doesn't make sense. Han Xiongji was both annoyed and amused. She had never seen such a shameless person who took advantage of her while at the same time. At the same time, he complained that he couldn't attract bees and butterflies. However, when she thought about it carefully, she felt a bit moved. Men in the current era, even if they were mortals, would have 3 wives and 4 concubines if they had a bit of money. Cultivators were even more free to do whatever they wanted. How many of the male cultivators in the 100 schools of thought hadn't gone to the brothel to have fun? It was even more common for them to have concubines outside. This was something worth boasting about between men. Although she didn't like Begonia, every time the disciples of the school of legalism gathered, they still had to go to the brothel and each had their own woman. No one felt that there was anything wrong with that, including her. It wasn't until she fell in love with him that she realized the jealousy of women. She wanted nothing more than to lock him up by her side and not allow other women to even glance at him. And he really did comply with her request. Over the past few months with her, no matter how much he desired her, he never forced her to do it as long as she didn't allow it. She always felt very different when she was with him compared to when she was with other men. Actually, Xianxia had only been influenced by the beliefs of his past life. No matter how much he wanted to have several wives and concubines, he would still be tolerant when he met the woman he loved. Moreover, he was controlled by the spirit turtle's method of suppression, or he would have lost his self-control long ago. In his past life, he had been called a male chauvinist beyond redemption, but in this life, he had instead become a good man. Sure enough, the environment determined one's beliefs. Whatever. My life will be ruined by a woman like you. Xianxia lowered his head and kissed her. Han Xiongji raised her hand to block his lips. Han Xiongji said, why should I be the only one to take it off? That's hard to say. Xianxia smiled. In just a few moments, he had stripped completely. His well-defined body was filled with pressure. I didn't ask you to take it off. Han Xiongji called out, but she could not help but admire him. She rubbed his chest in great satisfaction. She glanced down and saw the main culprit who always clung to her angrily pointing at her. She pushed him aside casually and said in annoyance, you're so ugly. Xianxia felt his entire body burn with lust. He suddenly pressed her down and whispered in her ear, you won't be saying that very soon. I've already taken it off now, so it's a little unfair. He extended his hand to take off her dress. Not right now. Han Xiongji knew what he wanted to do, so she grabbed his hand in a hurry. Once I emerge from seclusion, you can ask for my father's hand in marriage. When the time comes, I'll give you everything. When she reached the end, she could not help but lower her head in embarrassment, dropping it to her chest. Xianxia looked pleasantly surprised. He cupped her cheek and said, Xiongji. Han Xiongji said, don't be happy too early. My father might not agree yet. Xianxia said, with a good son-in-law like me, he can't wait to be happy. How could he not agree? Even if he doesn't agree, can you not agree? That's hard to say. I might not have. You're still doing it. Han Xiongji said. Suddenly, she felt Xianxia taking off her panties again. Xianxia said, I'm just appreciating it in advance. You can't be that you won't even satisfy your fiancé's request, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely wait until our wedding night, then I'll turn you into a woman. How could Han Xiongji refuse this man who was about to become her husband? She could only tap the tip of his nose and said in a weak voice, we've already agreed. You're not allowed to go back on your word. Xianxia smiled faintly and lifted her up. He grabbed the edge of her skirt and pulled it down, revealing her soft, snow-white buttocks. Han Xiongji did not even have time to leave behind her last line of defense. In the blink of an eye, he had stripped her like a white sheep. Both of their hearts trembled. Although they had already hugged countless times, this time was completely different from the past. The bronze and Snow White were tightly pressed against each other. One was as hard as iron and the other was as soft as cotton, as if they were about to merge into one. Han Xiongji hugged him tightly, her chest pressed tightly against his chest. She listened to his powerful heartbeat and felt his firm buttocks firmly pressed against hers. His large, rough hand gently slid across her satin-like back. A burning heat suddenly rose. At this moment, if he really wanted her, she could not refuse and could only be at his mercy. Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly let go of his hand. With great difficulty, as if he was cutting off a piece of flesh from his body, he placed her on the brocade couch and said, "Let me take a good look at you." Han Xianxia felt a wave of disappointment and loss. She was almost reluctant to part. She wanted him to continue hugging her like this, no matter what he did. Li Qingshan was admiring her body in admiration. Her entire body was slender and well-proportioned, especially the places that should be plump. They were extremely plump, sexy, and enchanting to the extreme. No matter how generous Han Xianxia was, at this moment, she could not help but feel shy. Her straight and slender legs were curled up. There was not even half a bit of manliness left. It was as if she was waiting for her husband to come. That night, their date lasted for a long time. Once they thought about how they would soon be separated and not seeing each other again for several months, neither of them was willing to pay attention to the passage of time. It was not until early morning the next day that they reluctantly helped each other put on their clothes. Li Qingshan personally sent her to the cave where she would be in closed-door meditation. Looking at the cave's door closed, he almost could not resist the urge to go into closed-door meditation with her. But he shook his head and dispelled this thought. He was afraid that by the time they came out of closed-door meditation, they would already have a child. How could they still cultivate in peace? Last night, at the end of their passionate entanglement, she saw that he was holding back pitifully. She did not have time to be bashful and boldly used her hand to help him. And then she sternly warned him that while she was in closed-door meditation, he was not allowed to have an affair, otherwise, this plaything would belong to her. It was only then did Li Qingshan realize her conspiracy. He laughed and said, "If you want me not to have an affair, just relying on these methods is not enough." His eyes fixed on her tender, bright red lips. Han Xianxia immediately understood what he meant. How could she agree? She bluntly said that only brothel girls would do that. She scolded him for being insatiable, for being ungrateful and violating justice. In the end, Li Qingshan settled for the next best thing. He took pleasure in her soft breasts, and in the end, he even dirted her face, so she complained for a long time. Li Qingshan could see that after confirming their relationship, she was actually very bold in this aspect. He thought that she used to often go to the brothel to play, so under the influence of what she saw and heard, she might know more things than he did. When the time came, he would coax her to try it out properly, so that his transmigration would not be in vain. He was already looking forward to married life. As for Han Xianxia's warning, he did not take it to heart at all. At this very moment, how could there be room for other people in his heart? Even Gu Yening had to step aside. After returning to Cloud Wisp Island to inform Little and Li Qingshan went straight to Rinxin Island. In Ru Xian's pill room, Han Xianxia was not there, so he could concentrate on concocting medicinal pills. He thought that when she broke through to the 10th layer of the ore refining realm, she would also need Jinling Dan when she entered the foundation building realm. At a time like this, he had never considered that the first miss of the Han family would never need him to provide her with pills. He was only doing it for her own good. Ru Xian smiled as soon as she saw Li Qingshan. "You still look like you're in love. Looks like you had quite a good night last night. Don't tell me you've already ruined the young miss of the Han family? How could that be? But I'll probably be married in a few months." Li Qingshan smiled from ear to ear. He had held back this news time and time again, but in the end, he could not help but reveal it to Ru Xian, who shared a great secret with him. Ru Xian's heart skipped a beat. She said sorrowfully, "Then I really do need to congratulate you. It's just a pity for me. I spent the entire night before the cauldron, thinking about refining pills. Everyone close to me cares about me." Li Qingshan smiled. "Senior sister, if you want a man, you can line up from here all the way to Clear River City." Ru Xian took a step forward and placed her hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder gently. The light in her eyes flickered. "It's a pity that what I want already belongs to someone else. P.S. Originally, I wanted to write less about this, but by the time I returned to my senses, I've already written a lot. I stopped myself right at the brink of the cliff in a hurry. It's a sloppy start, but a weak finish. A process like this is essential for the development of their relationship. If you like it, just treat it as a bonus. If you don't, just skip it. Your support is my greatest motivation." Li Qingshan gazed at her gentle face that completely differed from Han Xiangji's and was left speechless for a moment. He felt rather complacent, but also rather awkward. If it were in the past, he could take advantage of this opportunity to tease her a little, but that was difficult to say now. He thought, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, Xiangji has only just entered secluded cultivation. You can't do anything that will let her down, so I have to say a few things to make Ru Xian give up. Don't tell me you think I'm talking about you. A mischievous smile that Li Qingshan was familiar with appeared on Ru Xian's face. Of course not. I won't. Li Qingshan brushed her hand away in exasperation. He eased up inside, but he also felt a hint of disappointment for some reason. He was unable to tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Was that a joke earlier, or a test? Or perhaps, she really did have someone she loved a long time ago, which was why she had never accepted a single man's confession of love in the past few years. Was that man in the Mist Province? He immediately thought of a tattooed barbarian man with a blue cloth wrapped around his head, standing on a mountain with a child in his arms, gazing north at the mother of his child. He shivered all over. Why did he find it rather familiar, and he felt rather displeased too? As he thought of that, Ru Xian had already drifted away. She closed the door and set up the formation, making all preparations for adultery. She was as graceful as a white ghost. Looking at her graceful figure, she did not seem like she had ever had a child. Li Qingshan nodded. Ru Xian said, Oi, what are you standing there for? Did you eject your brains out last night? Take out the blue butterfly flower. Li Qingshan felt like he had been struck by lightning. He was tongue-tied. Is that something you're supposed to say? Is that something you're supposed to say? Ru Xian said in disdain, isn't it just something between a man and a woman? I know more than you, little boy. Li Qingshan could not help but take a step back. He had heard that the barbarian women of the Mist Province were extremely liberal in this aspect. He thought of a group of tattooed men with white cloth wrapped around their heads. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked to the north. Ru Xian blushed as if she could read his mind. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm a doctor. Li Qingshan joked, I didn't say anything. Ru Xian's expression froze. Thinking about it, what he thought had nothing to do with her. She directly took out the crystal burner. Stop talking nonsense. I'll let you see the results of my research last night. Li Qingshan took out a blue butterfly flower, but Ru Xian raised 3 slender fingers. 3. Li Qingshan asked. Doubtfully, are you confident? Of course. 10 hours later. A muffled sound came from the furnace. The concoction had failed. In the face of Li Qingshan's disdainful gaze, Ru Xian straightened her hair without changing her expression. It was an accident. Do you want to continue? Li Qingshan asked. Now, the success rate had dropped to 20%. Ru Xian was roused too. Of course. Give me another one. Li Qingshan passed another 3 blue butterfly flowers to her. Since you're confident, let's continue. Ru Xian's eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid I'll ruin it again? Then let's continue. It's not like I'm the only one losing anyway, said Li Qingshan. He would not doubt those he used, and he would not hire those he doubted. There was no better choice than her in the entire 100 schools of thought. Then give me 5. Ru Xian propped herself up and took a step forward with her left foot. She knelt on the cushion on one knee and rolled up her right sleeve. She revealed her slender, jade-like arm and placed it on the crystal resin furnace. She was like a female dealer in a casino, holding the dice cup boldly and shouting, place your bets. Li Qingshan called her a barbarian inside and passed the 5 blue butterfly flowers to her. Afterwards, he stared straight at the crystal resin cauldron like a gambler who had placed a huge bet. However, he found it boring very soon, so he shifted his gaze to Ru Xian. After staring at it for a while, she glared at him. He looked away and felt bored, so he simply sat down to cultivate. The night passed, and the sky brightened. The furnace was opened, and auspicious light flowed around. Ru Xian took out the 5 true spirit pills and smiled. It's done. Li Qingshan also revealed a relieved smile. Do you want to continue? Ru Xian said, continue. This time, there were 7 flowers. Concocting pills did not mean that the fewer the ingredients, the better it was. It was just like cooking. If the ingredients were too small, it would be extremely difficult to control the heat and taste. Moreover, it would also waste time and energy. Of course, it did not mean that the more ingredients, the better. A big pot of rice would never be able to compare to a small stove. It did not matter if the food tasted bad, but if the pills were bad, it meant that their effects would be greatly reduced, and they would not be able to unleash their own medicinal properties. The amount of control was related to the skill of the pill refiner and the quality of the furnace. With Ru Xian's level, it was best to refine 12 true spirit pills in one furnace. With Li Qingshan's unrestrained support, she very quickly reached this level. However, this also meant that if she failed, she would lose 100,000 spirit stones. Every time she opened the furnace, it was like a huge gamble. In this process, Li Qingshan could also be considered to have seen the other side of Ru Xian with his own eyes. That kind of courageous gambler, and it just so happened that she won the gamble. The success rate very quickly climbed to more than 90%, exceeding Li Qingshan's best imagination, and even exceeding Ru Xian's own imagination. A few days passed, and after refining a few furnaces of pills in succession, Ru Xian was already a little tired. However, the two of them did not say that they would stop. Under the intense pressure, Ru Xian was like a gambler who had lost all her fortune, and suddenly started winning. Then, she could not stop. Her whole person was in a kind of excited state, and her potential was completely stimulated. It seemed like even her luck had become better. In his previous life, Li Qingshan had experienced this kind of strange state before. It was like Jordan's decisive shot on the basketball court, which never missed. Now, every furnace that Ru Xian refined was a decisive shot. If she stopped now, she might not be able to reach such a high success rate again. Time passed, and snow covered the small path outside the alchemy room. The disciples of the School of Medicine walked past the door and could not help but shake their heads and sigh. In the past, she had only stayed with him for an afternoon, but now, it had already been half a month. When had the first senior sister ever spent so much time with a man? There was a lot of discussion among the academy. Li Qingshan had just sent the second senior sister of the School of Legalism into secluded cultivation, and then he had entered the first senior sister's alchemy room without coming out. Who knew what he was doing? What, refining pills? I don't care if you believe it or not. I just don't believe it. What kind of pill would take so long to refine without even resting? Some said that Ru Xian wanted to use this opportunity to steal him away. This was mostly what the female cultivators said. Li Qingshan had made quite a name for himself recently, so he still had some charm among the female cultivators. Some said that Li Qingshan knew a special technique, or how could he have bewitched the two renowned beauties of the academy? It had to be mentioned that the two of them had never been involved in such matters in the past. They had turned down countless admirers, so they had to ferret him out as soon as possible and bring him to justice. It went without saying that this was a rumor among the male cultivators. It was accompanied by gazes of envy, jealousy, and hatred, as well as expressions of grinding their teeth. It was not like Li Qingshan and Ru Xian had not considered a situation like this, but at a time like this, every successful cauldron of pills would be an income of over 100,000 spiritual stones. How could they care about anything else? It was not like they had done anything wrong, so they just let them talk. On this day, in the Grand Martial Arts Stadium, two military disciples discussed quietly, she still hasn't come out. It's already been 23 days. Poor senior sister Han. I really feel sorry for her. This Li Qingshan really is a bastard. Within their grief and indignation, there was also indescribable envy. Before they had even finished speaking, a black shadow arrived before them. A black dragon whistled through the air and lifted the two of them into the air, throwing them to the side of the stadium in the distance. Han Tie stowed his spear behind him and said coldly, "Didn't I tell you? When you're training, you're not allowed to whisper to each other. Swim 50 laps around the island." The two military disciples groaned inside. They had swum 50 laps, and they had lost half their lives. They knew that their first senior brother had been in a bad mood recently, so how could they dare to object? They clasped their fists and said, "As you wish." Han Tie's face was as cold as ice. After a moment of silence, he suddenly strode away from the stadium. "Tie, where are you going?" Han Anjuan looked down from the platform and frowned slightly. "I'm going to find Li Qingshan." Han Tie clasped his fist with his head lowered. Before Han Xiongji entered secluded cultivation, she had told him to keep an eye on Li Qingshan. He did not take it to heart originally, but he was forced to take action now. The military disciples who were training all slowed down and turned their heads. Li Qingshan was probably in trouble this time. "Do you think he's that kind of person? Is Ruexian that kind of person?" Han Anjuan said. "No," Han Tie said. He understood the temperaments of these two people very well. Even if they wanted to have an affair, there was no reason for it to be so blatant. However, he could not bear to hear others talking about Han Xiongji like that, as if they were treating her like a fool, even though her brain was sometimes not sharp enough. "Return to the team," Han Anjuan said. "As you wish." Han Tie could only return to the stadium and ruthlessly drill the military disciples. "Li Qingshan, get out here." On Benevolence Island, outside the alchemy room, Chu Tian was like an enraged bull, shouting loudly. Seeing that there was no response from inside, he went forward to push open the alchemy room's door. Immediately, a group of medical disciples rushed out to stop him. "The alchemy room is a restricted area, do not trespass." "Senior Ruexian is refining pills, fellow Chu, please go back." "You don't have to stop me." Chu Tian stepped forward, five-colored true qi appeared on his body, and forcefully barged in, slamming his palm on the alchemy room's door. The medical disciples did not really want to stop him, they were extremely curious about what Ruexian and Li Qingshan were doing inside, but at this moment, they were afraid to see a terrible scene. The door flashed, but it did not open. This time, it was not only Chu Tian, everyone's suspicions exploded. Refining pills in the 100 schools of thought still required a formation? At this moment, in the alchemy room, Ruexian had her eyes closed, concentrating on refining pills. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Li Qingshan cursed in his heart, and without saying another word, he immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Now was a critical moment. If he was not careful, he would waste 12 true pill, and that was not even counting. If someone barged in and found out that they were refining true pill, and saw Ruexian's auspicious beast furnace, then it would be even worse. Chu Tian pushed the door open, and became even more furious. Five-colored true qi gathered in his palm, and fiercely slammed down. The alchemy room's door suddenly opened, and a water spout rushed out, fiercely crashing into Chu Tian's body, directly blasting him away. P.S. I just realized that there was a new Alliance Master. I was really slow to realize it. It's not that I don't understand, but the world changes quickly. Congratulations to the Alliance Master of the Space of Names, I bow and express my thanks. The ripples dispersed, revealing Qingshan. His aura was surging. He was already in the 8th layer of Qi training. He was only one step away from the 8th layer, and since he had nothing to do recently, he cultivated almost every day and improved at a godly speed. Relying on his extremely pure innate qi, he naturally achieved a breakthrough without encountering any hindrance. Chu Tian, are you crazy? Li Qingshan's face was full of anger. The door to the alchemy room behind him was closed again, and no one could see what was going on inside. With the protection of the 5 elements, Chu Tian was unharmed. He steadied himself in midair and shouted, "You finally dare to come out. What are you doing in there? What did you do to senior sister Ruexian?" Seeing that Li Qingshan was in the 8th layer of Qi training, he was shocked. How could Li Qingshan's cultivation speed be so fast too? Li Qingshan said, "None of your business." Chu Tian said, "How is it none of my business? Senior sister Ruexian likes me, so her business is my business. If you know what's good for you, move aside. I don't want to fight you here. I'll teach you a lesson when we fight." She likes you? What kind of madness are you having? If you don't get out of here, I'll teach you a lesson right now. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed like a door god, showing that he would not budge. Cutting off someone's path to wealth was like killing their parents. Li Qingshan was filled with murderous intent. However, he frowned. Chu Tian had reached the 9th level of qi refining in such a short time. The speed at which his cultivation base rose was shocking, and his aura grew more and more powerful. It would be difficult to defeat him, let alone stop him. The spell formation would not be able to withstand Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements, and could only rely on the shockwaves of the battle. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to destroy the alchemy room. Seeing the 2 girls standing not far behind Chu Tian, he shouted, "Are you just going to watch him come looking for women?" The 2 girls said in unison, "As long as Brother Tian has us in his heart, we will support him no matter what he does." The onlookers gasped in admiration. Chu Tian's face was full of pride. "Did you hear that? I'm not like you, being tied up by a woman." He suddenly thought that Li Qingshan might not have been tied up and had already touched his woman. His expression became even more unsightly. Li Qingshan was surprised. He cursed, "No wonder you're crazy enough to come out and look for women. You're such a heartless rotten woman. I don't want it even if you give it to me." The faces of the 2 girls changed. Chu Tian's face immediately darkened. "You can insult me, but you can't insult my women. Those who touch my reverse scale shall die." The 5 elemental Xianxia in his body burst forth, and the 5 elemental palm imprint radiated a brilliant light as it soared into the sky. Li Qingshan spread his arms, and the waves behind him surged up like the raging tides of the sea. With just a few words, the 2 of them had pulled each other's hatred to the highest level. Chu Tian descended from the sky, his palm bearing the weight of Mount Tai. Li Qingshan looked up, and the 5 elements palm imprint filled his vision. It was almost overwhelming, as if it was the wrath of heaven that could not be avoided or blocked. He took a step forward, and he soared into the sky. His ji was like a torrential ocean, but he had lost the geographical advantage first. He was about to collide with the 5 elements palm imprint. He suddenly used the wave-treading stance, and moved away in the air to avoid the sharp edge. "I knew you wouldn't dare to block it." Chu Tian laughed wildly, ignoring Li Qingshan, and rushed towards the pill room. Li Qingshan did not let him see. He felt that there was something fishy going on. The door of the pill room was very close, and Chu Tian suddenly felt something tighten around his waist. He looked down, and saw a water belt, like a snake, tightly wrapped around his waist. He suddenly looked back, and saw that the other end of the water belt was in Li Qingshan's hand, and a huge wave had formed under his feet. The people below suddenly heard 3 explosions in the air. Li Qingshan pulled Chu Tian, and used the wave-treading stance 3 times in a row. Like a fired arrow, they left Benevolence Island, and plowed a gully on the still water surface. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them became 2 small dots. They exclaimed in their hearts, "These 2 people have become stronger." The 5-colored true qi on Chu Tian's body shuddered, dispersing the ribbons of water. He lunged towards Li Qingshan. It was still a simple palm strike, but it was far more dangerous than any technique with 1,000 variations. Li Qingshan did not dodge, and only sneered with his arms crossed. Chu Tian suddenly felt a great danger coming from behind. He suddenly turned around, and a giant Vajra sword slashed down from above. Clang! Chu Tian raised his palm and used the sky-supporting stance to block the giant Vajra sword, but he could not block the sword chi and sword intent contained within. Boom! The lake water below was split into 2 by the sword, and the surging waves left a sword mark that was dozens of feet long. It turned out that Li Qingshan had brought Chu Tian to the vicinity of Ansrava Island. Little and was now in the 10th layer of qi refining. If there was anyone in the 100 schools of thought who could beat Chu Tian in terms of true qi, it would be her. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. He did not even have time to scold her for being despicable. Li Qingshan's fist came whistling from behind him. The fist was not a fist, but a drill. Layers of water spun at high speed, blurring the appearance of the water and turning it into the most terrifying killing weapon. Vortex stance. The blood that flowed from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth turned into a spurt, and he was immediately sent flying. He wanted to stabilize his body, but his eyes were filled with a golden light. The Vajra warrior was waiting for him on the path he was flying over. Holding the sword with both hands, it raised it high again, and slashed down fiercely. This time, it was even more powerful and ferocious than before. The 2's tacit understanding was perfect, and Chu Tian had no chance to catch his breath. He could only watch helplessly as he was forced into a desperate situation step by step. Finally, he felt the threat of death, and his hand hurriedly reached for his 100 treasures pouch. He wanted to use that, but how could he make it in time? The blade turned in midair, changing from slash to slap. The Vidra warrior's angry eyes returned to normal. With a bang, Chu Tian fell into the lake of dragons and snakes like a kite with its string cut, and he gave rise to an enormous splash with a bang. Li Qingshan nodded at Little and expressed, "I'll be here, so you can go about your business." Li Qingshan glanced down. An injured Chu Tian posed no threat at all, so he swung his sleeve. "You don't know what's good for you." He left on the waves. If he faced any difficulties, he could find Little Anne. If he faced Chu Tian alone, it would be rather troublesome, so he would work with Little Anne. This had always been his trump card, and it had never disappointed him. The Palm of the Five Elements was a very powerful cultivation method, but it was not more powerful than the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. You practice 5 types of true qi, but Little Anne practices 7. At this moment, figures flew up from the nearby islands. The various school leaders all returned to their senses. The One Thought Master and Lu Chongqing were obviously among them. Li Qingshan rushed back to the alchemy room and said to everyone, "You can all disperse." Then he entered the alchemy room again. Everyone had yet to return to their senses. In just a few moves, a supreme genius like Chu Tian had been taught a lesson just like that? Sigh, all Chu Tian can do is harass people like us. Of the 3 people who took action earlier, which one of them isn't a genius? A genius was taught a lesson by 2 geniuses working together, so of course this is the outcome. Originally, I thought Chu Tian would be able to get his revenge once he reached the 9th layer, but I didn't think Li Qingshan would cultivate so quickly as well. He's reached the 8th layer in such a short amount of time. Looks like Chu Tian has no hope of getting his revenge anymore. As they discussed, someone whispered, "He's reached the 8th layer so quickly. Don't tell me he dual cultivates." If Li Qingshan were outside, he would be tempted to choke him to death. As a result, the suspicions and rumors spread even more. The One Thought Master scolded Little and a little, but what could he do to his junior sister? Chu Tian was taken away by Lu Chongqing and placed in confinement. After all, he was the one who had interfered first. He had broken the rules that forbade fighting in the academy. And if he had interfered first, then so be it, but he had even lost in such a horrible manner. It was utterly humiliating for him as the leader of the school. Chu Tian ground his teeth furiously, almost fainting from anger. He was tempted to take out that item immediately for revenge. However, while he was arrogant, he was not an idiot at the end of the day. If he were bold enough to take out that item, it would be taken away immediately. His caution was exactly the same as Li Qingshan's thoughts. Li Qingshan returned to the alchemy room and sat down beside Ru Xian silently. He waited for another hour, and the cauldron was opened. 12 crystalline, perfectly round true spirit pills were placed firmly in the cauldron. The 2 of them smiled in relief. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to hand over some more blue butterfly flowers, Ru Xian waved her hand. "Let's stop here this time. Do you really want to use me as a slave?" As she said that, she felt like her entire body was drained of energy. Over all these days, she had used pills to replace food, cultivating to maintain her mind, and refining pills day and night had left her utterly exhausted. "Then we'll talk about it in the future." Li Qingshan glanced at his 100 treasures pouch. He still had a lot of blue butterfly flowers left. He had basically gained a clear understanding of their value. This was a startling sum of wealth, enough for him to use for a very long time. "Let's split the spoils now." Ru Xian smiled. She was exhausted, but she was unable to hide the joy on her face. Her harvest this time was startling, and her alchemy had progressed by quite a lot. Checking the numbers, Ru Xian had refined a total of true spirit pills in these 23 days. She had refined close to 100 true spirit pills, which were then divided into 2 portions. Li Qingshan had obtained 60 or so, while Ru Xian had obtained 20 or so. Ru Xian was like a miser. She carefully examined the true spirit pills countless times before putting them away into her 100 treasures pouch, explaining why she had chosen to stop at this time. With these true spirit pills, I believe that I'll be able to successfully build my foundation before long. At that time, I'll use my identity as a foundation building cultivator to activate this crystal resin cauldron, and the success rate will definitely not be lower than now. Now it's my turn to congratulate you. Li Qingshan extended his right hand. Ru Xian reached out to grasp it, shook it lightly, and said, "First, it's been a pleasure working with you." Li Qingshan smiled, and directly took out 20 true spirit pills for her. "Help me exchange them for pills for cultivation, the more the better." "Aren't you afraid that I'll scam you?" Ru Xian said with a smile. "Falling out over 20 true spirit pills, it wouldn't be shameful if word got out." Li Qingshan said, "I'm not very afraid." "It's fine as long as you're not afraid. Don't worry, no matter what you buy or sell, it won't be lower than the market price." Ru Xian accepted the true spirit pills, and didn't ask Li Qingshan what he needed so many cultivation pills for. Could it be that swallowing them in one gulp would increase his cultivation? Yet, she didn't know that she had accidentally guessed the answer. "Rest well, I'll wait for the good news." Li Qingshan waved his hand, then pushed open the door and left. Ru Xian exhaled deeply. What a nice man. Li Qingshan returned to Cloudwisp Island and saw Little and sitting on the porch. He smiled. "What's wrong? You're not grounded?" Little and said, "He can't control me. I can feel that he's a little afraid of me." Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pulled her into his arms, whispering something into her ear. Little and beamed with joy too, feeling happy for him. After enduring for so long, after waiting for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Afterwards, Li Qingshan continued to study alchemy with Ru Xian every day. Although he did not have any pills right now, just letting her refine them was the right thing to do. However, as time passed, there would be a time when they would part. He would not stay in the Clear River Prefecture forever. He would not stay in the Rui Commandery forever. He would not stay in the Green Province forever. He would not stay in the 9 provinces forever either. One afternoon, before Li Qingshan could go find Ru Xian came knocking on his door. She gave him some pills before smiling. "I'm going into secluded cultivation." Li Qingshan said, "I wish you good luck." "You too." After Ru Xian left, Li Qingshan raised his head. Faint clouds drifted through the blue sky. His heart brimmed with faint joy. It was also time for him to set off. Li Qingshan went to Ansrava Island to call Little, and Qian Rongji was actually there too. She squatted beside him and said something to Little Anne. When she saw Li Qingshan, she stood up and smiled. "Have you heard?" Li Qingshan asked, "What?" Qian Rongji said, "Vice-sect Master Wei has already established a foundation." Li Qingshan had almost forgotten about this person. The last time he fought with Wei Zhongyuan was almost 2 years ago. After that, he spent most of his time in the 100 schools of thought. Coupled with his rising reputation, Wei Zhongyuan roughly understood. With the cultivation of the 10th layer of qi training, she couldn't do anything to Li Qingshan, so she was very peaceful. He's so old, yet he succeeded in building his foundation? Qian Rongji said, "I don't know. It's said that he somehow obtained 2 true pill and luckily succeeded in building his foundation." Li Qingshan immediately understood that these 2 true pill s probably came from his 20 true pill s. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. Qian Rongji smiled and said, "That old man won't let us go. How about we join hands again? I can give you a chance to attack." Li Qingshan said, "You?" Qian Rongji looked left and right. Seeing that there was no one around, she stretched out her hand. The beautiful little snake slithered out of her sleeve and crawled on her palm. Suddenly, she raised her head. Half of her body turned from a tattoo to a physical body. Li Qingshan understood. Without any preparation, even a foundation establishment cultivator would have to take a beating. As long as he could have this moment. If Li Qingshan and Little and joined hands, even a foundation establishment cultivator would be killed without hesitation. "You can separate it from your body?" "Impossible. It's already fused with me. Moreover, why would I separate it? Look, how beautiful it is." Qian Rongji gently stroked the little snake's head, like a mother comforting her child. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He was about to go out and find a place to take the last step, transcend the heavenly tribulation, and become a demon general. If that old man targeted him and destroyed him at a critical moment, it would be troublesome. Those who strike first gain the advantage, those who strike later gain the advantage. Under the boundless night, Wei Zhongyuan stood proudly on the top of the mountain. The mountain wind ruffled his robes as he overlooked the mountains. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments. The spiritual qi of the world constantly resonated with him. He had never felt so at ease before. Many memories flashed through his head. Suddenly, he stopped on a young face and ground his teeth. Li Qingshan, I will return the pain and humiliation you've given me tenfold, 100-fold. However, no matter how bold he was, he would never be bold enough to barge into the 100 schools of thought to demand for a person. That would be suicidal. However, he had already ordered people to keep an eye on Li Qingshan's movements. As soon as he left the 100 schools of thought, he would capture him immediately. Without any evidence, no one could do anything to him. However, that was not the first thing he had to do right now. He took off and arrived above the Clear River Prefecture in the blink of an eye, landing directly in front of the entrance. Under the gazes of everyone, he made his way into the building like a king returning, insufferably arrogant. The building was still brightly lit like it was daytime. Wei Zhongyuan gazed at the sky and strode in. In the eyes of regular people, they only found this man to be awe-inspiring, like a god descending upon the mortal world. However, the cultivators all sighed in amazement. This was clearly a foundation establishment cultivator. The disciples of the school rushed over in a hurry to congratulate him. Every single one of them fawned over him, while those who originally belonged to Wei Zhongyuan's faction ravished with joy. Wei Zhongyuan waved his hand. The school has some family matters to deal with, so the building will be closed today. Everyone, please return. The disciples of the sect immediately began to clear the area. Their orders were like mountains, and their words were the law. For Qi practitioners, foundation establishment cultivators were an unshakable existence. Every disciple of the sect knew that the sky of the sect was about to change today. Wei Zhongyuan led the disciples straight to the top floor of the building. Begonia currently stood in the garden on the top floor, gazing at the resplendent night view of the city in thought. She heard the disturbance behind her and suddenly looked back. Her eyes met with Wei Zhongyuan's. Both of them were slightly taken aback before undergoing a series of changes. One was deeply worried, while the other was ravished with joy. Wei Zhongyuan studied Begonia greedily. He no longer had any fear. He fantasized about the pleasure of pressing this woman who ordered him around and doing whatever he wanted to her. He took a step forward and clasped his hands. Sect Master Qiao, I've already undergone the heavenly tribulation and reached foundation establishment. According to the rules of the school, I hope the sect master can marry me as soon as possible so that we can become cultivation partners and comprehend the fortune of yin and yang together. Begonia waved her hand rather tiredly. You're all dismissed. Her prestige was still present, so how could the disciples of the school dare to disobey her? All they did was look at Wei Zhongyuan. You can all go and wait. Wei Zhongyuan raised his hand. He wasn't afraid that Begonia would fall out with him. Although she had built her foundation for many years, she was still in the early stage. The school's cultivation technique paid particular attention to the balance of yin and yang. If she dared to refuse, she would immediately lose the support of the people. At that time, he would inherit the position of sect master and then capture this traitor who violated the school's rules and play with her as he pleased. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the two of them on the rooftop. Wei Zhongyuan frowned. Who else? Disciple Qian Rongji greets Vice Sect Master Wei. Qian Rongji walked out from the bushes at the side. Wei Zhongyuan said, Didn't I already expel you from the sect? I took her in as a disciple again. Begonia's expression was cold and arrogant. Wei Zhongyuan's expression changed and his pupils shrank. He stared at Qian Rongji until her whole body trembled. But now wasn't the time to care about this. He took a step forward and asked Begonia, What does sect master think? Begonia hesitated. She looked back in the direction of the 100 schools of thought in the night. The person she was waiting for was also in closed-door meditation. Wei Zhongyuan strode forward and grabbed Begonia's hand. Today, you have to agree whether you want to or not. Begonia's expression changed. Wei Zhongyuan's face was filled with a hideous smile. Black and white spiritual energy collided fiercely, but there was no force released. Instead, they melted each other. Using yang to subdue yin, Wei Zhongyuan had a slight upper hand. Just as he was about to grab Begonia's wrist, Qian Rongji, who was loyal to her master, stood in front of Begonia and shouted, "Bisect Master Wei, please don't do this." Wei Zhongyuan directly threw a slap, landing it on Qian Rongji's face. Suddenly, all of his strength vanished, without a single sound. The hell snake crawled up Qian Rongji's face and bit Wei Zhongyuan's hand. Wei Zhongyuan opened his mouth wide and his eyes bulged. It was an intense pain that came from the depths of his soul. In an instant, Li Qingshan's figure appeared behind Wei Zhongyuan. He pressed his hand on Wei Zhongyuan's back and hundreds of sword qi surged in. Little and wielded a Vajra longsword and slashed down on Wei Zhongyuan's head. Begonia's hand stretched out 2 fingers and pierced towards Wei Zhongyuan's eyes. Wei Zhongyuan forcefully suppressed the pain and circulated his spiritual energy. He wanted to launch a desperate counterattack, but it was already too late. The sword qi collided horizontally. Without the protection of spiritual energy, Wei Zhongyuan's internal organs were torn into pieces. The Vajra sword slashed open the top of his skull. The sword qi and sword intent penetrated his feet. 2 slender fingers not only pierced through his eyes, but also pierced into his brain and stirred violently. In the end, he heard Qian Rongji say, "Bisect Master Wei, why did you touch my face?" Then, he lost all consciousness amidst pain and unwillingness. Wei Zhongyuan's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. A dignified foundation-building cultivator had become a corpse in an instant. Li Qingshan immediately collected his corpse. To little Anne, the corpse of a foundation-building cultivator was equivalent to an extra-large medicinal pill. The benefits were not something a mortal's corpse could compare to. Wei Zhongyuan's 100 treasures pouch naturally fell into his hands. Begonia was still a little dazed. She didn't dare to believe that Wei Zhongyuan had died just like that. He had died so easily. That day, when Qian Rongji came to her and said that she could help her kill Wei Zhongyuan, who was in the foundation-building realm, silently, she still didn't believe it. Even if 3 foundation-building cultivators worked together to kill 1 foundation-building cultivator, it wouldn't be that easy, let alone a small qi practitioner. But the truth was right before her eyes. Even if she didn't make a move, the 3 of them could still have killed Wei Zhongyuan. 3 qi practitioners had killed a foundation establishment cultivator. "Master, I did it." Qian Rongji bowed to Begonia, but there was no loyalty in her eyes. It had to be said that the incident with the White Lotus sect had disrupted many of her plans. It was not like Begonia was an idiot. How could she not realize that Qian Rongji was not under her control at all, with Qian Rongji acting as a double agent? Her submissiveness in the past was all an act. So much for teaching her the various cultivation methods of the sect without worry, treating her as an obedient puppet. However, back then, Qian Rongji had already established a relationship with Gu Yining. She wanted to help Gu Yining complete her plan. Even if Begonia was furious, she was afraid of revenge, or she would be treated as part of the White Lotus sect, which would lead to the destruction of her entire sect. She could not even mention the matter of her attempt to use charm to control the Hawkwolf Guard. Afterwards, the 2 of them never saw each other again. This continued until a few days ago, when Qian Rongji suddenly visited, saying she could help her eliminate a great problem. P.S. It's almost the end of the month. It'll be a waste if you don't vote. Oi, I'm not telling you to leak it to someone else. Look here, look here. Qiu Haitang took out 2 true spirit pills and placed them in Qian Rongji's hands. This was the reward she had agreed on in the beginning. He shot a glance at Li Qingshan and suppressed the urge to silence him. Li Qingshan handed all the useless items related to the door in his 100 treasures pouch to Qian Rongji. He didn't expect that Begonia would be a part of this plan. Qian Rongji, however, said that this was a foolproof plan. After all, they were dealing with a foundation-building cultivator, and no one could guarantee how effective her Hell Viper would be. If her attack missed, the backlash she would suffer would be extremely terrifying. If she didn't have at least an 80% chance of winning, she definitely wouldn't risk her life. As for Begonia, she absolutely did not dare to reveal the secret of them killing Wei Zhongyuan. Otherwise, she would not be able to continue being the sect leader. Killing one's own fellow sect members, no matter what era it was not allowed. Although she was the sect leader, there was still the existence of the Great Elder in the sect. Qian Rongji put away the items from both sides. Seeing that they were all looking at her, she said, "You don't have to look at me like that. Wei Zhongyuan is your mortal enemy, not mine. He doesn't know that I killed his son. I risked my life to help both sides, so it's only natural that I get some benefits." Li Qingshan said, "You're worried that if any of us can't withstand Wei Zhongyuan's pressure, your secret will be exposed." Qian Rongji said, "Fortunately, this kind of future will not happen again. I hope this is our mutual secret." She suddenly frowned and held her wrist. "It's about time, let's part ways here." She smiled at Little and took the lead to leave. Li Qingshan was about to leave when Begonia said, "Wait." Without turning his head, Li Qingshan said, "I remember you once said that. You don't want to see me again. Give me Wei Zhongyuan's body." Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry, this thing won't appear in this world again." Begonia's gloomy gaze slid from Li Qingshan to Little and, then back to Li Qingshan. One was in the 8th layer of the aura refining realm while the other was in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. Their future prospects were indeed limitless. Wei Zhongyuan, who once caused their hostility, was already dead. However, Little and had already been accepted as a disciple by the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, the Annihilum Light Chan master. There was basically no one in the entire Rui commandery who was bold enough to touch her anymore. All the contradictions disappeared. Begonia put on a smile and said, "Come here often in the future. Maybe you'll have to call me sister-in-law in the future." Li Qingshan laughed involuntarily. "You sure are confident." Begonia smiled. She was so confident that she could topple a nation. With a graceful figure and a top-notch cultivation, which man wouldn't be moved by her? "Let's hope that day comes," Li Qingshan said. In his opinion, Hua Sengzan definitely had not given up on Gu Yenying. Instead, he had been deeply agitated. This sect master Qiu's wish would probably come to nothing. Watching Li Qingshan leave on a cloud, Begonia swayed her hips and made her way downstairs. She told the disciples that Vice Sect Master Wei had been convinced by her and had left to travel and cultivate. Without any evidence, no one could doubt it. No one dared to doubt it. Many of the guests had just been chased out. As soon as she turned around, she saw the door open once more. She sighed and sighed. Vice Sect Master Wei sure came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Where was he cultivating? Was he preparing for the tribulation? Li Qingshan considered this question very carefully. In the end, he chose to revisit this place. On a cliff that was several dozen meters tall, a jade dragon rushed down, plunging into the deep pool. Although it was winter and the water was dry, its roar was thunderous, and water splashed everywhere. That's right. This was where oxen had brought Li Qingshan to cultivate. It was where Little and had first learned the path of white bone and great beauty. It was also where he had met Xianxia by chance. The various memories floated through his mind like smoke. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and dove headfirst into the pool. Because this place was part of the boundless mountains, it was uninhabited. Also, because it was close to the human world, there were no demonic beasts. At the same time, it was very secluded, making it the best place to cultivate. Together with Little and, they arrived at the cave behind the waterfall. When they saw that everything was the same, they both felt a sense of familiarity. "It looks like we'll have to stay here for a while," Li Qingshan said. Before coming out this time, he had accepted many random missions to avoid arousing suspicion if he did not return for a long time. Little and nodded and said, "All right." However, she made up her mind that she would work hard to catch up to his footsteps. Li Qingshan sat down cross-legged and took out the pills that Ru Xian had given him. As he had requested, they were all high-grade pills. There were even 2 virtue accumulation pills among them. Li Qingshan directly took out a virtue accumulation pill and consumed it. Then, he closed his eyes and digested and absorbed it. Meanwhile, Little Ant sat down near the entrance of the cave and watched over him. Days passed one after another. The water from the waterfall grew stronger and stronger. That was a sign that the winter snow was melting. Xianxia continuously consumed pills. He had already consumed 3 virtue accumulation pills, but he was still a distance away from the final step. Although it was only a step, it sometimes felt like it was so far away that he could not reach it. However, he was not impatient. He patiently allowed time to pass by. The winter snow melted and the trees sprouted. On a certain day, at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a gleam of joy in his eyes. The ray of light that he had been looking forward to for a long time had finally descended from the sky. He felt as if he had crossed a certain boundary and stepped into another world. At the same time, he felt a great danger approaching. He only had time to say to Little Ant, "Go away," before the blazing white lightning engulfed him. An electric arc as thick as a water snake bounced Little Ant away. The cave had already turned into a sea of lightning. Streaks of lightning intertwined and crawled like living creatures, letting out violent roars that sounded like the roars of tigers and dragons. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning tribulation did not descend from the sky like he had imagined. Instead, it surged over from all directions, passing through the thick rock and underground and completely surrounding Xianxia in a single moment. It was so fast that he had no time to react at all. In that moment, Xianxia even felt like he was the one who had released the lightning, and the source of the lightning was the spirit turtle's demon core in his body. The lightning pierced the spirit turtle's profound shell. The ox demon forges its hide, his flesh, blood, and bones. It even pierced his soul. Xianxia had made a huge mistake. Regular demons would spit out their demon core and keep it away from their bodies when they underwent their tribulations. It was exactly because the cultivation of the demon core had crossed the invisible boundary of the world that it would summon the lightning. Why would anyone undergo their tribulation while holding their demon core in their body? However, Xianxia did not know about this. There were no human books that recorded how demons underwent their tribulations, nor had a demon general ever told him about this. He did have one by his side, but Millipede had always been a simpleton. Why would he think of telling him about this? The rocks in the cavern were all crystallized by the scorching energy before shattering and condensing again from the heat. They constantly shattered and condensed again. Intense pain. Tearing pain. It was as if he was being torn apart inch by inch. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Xianxia bellowed out. The demon core shone with rings of blue light, stabilizing his mind, soul, and body. Xianxia stood up, and his body rapidly swelled. When he rushed out of the cavern, he was already 20 or 30 meters tall. He had completely turned into a demon, and he was still growing larger. His roar drowned out the lightning as he swung his arms, like he was fighting against an invisible enemy. The pool water and waterfall turned into mist in an instant, rolling and churning like a thick cloud. It landed on the ground, and an imposing figure could be seen in the midst of the constantly flashing lightning. It seemed like the passage of time, but in reality, it was only a short moment. The disappearance of the lightning was as fast and mysterious as its arrival, without any warning. Xianxia. Little Ant's face was full of worry. He took a step forward and called out his name. He was almost unconscious when he heard this call and woke up. The white mist that shrouded the surroundings was like a white towel that was full of water that had been twisted by someone. The torrential rain poured down, soaking his crimson hair. The water level in the dried-up pool continued to rise. He looked down and saw a blurry figure on the surface of the water. When he saw himself in the water, he revealed a surprised expression. "Is this me?" Xiaoan rushed into the mist and saw where he was with a single glance. She stopped and was taken aback. "So noisy." He casually grabbed at the sky, and the mist that filled the sky turned into water and returned to the deep pool. He was not submerged by the water, but floated up and stood up from the water. He waved his hand, and the water surface was flattened. Like a mirror, it clearly reflected the blue sky and white clouds, as well as his appearance. His fiery red hair was draped over his back, and his body was like the work of a sculptor. Every line seemed to have been carefully polished, presenting the most perfect golden ratio, a balance between strength and beauty. If this was not enough to surprise Li Qingshan, when he saw his face reflected in the water, he was immediately stunned. He had seen many handsome men in the past, such as Hua Qingzhan and Han Tie, but the handsomeness of his face was no less than theirs. As a matter of fact, it might even surpass them. If he could ignore the two curved ox horns protruding from his head, he could become the man of every woman's dreams. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that this was what he looked like after assuming a human form. He touched his face and smiled. So heavenly tribulations have cosmetic effects too. He thought about how all the animals and birds had become rather presentable after undergoing the heavenly tribulations. He was already 70 to 80% human in the first place, but he had been directly struck into a handsome man. Little An smiled as well. He asked, "How do you feel?" "Of course it's fantastic," Li Qingshan roared out, startling a large flock of birds. He laughed aloud, revealing his sharp canines. He actually seemed rather sinister. Power surged through his body endlessly, making him tempted to find a powerful opponent and fight it out right now. The three elders, Fu Qingjin, these opponents that were originally out of his reach had suddenly been pulled closer to him. After enduring for so long, it was finally time to bring up the past again. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation. The surface of the water was as calm as a mirror. Even the raging waterfall was unable to create a single ripple. Li Qingshan lowered his head, and his reflection in the water suddenly smiled at him. It was even more unrestrained than the smile on his face. He bent down and extended his hand. When the tip of his finger touched the surface of the water, ripples spread out in all directions endlessly. From the very center to the edge of the pool, they did not disperse at all. The spirit turtle's demon core constantly flickered. The surging demon chi constantly rose up, constantly being depleted. It was almost completely depleted. This attracted Little An's attention as well. In the center of the ripples, two hands, one real and one fake, actually clasped together. A hand extended out of the water, followed by a wrist, an arm, and a similarly handsome face. Pearl-like droplets of water dripped down. Li Qingshan dragged his other self out of the mirror in the water bit by bit. Their appearances were exactly the same, without the slightest difference. Little An was slightly surprised. Her eyes could see through the real and the fake, but she was unable to see anything fake at all. It was like she was Li Qingshan's twin brother. Innate ability, Water Mirror's Image. This was the name that Li Qingshan had given it. It was like taking a flower from a mirror and scooping up the moon from the water. It was also known as a clone technique. There were so-called water clones among water techniques, but they were actually just condensed from water. Coupled with some illusions of water, they seemed like real people. However, when it came to actual battle, apart from attracting the enemy's attention, they also served as a punching bag. They did not have much battle prowess to speak of. As for this water mirror's image, it seemed fake yet real, and it was completely under Li Qingshan's control. Li Qingshan felt like his mind had split into two. He was currently looking at the world from two different perspectives. The feeling of seeing his own appearance was rather strange. Moreover, he was rather unaccustomed to controlling it. In Little An's eyes, it was even stranger. The two Li Qingshan stood face to face and reached out to touch their own faces at the same time, as if they were looking at a mirror. Li Qingshan raised his hand. Every single line was so real that he could even feel the beating of his heart and the flow of his blood. This was not a dummy made from water or clay, but a real clone. It was said that one could not attend to two things at once. Now, it could be said that he had the doppelganger technique, but he preferred to call it a mirror image. However, it was not an easy task to separate the mirror image from the main body. He could not help but control it as if it was his own body, advancing or retreating together. Little An covered her mouth and snickered. She didn't look like a demon general at all. When Li Qingshan glared at her, she raised her head and glared back at him. Li Qingshan had no choice but to close his eyes. He tried to experience the feeling of drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. After a moment, Li Qingshan used his demonic chi and bent his knees to step on the water. Only his clone shot up into the sky. He arrived above the clouds. He looked down at the thousands of mountains and the clouds in the distance. On the earth, the mountain peaks gathered and the waves raged. It was a vast expanse. Suddenly, at the end of this vast expanse, he saw an insignificant little undulating, like a crouching bull. Beside the crouching bull was a quiet little village. Many people were working near the village. It was so peaceful and quiet that it was like a small painting. It suddenly awakened all of Li Qingshan's memories. So his hometown was not far away. For a moment, he forgot the hardships of living under someone else's roof, forgot the pain of hunger and cold. Perhaps his memories had beautified everything, or perhaps he had already let go of these things. In his heart, there was only a child playing a shepherd's flute, riding on a big oxen, walking slowly on the mountain road. That's right, that was his only wealth. He suddenly had a strong thought. He wanted to go back and see his old neighbors. However, he immediately dispelled this thought. There was no need to bury one's bones in mulberry fields. This was the promise he had made to himself. There was nothing he was reluctant to part with there. If there was something he could not give up, one was on the ground, one was in the Bai clan, one was in the sky. He looked up at the sky and smiled. A feeling of incomparable freedom was deeply reflected in the heart on the ground. On the ground, Li Qingshan walked out of the deep pool and came before little Anne. He half knelt and hugged the only one who shared his happiness, the eternal supporter, tightly in his arms. Little Anne, do you see? I have become so powerful. From now on, no one can casually bully us anymore. Laozi will definitely make them all pay the price. Little Anne felt that the current Li Qingshan was somewhat different. This was not a change in his appearance, but in his temperament. Compared to his human form, he always had a kind of unbridled arrogance in his demon form. She liked him like this. Because, at this time, he always looked a bit happier. But no matter which he was still her Li Qingshan. One Li Qingshan stepped on the ground and hugged the most important person to him in his arms. The other Li Qingshan flew into the blue sky and opened his arms towards the sky. I want freedom. I want freedom to do whatever I want. I want unlimited freedom. 9 provinces, I am coming. 9 heavens, wait for me. Can you wait for me for a moment? Little Anne tilted her head and smiled. Li Qingshan fiercely kissed her on the cheek, as long as it takes. From that day onwards, Little Anne entered a meditative state. Li Qingshan left behind a mirror image to protect him in the deep pool. His original body wandered around. He even recovered his identity as Li Qingshan and went to complete a few missions. His face was exposed so that no one would suspect that he had disappeared. After his experiments, he had a more concrete understanding of the various abilities of his doppelgangers. The existence of the doppelgangers would not be affected by his original body returning to human form. However, the demonic aura of his original body was constantly dissipating. It could be maintained by meditating and communicating with the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. But if there was an intense battle, it would probably not be maintained for too long. And to create a doppelganger, he needed to consume all his demonic power in one go and have 30% of his original body's battle power. Don't underestimate this 30% battle power. Because of the 3 great supernatural powers left behind by Brother Ox, his strength, speed, and demonic aura far surpassed that of ordinary demon generals. The overall battle power was even more shocking. According to his estimation, his doppelgangers would not have too much of a problem dealing with Foundation establishment cultivators like Begonia who were not good at fighting. And, according to his past experiences, the effects of this innate ability should increase as his cultivation increased. If he could pull out even more doppelgangers from the water, just what would the effects be? After completing another mission and obtaining a few corpses, Li Qingshan used the glazed mirror of invisibility to hide himself and return to the edge of the boundless mountains. Little Anne still had not emerged from seclusion. He had nothing to do, so he crossed his legs and sat down. He took out the high-grade spiritual artifact he had bought below the Green Vine Mountain. The whale's ingestion of water. He still did not have a suitable weapon right now. After becoming a demon general, he could refine human spiritual artifacts and turn them into so-called demon armaments. A powerful wave of demonic chi was injected into it. Perhaps it was because he had already refined the spiritual weapon, but the process was unexpectedly simple. Gradually, the shape of the whale's ingestion of water changed as well. It became a more regular hilt, but the price was that it lost many of its original functions. It could no longer shoot out gui water lightning or ice spikes. However, these two functions that were originally very practical were completely useless to Li Qingshan in his demon general form. There was no need for him to keep them. He only had two requirements for his weapon: sharpness and toughness. Although Li Qingshan was only a beginner in the art of artifact forging, he used his powerful control over water to force large quantities of water spiritual energy into the whale's ingestion of water. The hilt spat out a blade inch by inch. A few hours later, Li Qingshan raised the blade in his hand in satisfaction. The narrow, sharp blade shone with rainbow light under the sunlight. Standing before the cold pool, he swung his hand casually, and the waterfall before him was cut in half. He could not help but laugh aloud. If someone were here, they would see a naked man standing on the edge of a cliff with an extremely beautiful ice blade on his shoulder. He smiled in a flamboyant manner. Yes, Li Qingshan was not wearing any clothes. He was truly naked. After transforming into a demon general, he felt that wearing clothes was not very comfortable. He was born this way, so there was no need for clothes to cover himself. Hence, every time he transformed into a demon general, he would take off his clothes and walk around naked. At this moment, the smell of blood wafted over. The smell of human blood was accompanied by the soft sounds of killing. Li Qingshan immediately looked back. His gaze passed through the layers of trees. Although he was far away from the mountains and could not see the exact situation, it still piqued Li Qingshan's curiosity. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was. After passing through a few mountains, he saw an extremely familiar small village. More accurately, it was a village. This was also an old place, the place where hunters lived, the Drawn Rains village. Only then did Li Qingshan remember that the place where he cultivated was actually closer to the Drawn Rains village, which was deep within the vast mountain range. However, at that time, there were huge mountains in the way, and the mountain paths were rugged and difficult to traverse. That was why it felt so far away. At this moment, the Drawn Rains village was being surrounded and attacked by a large group of soldiers. There were quite a few experts among them. If not for the protection of the high walls and the advantage of bows and arrows, the village would have already been breached. Huang Binga stood on top of the sentry tower, holding a large bow in his hand. The bow was like a full moon, and the arrows were like shooting stars. Every arrow would kill a person, greatly damaging the enemy's morale. However, he was also almost exhausted. His brows were tightly furrowed. Was my Drawn Rains village going to fall here? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. It was as relaxed as if someone was taking a stroll after dinner, greeting a neighbor. Hunter Huang, long time no see. Huang Bingu was currently extremely nervous. Upon hearing this, he shot an arrow without saying anything. Only then did he realize that the voice was somewhat familiar. At this moment, the battlefield quieted down. The people inside and outside the village all raised their heads in a daze. All they saw was a white cloud descending from the sky. Li Qingshan returned to his human form. Of course, he had also put on his clothes. He easily brushed aside the incoming arrow and lowered the cloud until it was parallel to the sentry tower. He smiled at the dumbfounded Huang Bingu. Is this how you welcome an old friend? This was a remote place. It was not like the Clear River Prefecture, where they had seen many cultivators. In the eyes of the people, cultivators were no different from immortals. Li Qingshan's current behavior only confirmed their suspicions. Why your Qingshan? Your support on this site is my greatest motivation. Li Qingshan smiled. What? It's only been a few years, and you don't recognize me anymore? Huang Binga really did find it very difficult to connect this immortal who rode on clouds with that farmer's boy. He was more knowledgeable than regular people, but he had never seen someone who could fly like this. It had only been 2 or 3 years since they last met, but his originally tall frame had already completely unfolded. His shoulders were broad and his arms long, and his body was imposing. Just sitting on the cloud gave off an invisible pressure. Although the outline of his face had not changed much, his entire bearing was like a completely different person. Outside the village, many soldiers threw down their weapons and bowed to him. Although most of the hunters in the village could recognize Li Qingshan, they still struggled to believe their eyes. Li Qingshan glanced at the stunned masters outside the village and asked, "What's going on?" Huang Bingge smiled bitterly and put down his bow. He told him the whole story. As it turned out, a new district magistrate had been sent over soon after Yi Dachuan had left. This time, he was not someone with connections like Yi Dachuan, but a scholar from the academy. In just a short year or two, he managed the Qingyang district into a solid block, becoming the local tyrant. The Drawn Reins village was a stubborn force from the old era, as well as a flashy name that challenged the authority of the district government, so they became a holdout that was heavily regulated. Huang Bingge saw how Li Qingshan did not put on the airs of a cultivator and knew that his intentions had not changed, so he pleaded, "Qingshan, you have to help me this time. You're half a member of the Drawn Reins village." Only then did Li Qingshan remember this. He smiled. "Back then, when I entered the Drawn Reins village, it was like entering a tiger's den. You can be considered a first-rate master now, so why are you still in this village? I remember when you said you wanted to wander around again." Although Huang Bingge was still called Sickly Tiger right now, his face was rosy. He was in high spirits. Clearly, the ginseng alcohol had played a significant role. He cultivated his inner force diligently and had already reached the level of a first-rate master. Huang Bingge glanced back at the village. "The new district magistrate is overbearing. How can I just leave like that?" Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder. "Do you have any wine?" Huang Bingge's face lit up, and he turned to the manor and shouted, "Bring the wine." Jars of wine were served, and the two of them drank on the watchtower. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the new county magistrate received the news and rushed over. He didn't ride a horse or sit in a sedan chair, but used his lightness skill to float over. In this day and age, being a scholar was not synonymous with being weak. Inner force and swordsmanship were compulsory subjects. The new county magistrate was also young. As soon as he saw Li Qingshan, his expression changed, even though he was also a first-rate master. But his knowledge was a level higher than Huang Bingge's. His heart shuddered, high-level Qi practitioner. His attitude immediately became extremely polite. After hearing about his identity as a Hawkwolf guard, he became even more careful. Li Qingshan also did not side with Huang Bingge. He invited the county magistrate over and mediated between the two of them. He got the county magistrate to stop using weapons and got Huang Bingge to change the name of Drawn Reins village, a tall tree that attracted the wind, so as to avoid senseless killings. How could the two of them refuse the mediation? They immediately shook hands and made up. After drinking, Li Qingshan patted Huang Bingge's shoulder. "How can I allow someone to sleep by my bedside? Old brother Huang, you better find another way to survive." He shoved a pill into his hand. Huang Bingge glanced at it and blurted out, "An innate pill." Before he could even thank him, the cloud had already passed over the mountain and vanished. When spring arrived, Little An stood up in the cave and made her way towards the sunlight. She allowed the whistling lightning to tear at her clothes and strip away her flesh. Her blood immediately boiled. Most of her beautiful body had already been charred, before turning into ash. In the end, only a set of white bones remained. She walked very slowly, but she did not stop at all. Even the terrifying heavenly tribulation was unable to make her waver. That was because he was waiting for her outside. She could not be left behind by him. She wanted to be with him forever. With this stubbornness, she finally made her way out of the cave. Li Qingshan currently stood on the surface of the water, raising his head to observe the shape of a cloud. He turned around and smiled. He placed a wild flower he had plucked from somewhere into her hand that had already withered to bones. He smiled. "Let's go." The flower withered, and the smile blossomed. After over 2 years of development, the Green Vine Mountain had finally recovered some of its former glory. In the particularly gloomy hall at the top of the Green Vine Mountain, the 3 elders sat before one another. The Green Vine elder's eyebrows and beard became even more disheveled, tangled together like a mess. His wise eyes were filled with worry. The Lone Grave elder's pale white face was slightly green. The Golden Pheasant elder was still dressed in luxurious robes, but he no longer possessed the high-spirited bearing of a rooster. It was rare for the 3 of them to gather together, as they had all felt uneasy recently. Although they did not know divination, all Foundation establishment cultivators could communicate with the spiritual chi of the world. And, with their age, who knew how many storms they had experienced? They believed this uneasiness was definitely not a coincidence. After quite a while of silence, the Green Vine Elder said, "I'm just afraid it's revenge from underground. I've already contacted the Demon Slayer." The Golden Pheasant Elder said, "What? The three of us are already so old, yet we have to ask the Demon Slayer for reinforcements just because we don't feel right. If this gets out, we'll probably become a laughingstock." For once, the Lone Grave Elder said, "Fair enough." With that, even the Golden Pheasant Elder shut up. A while later, he asked, "Did you really sense something?" The Lone Grave Elder said, "Death." The hall became even more terrifyingly quiet. The Green Vine Elder said, "Don't worry. I've already cast down numerous formations throughout the Green Vine Mountain. Even a fly can't fly in." His expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Someone touched the formations and was stopped. After a moment of silence, the Green Vine Elder let out a sigh of relief. They seemed to have retreated. Before he had even finished speaking, the Golden Pheasant Elder listened closely. "Is there a sound?" The Green Vine Elder focused, and sure enough, he heard a gentle sound. It was not the cry of a bird, nor was it the cry of an insect. The three of them sensed the surroundings, but they were unable to find the origin of the sound. However, the sound was clearly growing louder and louder. The dust on the ground leapt up in joy, and the dark green tea in the teacups rippled gently. "It's below." The three of them leapt up and looked down. The Green Vine Elder said, "That's impossible. There are formations below as well, and the rock is as tough as metal. It's impossible for someone to pass through." Under the doubtful and worried gazes of the other two elders, he added, "Not even demons." The tremors grew louder and louder, growing closer and closer. A hole suddenly appeared in a certain part of the ground. The earth twisted in the surroundings as if an invisible force had pushed it away. A huge, pink millipede crawled out of the hole, making crackling sounds as it circled around the hole. It seemed like it was waiting, but also like it was urging them on. Sensing the auras of the three elders, it directly curled up into a ball. The nightmare of the past seemed to come back to life all of a sudden. The Golden Pheasant Elder cried out, "It's still alive." The Green Vine Elder's expression was ugly as well. "That's right. It was much smaller, but it was definitely the demon general they had set up a trap against in the past. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a measly demonic beast right now," said the Golden Pheasant Elder, but his voice was rather unsteady. The Lone Grave Elder did not relax his vigilance. Instead, it grew heavier. It was impossible for a demonic beast to make its way here. Powerful demon chi surged out of the cave. The Golden Pheasant Elder's face changed. "Demon General. Why are you running so quickly?" A clear voice rang out from the black cave. It was clear and resonant, echoing through the spacious hall. Millipede unfurled his body, shaking his head and wagging his tail. The Lone Grave Elder shut his mouth, and corpse chi surged from him. The Green Vine Elder said, "They've come with ill intentions. Be prepared." A handsome man emerged from the cave. His red hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes shone brightly, like charcoal burning in the darkness. He shifted his gaze and looked at the three elders. "Your land is so tough." There was nothing Xianxia could do about the layers of formations, so he forcefully carved out a path in the center of the mountain and made his way to the top. However, this was not a new innate ability. Instead, it was a different use of his old abilities. After becoming a demon general, his three innate abilities had all become much stronger. The spirit turtle's profound shell had obviously become tougher, and the ox demon tramples had gone from roughness to finesse. He could control the direction and range of the shockwaves more effectively. The three elders all experienced a strange and absurd feeling. In the middle of the night, a naked man had made his way to the main hall of the Green Vine Mountain from the most unlikely of places. The Green Vine Mountain was the foundation of all formations, so there was a hole at the very bottom that the formations could not reach. However, the earth there was even tougher than steel. Xianxia said loudly, "I've come for revenge today. Prepare to die, you three old coots." The green vine elder asked, just you? Are you blind? Doesn't this count? Do you still remember this guy? Li Qingshan kicked Millipede under his feet. Millipede climbed onto Li Qingshan's body happily, draping it around his shoulders like a great, pink scarf. Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. Sigh, let's go. You act like you don't matter at all. You've made me lose all interest in revenge. Millipede crawled back into the hole with a series of clattering sounds. The three elders exchanged glances. Then, they laughed together. So this was the uneasiness they felt? Although the demonic chi he emitted was very powerful, it was only relative to ordinary demons. One look was enough to tell that he had not been a demon general for long. What they feared the most was the demon commander underground taking action, or a large-scale attack and revenge. Was a mere demon general bold enough to make trouble for them on the Green Vine Mountain? A monster core that was delivered to his doorstep. How could he not accept it? Do you know who I am? Li Qingshan asked boldly. He was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. Villains who talked nonsense did not have a good ending. But when it came to revenge, he had to clearly tell the other party who he was. Why did I come here? Otherwise, even if I killed my enemy, it would be as tasteless as wearing silk clothes at night. What answered him was the green vines that rapidly extended beneath his feet, bursting out eagerly from the ground one by one. Li Qingshan leapt up, but he heard the cry of a golden pheasant from above. The golden pheasant elder flapped his wings and slapped him to the ground. The vines immediately wrapped around him. What a wretched name. It'll only stain my ears. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block the vines. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped up into a ball of vines, immobilized. The three elders immediately recalled what had happened during the herb gathering ceremony. The humanoid, black demon had left an extremely deep impression on them. Today was basically a repeat of what had happened back then. So it's you. The green vine elder smiled. Originally, he was still rather worried. He felt like he had won a little too easily, but now, the final sliver of doubt had vanished. This demon had become arrogant right after undergoing the heavenly tribulation. He felt like he was omnipotent and wanted revenge, but he did not understand the difference between them. Even the weakest among the three of them was mid-foundation establishment. It was impossible for them to lose in a one-on-one battle. At this moment, the lone grave elder had not even done anything. He just watched on coldly from one side. Li Qingshan cried out, "That's impossible. How can I lose to you humans? I'm going to blow up my demon core and drag you down with me." The three elders immediately became nervous. The power of Millipede blowing up his demon core was still fresh in their minds. The golden pheasant elder could not help but back away, but the lone grave elder summoned the ancient bronze corpse general to block him. Li Qingshan seemed like a bomb that could explode at any time. Hold on. If you hand over your demon core, we'll spare your life, the green vine elder said in a hurry. That's impossible. Humans are all crafty liars. I'll never believe you. Li Qingshan released powerful demon chi as if he was about to blow up his demon core at any time. The green vine elder could tell that he was wavering slightly. He said patiently, "We won't lie to you. How about this? I'll disperse the vines first to show my sincerity and let you return to the cave." At the same time, he exchanged glances with the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder. As long as the stupid demon gave off the slightest opening, they would strike together and kill him. If they reported this to the demon slayer, they would probably be rewarded separately. The densely packed vines receded from the spirit turtle's profound shell. To the three elders' surprise, Li Qingshan turned around and charged out of the hall. "Stop him." The green vine elder took out a cane made of green vines and pointed it at Li Qingshan. Vines burst out of the ground, swaying and twisting like a demon. Li Qingshan came to a halt and leapt over gently, brushing past a vine that had almost wrapped around his ankle. Then he turned around rapidly, constantly changing directions without any pattern, leaving behind a path of vines behind him. The entrance was right in front of him. The ancient bronze corpse general descended from above with surging corpse chi. With a boom, it struck the entrance and spread its arms as it lunged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan wanted to retreat, but he was already surrounded by vines. Looking up, the golden pheasant's claw swiped down. You still want to leave? The lone grave elder extended a finger and shot out a pitch-black streak of light. It passed through the gaps in the vines and struck Li Qingshan accurately. Li Qingshan's body weakened. The golden pheasant's claws had already pressed him down. Resplendent, golden light illuminated the gloomy hall. He squinted his eyes, and all he saw was the sharp beak pecking over viciously. Just when the green vine elder let out a smile of relief, the sense of danger he had been sensing for the past few days suddenly rose to the limit. Silently, a long, narrow blade of ice pierced through his body from behind. Humans are all crafty liars. Li Qingshan smiled as he gripped the hilt of his blade, revealing his sharp teeth. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. With Li Qingshan's personality, how could he become careless just because he had undergone the heavenly tribulation and looked down on 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Right from the beginning, he had planned on launching a sneak attack. Originally, he wanted to kill the 3 elders one by one, but he never expected them to be gathered together. Moreover, due to the formations, the sneak attack failed. If there was no opportunity, then he would create an opportunity. Li Qingshan first used his mirror image to disturb the enemies before suddenly launching a sneak attack to kill the most troublesome person, the Green Vine Elder. The Green Vine Elder lowered his head and looked at the blade before turning around to look at Li Qingshan. Disbelief filled his face. Just when he tried to circulate his spiritual qi, the blade twisted and swung behind Li Qingshan. It left behind a streak of light in the air, piercing the eyes of the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder. Green vine. The long, narrow blade kicked up a fierce gust of wind, sweeping through the surroundings. A streak of light was caught in it. Whether it was the huge pillars that supported the hall or the countless spreading vines, they were all cut through in a single stroke. The green vine elder's body had already been split in half, falling to the ground. How dare you? The lone grave old man's dead face also revealed an expression of shock. However, before he could finish his words, the devilishly handsome face appeared right in front of him and interrupted him with a smile. How dare I? The lone grave elder's heart sank to rock bottom. The smile was filled with a familiar smell of death. Although their appearances were exactly the same, their strength was worlds apart. The person before him was startlingly powerful. He did not possess the strength that a demon general who had just undergone the heavenly tribulation should possess. The blade of ice did not stop at all. With Li Qingshan's right hand as the center, it formed a beautiful semicircle. Corpse chi erupted. The lone grave elder roared out madly. Black corpse chi gushed out from his sleeves as he retreated to the edge of the hall. He lowered his head in shock and looked at the wound on his chest. The blade had sliced through his protective corpse chi easily. If it were not for the force from the eruption of corpse chi, he would have followed in the green vine elder's footsteps already. A clump of corpse chi that was as black as swamp did not disperse. When it came in contact with one of the pillars, it was like an invisible beast had taken a bite out of it. A gap immediately appeared. With a great rumble, the upper half of the pillar fell down with a piece of the roof. Before it had even reached the ground, it had been melted away by the corpse chi. Even inanimate objects were like that. If living beings came in contact with it, they would probably be reduced to a puddle in the blink of an eye. With a cry, the golden pheasant unfurled its wings and shot out several hundred feathers, which turned into several hundred streaks of golden light that stabbed into the corpse chi. There was a flash of snow-white light, and the corpse chi was split into 2. Li Qingshan emerged with his ice blade and smiled at the lone grave elder. Nice reaction. A streak of moonlight poured down on him, gilding him with a silvery blue sheen. His handsome face and perfect body seemed even less like a living being, more like the statue of a legendary god. From beginning to end, he did not give off any demon chi at all. Lanterns lit up the green vine mountain. Many disciples emerged from their residences and gazed at the hall at the top of the mountain. What's happened? Let's go take a look. Yushu Kuang yawned. It's already so late. What's the matter now? Several hundred streaks of golden light shot out from the ground, stabbing towards Li Qingshan. The golden pheasant swooped down. Lone grave, why don't you work with me and kill this demon? With a series of rapid, sharp sounds, Li Qingshan swung his ice blade, creating a wheel of blades that landed on every single feather with great precision. The feathers flew out even faster than when they had come. The accompanying wind was like countless huge blades and axes, swinging through the hall viciously, destroying everything in the way. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at the claws of the chicken. He did not dodge, nor did he block. He only threw a punch. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain saw several hundred streaks of golden light shoot out of the hall in a straight line. A golden pheasant smashed through the roof and was sent flying. Its golden light had dimmed, and it was in a horrible shape. The Legends of the Great Sage. Welcome all readers. Read the full text. It's the Golden Pheasant Elder. Just what has happened in the hall? The golden light illuminated the shocked and terrified faces of every single disciple of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang felt his sleepiness vanish. He could not help but stagger backwards. An enemy that could send the Golden Pheasant Elder flying was not someone a measly chi practitioner like him could deal with. Looking around, the other disciples of the Green Vine Mountain reacted the same way. The Green Vine Mountain was not as important as their lives. A while ago, moonlight seeped through every crevice of the damaged hall like water. Silver blue light crisscrossed, turning the dignified hall into a strange world. However, it was immediately purged by the golden light. The golden pheasant that descended from above was like a golden sun, dazzling and resplendent. Compared to it, Li Qingshan's tall figure seemed so insignificant. Within the scorching light, he seemed like a silhouette, let alone the fact that his swinging arm was like a slender piece of firewood that could be set alight at any time. In that moment, the fist collided with the sun. The two powers collided. Streaks of light and waves of air flickered and surged. Not a single intact pillar remained in the majestic hall. It tottered about in the intense wind, but in that moment, it was forcefully propped up by the air currents, which suddenly swelled outwards. Li Qingshan's feet sank into the ground, but an endless power surged out from the lofty Green Vine Mountain, from the vast earth. It surged into his body, into his fist, and was released endlessly towards the golden pheasant. The confident smile on the Golden Pheasant Elder's face vanished. In the next moment, the fist sent the sun flying. Li Qingshan pulled back his fist and smiled. When I'm standing on the ground, it's best if you don't compete with me in strength. The strength of the earth. This was a brand new innate ability that originated from the ox demon. As long as he stood on the ground, he would receive the assistance of an endless supply of divine strength. Originally, Li Qingshan found it to be rather useless. Looking at it now, the effects were quite impressive. His scarlet eyes swiveled and landed on the lone grave elder. A clear expression of shock appeared on his pale white, dead face, but it was not just because Li Qingshan had sent the Golden Pheasant Elder flying. Just as the Golden Pheasant Elder called out for them to work together, he summoned the ancient Bronze Corpse General to attack Li Qingshan from below. However, no matter how hard he tried to activate the bronze bracelet on his wrist, the ancient Bronze Corpse General remained motionless. Suddenly, the connection with him was severed. He was scared out of his wits and rushed towards the ancient Bronze Corpse General without caring about anything else. The motionless ancient Bronze Corpse General suddenly raised its head. In that instant, the lone grave elder had the illusion that it was not an eyeball. Instead, they were two burning flames. It wasn't until he realized that it wasn't an illusion that the ancient Bronze Corpse General was pouncing towards its former master. It revealed a small skeleton holding a white bone sword in its hand. Since Li Qingshan said that he would use his full strength, then he would really use his full strength. Little and was his most important strength, 10 times more powerful than any innate divine ability. The lone grave elder was alarmed. He immediately decided to flee. If he continued fighting, he would definitely lose his life here. Black corpse chi surged and gathered beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Like a rocket, he moved with startling speed, immediately trapping the rebellious ancient Bronze Corpse General beneath his feet. Just when he was about to break through the roof, 4 skulls the size of carriages blocked his way, spitting out surging blood flames of corpse incineration. The darkness and moonlight that had just descended on the hall was purged by the flames once again. The hall creaked and trembled, like an old man in his twilight years. It could no longer endure its own weight and began to collapse. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The movements of every single speck of dust was extremely clear in Li Qingshan's eyes. He did not assist. Little Anne. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, her strength was no less than his. An ability like the path of white bone and great beauty allowed her to become more powerful than her peers with every step she took. He looked at the sky again. The golden pheasant elder had been completely frightened by Li Qingshan's punch. He did not even dare to circle around. He unfurled his wings and took off into the clouds. Li Qingshan casually let go of the hilt and swung his hand. He exhaled gently and leaned his shoulder backwards. He extended his hand as hard as he could, like he was throwing a shot into the sky. His feet showed no intentions of leaving the ground. Instead, they sank even deeper. Compared to his movements, everything around him was so slow that it looked like a still picture. Surging demon chi surged into his arm. Something was released, and his slender arm suddenly turned the color of black metal. It rapidly expanded and extended. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters. He extended his 5 fingers that were as thick as pillars and grabbed the fleeing golden pheasant in the sky. Where do you think you're going? The golden pheasant elder's face was filled with fright. He felt a terrifying power tighten around him, almost suffocating him. He fell towards the hall once again. At that moment, the ratio between the two seemed to return to normal. The arrogant rooster had been grabbed by a human's hand and sent into the kitchen. All that was left was panic. All the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain widened their eyes. All of this was a sight that would only appear in nightmares. The huge, demonic claw was unimaginable. Just what kind of monster was hidden in the hall? The hall was large, but it was probably extremely restrictive to the monster. The golden pheasant was crushed by the huge claw in the air. Li Qingshan's hand returned to normal as well. He grabbed the golden pheasant elder by the neck and smashed him into the ground heavily. Golden feathers drifted through the surroundings. Boom! The shockwave radiated out in all directions, speeding up the collapse of the hall. Rubble and beams fell down with a rumble. The golden pheasant elder called out, "You can't kill me. That goes against the Treaty of Kings. It'll lead to war. You'll die a horrible death. Let me go. We don't have any grievances of life or death." Li Qingshan leaned over and whispered into his ear with a smile, "I have another name. I'm Niu Jiuxia." The golden pheasant elder's eyes suddenly widened. He opened his mouth in an attempt to say something, but he would forever lose the ability to do so. Li Qingshan had snapped his neck. Not only had his neck bone been broken, but his head had also been separated from his body. Blood flowed out. At the same time, Little An's bone sword had already pierced through the lone grave elder's forehead. The pale white face of a corpse was filled with fear, exactly the same as the faces of many corpses he had seen in the past. Having lost the ancient bronze corpse general, the lone grave elder was instead the weakest among the three of them. He could not even block a single strike from Little, and flames surged out, burning him to a crisp in a single moment. Rumble! The hall completely collapsed. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain raised their heads. A blade-wielding man stood in the ruins, standing at the very top. His scarlet hair ruffled wildly in the mountain wind. The full moon hung behind him, blurring his appearance and casting a black silhouette. However, he seemed even more lofty and aloof than the Green Vine Mountain beneath him. The only thing clear was a pair of scorching, cold, scarlet eyes. He raised the ice blade high into the air. Moonlight flowed through the blade as his murderousness surged into the air, dyeing the moon bright red. P.S. Bow and thank the new alliance leader of a cripple. Congratulations to the new alliance leader. He only felt power surge out from the computer, spreading through his entire body. I've received your encouragement and support. Legends of the Great Sage welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain retreated in a panic. They all turned around and fled in all directions. Yu Shuquang was the first to flee. The Green Vine Mountain was already done for. He did not want to stay behind and die with them. However, he was filled with despair. Even the three elders could not stop him, so how long could they possibly flee for? Li Qingshan gazed down from above. No matter how fast they fled, no matter how far they fled, he only needed a single swing of his blade to kill them. He held the blade in his hand, but he did not swing it down, as he saw one or two familiar people among them. He smiled and lowered the blade. He's gone. Little and emerged from the rubble. Are you sure? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Little and nodded. Fuck, he still managed to flee after being cut in half. That old bastard must have been playing dead earlier. I'll definitely whip his corpse in the future. Li Qingshan cursed. As it turned out, the green vine elder who should have been lying on the ground obediently had actually vanished after the intense battle. It went without saying that he must have used this opportunity to flee. Now that he thought about it, even mortals would roll around for a while after being cut in half, while the green vine elder was like two pieces of wood. He was even better at playing dead than Millipede. Just who was the demon here? Li Qingshan had used the mirror image to divert the attention of the three elders, while the green vine elder had used his two old friends to divert Li Qingshan's attention. Let's go hunt down that actor. Li Qingshan sniffed the air and dove into the hole. According to the smell of blood, the green vine elder had fled through the hole he had created. It would be terrible if he ran into that idiot Millipede. Little and tilted his head in thought. What was an actor? In the pitch-black, cramped hole. The green vine elder clutched his neatly gaping stomach as he lay on the enlarged green vine staff, fleeing along the way. The tremors above him gradually grew distant, but he did not ease up at all. The fear from the strike was still deeply embedded in his heart. He was still shaken. From the moment Li Qingshan stabbed the green vine elder sensed it. It was impossible for him to win this battle. Because he knew very well that he wasn't completely defenseless. It was just that the saber had come too fast and too ruthless. Unless he had cast a protective spell or summoned a protective spiritual weapon beforehand, he would not have been able to dodge it. It was impossible to block it, and dodging it was even more impossible. That unbelievable power and speed, coupled with extraordinary destructive power, was the bane of cultivators, so in that instant, he chose to fake his death without hesitation. Green vines wrapped around his waist, piecing together his body that had been split into two halves. Then, they emitted rings of green light in an attempt to heal his terrifying injuries. However, the remaining demonic chi on it prevented the effects of the green light. It took a long time for it to recover, but at least its life wasn't in danger. As the strongest among the three elders, the green vine elder was not particularly skilled in battle. However, its ability to heal and recover was unparalleled. It grew and multiplied endlessly like a green vine. Millipede just happened to be strolling around in the cave. When he saw the green vine elder, he immediately lunged over with his claws and fangs. It spat out a pink poisonous mist. The green vine elder's eyes turned cold. He swung his cane. I can't deal with demon generals, and I can't kill a measly demonic beast like you. At this moment, his heart shuddered. The golden pheasant elder and the lone grave elder's presences had vanished. How could they be so fast? He believed that even if he could not defeat two mid-foundation establishment cultivators, they could still flee. At the very least, they could last for a while. The situation was even worse than he had anticipated. The red-haired demon general gave off no demon chi at all, and his movements were unpredictable. He was like an assassin hidden in the darkness, as if he could appear at any time and cut him down. The green vine elder was overcome with fear. He raised his hand and sent Millipede flying before rushing past. Actually, Li Qingshan had yet to discover that he had vanished. Li Qingshan followed the scent and followed it all the way. He saw the curled-up Millipede and smiled. You sure are lucky. Arriving at the entrance to the cave at the foot of the mountain, he saw the beautiful scenery of the mountains and the moon. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers filled the air. Spring was the time when the flowers bloomed. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. The scent had become very faint. It was not just because of the fragrance of the flowers. The green vine elder must have kept his wounds under control and used some other method to hide his scent. However, Li Qingshan still managed to find a special scent, the scent of humans. It was like a thin, clear trail that extended into the depths of the boundless mountains. Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived on a small mountain on the other side, but the scent stopped there. He could not help but frown. If he could see through things, he would be able to see a nervous old man hiding in an ancient cypress 100 paces away. The green vine elder had used a technique of wood evasion and melded into the tree trunk. Although he had temporarily evaded Li Qingshan's detection, his nervousness and fear did not decrease at all. Instead, it spread even more. There was also an indescribable sense of pity. He was the mighty sect master of the Green Vine Mountain, yet he had actually been hunted down by a demon to such a state. Li Qingshan circled around in the gloomy forest a few times. Suddenly, he snorted coldly, "I can see you." He had learned this from Han Xianxia, and sure enough, it scared the Green Vine elder witless. He resisted the urge to run away. Li Qingshan casually swung his ice blade, kicking up a wild, sharp gust of wind. The towering trees were cut in half, rolling down the mountain with a rumble. Looking down from above, a large swathe of the forest had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no sign of the Green Vine elder. Li Qingshan called out, "Green Vine, no matter where you run off to, there will be a day when I kill you. Kill you, kill you, kill you." The sound of metal clanging echoed through the mountains again and again. It made the Green Vine elder's heart tighten. He was currently curled up, rolling down the mountain with the severed tree. In the end, he collided with a boulder. Just now, he had stopped. He felt like his waist was about to snap again. The forest fell silent once more, but he dared not move at all. Who knew whether Li Qingshan was currently hiding in the darkness, waiting for him to reveal himself so that he could kill him? Even when the sun had risen, he still did not move at all. It was said that people were more afraid of death as they grew older. He had basically used his actions to prove this truth. As long as there was even the slightest possibility of danger, he would continue to hide. Only 3 days later did he slowly emerge from the tree. Only after confirming that Li Qingshan was indeed gone did he let out a sigh of relief. Gazing at the smoke-shrouded Green Vine Mountain in the distance, he suddenly burst into tears. If it were not for the fact that his would escape technique had almost killed him, he obviously would not be bold enough to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Only by seeking the demon slayer's assistance could he have a chance at revenge. Actually, after Li Qingshan had said that, he had directly left. If he could not kill him today, he could just kill him in the future. Why would he have the patience and obsession to squat in the forest and waste time? After this battle, he felt like he was showing signs of breaking through to the 3rd layer of the tiger demon. He was just about to go make trouble for a few more fellows and fight them again. Li Qingshan, Little and Millipede. The 3 demons moved through the darkness underground. The familiar environment made Millipede extremely excited. He moved his 1,000 feet eagerly, rushing towards his bed. Li Qingshan sat on the huge skull transformed from the skull prayer beads. He wore a scarlet robe and a scarlet belt around his waist, casually covering his vital parts. The ice blade hung from his waist. He seemed to be in high spirits and in high spirits. He had conjured the robe from his hair. To demon generals, this was a small trick. He did not feel any discomfort wearing it. He had finally escaped from the state of running around naked. The 100 treasures pouches of the Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder were stuffed into his clothes. He did not have the time to check them. If he wanted to see the spoils of war, he obviously had to take them out and admire them one by one in peace. Only then would he feel especially happy. After walking for a few hours, they had already penetrated deep underground. Home was no longer far away. Little and sat in Li Qingshan's lap as she refined the corpses of the Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder. The bodies of Foundation establishment cultivators were only around 50 kilograms in weight, but the life force they contained was not comparable to even 10,000 people. It was like the difference between chi-gathering pills and virtue accumulation pills. This was a difference in quality. The reason why Little and was able to undergo the heavenly tribulation so quickly was closely related to Wei Zhongyuan's corpse. She refined it very quickly and felt that her cultivation had improved once again. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. "You don't have to do anything this time." Just as the cave was right in front of them, there was a sudden tremor. A huge object burst out of the earth and opened its mouth, biting towards Millipede. Its 4 fangs were even longer than swords. Li Qingshan was not surprised at all. How could such an obvious demon chi escape his notice even if it was hidden in the earth? He flew up and pressed his hand against the demon's head. What he touched was tough rock. Li Qingshan smiled. I was wondering why this demon chi was so familiar. So it was this. The huge object turned out to be a huge snake head, but it was the color of lime. It seemed like a stone statue at first glance. The boulder viper was one of the most powerful demon soldiers under Li Qingshan's command in the past. He had only managed to subdue it after using Millipede as his shield. However, it had never been completely convinced by Li Qingshan as the leader of the demon soldiers. But now, the thing that Li Qingshan was least afraid of was rocks. He casually sent out a shockwave. The boulder viper felt a shockwave travel from its head to the tip of its tail. Cracks immediately appeared on its indestructible rock armor. The world spun around it, and its entire body went numb. It was pulled out of the earth without any resistance. It was greatly shocked. Li Qingshan said, Boulder Viper, do you still recognize me? The boulder viper shook its head and recovered from its dizziness. It raised its head and saw a pair of familiar scarlet eyes. It then looked at the horns and the scarlet hair. You're the leader. Li Qingshan smiled and patted its head. Demons have good taste after all. Vice leader. The boulder viper then looked at Little and finally at Millipede. King Millipede. It had been attracted by this demon chi, which was why it had broken out of the earth and launched a sneak attack. It had not sensed the presence of Li Qingshan and Little and at all. You're back. After 2 years, they had once again returned to the underground world to take back everything that belonged to them. Li Qingshan asked curiously, why did you attack us? P.S. New book, new atmosphere, all kinds of tickets requested. Your support is my greatest motivation. The boulder viper looked at Li Qingshan in awe. Although it was the strongest among the demons, the difference between it and a demon general was not small. What Li Qingshan had done earlier had made it lose all interest in resisting. It answered obediently. It answered honestly, I am responsible for guarding the cave for King Yiliosu. I will not let anyone disturb the king's rest. Otherwise, I will be punished. The boulder viper helplessly curled its huge body. It missed the era when Millipede was the leader. Back then, he was unrestrained and did not need to listen to anyone's orders. King Yiliosu? This demon has good taste in naming things. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, then do you know what kind of demon he is? What magical powers does he have? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Li Qingshan would never underestimate his enemies. This? I don't know either. Also, King Yiliosu is not a demon. Not demons? Li Qingshan raised his voice. Don't tell me humans can carve out territory underground too? No, he's not a human either. If he's not a human or a demon, then what is he? The boulder viper described it, but unfortunately, as a powerful demon that lived underground, it was very lacking when it came to adjectives, which confused Li Qingshan even more. All he knew was that King Yiliosu did not come from the other demon generals in the surroundings. Instead, she came from underground. If he couldn't figure it out, then he would go and see for himself. Although Li Qingshan was cautious, he was not afraid. He had the boulder viper move to the side and strode into the depths of the cave. Leader, King Yiliosu comes and goes without a trace. He's very powerful. The boulder viper reminded Li Qingshan from behind. Li Qingshan had clearly become a demon general not long ago. He might not be a match for King Yiliosu. He hurriedly burrowed into the soil. If King Yiliosu discovered him, he would be the one who let them in. That would be terrible. In the darkness, there was suddenly a bit of light. Suddenly, a spot of light appeared. A blue butterfly flower was emitting a faint blue light in the darkness. Its 2 butterfly wings were fluttering lightly. However, it was clear that it had not yet matured and was unable to break free from the restraints of the branches and fly into the sky. Millipede swam over with a clattering sound. Li Qingshan grabbed its leg and told it to find a place to hide, so that it wouldn't be noticed by King Yiliosu. Li Qingshan told Little and to wait at the cave entrance as he walked forward alone. Finally, he saw the sea of blue butterfly flowers again. Blue butterfly flowers were quietly blooming, but there were only 1 or 2 of them dancing in the air. Before every blue butterfly flower bloomed, it was like a flower. This time, Li Qingshan had taken away who knew how many years of accumulation from this place. Apart from the sea of flowers, Li Qingshan couldn't find the slightest bit of familiarity. A crude rock cave. It had undergone meticulous carvings, totems, and patterns. They covered the rock walls. Specks of light flickered on the domed ceiling. Countless pearls and gems of various sizes were embedded into the ceiling, making it look like a starry sky. It was beautiful, like a black palace filled with dreamy colors and exotic charm. At the center of the palace, Milliped's large spirit stone bed had been replaced by an exquisite wooden couch. Layers of curtains hung down, making it impossible to see what was inside. Just from this decoration alone, Li Qingshan was certain that King Yiliosu was not a monster. No monster would waste time on something like this. The aura coming from behind the curtains seemed to prove this point. It wasn't demonic aura, but it didn't seem like spiritual aura either. It was something in between, something that seemed right but wasn't. He could vaguely guess what it was. But when he walked forward and lifted the heavy curtains, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. The two pointy ears indicated that it wasn't human. Its smooth skin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of night. It was the color of the midsummer sky. The mixture of black and blue further proved this point. It was not human, nor was it a demon, but other folk. Li Qingshan could even tell its race with a single glance: night roamers. This was all thanks to the countless dates he had with Han Xianxia. When the two of them chatted about everything, Li Qingshan was the one listening most of the time. Han Xianxia had mentioned the existence of this race in the past. Their ink blue skin was their most prominent characteristic. They were the complete opposite of humans who moved around during the day and rested at night. They were nocturnal. They could see through the deepest darkness, but they were blind during the day. After the human race prospered, they were exiled to remote, savage lands just like other folk, becoming a legend. He never thought he would actually meet them underground. If this was not enough to leave Li Qingshan so surprised, then the fact that King Yiliosu, who sat with her legs crossed in the heavy curtains, was actually a woman was enough. Strands of her ink-blue hair draped over her perfect oval face. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her eyelashes were long. Her nose was tall, and her facial features were exquisite. She only wore simple, black armor, which only wrapped around the most important parts. Beautiful patterns that resembled flowering branches extended across her exposed skin. They were of the same style as the surrounding murals, but they seemed more like natural tattoos than tattoos. They were also the only adornment on her body. If he could ignore the color of her skin, she was without a doubt a supreme beauty. Or in other words, it was her skin that was like the night sky that filled her with a mysterious, exotic charm. Li Qingshan saw her frown slightly. Clearly, she had sensed his existence, but she remained motionless. She had probably reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. Li Qingshan was rather disappointed. He just climbed onto the stone bed and sat down in front of her, admiring her hot figure as he waited for her to wake up. It was not that he did not want to take advantage of her, nor was it because his legs had softened at the sight of a woman. On the contrary, certain parts of his body had silently hardened. He began to reminisce about the good times he had spent with Han Xianxia. He wondered if she had emerged from seclusion yet. When the time came, all he needed to do was to successfully kiss her. Li Qingshan's goal in coming here had never been to kill. Demons could not kill each other. This could be considered the first law of the demi-human world. Although the Yiliosu was a mutant, she had definitely obtained the permission of the demon commander to govern this territory. She could be considered a member of the demi-human race. Killing her would be easy, but he would not need to continue living underground. He would use the method of demons to directly defeat her and take back the territory that had once belonged to Millipede. A drop of sweat seeped out from the tip of Yiliosu's nose. She was extremely nervous. This was a critical juncture in cultivating the Night Demon Sutra, so she had given the order to seal off all the paths leading to this place. The fact that the intruder had been able to pass through the pass and reach this place proved that he possessed extraordinary strength. Right now, she was unable to move. Otherwise, not only would she fail at the last step, she would also suffer a backlash and be heavily injured. At this moment, she suddenly felt his hand reach out towards her. Her body immediately tensed up, but that hand only waved in front of her. Li Qingshan was bored from waiting. He yawned and changed to lying on his side. Suddenly, he saw a sheathed dagger hanging behind her waist. It was curved like a crescent moon, so he reached out to take it. Yiliosu suddenly opened her eyes, which were as brilliant as the stars in the night sky. P.S. Please guarantee your monthly ticket, my dears. Legends of the Great Sage welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. What should I say? If I think too much, the listener will get tired of it. I'll try to keep it simple. 6 months, 1,000,000 words, a chair and a computer holding up the time. In the eyes of others, it must be a very lonely life. Is it lonely? Indeed, sometimes I'll be lonely and helpless, not knowing what to do. Admit it. No path would be smooth sailing. Sometimes, it's hard to avoid stumbling. Sometimes, all I can do is look up. I'm not looking up at others, but at my own back. I want to become that kind of person, I want to write that kind of novel. And then? Will I be able to obtain happiness? I always avoid asking myself this question because I understand that life is not a novel. There is no path that leads to absolute happiness. If I have to answer, I'll know after I try. Keep trying, keep chasing, to taste that future, to see what it's like. Write a decent novel and show it to myself. Alright, let's stop with these boring thoughts. Now, let's talk about serious matters. Here, asking for monthly votes. Heh. I call this when the map is drawn, the dagger is revealed. Why did I drag the 1,000,000-word acceptance speech until now? Because this way, I can write one less acceptance speech. Too many boring thoughts will make the listener hate it. Hopefully, the novel I write isn't so boring. Alright, I admit that as a vote acceptance speech, it's a little lifeless. It's not hot-blooded, nor is it touching. Then, let me add a few more words. After a period of hard work, student Li Qingshan finally became a demon general, taking an important step in his life. It's also an important step for the legend of the great sage, and it's also an important step for me. After the baptism of 1,000,000 words, I've become stronger in all aspects. Everything is about to unfold, and I'll work hard to write even better content. There may be ups and downs in the plot, and there may be fluctuations in the emotions. If I'm happy, I'll let you be happy with me. If I'm not happy, I'll make you happy. If you're really not happy, you can just laugh. A word of advice to those students who are still raising their books. It's already 1,000,000 words. Stop raising them and start killing. To those students who are chasing after me, if you have a subscription, you can vote for free. Look at my lips, it's free. You didn't hear wrongly, this is grand. Let's make a preliminary judgment on this 1,000,000 words. Finally, I'll take a deep breath and roar towards the sky. Seeking monthly votes. Phew, dream talker, pull yourself together. Legends of the Great Sage welcome to log in. Read the full text. At the same time, a blade of light that resembled a crescent moon swept towards Li Qingshan's throat. Little and stood guard at the entrance of the cave. All he saw was Li Qingshan enter the curtains, but he did not say anything, nor did he fight. Who knew what he was doing? Just as he was bored. There was a long whistle, and the wind blew up the curtains in the surroundings. The sharp sound echoed through the spacious cave, growing louder and louder. Yiliosu went from sitting with her legs crossed to a half-kneeling position. She leaned forward and poured all of her strength into the curved blade in her hand. The blade was less than an inch away from Li Qingshan's throat, but it could not advance any further. It had been cut in half by a long, narrow blade of ice. Li Qingshan remained in a half-crouching position. He gripped the ice blade in a reverse grip with his left hand, easily receiving all of her strength with a single hand. He admired her delicate face from top to bottom. The addition of the 2 eyes that resembled stars was like a finishing touch, making her come alive immediately. He smiled. You may have undergone the first heavenly tribulation, but it's impossible for you to win against me in a contest of strength. Little and sat down with his legs crossed. They had finally begun fighting. At this moment, he suddenly heard a noise from the depths of the cave. What are you doing? Yiliosu said coldly. Her voice was as clear as the flash of a blade. The intruder's appearance left her slightly amazed. What a handsome man, no, a demon. Although night roamers were known for their good looks, where both men and women were extremely beautiful, there was not a single face that could surpass the one before her. His smile was even more enchanting, but there was no gentleness in it at all. Instead, it seemed more like a brazen provocation. Coupled with the movement of his right hand, the killing intent in her heart became even colder. I want to see your blade. Only when Xianxia said that did he discover that her blade was already in her hand, while his hand was on her bottom. It's not like it's my fault. Who told you to change positions? He withdrew his hand with such a matter-of-fact thought. Do you see it? Yiliosu said coldly. I see it. Xianxia glanced down. The short curved blade flashed with the brightest white light. It flashed with the brightest white light, and it really looked like a crescent moon. He suddenly understood why. It was like a human assassin painting his weapon black. In the underground world, only light could blind people. Then his gaze uncontrollably landed on the cleavage of her chest. In this world, it was rare to see a woman who dressed so boldly. Then die. Yiliosu reprimanded. She turned the blade in her hand and slashed it down. The blade light cut through the darkness. It was faster and more ruthless than the one she had used just now. As a strength-type monster general, his reaction and speed must be a bit slower. How dare he get so close to me? This is the biggest miscalculation you've made today. However, he had never heard of Spider Queen having such a demon general under her command. He was probably sent by another demon commander. If he killed him and was found out, that would be troublesome. The other party didn't seem to have any killing intent, so it was better to hold back. Yiliosu soon discovered that. Her worries were unnecessary. Xianxia flew into the air. His posture didn't change at all, as if he was still lying on the stone platform. He spun and brushed past the blade light with surprising dexterity. Yiliosu's eyes flashed. The curved blade was like a swallow gliding over the water. With an unbelievably beautiful posture, it changed from a downward slash to an upward slash. In the narrow space above, it turned into a series of broken shadows, covering every vital part of Xianxia's body. Xianxia smiled and reached out his hand. He accurately caught her right hand that was holding the blade. Yiliosu immediately let go. She grabbed his arm and pulled it down. At the same time, she caught the curved blade with her left hand and slit his throat. She was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Her killing intent was hidden in it. Xianxia also felt a hint of danger. He tilted his head slightly. A chill passed through his throat, leaving a thin trace of blood. The smile on his face didn't change. Taking advantage of the weakness of his attack, he grabbed her left hand again and pressed her heavily on the stone platform. Yiliosu struggled for a while. Naturally, it was useless under the suppression of Xianxia's strength. She raised her long leg in black boots and kicked at the back of his head. Xianxia leaned down and avoided the kick. He said, "Before you make a move, you'd better listen to what he's here for." Their eyes met. The tips of their noses almost touched. They could clearly feel each other's breath. It was ambiguous and charming. Yiliosu stared at Xianxia's eyes without showing any weakness. The light in her eyes dimmed a little, showing the original dark blue color of her eyes, like ice in the night. "Who are you?" Xianxia was taken aback. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He raised his eyebrows. Good question. He currently didn't have a proper name. Xianxia had once called him Big Black. This was clearly a terrible name. He had once called himself the Old Demon of Black Mountain, but this was even worse. Was he afraid that others wouldn't be able to contact Xianxia? Xianxia instantly fell into distress. He had never been good at coming up with names. He had almost forgotten that there was a peerless beauty pressing down on him. Yiliosu used this chance to keenly observe her enemy. She suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something engraved on the two sharp and proud horns on his head. She murmured, "North Moon." Xianxia's eyes instantly lit up. Right, that's it. He retraced his memories to a few years ago. In the depths of the boundless mountains, the naughty and adorable cat demon had forcefully engraved this promise on his horns, leaving it in the depths of his memory. Even the heavenly tribulation could not erase it. On Ice Sword Cliff, he had roared at the sky as loudly as he could, swearing that he would obtain the power to send her to the Dragon Province. No, how was he now? Yiliosu squinted her eyes and suddenly raised her head. She sneered inside, hasn't anyone ever told you not to be distracted when you're fighting? With a thump, Yiliosu lay back down on the stone bed. She gasped in pain. So hard. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and smiled. Just call me Northmoon. How's your head? A huge bump had appeared on Yiliosu's smooth forehead. Little and crouched at the entrance of the cave. His teeth chattered as he let out a chuckle. I'm going to kill you. Yiliosu squeezed out the words from between her teeth. Li Qingshan said, I'll give you that chance later. Let me finish first. Where should I start? Oh right, you know the previous demon general of this territory, right? I think it was an idiot called Millipede. A human lured him out and killed him. Don't tell me that's you. Yiliosu's face was filled with ridicule. Of course not. He might be a little stupid, but I won't allow you to talk about my friend like that. Anyway, this territory originally belonged to him, and it also belonged to me. In other words, you're living in my home right now. Lie on my bed. I want you to, piss off. Li Qingshan himself found this to be extremely interesting. It was like something someone would say to his ex-wife after a divorce. He tilted his head slightly. Do you agree or not? So what if I agree? So what if I don't? Only then did Yiliosu understand that this guy was a demon soldier under Millipede's command. He wanted to take back his territory after going through the heavenly tribulation. An even greater question arose in her heart. How could a demon that had just gone through the heavenly tribulation be so strong? He could completely suppress her in terms of physical strength. If you agree, then that's for the best. If you don't, I'll beat you until you agree. Li Qingshan's smile was very sincere. Beating up a beauty like this should be a different kind of flavor. Then let's try it. Yi. Liusu said coldly. The curved blade began to spin. She spun her scimitar and turned it into a circular wheel, slicing towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan leaned back and dodged it, cursing inwardly. A gust of wind came from the back of his head. He grabbed her round and powerful thigh with a backhand. Yiliosu used the force to bounce up. She grabbed the hilt of her scimitar and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's right eye. Li Qingshan wanted to use the same trick again. He tried to grab her hand, but he only caught air. It was just a feint. On the narrow stone platform, Yiliosu turned into a shadow, flying up and down around Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not move from his spot. He only danced the ice blade into a wheel, blocking her every stab. At such a close distance, the flash of the blade filled every gap between the two of them, but there was not a single sound of collision. Yiliosu displayed her dexterous and mysterious blade technique to the extreme. Her blade never left Li Qingshan's vitals. Suddenly, the scimitar spat out an arc of light, bypassing the ice blade's obstruction. It drew a strange arc, circling behind him, and hooked towards his back. Soul Hook. Just like its name, this technique had helped her take the lives of countless people. Even those with similar strength could not escape death. With a long clang, the ice blade was slanted behind Li Qingshan, blocking the tip of the scimitar. This proved that the two's strength was not similar. Yiliosu slid to the edge of the large bed like a ghost. She panted slightly, staring at Li Qingshan. Too strong. Not only was his strength overwhelming, but his reaction was also faster than hers. Was this really a demon general who had just passed the heavenly tribulation? That was close. Li Qingshan saw a small crack on the ice blade. He wiped it with his hand, and the ice blade returned to its original state. This battle was not for killing or revenge, so he was not in a hurry to kill with one strike. Yiliosu's martial arts were extraordinary, and she could help him break through the third layer of the tiger demon in battle. The scimitar in Yiliosu's hand suddenly lit up, and she swung it. Moonbreaker. Li Qingshan suddenly leaned back, and a cold crescent of light slid past his face by a hair's breadth. He saw a blue butterfly flower fluttering in the path of the crescent of light. It was easy to imagine its fate when it was cut in half. He immediately soared into the sky and caught up to the crescent arc of light, destroying it with his saber. "This is my flower. You'd better be careful." Li Qingshan stood above the sea of flowers. The blue butterfly flower was completely unaware of the danger it was in just now and flew over his head. The flower was not a flower, and the butterfly was not a butterfly. It was a true spirit pill that could fly. "It's mine." Moonbreaker. Yi Liusu swung out an even bigger crescent of light. Li Qingshan dodged to the side. With a boom, the crescent of light landed on the rock wall behind him, leaving behind a huge mark on the exquisite mural. Li Qingshan glanced backwards and said with ease, "Fortunately, the mural isn't mine." Yi Liusu was furious, but she really did not dare to swing her blade carelessly anymore. Every single mural here was the result of her painstaking efforts. Repairing them would be extremely troublesome, and this guy could not be dealt with something like that. At this moment, demon chi and the dark aura unique to night roamers surged over from all directions. "P.S. Thank you for your encouragement. My monthly votes have never been so impressive. I'm actually ranked 12th. Of course, I know this is because the gods haven't done anything yet, waiting for the double at the end of the month. However, I'm still very happy inside. Temporary happiness is still happiness. I don't have a great writing speed. To be honest, I don't pursue this either. Coming up with new and interesting content and carving it out bit by bit is where my interest in writing novels lies. How do I put it? Although I'm the only one in the room right now, I was in the gloomy underground earlier, watching the battle between Li Qingshan and Yi Liusu with great interest. It was too greedy to pursue joy all the time. If reading these words can make you feel like your usual loneliness is easier to endure and that you can look forward to tomorrow, that will be my greatest honor. Oh right, it's snowing today. It's beautiful. Li Qingshan began to admire Yi Liusu a little. The sight of reinforcements coming from all directions proved that Yi Liusu's control over this territory could not be compared to that idiot millipede. Demons that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with appeared at the entrance of the cave one by one. There were figures everywhere, as well as a group of night roamer guards. There were both men and women, and their appearances were all rather delicate. They wore simple armor and wielded bows, arrows, and spears. "Leader?" The demons sighed in amazement. Although Li Qingshan's appearance had changed drastically, they could still recognize him with a single glance through his special features. "King Yi Liusu." The guards eyed him covetously. They drew their bows to the limit and raised their spears, waiting for Yi Liusu's orders. Yi Liusu did not ease up at all. If he were a regular demon general, she might have been able to control or weaken them with numbers, but the one before her was clearly not one of them. If they fought, it would only increase their casualties. She swung her curved blade and ordered loudly, "Don't interfere. This is our battle." The demons immediately let out a sigh of relief. None of them wanted to become enemies with a demon general. Although demons were forbidden from killing one another, it would not be fun if they were provoked. "King." The captain of the guards, Yi Liubua, was confused. Did she have to fight alone against an enemy? The bow in her hand had already been drawn to the limit. The triangular arrowhead flickered with a dark green light, clearly smeared with poison. It was directly aimed at Li Qingshan's back. At such a close distance, even a demon general could not dodge a volley of arrows. At this moment, she saw the enemy turn around, ignoring her hostility. He smiled faintly at her. His handsome face and dazzling smile caused her heart to flutter. His hand remained firmly on the bowstring. In the past, he would have been an excellent partner in bed. But now, they were irreconcilable enemies. Li Qingshan studied the night roamers curiously. He felt slightly excited inside. This was not a sight that could be seen easily. Sure enough, it was just like the legends. Most night roamers were beautiful. Any single one of these night roamer guards could be described as a handsome man or a beautiful woman if they were placed on the surface. Especially the young girl at the front. She had a delicate face that was somewhat similar to Yi Liusu's, and her appearance was even more outstanding. She was only slightly inferior to Yi Liusu. Especially when she pulled the bow, the waves on her chest were even more turbulent. Put down your weapons. This is an order. Yi Liusu said coldly. Only then did Ji Liubo put down her bow unwillingly. She thought to herself, Sister Lu Su, could it be that you have taken a fancy to this demon general? Wasn't she never attracted to men? It seemed that she had been enlightened after seeing this rarely seen handsome man among demons. If that was the case, it would be a good thing. He wondered how many days he could borrow it from her. Will she agree? What's this? Yi Liubo suddenly saw Little and crouching in a corner. Because he gave off no aura at all, he seemed like an inanimate object at first glance. However, she clearly saw the skeleton move earlier. The skull turned towards her. Flames surged within its skull. Vice leader. The demons were surprised again. Yi Liubo waved her hand and pointed at Little, and he's also an accomplice of the enemy. We'll deal with him, and we'll leave the great king to deal with him. Once we're done, let's have some fun with our sisters. She glanced at Yi Liusu from the corner of her eye, testing her reaction. The red-haired demon general was truly tempting to her. Seeing how Yi Liusu had no intentions of objecting, she beamed inside. The night roamer guards answered loudly. In particular, the female guards all stared at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. Their gazes were like a group of bandits staring at a rare, noble beauty. Their gazes easily pierced through his robes. It made Li Qingshan feel rather uneasy. Suddenly, he remembered what Han Xianxia had once said, there's a very bad evaluation of night roamers, which is that men and women can get together at will. They have no concept of chastity like humans. There was once a person who got lost and came across a village of night roamers. Due to his handsomeness, many night roamer women fought over him. He stayed at their homes for the night, and when he returned, he relished it when he returned. Li Qingshan even sighed. Why does such a great place disappear? In the end, he was pinched viciously by Han Xianxia. She continued, that's just a misunderstanding among mortals, as night roamers are a race where women are superior to men. Women are not bound by any etiquette. They toy with men just like how human men toy with women. It's only natural. If you like it, I'll go find a few male pets to keep you company. Li Qingshan immediately became excited. Heaven did exist. He said loudly, even if it doesn't work out, I'll still let the sisters have some fun. Yi Liubo burst into laughter. You sure are interesting. I just wonder how you're like in bed. Great king, don't hurt him, especially down there. It led to a roar of laughter. Li Qingshan turned around and said to Yi Liusu, looks like your clansmen are very confident in you. Yi Liusu said, aren't you worried about your companions at all? I forgot. Do demons have feelings like that? Li Qingshan said without even looking back, little Nan, don't hurt them. Little Nan gazed at the night roamers who lunged over innocently. He was taken aback when he heard the two words little Nan, but he immediately understood what it meant. The two words North Moon came from the scholar wood tablet engraved with the two words Southen on little An. In the world of demons, he obviously could not use his original title. Yi Liubo did not use a weapon. She directly extended her hand towards little An. She did not take the little skeleton seriously at all. It did not seem like something powerful no matter how she looked at it. It was probably something like a servant or puppet. However, she could not hurt it either, or she would make the red-haired beauty unhappy, and she would not be able to work hard in bed later. Little An did not move at all. He did not attack, dodge, or flee. He allowed Yi Liubo's hand to grab him. Before Yi Liubo could even understand what was happening, she collapsed on the ground. Her consciousness was extremely clear, and she did not feel like she was injured at all. However, she just happened to be unable to move a single finger. Her body seemed to have become someone else's. When Little An first practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, she already possessed the ability to control flesh and blood. She had even opened Li Qingshan's Fengqi acupoint at the most crucial moment. Ever since then, she rarely used this ability. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, this ability had become several times more powerful. She had already shown mercy by not killing those who touched her with their flesh and blood. The night roamer guards immediately fell into a panic. Yi Liubo was the strongest among them. She was close to undergoing the heavenly tribulation too, yet she had actually collapsed on the ground before she could even use a single move. Captain, Captain! Has she been poisoned? Don't touch that skeleton. Liuba! Yi Liusu called out loudly, but she received no response. She was surprised too. She stared at Li Qingshan. What did you do? Li Qingshan shrugged as if he was saying, I'll tell you. Don't worry, she won't die. You better get your people to watch the show obediently. What do you think? Will you reconsider my suggestion? Yi Liusu said, if you win, I'll return the territory to you. Li Qingshan added, if I lose, I'll let my sisters have some fun. Oh right, that includes you, right? Don't even think about it. I'll show you the true strength of night roamers right now. Yi Liusu wielded her curved blade and made her way towards Li Qingshan slowly. However, her figure gradually vanished. She was like a piece of paper that had been dipped into ink. First, the ink dyed the edges before completely turning her pitch black, merging with the omnipresent darkness underground. Even with Li Qingshan's extraordinary senses, he completely lost track of her. He sighed in amazement and sighed, this is the true strength of night roamers. Han Qiongji had once explained to the doubtful Li Qingshan, do you know why night roamers treat women as superior to men? That's because women are far stronger than men. Only when they're strong-willed they receive respect. They're actually no different from us. This strength isn't your physical strength, but your special ability. It's just like how giant lumberfolk can plant their feet underground to absorb energy, allowing them to constantly grow like trees. Night roamers also have their own innate ability. They can absorb energy from the darkness and merge their bodies with the darkness. By other folk, they don't just refer to other folk. It also includes the meaning of people with extraordinary talent. It's said that a very, very long time ago, the world was ruled by them. Regular people worshipped them like gods. Only Li Qingshan remained in the sea of flowers. He paid close attention to the movements of the wind and grass in the surroundings. He suddenly took a step back, but it was already too late. The gleaming blade swept past his cheek, leaving behind a thin, bloody mark before vanishing into the darkness again. A strand of red hair drifted down. He had no idea what the curved blade was. Even the ox demon forges its hide was unable to block it completely. Yi Liusu was even more surprised and sighed. Her hook blade of Wu was extremely sharp. Combined with the night demon blade technique of disaster from the night demon scripture, it was unstoppable and unstoppable. However, when it landed on this guy's face, it actually felt like it could not penetrate any deeper. The female guards all sighed, as if they were watching a perfect creation being damaged, which made Yi Liusu furious. Just whose side were these people who could not move when they saw a man on? The main reason was because the guards completely trusted Yi Liusu's strength, but she just happened to lack the confidence. This demon general called North Moon was just too powerful. Even until now, he seemed to only be playing around. He had yet to unleash his full strength. And the skeleton called Lil Nan managed to subdue Lu Bo without moving at all. He had probably undergone the heavenly tribulation already. This was the greatest danger she had ever faced since she became king, but she had to overcome this danger. Only then could she revive the night roamers. Another blade swept towards Li Qingshan's fragile throat. He raised his hand in an attempt to catch the blade, but all he caught was a patch of scattered light. It also left behind a bloody mark on his palm. In the blink of an eye, a few more wounds appeared on Li Qingshan's body. Yi Liubo was dragged out of Little An's range of control by her companions. She finally regained control over her body. Before she could even glare at Little An, she propped herself up with one hand and extended her other hand in Li Qingshan's direction, calling out loudly. Great King, don't hurt him down there. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation. It's fine, Captain. Demons can grow back. What do you know? If it's traumatized and can't harden up, it won't be beautiful anymore. Yi Liusu felt disgusted. She could not be bothered with them. She swam through the darkness like a fish. The world became completely different in her eyes. Li Qingshan's existence was as bright as a white speck in the darkness. She approached him silently and swung her blade. Little and became nervous. She had her own perspective, which allowed her to see the living. Yiliosu's dense aura of life was difficult to hide even in the darkness. She could see every change in position. The sharp blade of light rapidly swung towards the back of Li Qingshan's neck. He smiled and turned around, swinging his blade countless times in a single moment. The ice blades bloomed like flowers, enveloping every inch of space behind him. As long as Yiliosu was there, she would definitely fall into the web of blades. The temperature in the cavern seemed to plummet in that moment. The cold wind that swept over forced the night roamer guards to retreat step by step. Yiliobu shivered. The arrogance on her face vanished, replaced by solemnity. She grabbed her bow again. Only then could she feel a sliver of safety. She could not even block a single blade. What a terrifying blade technique. He's definitely not a regular demon general. However, the Great King won't lose. It's impossible to defeat the Great King with this method. The curved blade vanished with a flash, like a comet. It was impossible to grasp. The thousands of ice blades gathered together again and hung down, illuminating a strand of scarlet hair. His scarlet eyes flickered. Looks like it's not just invisibility. He's actually merging his body into the darkness. He could cut through water with his blade, but he could not cut through shadows. Admit defeat. You can't see me, nor can you harm me. Yiliosu's voice rang out from everywhere, from every corner of the darkness. Coupled with the echo effect, it seemed like thousands of voices were speaking together. Yiliosu's voice rang out from everywhere, from every corner of the darkness. Coupled with the echoes, it seemed like thousands of voices were speaking together. You can see me, but you can't harm me either. Li Qingshan placed the ice blade on his shoulder. Li Qingshan placed the ice blade on his shoulder. All of the tiny wounds on his body recovered instantly. I just don't want to use a killing move. You better not know what's good for you. Wasting time like this is futile. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his saber up high, and it glowed with a resplendent blue light. Just use light to slash. However, there was still no sign of Yiliosu. Do you think that any kind of light will work? Yiliosu mocked. Do you think that any random torch will be able to break my night vision? I see. Since we're night roamers, we need sunlight. Li Qingshan withdrew his demon chi and rubbed his chin in thought. Come and give it a try. Yiliosu said. Yiliobu smiled and said, this is the underground. Even if you have great means, don't think about letting the sunlight shine here. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan shook his head and raised his hand. Suddenly, a golden spot of light appeared on top of his head. The spot of light became extremely large. It turned into a golden fireball. What is this? It's so dazzling. Yiliobu covered her eyes instinctively. The dazzling light dispersed the darkness. A black figure appeared in front of a mural to Li Qingshan's left. The golden light did not possess any terrifying destructive power, but the thick darkness receded bit by bit reluctantly, revealing Yiliosu's original appearance. It revealed Yiliosu's original appearance. She stared at the golden fireball blankly. This is the sun? That's right, this is a sun. Li Qingshan held the miniature sun he had conjured from the divine talisman of great creation in his right hand. He placed it before his eyes and gently stroked its golden fur. It was scorching hot. It was not particularly hot. As a result, he poured in a bit more power of belief to make it a little brighter. It was as easy as controlling a large light bulb. Of course, compared to the real sun, even if Li Qingshan poured in all of his power of belief, it would not even reach a billionth of its brightness. However, it was not fake. What it gave off was real sunlight. The tiny, golden ball of fur was the bane of the night roamer's abilities. Perhaps they were the kings of the night, but he had turned this place into daytime. Yiliobu tried her best to widen her eyes, but Li Qingshan's figure was completely obscured by the light from the sun. It was a blur. The weaker night roamer guards even teared up. They turned around and closed their eyes. Actually, sunlight did not cause any harm to night roamers. It was just like how darkness affected regular people. It would only affect their abilities. In particular, night roamers who had cultivated should not have been affected by sunlight at all, let alone the miniature sun Li Qingshan had conjured. However, they had already lived underground for far, far too long. Basically every single night roamer would be completely submerged in darkness from birth to death, which made their abilities even stronger. However, at the same time, their resistance to sunlight had become unprecedentedly weak. Yi Liusu did her best to put on the cloak of darkness again. Darkness constantly surged around her. Just this slight interference prevented her from merging with the darkness perfectly and unleashing her ability to roam at night. This was the first time she had ever experienced such interference. Who would have thought someone could actually bring the sun underground? In her eyes, Li Qingshan became more and more unfathomable. If this was a part of his ability, then he was basically the bane of night roamers. I just thought of a pretty good move. Give it a try. Li Qingshan tossed aside his ice blade and arrived before Yi Liusu in a flash, hurling a punch through the air. Although sunlight has affected my ability to roam at night, you're dreaming if you think you can hit me with a direct attack like that. The punch was like a fierce gust of wind, producing a series of explosions in the air. Yi Liusu's figure drifted about like a shadow, completely unaffected. She was nowhere near as strong as him, but she was no slower in terms of speed. She gave up on attacking and dodged with all her might, like a dark elf dancing in the wind. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his fist and struck out with his palm. However, it was only an inch away from Yi Liusu. Yi Liusu did not take it seriously at all, mocking Li Qingshan for his futility. In that moment, an invisible, terrifying force slammed into her abdomen viciously, spreading through her entire body. All Yi Liubu saw was Li Qingshan strike out with his palm, and Yi Liusu was sent flying. She shot through the sea of flowers and slammed into the wall heavily. The residual force was unleashed through Yi Liusu's body. The wall immediately became riddled with web-like cracks, shattering into pieces. The sound of the collision was completely drowned out by a thunderous sound, shaking up the night roamer guards to the point of dizziness. The sound came from Li Qingshan's palm strike. Waves of air surged out in all directions, lifting the curtains high into the air and pushing down the sea of flowers. The might of his palm strike shocked everyone, human and demon alike. Only after being taken aback did they cry out, "Great King!" Yi Liubo rubbed her eyes. Just what was he doing? Li Qingshan looked at his palm in surprise and joy. The effects were even better than he had imagined. That's right, this was still his innate ability, the Ox Demon Tramples. In the past, he had always found the Ox Demon Tramples to be on a completely different level compared to a defensive skill like the Spirit Turtle's Profound Shell. It was basically useless. In particular, how many cultivators would still stand on the ground and fight with him obediently after reaching Demon General? Only after becoming a Demon General did he barely manage to use it to open up an underground tunnel. It was basically recycling trash. Only now did he realize that the so-called Ox Demon Tramples was just a misunderstanding of the innate ability. Its true ability was vibrations. In the past, because his demon chi was too weak and his cultivation was too low, he could only use a method like stomping on the ground to strengthen the power of the shockwaves. Otherwise, the tiny vibrations would not be enough to cause enough damage, which was why it was a false impression. In the battles that followed, he never thought about using the shockwaves anywhere else either, as there was no need for him to do so. As long as he managed to break through the protective true chi of the enemies he encountered, they would basically be dead. There was no need for him to use the shockwaves at all. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he used it against opponents he could not defeat like the three elders. After becoming a demon general, the power of his innate ability increased drastically, finally demonstrating the power it was supposed to possess. Just now, Li Qingshan used the air to transmit the shockwaves. Although the effects were nowhere close to the ground, it still demonstrated startling power. Yi Liusu was both surprised and furious, as well as a sliver of fear. Her opponent was unimaginably terrifying, and the power he used was powerful and mysterious. Her armor was basically unable to provide much protection before this power. Just how many trump cards did he still have up his sleeves? However, she could not give up. She had obtained this territory from the Spider Queen after much difficulty. It was the only path for the night roamers to return to the surface. She could not give it to someone else. Returning to her senses, she discovered she had just let out a hysterical roar. The curved blade glowed with light, turning into a huge crescent moon that illuminated the cavern. She changed her nimble tactics, becoming one with the blade and stabbing over with an aura that could cut through all obstructions. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback too. He was surprised that this beautiful woman who seemed more like an assassin could actually unleash such an aura. His blood surged for the first time. "Come at me." Li Qingshan threw a punch, and cracks spread through the air. Yi Liusu shivered inside, but she did not hesitate at all. Her dark blue eyes shone like stars as she stabbed out with the blade, forgetting about life and death. She was like a joyful comet or a hawk striking the palace. Yi Liubo basically forgot to breathe. She gazed at Yi Liusu in reverence. This was the king they trusted. Her power would definitely be able to cut through all obstructions, including this wretched demon general. A thunderous rumble erupted in the cavern, but all that greeted her was a fierce gust of wind, ruffling Yi Liusu's long, dark blue hair. She eased up slightly. "Looks like this power isn't limitless. I'll show you what's coming with this strike." Li Qingshan looked at his fist helplessly. The shockwaves reached a few feet away before weakening and dispersing. With this pause, the blade shot over like a bolt of lightning. His forehead throbbed slightly. The strike contained all of Yi Liusu's power. Even the ox demon forges its hide could not block it. Li Qingshan tried to dodge, but the darkness under his feet surged like a living creature. Black hands reached out and grabbed his legs and legs. The darkness continued to spread upward like incorporeal, sticky asphalt. At some point, Yi Liusu's loud roar turned into a low chant. The tip of the saber was only 3 inches away from his glabella. The energy saber was about 3 inches away from his forehead. Li Qingshan held the saber in between his palms. Yi Liusu's dark blue eyes looked past the 10-meter-long saber and stared at Li Qingshan with a murderous look. She used all her strength, but she could not move the saber an inch further. "Quake!" Li Qingshan smiled. In an instant, cracks covered the saber like lightning and spread to Yi Liusu's body. The saber shattered inch by inch. Yi Liusu felt every bone in her body tremble violently, accompanied by waves of numbing pain. For an instant, her body did not feel like it belonged to her. Li Qingshan retreated rapidly until his back slammed into the wall. "My king!" Yi Liubo cried out in shock. Li Qingshan grabbed Yi Liubo's slender neck and exerted a little force. Yi Liubo frowned and raised her head, her eyes filled with reluctance and despair. "Even though I've held back, you still can't threaten me." Li Qingshan looked disappointed. He had wanted to use this battle to break through to the 3rd level of the tiger demon, but he was still lacking. Perhaps it would have been better if it had been a life-and-death battle. At this moment, a sharp whistle came from behind. 7 poisonous arrows formed a formation and pierced toward Li Qingshan's back. A faint blue light formed by many hexagons flashed. Li Qingshan did not even have the interest to look back. Instead, he let go. "If you want to fight, let's continue. But this time I won't hold back. I'll defeat you in one move." Yi Liusu was shocked. If he had used such a defensive method from the beginning, in that case, all of her attacks would be futile. Failure was not unacceptable, but it was like this. Her failure didn't make the other party serious at all, but it made her feel deeply frustrated. In the past 2 years, she had been on expeditions everywhere. Not only did they reclaim their rightful territory, they even expanded it a bit. Other than the few people by the Spider Queen's side, they no longer cared about the 2 words Demon General in their eyes. Only now did they realize how big the world was and how there were many strong people who couldn't be underestimated. "Alright, I can promise you." "Your Majesty." Yi Liubo's expression changed. This territory had been obtained with great difficulty. "Shut up," Yi Liusu said coldly. Learning to respect the strong was the rule of survival in the underground. "I can also make my sisters happy." Li Qingshan laughed, but all he received was a look of hatred. He shrugged his shoulders. He was unconcerned. "However, this isn't something I can decide." Yi Liubo's eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Then who can decide? Li Qingshan hooked his arm around Yi Liusu's shoulder. "Earlier, you said you'd give the territory to me if you lost, yet now you're saying you can't decide. Are you doubting my decisiveness? Empress Helicoverpa. Yi Liusu shivered. Afraid of angering him, she added in a hurry, Ma'am Lorsi won't interfere with the territorial disputes of her demon generals, but if a demon general suddenly wants to take over a territory, it's impossible for her to ignore her opinion. That does make some sense. What do you think? I can take you to see Ma'am Lorsi and hand over the territory to you in person. Li Qingshan was expressionless. You mean, you want me to go underground with you, to the main camp of the night roamers, and then see the demon commander who's very familiar with you but not me? I want her to decide who the territory belongs to. Yi Liusu felt scorching breaths land on her ear and neck. There was no ambiguity at all, as if she was in the mouth of a monster that could fly into a rage at any time. She gritted her teeth and said with great difficulty, yes. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately. Yi Liusu was surprised. She found this handsome and powerful demon general to be even more unfathomable. Was he so confident in his own strength? That was why he was bold enough to set off for that dangerous place under the lead of an enemy. He was rash and arrogant, yet filled with unbridled charm. Compared to the gloomy male night roamers who seemed constantly uneasy, he was basically the other extreme. But before that, I need to find a suitable place to settle my friends down. I think this is a good place. Li Qingshan looked around the cavern. He found the murals to be rather beautiful. They were very suitable as decorations for his home. Yi Liusu agreed through gritted teeth. Li Qingshan stood on the stone platform and gave a speech to the demons, receiving their absolute obedience. Millipede wriggled out too, returning to the bed he was familiar with and curling up comfortably. Little and sat on his back. After going through numerous trials, they had finally returned to square one once more, taking back what belonged to them. This was because Li Qingshan said to Yi Liusu, "You go ahead first. I'll catch up later." All Yi Liusu could do was lead the night roamer guards and set off first. No one spoke along the way. The atmosphere was very oppressive. They gradually left the cavern and arrived at the edge of Millipede's territory, but they still did not see Li Qingshan. Yi Liubo went up and said, "Great King, will that guy really come? Don't tell me he's lying to us?" Yi Liusu fell silent. Then all she could do was return to the clan and ask for reinforcements, but would that be enough to deal with him? Perhaps it would only be possible if Lolf and the others beside her took action. However, what kind of glib tongue would it take to make the demons turn on one another and kill the powerful geniuses of their own race? Demons had always been contemptuous and fearful of the night roamers. It's wrong to doubt the promises of others. Li Qingshan appeared in the darkness alone. Seeing how the group had stopped because of his appearance, he strode to the front. "Let's go. I've wanted to go underground and have a look a long time ago." Yi Liusu discovered that there was actually a sense of naivety and childishness on his face. He was so interested that it seemed like he was going to watch a show. Even though Yi Liubo hated him deeply, she could not help but be tempted when she saw his handsome face and high spirits. Li Qingshan stared straight ahead as if he could see through the thick earth. His dream of traveling across the 9 provinces was gradually becoming a reality. He wondered what a city of night roamers would be like. And what would the Empress Helicoverpa think? Speaking of which, this was no different from the human world. If he wanted a place in the world of demons, he had to pay a visit to the Empress first. However, according to what Millipede had said, that person would not be too easy to get along with. But that was fine. The worst outcome would just be falling out and attacking him, only to be killed. At this moment, on the bed of spiritual stone in the center of the sea of blue butterfly flowers, Li Qingshan and Little and took out the 100 treasures pouches of the golden pheasant elder and the lone grave elder. They checked through the spoils of battle this time in peace. Taking risks was obviously extremely interesting. If they could sit at home and take risks safely, it would be even more interesting, and it would not affect their cultivation either. Although they channeled their true chi into the golden pheasant elder's 100 treasures pouch, a vast space opened up loudly. Li Qingshan was taken aback for a moment before laughing aloud. He pulled Little and into his arms. "We've struck it rich this time." Legends of the Great Sage welcome to the readers. Read the full text. Yi Liusu also discovered that a mysterious smile had suddenly appeared on Li Qingshan's face as she hurried along silently. Countless guesses immediately ran through her head, but she was unable to guess why Li Qingshan was happy. The abundance of items in the 100 treasures pouch had completely exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations. Let alone the various high-level pills, just the spiritual stones alone made him overjoyed. As the sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, the Golden Pheasant Elder's 100 treasures pouch stored all the resources of the entire mountain. These resources were not for him alone, but for the development of the entire sect. After who knew how many generations of accumulation, they all ended up in Li Qingshan's hands. Apart from the spiritual stones and pills, there were also large quantities of spiritual herbs, such as 300-year-old dragon's tongue and 500-year-old snow-hard orchid. Every single one of them was worth several thousand spiritual stones. It was impossible for regular foundation establishment cultivators to possess them if they did not possess a sect with a deep foundation. Even if they bought them, they would immediately refine them into pills. It was impossible for them to be stored in a 100 treasures pouch. Because the Pheasant's Grace Mountain used the golden pheasant's plume as their weapon, there were not a lot of spiritual artifacts, but there were 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. A sword with a cloud pattern, a piece of bright yellow embroidery, and a small celadon bottle. Although Li Qingshan did not know what they were, he liked them when he saw how they glowed. In particular, the small bottle seemed rather familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't this the one that had been sold for almost 10,000 spiritual stones in the auction below the Green Vine Mountain in the past? The functions of the small bottle had been introduced in detail during the auction. Regular water could be converted into spiritual water. Whether it was used for refining pills, forging artifacts, or watering spiritual herbs, it was extremely beneficial. Out of the 3 spiritual artifacts, only this item showed signs of being refined. The sword with the cloud pattern and the piece of bright yellow embroidery remained untouched. When the Golden Pheasant Elder fought as a golden pheasant, he could not split his attention to control the spiritual artifacts, so he did not refine the 2 spiritual artifacts. His golden pheasant's plume was the most powerful spiritual artifact. However, before Li Qingshan's overwhelming power, even if he had another supreme-grade spiritual artifact, it would not be enough. However, aside from that, he did not find any legendary arcane artifacts. Apart from that, he did not find any legendary arcane artifacts. This was not strange. The number of arcane artifacts in the world was not as plentiful as spiritual artifacts. Every magic artifact possessed astonishing power. This also meant that it was extremely difficult to refine. Usually, only large clans and sects would have them, and they were rarely circulated in the market. Foundation establishment cultivators usually used supreme-grade spiritual tools. And even if there was a sale, the Golden Pheasant Elder would not spend an astronomical price to buy an arcane artifact. The world was at peace, so there was very little fighting. In particular, cultivators above foundation establishment would not necessarily have the opportunity to fight someone even once in a decade. What's the point of buying it? If the vial was not a spiritual artifact that assisted cultivation, the 3 elders would not have fought over it. Li Qingshan was already satisfied with these 3 supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Especially that celadon bottle. It was good to store some spiritual water for bathing. There were also some shiny metal ores. Li Qingshan guessed they were materials for forging artifacts. He had never learned how to forge artifacts, so he did not know what they were called. However, just from the glow they gave off, he could tell they were valuable. They must have been used to forge Golden Pheasant's plume. Speaking of which, he had obtained a large handful of Golden Pheasant's plume as well. They should also be supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, and they came in a set. They were supreme-grade among supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Unfortunately, he needed to practice the cultivation method of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain to use them. There was a complete set of the Golden Pheasant's method of the dawn in his 100 treasures pouch, but it was impossible for Li Qingshan to practice it. Afterwards, he opened up the lone grave elder's coffin. The items inside still left Li Qingshan surprised. What greeted his eyes was a tremendous number of corpses. There were corpses of all kinds, male, female, old, and young. Some had been refined, while others were in their original state. They were hideous and terrifying like a living hell. The burial mound mountain used the art of refining corpses as its foundation. Corpses were their most important resource. They were both consumables and necessities. In order to obtain these corpses, who knew how many graves the disciples of the burial mound mountain had dug up? Xianxia took out the spiritual stones and pills and placed them into the golden pheasant elder's 100 treasures pouch. Afterwards, he passed the lone grave elder's 100 treasures pouch to Little and, "This is for you." There were also the lone grave elder's bone staff and bronze band, 2 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Both of them gave off a sinister aura and were related to refining corpses. He had no use for them either. After splitting the spoils, Xianxia stood up and stretched. He laughed aloud. Let's go into secluded cultivation again. This time, his target was the 3rd layer of the spirit turtle's method of suppression. That way, he could perfectly suppress the demon chi of the ox demon and tiger demon, just in case he gave himself away when he reached the 3rd layer of the tiger demon. Little Anne's eyes shone brightly. She had another plan in mind. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, her cultivation had increased drastically, but she had also reached a new bottleneck. Without sufficient comprehension, she could not increase her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty through the essence of her flesh and blood alone. However, she just happened to be able to continue refining skull prayer beads. If nothing went wrong, she would be able to gather 12 beads into a string and forge her first white bone spiritual artifact, arcane artifact. When the two of them were filled with ambition, they looked at Millipede again. He had already fallen asleep, coiled up on the stone platform and stretching out bit by bit. He seemed very comfortable. He would never know what ambition was. All he knew was that he could finally lie down here and sleep again. Xianxia sat down and took out a handful of pills, shoving them into his mouth. His mind gradually sank, entering a state of unconsciousness. However, he had no idea that his actions on the Green Vine Mountain had already kicked up a huge uproar in the cultivation world. At the center of the uproar, Xianxia and the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain scattered and fled down the mountain. Gazing back at the misty mountain in the distance and seeing that no one was pursuing him, Xianxia finally stopped worrying. He sat down on the ground and gasped for air. He had lived a life of the Jianghu where blood flowed from the tip of his blade. Originally, he thought he had nothing to fear anymore, but when the scarlet eyes glanced at him, he almost rolled down the mountain in fright. Without the slightest doubt, if the blade landed, he would have been a dead man already. The righteous path of cultivation was like how monkeys scatter when the tree falls. Under Xianxia's pressure, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain scattered in all directions, afraid that Xianxia would catch up to them and kill them all. Xianxia looked around. Only Yu Lian remained by his side. "Foster father, where do we go now?" Yu Lian remained gentle, but he had become much steadier. He was originally Xianxia's trusted disciple. After he gained a foothold on the Green Vine Mountain, he had brought him to the Green Vine Mountain as well. It was no longer suitable for them to be master and disciple, so Yu Lian accepted Xianxia as his foster father. Xianxia said, "We can't stay on the Green Vine Mountain any longer anyway. This isn't a good place. Who knows when demons will attack again. With our cultivations, we'll be at the mercy of others. Why don't we return to the Proud Sword Manor?" After 2 years of arduous cultivation coupled with the tremendous resources provided by the Green Vine Mountain, he had also reached the 4th layer, while Yu Lian had reached the 2nd layer. They had both achieved major breakthroughs in their lives. Although they had both achieved major breakthroughs in their lives, they were still at the very bottom of the cultivation world. Even if they were tied together, they would not be able to withstand a single slash. If demons launch a large-scale attack, the Proud Sword Manor probably won't be safe either. There's a tunnel leading underground outside the city. Why don't we go to Clear River City and seek refuge with Junior's sister? Yu Lian thought of something and said. About this, Xianxia found it rather embarrassing to seek refuge with his daughter as a father. Junior brother Yu is right. Don't hesitate anymore, brother Yu. I plan on going to Clear River City as well. Diaofei emerged from behind a large tree. His cultivation had already reached the 6th layer, and he had split open a sea of qi in his dantian. If he reported this to Commander Wang, he would have the right to earn a position as a Scarlet Wolf Guard. "First senior brother, you're here too. Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. Although he knew Diao Fei would not be able to block a single strike from the demon, he still felt slightly safer. The two of them had met 2 years ago. Although they were not exactly close friends, they had become acquainted with each other. Yu Shuquang respected Diao Fei's outstanding cultivation. Diao Fei knew Yu Shuquang had a daughter called Yu Zijian, who cultivated in the 100 schools of thought. With her pure young body, she was highly regarded by the leader of the school of Taoism, so he dared not slight her. How terrifying! Diao Fei sighed. After reaching the 6th layer and becoming the first senior brother of the Green Vine Mountain, he felt rather elated and complacent. Only after witnessing the unparalleled power tonight did he understand that he was just a slightly larger shrimp in the cultivation world with his meager cultivation. Diao Fei sighed again. Yu Shuquang agreed with him and sighed with him. What do you think, brother Yu? Let's go together. We can look after each other in Clear River City. Diao Fei had heard that Yu Zijian was familiar with the Hua family. If there were any changes to the situation, he could ask her to mediate between them. Seeing Diao Fei, Yu Shuquang suddenly thought of a person. This was the common topic of conversation between the two of them in the past. I can't seek refuge with Zijian, but I can seek refuge with him. That's right. The person Yu Shuquang thought of was Li Qingshan. It was all because of Li Qingshan's assistance that he was able to reach where he was today. He could be regarded as half of Li Qingshan's subordinate. If he sought refuge with Li Qingshan, it would not be embarrassing. He had heard that he was doing quite well in the 100 schools of thought right now. If he knew that the person who had scared him off was Li Qingshan, who knew what his expression would be like. Alright, let's go right now. Are you telling the truth? After listening to Diao Fei's story, Wang Pushi's eyebrows furrowed into a knot. A demon general had actually killed the 3 elders. It was unbelievable no matter how he thought about it. With how crafty the 3 old coots were, even if they could not defeat him, could they not escape? Then he looked at Diao Fei. There was not a single wound on him. If the demon general was so arrogant and powerful, why would he leave them alive? As a result, he asked another question. It's completely true. If you don't believe me, Commander, there are 2 other junior brothers who came with me. The other seniors and juniors have all seen it too. I believe it will spread before long. Please make a decision soon, Commander. Come with me. Wang Pushi leapt up from his chair. Recently, the conflict between the humans and demons had become more and more intense. It was not just limited to the Clear River City, nor was it limited to the Rui Commandery. Instead, the entire Green Province was filled with the flames of war. However, he had never heard of a demon general killing Foundation establishment cultivators like this, and he had killed 3 of them in a single go. If it was true, then it would be a huge matter. He had to report it to Commander Gu immediately and ask her to make a decision soon. Diao Fei followed Wang Pushi to a square room in the corner of the floor. He saw that the room was empty. The snow-white walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in runes and runes, leaving behind many grooves. Wang Pushi placed the spirit stones in and activated the formation. With a flash of light, an illusory figure appeared in the room. It flickered for a moment before stabilizing. It was an attendant dressed in green. He bowed and said, "Sir, why did you activate the illusion formation?" The commander of the Clear River Prefecture, Wang Pushi, has an extremely urgent matter, so I wish to meet with Ma Gu. Wang Pushi clasped his hands, placing emphasis on the word meet. Sir, please wait a moment. When Gu Yinying heard that Wang Pushi had something urgent to discuss with her and had even activated the illusory formation, she could not help feeling curious. When she arrived at the room with the illusory formation, she saw Wang Pushi's image and asked with a smile, "Old Wang, what happened to make you so anxious?" Wang Pu bowed and pulled Diao Fei to his side. Repeat what you said just now. Subordinate Diao Fei greets Lord Gu. Diao Fei lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the white-cloaked figure. He recounted everything from the beginning to the end. At first, Gu Yinying looked relaxed, but her smile gradually disappeared. In the end, she felt helpless. There was smoke everywhere, but why did it have to be here that caught fire in the end? Do you know why that demon came? He did not kill anyone else and only killed the 3 elders. Not only did Wang Pushi find this strange, but Gu Yening sank into her thoughts as well. The pitch-black arm that extended from the hall and the scarlet-red eyes made her think of something. However, he immediately dispelled this thought. How could this be possible? The leap from demon to demon general was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if it took 100 years, it would still be considered fast. This subordinate does not know? Do you remember what that monster looked like? I can't remember. Diaofei was afraid that his gaze would attract the demon general's attention, so he didn't dare to look any further. At that time, he clearly remembered many characteristics, but in the end, the only thing that remained in his heart was that pair of charcoal-like crimson eyes. Isn't Chushir Dao in Clear River? Let him draw. Wang Pushi hurried to the 100 schools of thought. Father. Why have you come? In the 100 schools of thought, Yu Zijian grabbed Yu Shuquang's hand in surprise and joy. Yu Shuquang knew this was an important matter, so he was afraid to speak carelessly about the Green Vine Mountain. All he said was, I missed you, so I came to see you, alright? Sigh. You've really grown up. You're exactly the same as your mother. No, you're even more beautiful than your mother. Yu Zijian wore azure Taoist robes. Her hair was tied up into a bun, and she carried the 9-yang sword on her back. Her attire was simple. However, it seemed even more pure, beautiful, and spotless. In just 2 years, she had reached the 5th layer of the aura training realm, and this was because the slovenly Taoist wanted her to build a good foundation. Otherwise, he would have been able to cultivate even faster. His entire person was like a piece of unpolished jade that had its stone shell shaved off bit by bit. Only a trace of flawlessness was revealed, yet it was filled with boundless brilliance. Unknowingly, her figure had also become slender. Why not? In the past, I let you come. Why haven't you come? Has something happened at home? Yu Zijian asked in doubt. Yu Shuquang knew his daughter was not as easy to coax as before, so he suppressed his voice. I can't tell you right now. I'll tell you later. You're acting so mysterious. Then, have you heard about Niu Jushao's whereabouts recently? Worry immediately filled Yu Zijian's clear face. It was this question. Again. Yu Shuquang and Yu Lian exchanged glances. Yu Shuquang smiled bitterly. Don't worry. He's doing better than you. How do you know? Do you have news of him? Yu Zijian grabbed Yu Shuquang's arm and asked urgently. You're the one who told me. Yu Shuquang had only obtained news of Li Qingshan from Yu Zijian's letter when she mentioned the interesting matters of the 100 schools of thought. However, he could not say, Father swears on his dignity. Alright. I do have news of him, but I can't tell you. That's what he wants. Is he really fine? He's really fine. Then why hasn't he come to find me? You've made me worry for him. Yu Zijian felt like a boulder had been lifted from her heart. She smiled and began to daydream again. However, Yu Shuquang was worried inside. Has this girl really fallen in love with Li Qingshan? It's been 2 years, but she still hasn't been able to forget about him. She's already grown into a woman. Sigh, it's time for men and women to get married. Qing Ting had said something about severing his emotions and devoting himself to cultivation, but he did not believe that. He understood the pain of being alone the best. How could a person not have a companion in life? He had to properly watch over her when it came to this. That kid might be a little stubborn, but he's not bad. Should he tell her about his identity? Once they met, he had to discuss it with him. Yu Zijian happily toured around Wuwei Island with Yu Zijian and Yu Lian. As for Yu Shuquang, he pretended to ask about Li Qingshan unintentionally. Oh, you mean senior brother Li? He's already at the 8th layer, and he clashed with that senior brother Chu I mentioned to you a while ago. In the end, he defeated him in a single stroke. How impressive. Yu Shuquang nodded in satisfaction. Only a cultivation like that is worthy of my daughter. Now that he's my son-in-law, he won't be able to show me any respect anymore. He's been in the alchemy room with senior sister Ru Xian for so long. Once senior sister Han comes out, she probably won't spare him. Hee, that's what Qinglu said. What's going on with senior sister Ru Xian and senior sister Han? Yu Zijian told Yu Shuquang about the gossip in great interest. She noticed the changes in Yu Shuquang's expression and asked in surprise, "Father, what's wrong?" "Nothing." "Oh my, what's the name of this mountain?" Yu Shuquang smiled dryly. As it turned out, Li Qingshan was quite a playboy. Fortunately, he had not told her about Niu Juxia's true identity out of impulse. He could not let his daughter become involved in this. Gu Yening waited for a while, and Wang Pushi brought over a young man. He reported, "Master Chu has already retired from painting. He no longer paints. This is his final disciple, Chu Danqing. He can also take on the role." Chu Danqing was stunned when he saw Gu Yening. He had seen Chu Shidao paint thousands of beauties, but none of them could rival even a fraction of her beauty. Instinctively, he sketched out a painting for her, but he immediately felt like he was unable to draw it. Even if he managed to draw it, it would barely have any charm. She was just a regular beauty. "So you're Chu Danqing. Your master has hidden you really well. If you want to look, you can look later. Hurry up and paint." Chu Danqing returned to his senses. His face was bright red from embarrassment. He turned to Diao Fei and said, "Please close your eyes and carefully recall the situation back then. Then relax your mind." Diao Fei closed his eyes. Chu Danqing pressed a finger against Diao Fei's forehead while his other hand moved like the wind, painting on the paper. His expression also returned to normal. A single strand of weasel hair spat out a riot of colors. Sometimes, it would fold up and draw carefully, and at other times, it would spread out in thick, heavy colors. Immediately, a brightly colored painting leapt onto the paper. Chu Danqing blew on it gently and showed the painting to Diao Fei first. "Look, it's like this." The nightmarish, scarlet eyes filled his vision once again. Diao Fei was alarmed and took half a step back. Only then did he see the entire painting. On the ruins, there was a black silhouette, a dark red moon, a raised ice blade, and drifting long hair. The various details that he had lost in his memories had all been retrieved. It was basically even more detailed and vivid than what he had seen back then. "Yes, it is." Wang Pushi could not help. "But look at the painting too." He wanted to see just what kind of person could kill the three elders and make Diao Fei so afraid. All he saw was the lifelike figure in the painting, as if he was about to leap out and swing his blade down. He was slightly surprised and sighed, "What a painting! What a murderous aura! Am I supposed to be this demon's opponent?" Then, Chu Danqing lowered his head and presented the painting to Gu Yening. With just a single glance, Gu Yening confirmed the identity of the person in the painting with her demon half. It was just like how humans could not tell the difference between two magpies, but in the eyes of their own kind, these special characteristics were basically as obvious as labels. Wasn't this that kid? For once, Wang Pushi found a sliver of surprise on Gu Yening's face. Gu Yening waved her jade folding fan gently. "How strange. How strange." On the ice-sword cliff, just when she thought he would embark on the path of demons, he returned to become a hawkwolf guard. Just when she thought he would choose the path of human cultivation, he turned into a demon again and risked his life to fight for a demon general. In the blink of an eye, he had already become a demon general. He had surpassed many demons and barriers that would take hundreds or even thousands of years to cross, claiming the lives of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators as soon as he struck. She had never encountered such an unfathomable person before. Interesting, interesting. If that was the case, everything made sense. The reason why he had sought out the 3 elders was for revenge. Because he was originally a human, he possessed a sliver of benevolence and did not commit a massacre. Several thousand kilometers apart, the 2 rooms fell silent at the same time, quietly awaiting her orders. Gu Yening folded her folding fan and struck her palm gently. "I might have to pay a visit to the Clear River Prefecture later. I'll send someone to investigate first." Wang Pushi was rather troubled. Little Hua and Xianxia are both in secluded cultivation. "I'd better go personally." "It's inconvenient for you to do so. Isn't there a Li Qingshan? I heard he's in the limelight, and he's very powerful. Get him to investigate properly and write me a document when he returns. I want to hear his thoughts on the case." Gu Yening's eyes flickered with light as she seemed to smile. Little bro Xianxia, are you in such a hurry to throw those words right in front of me? Yes, I'll summon him right now. Is there anything else you need me to do? Wang Pushi said. As it seemed, Commander Gu really did view this Li Qingshan in a new light. She had actually left such an important matter to him, even praising his strength. It was unbelievable. However, he was unable to connect the brazen, reckless demon in the painting to the primary disciple of the school of novels, Li Qingshan. Old Wang, what's bound to come will come. Gu Yening said slowly. Her eyes swiveled. Very well done. Your painting skills will definitely surpass your masters in the future. Chu Danqing was taken aback. Only then did he realize she was talking about him. He raised his head, but the figure had already vanished. He felt lost inside, but he also understood something. If he looked at the heavenly maiden scattering the blossoms again, he would definitely see her. The legends of the great sage welcome to the readers. Read the full text. Li Qingshan moved underground with the group. The twisting and turning paths seemed endless, sometimes to the east and sometimes to the west. The only thing that did not change was going down, diving even deeper underground. Having dealt with the issue of cultivation, he no longer had to spend so much effort on it, so he directed all of his attention back to the mirror image. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo led the group at the very front, leading the way. They would choose the fork without the slightest hesitation. The cavern was quiet. Not a single person in the group said anything. There was not even the slightest sound of footsteps. It was like they had all become illusionary shadows. Night roamers are basically natural-born assassins. I wonder what kind of environment has trained them to be like this. Li Qingshan praised inside. In particular, Yi Liusu basically seemed like she was floating. Coupled with her terrifying innate ability, it was probably very likely for her to kill him if she tried to assassinate him when he was caught off guard, even if he was much stronger than her. They turned into a new cavern. Yi Liubo glanced at the emotionless Yi Liusu, who only cared about advancing. She frowned slightly and lowered her head. Her expression changed as she struggled with her thoughts. Suddenly, she slowed down and arrived at the back of the group, grabbing Li Qingshan's hand. I have something I want to say to you. Just as Li Qingshan was confused, Yi Liubo said something through the pulses of her aura. She knew a little about how demons communicated with each other. Ah! Yi Liubo cried out and was pulled into Li Qingshan's arms. The two of them stopped. Yi Liusu looked back with a frown. The group stopped. The night roamers all had different expressions. The men were obviously furious, while the women were rather envious. You can go first. We have some matters to attend to. Li Qingshan lowered his head and sniffed Yi Liubo's neck gently. Yi Liubo blushed slightly. Hurry up and catch up. Yi Liusu glanced past the two of them before continuing with the group. They're gone. What do you want to say? Before he finished speaking, Yi Liubo wrapped around Li Qingshan like a snake and kissed him on the lips. He stuck out his tongue. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, but he was not to be outdone. The two of them actually kissed passionately in such a place. After a while, Yi Liubo has no intention of giving up. Li Qingshan is aroused and forcibly separates her. Pursing his lips, he said, You can tell me now. Can I trust you? The expression on Yi Liubo's round face was complicated, but it was definitely not the shyness of a woman. Looks like I'm the only one you can trust now. Of course, Li Qingshan didn't think that Yi Liubo was just a love-struck fool. Looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she really had something to say. I can tell you one thing, something very important to you, something related to life and death, but you have to promise me two things. That doesn't seem fair. Then just one thing, please don't hurt my sister. Why do you think I'll hurt her? If I tell you this, you'll do it. Then why do you want to tell me? If I don't say it, she'll hurt herself. I don't accept it. Li Qingshan shrugged. Why? What you want to say is that she came up with some stupid idea to harm me, but to be honest, I'm not afraid at all. Li Qingshan's mirror image. To a large extent, it was to test the waters. It was nothing to be killed once or twice. Once he understood the situation underground, what revenge couldn't he take? One more thing, you don't have the right to make a deal with me. Li Qingshan's expression was cold. Then I'll beg you, okay? I can be your servant and work for you. If I work for you, I can also tell you the situation underground. Yi Liubo felt powerless. She knew very well that he was right. Even Yi Liusu was unable to oppose him at all. With her strength, what right did she have? If it were not for the fact that his personality was not as vicious as regular demons, probably even King Yi Liusu would not be able to maintain her pride right now. Many times, the feeling he gave her was more like a human. It was exactly because of this that she was bold enough to negotiate with him. And, after the test just now, she had discovered that he had feelings for women. As a result, she felt like her chances of success had increased by quite a lot. This was not a joke. Many demon generals underground would not suddenly change their sense of beauty after assuming human form and take a liking to creatures that walked on 2 feet. They would still treat them as walking food. You finally told me what I want to hear. Li Qingshan smiled. Right now, what he wanted to know the most was the situation with the night roamers and the situation with Helicoverpa. As long as he could grasp the overall situation, what would Yi Liusu's petty scheme against his mirror image amount to? Then you've agreed? Yi Liubo beamed with joy. Can a servant ask for a master? Li Qingshan said sternly. You. But the master will consider the servant's feelings. Li Qingshan rubbed her cheek with a smile. Tell me, or I'll have to consider rejecting your allegiance. My elder sister wants to harm you. Yi Liubo was helpless. In the end, she still chose to believe him. He could have used even more intense methods to interrogate her, or he could have viciously humiliated Yi Liusu, but he did not do that. As expected. It's basically written all over her face. Li Qingshan curled his lip. She lured you into the enemy's territory. However, what Yi Liusu said next finally surprised Li Qingshan. Wait, you mean the enemy? Who can be her enemy underground? Since he had been appointed as the lord of the territory by Helicoverpa, other demons could not kill him willy-nilly. Obviously the night roamers of other clans. As it turned out, the night roamers underground were not united. Instead, they were divided into a few large clans. Queen Helicoverpa forbade open warfare, but she revered chaos and assassination. Coupled with the competition for benefits and resources, the conflict between clans was extremely intense. Assassinations, poisoning, and traps were used against one another. As long as they did not leave behind any direct evidence, they could get away with it. As for the incompetent failures who left behind evidence, they would be judged and turned into sacrifices for the Spider Queen. It was possible to imagine just how welcome Yi Liusu, a genius of her clan, would receive when she returned to the Gloom region and the territories of other clans. And, in order to silence her, a witness like Li Qingshan would definitely be hunted down. That's a stupid idea. Li Qingshan shook his head. Yi Liusu sure was vicious enough. She was actually willing to perish together with him. Did she really think she could deal with him like that? My sister has no other choice either. In order to take over that territory, our Spider Shadow clan has already become the target of attack of a few large clans. We've suffered very heavy losses. If we attract an enemy like you, it'll probably be the end of our clan. Even if we can't harm you with this method, it'll be enough to heavily injure those clans. If Li Qingshan escaped, those clans would bear the crime of killing a lord and attacking a demon general. If he died, he would definitely drag a bunch of people down with him, and the Spider Shadow clan would be able to get someone else to take over the territory. Only after thinking that through did Li Qingshan truly begin to admire Yi Liusu a little. What an impressive spirit of sacrifice. Liubo, you're nowhere near that. I can't wait for the Spider Shadow clan to be destroyed. What does it have to do with us if all the night roamers die? Yi Liubo sneered. She was actually filled with hatred towards her own clan. Only afterwards did she look at Li Qingshan eagerly, grabbing his hand and calling out, Master. Li Qingshan's heart turned numb from her call. Regular people would not be able to emulate such a lewd and flirtatious feeling. If it were not for the fact that he was thinking about Han Xianxia in the distance, he basically would have done something. In consideration of your feelings and loyalty, I won't kill your sister if she doesn't bring about her own destruction. Actually, she's still of some use to me. Yi Liubo beamed with joy, but she also felt rather strange inside. Originally, she wanted her sister to capture him and toy with him, but she ended up becoming his servant instead. However, he seemed even more charming right now. What attracted her was no longer his perfect face. With his strength, he would definitely become a major figure who could run amok underground in the future. Being his servant would be much better than being ordered around by the clan. Thinking like that, she did feel like she had taken a good step forward. In the underground world, the strong preyed on the weak. No matter how handsome a person was, he was just a plaything. Only great strength could gather people's hearts and rule over everything. Strength was a form of charm in itself. I'm curious about that matter though. I want to ask you to protect me. Who wants to harm you? If you lose your territory, there'll definitely be a very severe punishment once you return. There are plenty of people in the Spider Shadow clan waiting to kick you when you're down. Yi Liubo felt resentful, but she also felt rather complacent. Now that she had gained the protection of a powerful demon general, even the matriarch could do nothing to her. Don't worry. The master will protect the servant. Thank you, master. Yi Liubo's heart warmed up, and she smiled sweetly. Yi Liusu was currently leading the group of night roamers, stopping to rest in the cavern. She felt slightly worried. At this moment, the two of them returned. Yi Liubo hugged Li Qingshan's arm intimately as she smiled gently. That's enough. Li Qingshan shook off Yi Liubo's hand. Yi Liubo glanced at him begrudgingly and said to Yi Liusu, Sister, I've already told Sir North Moon about your plan. Yi Liusu shuddered inside. What she worried about the most had happened. She roared out furiously, Liubo. However, Li Qingshan grabbed her hand that was about to draw her blade. Yi Liubo glared back at her without backing down. Sister, even if you want to sacrifice yourself, you'll have to ask the sisters first. When she told Yi Liusu's plan, the night roamer guards immediately fell into an uproar. I was wondering why the route seemed a little off. Ma'am Liusu, is that true? They did not have the spirit to sacrifice themselves for the clan. It was not like they would be punished for losing the territory anyway. At most, they would just be dragged into it a little. Yi Liusu said nothing, as if she was agreeing to it. From today onwards, I will leave the Spider Shadow clan and become Sir North Moon's servant. At this moment, Yi Liubo's words kicked up a storm. This was equivalent to betraying the clan, and trusting her fate completely to Li Qingshan. If Li Qingshan refused to protect her, she would no longer be able to survive underground. Li Qingshan smiled. This was probably the legendary aura of a king. If he really had the power of a king, why would he worry about no one following him? As long as he had enough influence, there were many things that he did not have to worry about at all. P.S. I'm done with this chapter. I'll go write the second chapter now so that I can face the blackout tomorrow. Phew, I'm a little tired. Liubo, you've actually betrayed the Spider Shadow clan. Do you know what the consequences are? Do you really trust this demon that much? Yi Liusu pointed at Li Qingshan and questioned loudly. She's more trustworthy than those old coots. I'd rather die than go back and be humiliated by those bitches. Yi Liubo raised her head stubbornly. I won't allow you to die for them either. Sister, why don't you follow Sir North Moon with me? That way, we won't have to worry about those old women anymore. Shut up, you traitor. I've taken care of you for so many years to no avail. You're ungrateful. I'll be nice to whoever treats me well, which is why I can't send you to your death. You're so thick-headed. Their chests heaved violently. The two of them were agitated. Li Qingshan, who had caused all of this, stood to one side with his arms crossed, just like an outsider. He spoke up to break the stalemate. Yi Liusu, do you know what Liubo said before she told me your plan? Yi Liusu's heart shivered when she heard how Yi Liubo would place her safety first, even at the cost of her own safety. Her fury vanished, replaced by helplessness. I'm only sparing you out of consideration for Liubo's feelings. Stop being so stubborn. It's actually fine even if I kill all of you here. With the appearance of murderousness, the atmosphere in the cave immediately froze. Only Yi Liubo smiled. Through Yi Liubo's introduction, Li Qingshan had already grasped some of the underground game's rules. Other folk were not demons after all. In Helicoverpa eyes, a single Yiliosu was definitely not more important than a powerful demon general as long as there was no direct evidence. She basically would not kill him over a single night roamer. In his opinion, Helicoverpa was clearly using trickery to divide the night roamers, making them kill one another and drain their strength, preventing them from growing stronger. I will never betray the clan. Everything will be judged by the matriarch. I hope you can protect her. In the face of absolute power, Yiliosu could only lower her head. She was not afraid of sacrificing herself. But he was also unwilling to make unnecessary sacrifices. After revising the route, the team set off again. Not long after they left, two black shadows appeared where they were just now, whispering to each other. It seems to be Yiliosu and her sister. Those two voices, I can't be wrong. Why are they here? I don't know. Go back and inform Lady Matriarch. She must make sure that they remain here forever. Yes. Yiliosu and her sister lost control of their emotions and argued loudly. They sounded like the beating of gongs and drums in the quiet night. Along the cobweb-like cave. It was transmitted to a faraway place. The team was already close to the borders of the other clan's territories, which immediately attracted patrols. One of the black shadows went back to where it came from, while the other blended into the darkness and chased after it. Xianxia was striding forward. Sensing that something was amiss, Xianxia halted his footsteps and a brilliant gleam flashed across his eyes. Clang! He drew his ice blade and swung it at the rock wall. Before the blade had even arrived, it lit up with golden light. The darkness receded like the tide. There was a black figure on the rock wall. It was extremely eye-catching. There was a shriek, and blood spurted from the rock wall. A male night roamer fell out and cried out, "Who are you?" There was another shriek soon afterwards. Oh no, it's the Bat Shadow clan. Yiliobo lunged over and finished him off in a single stroke. Don't tell me you can't sense it? Xianxia looked at Yiliosu. This male night roamer's cultivation was only at Yiliobo's level. Liobua, lead the way. Let's go. I don't want to be used by others. With his original body here, he did not mind killing a few more and comprehending another tiger demon. However, this mirror clone only possessed 30% of Xianxia's strength. If they engaged in an intense battle, it was unavoidable for him to show weakness. All right. Yiliobua took the lead, and the group immediately sped up. With that, their speed became apparent, turning into a long, winding snake. Xianxia and Yiliobua were obviously at the very front. My sister isn't with us. Ignore her. As soon as Yiliobua stopped, Xianxia scooped her up and advanced even faster. But. No buts. She's digging her own grave. Under Xianxia's stern gaze, Yiliobua was afraid of acting rashly. All she could do was call out loudly, "Sister, come here." Yiliosu stared at the darkness before her and sensed auras that were hidden extremely well rapidly approaching. Her eyes were already filled with determination. At this moment, she suddenly heard Yiliobua's call. She sighed and drifted away. Find another path. Hide. Yiliosu shot past the night roamer guards one by one, searching for another cave in a hurry. The night roamer guard at the very back reacted a little slower. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly stopped and was silently torn to pieces. In the end, only the three of them remained, advancing side by side. The cave was deep, like the intestines of a monster. It twisted and turned as they shot past quickly. Xianxia spent most of his time running along the walls, constantly changing his figure according to the direction the cave extended in. The black figure tailing behind him continued to draw closer and closer. Yiliosu was puzzled. Why was he so much slower than during battle? Suddenly, the familiar sound of water rang out. The rumble was a waterfall. The cave was cut off by a surging underground river. The water was wide and rapid, almost like a clear river. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined there was such a vast river underground. Then, the river was suddenly cut off by a huge hole, and the water flowed 1,000 feet straight down. Thunder roared furiously as it landed below before rolling forward again. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined there was such a steep waterfall underground. Yi Liubo beamed with joy. We're here. Past this waterfall is the territory of the Spider Shadow clan. Clang. With that, Li Qingshan swung his blade again, colliding with a dagger in the darkness. Sparks flew everywhere. What great power! What kind of light is this? It can actually pierce through my night roaming technique? The black figure drifted backwards. The webbing between his thumb and index finger split open. He was shocked. The dazzling sunlight left him even more doubtful. Let's go. Li Qingshan leapt into the river. Just now, in the moment the sunlight appeared, he saw two more black figures approach him. He drifted with the flow, and in the blink of an eye, he had already distanced himself from the cave. He was tossed out by the river, falling towards the endless darkness with the waterfall. Li Qingshan extended his right hand. Demon Qi pulsed, and the great waterfall that had existed for thousands of years was immediately severed. It was like a huge roaring dragon pouring into the cave. The black figures were about to give chase when the water surged over. They halted and executed night roaming, vanishing into the darkness. However, before the water arrived, the light arrived first. Their vanishing figures distorted for a moment before they were smashed back by the water. This was no ordinary flowing water. Instead, it was infused with Li Qingshan's demon qi. Its might was astonishing. Yi Liusu's eyes widened. In the underground world, the battles of the night roamers were mainly about danger. It was a showdown between assassins. She had never seen such a powerful attack before. Yi Liubo was in Li Qingshan's embrace. When she saw this scene, she was even more shocked. This move seemed to have come from her. When she looked at that handsome face again, she was intoxicated. Here. Soon, they reached the bottom of the waterfall. Yi Liusu entered a cave at the side. A stream of water gushed out from the underground river, carrying Li Qingshan and following closely behind. Boom! 10,000 tons of water slammed down viciously. It was like a clap of thunder, making the cave tremble slightly. The waterfall flowed with unprecedented might, but it returned to normal very soon. A few black figures appeared at the top of the waterfall. They watched them vanish into the cave before turning around and leaving. Was that a demon general earlier? That's strange. Why wasn't there any aura? Immediately go back and report to the matriarch. Yi Liusu has returned. We can't let her return to the territory. After traveling in the darkness for a while, a few specks of light suddenly appeared before Li Qingshan. A few auras that were very well hidden roamed around, but when they saw that it was Yi Liubo, they retreated silently. Welcome to Blackluster City. Yi Liubo kissed Li Qingshan on the cheek and left his embrace. As she extended her right arm, a black city appeared before Li Qingshan. This was a colossal cavern that was rarely seen. It was similar in size to Qingyang City, but it was 100 times more prosperous. Black stone buildings and stone pagodas, high and low, pointed to the dark dome. They covered the ground of the cave and extended to the steep slopes around the cave, merging with the rock walls. Even the rock walls were chiseled open, forming buildings that looked like caves. As a matter of fact, the huge stalagmites hanging down from the ceiling of the cavern all showed signs of being excavated. Every single structure had a smooth, intricate line, covered in patterns and totems. They were like black works of art. Specks of light flickered in the black ceiling, but it was a magnificent star map. Although it could not be compared to an actual starry sky, it gave off a sense of splendor from civilized creations. After traveling through the desolate, dark cavern for so long, Li Qingshan basically felt a sense of familiarity when he suddenly saw so many structures that belonged to civilization. He was rather surprised by the level of civilization that the night roamers possessed. In the center of the city was a black castle. It was built in a different style from humans. It was solemn and dignified, noble and elegant, demonstrating the ingenuity of the craftsmen of the night roamers. Let's go rest there and wait for the matriarch to receive us. Someone has already gone to report it. Yi Liubo slowed down and made her way towards the castle. Why don't we go straight to Cobweb City? Yi Liubo's suggestion was met with another glare from Yi Liusu. Isn't your matriarch here? Li Qingshan was confused. The matriarch is in Cobweb City. Yi Liubo grabbed Li Qingshan's arm and said softly. Every major clan had a main city, but every matriarch would stay in Cobweb City, which was also Helicoverpa Rose's future headquarters. Figures flickered on the streets, trading and communicating like humans, but it was abnormally quiet. Even the footsteps of children were silent. Their faces carried a coldness and calmness that did not match their age. Your Highness. Seeing Yi Liusu and her sister walk over, they all lowered their heads and bowed extremely politely. Among the night roamers, there was a clear hierarchy. Yi Liusu and her sister were the matriarch's daughters. If regular night roamers dared to disrespect them, they would be severely punished. Only after they had passed by did the crowd discuss softly, why have Princess Liusu and Princess Liubo returned? Has something happened in the territory? That demon general is so handsome. If he can spend a night with me, I'd be willing even if I have to shorten my lifespan by a decade. I didn't think you'd still be a princess. Li Qingshan smiled at Yi Liubo beside him. I'm not anymore. I'm your servant now, master. Yi Liubo's eyes were seductive as she hugged Li Qingshan's arm even tighter, sinking it into her abnormally plump chest to hide her fear and unease. Is the matriarch really that terrifying? Very terrifying. Yi Liubo seemed to think of something and shuddered. Don't be afraid. Li Qingshan pulled his arm out and wrapped it around her shoulder. Yeah. Yi Liubo's heart gradually settled down, and she leaned into his arms. Even Yi Liusu would only assist her in times of danger. She had never relied on a single person completely like this before. Along the way, Yi Liusu constantly paid attention to Li Qingshan's behavior, but all she saw was that he was like a tourist, studying the surrounding structures and scenery with great interest. Yi Liubo played the role of a tour guide, introducing him to the history of Blackluster City. Influenced by his relaxed attitude, she relaxed too, teasing him from time to time. She did not seem like a defeated general who had just lost an important piece of territory. Yi Liusu glanced back and let out an undetectable sigh. She instead became rather envious of her. This piece of territory held extremely great significance to the Spider Shadow clan, or even the entire race of night roamers. It was a territory where she could see the stars and the bright moon. She could still remember the shock she felt when she saw the night sky for the first time. That was the hope for the night roamers to return to the surface, yet she had personally destroyed it. She clenched her fists, and her nails dug into her palms. It was impossible for her to not hate Li Qingshan, much less serve the demons. Become a servant. Yi Liubo, why have you returned? How dare you bring outsiders to Blackluster City? An icy cold, sharp voice rang out. Li Qingshan looked over and saw a female night roamer standing on the spire of the castle, staring at him coldly. Her thin, straight nose demonstrated the coldness and determination of its owner. Compared to this distinct nose, the rest of the facial features seemed slightly faint. It was like a sketch. But when put together, coupled with her cold expression, it had a different kind of charm. Let me come all the way. Li Qingshan, who was used to seeing the various beauties of the night roamers, also felt his eyes light up. Her dark blue hair was combed into a thick and short braid, looking very neat and tidy. She was wearing a black leather shirt and pants, and black boots that went all the way to her knees, outlining her seductive curves. She had a short sword on her waist. She was a beauty that did not lose to Yi Liusu, and her cultivation was above Yi Liusu. Sister Lu Xing, I have something to report to Mistress. This demon general of the North Moon is an honored guest of my clan. Please open the gate. Yi Liusu bowed respectfully. She didn't dare to announce the loss of the territory in public. Yi Liuxing studied Li Qingshan's handsome face with a gaze as sharp as a blade. However, her cold expression did not change at all. She only sensed that something was amiss. You sisters really do look very different, Li Qingshan smiled and said to Yi Liubo softly. It's not like we're sisters by blood. Yi Liubo pouted. It turned out that they all came from different families and relied on their talent to surpass their peers. Through their talent that surpassed their peers, they became the daughters of the mistress and were conferred the titles of princess and princess. They referred to each other as sisters, but they were not related by blood. The sisters were not ranked according to their age, but according to their cultivation. Welcome, Your Highness Princess Liusu. Welcome, Your Highness Princess Liubois. The gate swung open loudly. A group of guards stood to the left and right, raising their spears and speaking in unison. Sir, please give me your weapon. A skinny caretaker in black robes arrived before Li Qingshan. Did I bring a weapon? Li Qingshan waved his hand with a smile, and the ice blade vanished. The caretaker was taken aback. Li Qingshan had already walked in with Yi Liubois in his arms, so he did not dare to stop him. Demon generals possessed a transcendent status underground. It was an unspoken rule that demons were superior to night roamers. They stepped into the black hall. There was a fountain in the center, carved with a naked woman. The ground was covered in a thick, patterned carpet, while the walls were draped with tapestries. They were all embroidered with brightly colored images of spiders. The two staircases were like open arms, converging on the second floor. Yi Liuxing stood there, gazing at them coldly. Liusu, come with me. Liubois, receive the esteemed guest. Just what has happened? Cold wind whistled above the pointed tower. Looking down from the window, Blackluster City seemed to be below them. Yi Liuxing's icy cold voice was even colder than the cold wind. Yi Liusu explained everything that had happened. Smack. There was a loud slap, and a handprint appeared on Yi Liusu's face. Blood oozed from the corner of her lips, but she did not move at all. Do you know what that territory means to us? Do you know how many clansmen the clan sacrificed and how much they paid for it? Furious, cold light flickered through Yi Liuxing's eyes. I know. He must die. Before the matriarch returns. Yi Liuxing raised her hand again, but she hesitated to swing it down. She cut through the air viciously. I don't agree. Yi Liusu raised her head. Her gaze was determined. Do you want to be punished by the snake cavern? Even if the matriarch returns, would I persuade her not to do that? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that guy and want to protect him? Yi Liuxing grabbed Yi Liusu by the neck. Her cold voice was like a blade against Yi Liusu's neck. He's too powerful, and he possesses the ability to suppress night roamers. Once he strikes, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he'll heavily injure us. Yi Liusu was unfazed. She persisted. We're assassins. We've always had to defeat the strong as the weak. Yi Liuxing pushed her against the wall viciously before embracing her again. However, under her cold, unfazed gaze, she let go and turned around to go downstairs. Where is this? Li Qingshan stood in a luxurious room. The air was filled with fragrance. The oval, lace mirror reflected Yi Liubois' slender figure. My room, obviously. Yi Liubois tidied up her rather messy hair before turning around and throwing herself into Li Qingshan's arms. She raised her head and asked, How did you do it earlier? With 100 treasures pouch, obviously. Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. Before he set off, he had brought 100 treasures pouch with him. There were a few items that he might be able to use in there, including over a dozen supreme-grade talismans he had obtained. If he really did end up in battle, he could still maintain the necessary lethality. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, the nature of his demon chi had changed. Not only could he refine spiritual artifacts, but he could also activate talismans. However, he was still unable to open the Soaring Dragon Elder Sumeru ring. He had no idea what Oxen had left behind for him. 100 treasures pouch. Yi Liubois was rather surprised. Are 100 treasures pouches very rare? Only then did Li Qingshan discover that Yi Liubois did not possess any of the necessary items for cultivators above ground. Of course. Only after undergoing the heavenly tribulation do you have the right to receive one from the clan. Night roamers could forge artifacts too, but they could not forge 100 treasures pouches. The 100 treasures pouches underground all came from cultivators who had come to explore above ground. They were left behind after they were killed, so there were relatively few of them. I even purposefully stood guard at a few caves for a very long time, but no cultivators above ground came down to explore. How strange. Yi Liubois mumbled to herself. Li Qingshan understood that when he massacred all the cultivators last time, no one would be bold enough to come down to die. Once we return to the territory, I'll give you one. What Li Qingshan lacked the least right now were 100 treasures pouches. He had no idea what to do with the piles of them. Really? Thank you, master. Yi Liubo kissed Li Qingshan in surprise and joy before pushing Li Qingshan onto the bed in the center of the room gently. Afterwards, she twisted her waist and removed her black armor, only leaving behind a silk undergarment that covered her private parts. She threw herself onto Li Qingshan. What are you doing? Li Qingshan placed his hand on Yi Liubo's shoulder and looked at Yi Liubo's chest. They really did live up to the bow in their names. The matriarch will be back a while later. Let me serve master properly. Yi Liubo undid Li Qingshan's belt eagerly. Her lustful behavior immediately made Li Qingshan think of himself. Her alluring body constantly rubbed against him, and he also felt the flames of lust rise up from his lower abdomen. He let out a sigh before pushing Yi Liubo away. What's wrong? Yi Liubo was stunned. I made an agreement with someone that I only belong to her. Li Qingshan laid out his hands helplessly. A woman? Yi Liubo gasped. Of course, Li Qingshan said in exasperation. Then I don't have to worry. It's not like she's here. Yi Liubo smiled again. She lowered her body again and kissed Li Qingshan's lips. Agreements are exactly used at times like this. Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder forcefully. He saw the pair of breasts jiggle gently. He was quite satisfied just by looking at them. All right, master, I beg you. I want it. Yi Liubo's eyes shone as she bit her knuckles. She twisted her slender legs and placed a hand between them. If you want it, then go find another man. Li Qingshan's breathing quickened. If it were not for the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, he really had no idea what he would have done. How can I want another man after seeing you? Just treat it as a good deed and accompany me once, all right? I'll definitely be loyal to master in the future. Yi Liubo's face was filled with hidden bitterness. The master doesn't fulfill the duties of a servant. Li Qingshan patted her cheek with a smile and stood up. If you won't accompany me, then I'll deal with it myself. Go ahead. Li Qingshan saw a bookshelf in the corner of the room. He walked over and pulled out a book. The words inside were the same as human books, except the handwriting was very beautiful. A resonant moan rang out from behind, which made his lips curl. Seeing Li Qingshan turn around, she became even more complacent, and the moan became even louder. Li Qingshan just moved a chair over and sat down by the bed to admire it. Watching it was not exactly letting down Xianxia, even though it was a live performance. No matter how hard Yi Liubo tried, Li Qingshan had no intentions of getting onto the bed, which made her feel dejected. Thump. 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 Yi Liuxing knocked on the door and entered. She glanced at the bed and actually smiled. Her smile was like ice that had cracked open and leaked out. Sir Northmoon, do you want us to accompany you? Even an idiot can tell that you're up to no good. If you want to seduce me, you should learn from the one on the bed. If Yi Liusu was only cold, then Yi Liuxing was basically ice cold. Regular men would lose all thoughts with just a glance at her. Sure. Li Qingshan had to admit that he was very curious about how she would seduce him. Moreover, her cold attitude only made it easier to incite a man's desire to conquer her. Was this also part of her plan? Yi Liuxing walked over and sat down stiffly in Li Qingshan's arms. She wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck and clearly showed disgust. Master, don't. Yi Liubo tried to dissuade her loudly, but Yi Liuxing glared at her viciously. She immediately lost the courage to speak. Li Qingshan gave Yi Liubo a reassuring glance and smiled, waiting to see what else Yi Liuxing had to do. It would not be a loss if he could enjoy an erotic scene for free. Her cold lips kissed him, and her tongue slithered into his mouth like a slippery snake. Be careful. There's poison. Yi Liubo warned loudly without any regard, but it was already too late. Yi Liuxing pulled back the tip of her tongue and shot a poisonous pill into Li Qingshan's throat. Immediately, a sweet smell spread out, burning his stomach. Humph, foolish man. Even if you're a demon general, there's no difference. Yi Liuxing sneered inside. The poisonous pill had been extracted from the venom of the brightly colored underground spider and refined into a pill. Just a tiny pill like this could easily poison 100 people to death. Just when Yi Liuxing wanted to break free from Li Qingshan's embrace and draw her dagger to deal a fatal blow to Li Qingshan, Yi Liuxing sneered inside. Li Qingshan's arms tightened around her, growing tighter and tighter. Yi Liuxing immediately found it difficult to breathe as her body crackled. At this moment, the two of them were still passionately kissing. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He spat out the melted venom. Humph. If you want to use this move, why don't you investigate what kind of demon you're facing first? Can't you see the pair of horns on my head? This was not a divine ability, but an innate talent. A cow could chew its cud. Oh. Yi Liuxing wanted to turn around. A big hand grabbed her from behind and continued to kiss her deeply. Although the mirror image only possessed 30% of its strength, it was enough to suppress a night roamer who did not specialize in strength. In the blink of an eye, the venom had entered Yi Liuxing's body, and only then did Li Qingshan stop. The remaining venom affected him slightly, but with his body, even if he really digested the poisonous pill, he would not be able to recover. It was just an upset stomach. Without any hesitation, Yi Liuxing broke free from night roaming and drew her dagger. It stabbed at Li Qingshan's heart. His movements were as fast as lightning. Master! Yi Liubo exclaimed. Li Qingshan chuckled. Sunlight shone in all directions and broke through night roaming. The power of tremors injured the body. With a clang, the dagger slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. The hand that gripped the dagger drooped powerlessly. Even his little finger could not move. To be honest, with just 30% of Li Qingshan's current strength, he had no confidence in dealing with Yi Liuxing at all. However, she was actually trying to scheme and engage in close combat. She was really asking for trouble. Without the suppression of spiritual qi, the poison immediately spread to her face, changing colors. Her entire body began to numb in pain, and the shadow of death immediately enveloped her. Her fate was completely in his hands now. She felt rather regretful for not listening to Yi Liuxing's advice. Li Qingshan stood up, opened the door, and casually tossed her into the corridor. Returning to the room, he straightened the chair and said to the dumbfounded Yi Liubo, "Let's continue." If it were not for other considerations, he would have killed Yi Liuxing right now. However, her poison had flared up now, and half of her bones had been crushed by Li Qingshan. She could forget about causing trouble in the near future. No. The master is unwilling to satisfy the servant, so why should the servant satisfy the master? Yi Liubo pouted and stood up to put on her armor. However, the feeling of dread lingering in the room did not disperse so quickly. Then take me around. Li Qingshan smiled. It was rare for him to come underground, so how could he not take a good look around? When he opened the door again, Yi Liuxing had already vanished. As soon as he arrived at the end of the corridor, the caretaker in black robes reported, "Sir North Moon, the matriarch has returned. She has invited you to dine with her." "She's come so quickly." Li Qingshan saw Yi Liubo tremble all over. He grabbed her hand, which was rather slippery. Li Qingshan followed the caretaker into a hall in the depths of the castle. The seats had already been arranged. There were a total of 14 people seated there. The person seated in the center was a woman in a luxurious dress. She wore a spider-shaped accessory on her head, a spider necklace around her neck, and a spider ring on her finger. She was the night roamer with the most accessories that Li Qingshan had ever seen. Her facial features were actually quite similar to Yi Liuxing's. If it were not for her mature charm, he basically mistook her for Yi Liuxing's older sister. Although her aura was completely concealed, Li Qingshan could still instinctively tell that her strength was probably no weaker than the slovenly Taoist priest from the 100 schools of thought. She was close to the second heavenly tribulation, so she could not be underestimated. To the matriarch's left, Yi Liuxing sat in the seat of honor. Her gaze towards Li Qingshan was bone-chilling. Her complexion was very ugly, probably forcing herself to remain seated. The second person was a woman Li Qingshan had never seen before. Her face was so ordinary that she did not seem like a night roamer at all. Only the third person was Yi Liuxing. She stared straight ahead without even glancing at Li Qingshan. The fourth seat was empty. Yi Liubo let go of Li Qingshan's hand and took the initiative to sit down. She was cautious. The three people below her were slightly weaker than Yi Liubo, but they were all very young. Li Qingshan understood that these were the daughters of the matriarch who were referred to as princesses and princesses. To the other side, they were much older. There were both married women and old women, and there were actually 2 men among them. There were 6 of them in total, and they were all at Foundation establishment. They all gave off a gloomy and powerful presence. Yi Liubo had once mentioned to Li Qingshan that this was the council of elders of the Spider Shadow clan. In other words, including the matriarch, there were a total of 10 powerful night roamers who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Every single one of them were terrifying assassins who had defeated those stronger than them despite being weaker. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. If Li Qingshan were a little less courageous, he probably would have turned around and fled in fright. However, he only made his way over with a smile. What a warm welcome. A single clan of night roamers was already so powerful. If all the clans worked together, they would be a force that could topple over everything else. It was no wonder that the Spider Queen wanted to restrict their development. The door slammed shut behind Li Qingshan, trapping him together with the 10 night roamer assassins like a sealed insect. I've long heard of Sir Northmoon's great name. I am Yi Mingzhu. Please take a seat. The matriarch of the Spider Shadow clan, Yi Mingzhu, who sat at the head of the table, said with a smile. It was as if she had no idea that Li Qingshan had taken away the territory of the clan. After receiving the news, she immediately hurried back with the strength of the entire clan to resolve this great problem. She extended her arm towards the row of seats where the elders sat elegantly. The very last seat was empty, so she naturally gave off the bearing of someone in a superior position. She spoke politely, but her words left no room for doubt. Everyone fell silent and stared at her intently, using their silent words to increase Yi Mingzhu's authority. They were assassins. They lived in silence, and at the moment of death in silence, they would not curse or make a ruckus. They would only speak with the edge of their lethal blades. I don't see where my seat is. Li Qingshan's words immediately made the atmosphere in the hall tense up. All of the elders placed their hands on the weapons on their waists. In the underground world, this was an insult to the matriarch. There were very few humans and demons bold enough to do this. The price they paid was usually blood and death. So everyone's armed. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and an ice blade appeared in his hand. The young night roamer girl at the very end almost drew her blade. Yi Mingzhu remained in the same posture. Even her smile remained the same, like a strange yet beautiful mask. The darkness and the surroundings seemed to become much heavier. Oh, so it's here. Li Qingshan finally made his way to the very end. Yi Mingzhu pulled back her hand and smiled scornfully. So that's all there is to him. Cold, sinister laughter rang out in the surroundings. Yi Liubo's tense heart eased up slightly, but when she heard the laughter, it tensed up again. Her feelings were very mixed. She did not want him to fall out with the matriarch, but she also did not want him to lower his head and give in. The laughter suddenly stopped as if someone had grabbed them by the throat at the same time. All she saw was Li Qingshan lifting up the heavy, obsidian table and placing it in the center of the hall. It just happened to be right across from Yi Mingzhu's seat. He measured it again before sitting down with his legs crossed. This is more like it. You're a guest from afar, so the matriarch probably won't blame you. Regardless of whether she blamed him or not, he urged loudly, hurry up and serve the dishes. I just happen to be hungry. Yi Mingzhu glanced at the caretaker, and he immediately rang the bell. Dishes were served up one by one. There were meat and vegetables, hot and cold, but all of them looked, smelled, and tasted just as good as the delicacies on the surface. However, not a single person had the appetite or the mood to pay attention to these delicacies, as their most important territory had been taken away. Apart from a single demon, the demon who had taken away their territory was currently swinging his cheeks and drinking by himself, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Tasting all the fine alcohol and delicacies in the world had always been one of his vows. How could he let such a great opportunity slip by? Whether it was war or peace, he would eat first. The food of night roamers had a unique flavor. He swept away the entire table of food in the blink of an eye. He licked his lips and said, not bad. Is there more? All the caretaker could do was ring the bell again. As a result, everyone watched as Li Qingshan ate alone. The atmosphere became even stranger. Yi Liubo smiled inside. He really is master after all. Why aren't you eating? Li Qingshan swept away the entire table of food again and raised his head. If you're not eating, then give it to me. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and over a dozen ripples of water flew out, heading straight for the food before them. Swish! 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 There was a flash of light, cutting through the ripples of water. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense and murderous. Eat. You can die a full death on the way to the afterlife. An old woman stood up with a hunched back and placed her food before Li Qingshan as she said sinisterly. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the entire room. The cups, plates, and plates all trembled. His laughter paused. He leaned forward and glanced around. Who dares to kill me? How arrogant. The old woman drew her sword and struck out with a speed that did not match her age, stabbing towards his throat. She was as swift as lightning and as insidious as a venomous snake. The elders vanished from their seats at the same time, silently appearing around Li Qingshan. 6 lethal weapons stabbed towards 6 vital points, weaving into a net of death. Who could survive an attack like that? Li Qingshan raised his cup and drank. His clear gaze passed through the forest of blades and swords. Yi Mingzhu sat there without moving. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The blades and swords stopped. The tip of the old woman's sword was only an inch away from his throat. Swallowing a mouthful of alcohol, his Adam's apple bobbed, almost piercing through his skin. Stand down. Did I say you'd attack? Yi Mingzhu waved her hand, and the elders immediately returned to their seats as if nothing had happened. After hearing Yi Liusu's report, her first thought was kill. What followed were various doubts. He clearly knew there was great danger, so why was he still bold enough to come? If he fought like a cornered beast, just what kind of losses would the clan suffer? That was why today's banquet was held. As long as he showed even the slightest hint of weakness, it would be a fatal situation. However, his behavior was flawless. If he was not a madman, then he must have something to rely on. This feeling of indifference definitely could not be faked. In the blink of an eye, Yi Mingzhu made up her mind. She stood up and arrived beside him with her hips swaying. She personally refilled his cup. Sir Northmoon, just what do you want? Respect. Li Qingshan shook his cup with a smile, causing the alcohol to ripple. This answer left everyone stunned. He was willing to take such a risk. It was nothing strange for him to ask for territory, treasure, or women at a banquet of night roamers, but what he wanted was a phrase that was very unfamiliar to regular demons. That's all? Yi Mingzhu frowned. Respect is the prerequisite for everything. By the way, do you want to become the strongest clan of night roamers? What if my answer is yes? I can help you. This time, it was Yi Mingzhu's turn to laugh. The Spider Shadow tribe was in a very difficult moment. Losing their territory only made matters worse. Right now, their greatest enemy was actually saying he could help them become the strongest night roamer clan. Everyone present. They all felt that it was unimaginable, and their gazes towards Li Qingshan became even more unfriendly. Until Li Qingshan took out a dozen spirit talismans. They were laid out on the table in a row. Do you think we can become the strongest clan with just this? Yi Mingzhu sneered, but she was secretly surprised. Night roamers did not possess the ability to craft talismans, but she understood the power of talismans very well. In a dangerous battle, a single talisman could turn the tides of life and death. It was fortunate that he did not fall out with them. Otherwise, he would have been able to drag a few of them down with him with just those top-grade talismans. Such a talisman. I have thousands of them. Of course, there are fewer top-grade and high-grade ones, and more middle-grade and low-grade ones. Li Qingshan stuck the ice blade on the table again. I have thousands of such spiritual tools. Of course, they're the same as talismans. Oh right, I don't have any on me. With that, Yi Mingzhu was unable to laugh anymore. Her perky chest heaved. The elders' faces were filled with shock. They knew very well that such a large amount of resources would not be enough. They understood what this meant to the entire clan. Mid or low-grade talismans and talismans were not useless. After all, most night roamers still possessed cultivation. In the battles they encountered in the wilderness, these talismans and spiritual artifacts would allow them to gain the upper hand and strengthen the foundation of the Spider Shadow clan. This would completely change the situation underground. If it were not for what Li Qingshan had added at the end, they would have even considered killing and robbing them regardless of the consequences. Through Li Qingshan's observations and his conversation with Yi Liubo, he discovered that night roamers were extremely lacking when it came to forging artifacts and crafting talismans. They paled in comparison to humans on the surface. This went without saying. After living underground for thousands of years, under the oppressive rule of demons, the various clans still lacked communication. It would be unbelievable if their civilization was even greater than the surface. Afterwards, he immediately thought of the great pile of items he had accumulated in his 100 treasures pouch. There was no point in keeping them, nor was he bold enough to sell them. Even if he sold them through special channels, the price would definitely be pitifully low. Peace had been around for too long. The demand for these standard items of war had exceeded the supply a long time ago. As a result, he discovered that the night roamers before him were the best buyers. Oh right, I still have over 1,100 treasures pouches. One of the elders squeezed the wine cup in his hand flat. What do you want? Yi Mingzhu really lived up to her status as a matriarch. She calmed down very quickly and asked the most important question. Spiritual herbs, as long as they're old enough. This was also what Li Qingshan had considered. There were plenty of spiritual herbs that were hundreds or even thousands of years old underground. Demons did not know how to refine pills, but night roamers did know a little. However, what they used the most was the toxicity of these spiritual herbs. They would refine them, mix them in alcohol, and smear them on weapons. It was an absolute waste. However, in the world of humans, any spiritual herb that was old enough could definitely be used in more than one pill formula. Once they surpassed 1,000 years of age, they would become priceless. If Sir Northmoon had mentioned this earlier, there wouldn't have been a misunderstanding like just now. Yi Mingzhu smiled, as beautiful as a flower. In war, people were willing to exchange their food for a gun so that they could finish off their opponents. However, spiritual herbs were not an indispensable resource to night roamers. Their method of cultivation was basically still accumulation and comprehension. Being able to exchange spiritual herbs for weapons was basically for the best. Li Qingshan thought, if I had discussed things nicely right from the beginning and stated these conditions, this mirror clone would probably have been finished off already. None of us are kind. The weak are not worthy of working with the strong. With that, the atmosphere in the hall changed drastically. Yi Mingzhu saw that the food on Li Qingshan's table was empty. Get the kitchen to serve the food. Sir Northmoon, if you're hungry, you can have my portion first. Where's the song and dance performance? The caretaker left in a hurry to make arrangements. A while later, a group of male night roamers actually came up to perform. Every single one of them was extremely handsome. They wore short shorts and performed a sharp sword dance. The elders took turns toasting him. They all smiled from ear to ear. Li Qingshan felt like he was an international arms dealer facing a group of African warlords. Yi Liuxing's face was still frigid, but she could not help but offer him a toast. Yi Liusu was slightly lost. She was rather uncertain whether meeting him was a good thing or a bad thing. Master sure is impressive. Yi Liubo stopped worrying. Her face was filled with joy. She looked at Li Qingshan so much that tears almost dripped from her eyes. After drinking for 70 minutes, eating 5 different dishes, and both the host and guest enjoyed themselves, Yi Mingzhu blushed slightly. She smiled charmingly. Sir Northmoon, have you finished eating? You can discuss the deal in detail in my residence later. I'll deal with the matters in the clan first. His face immediately froze. Yi Liusu, Yi Liubo, kneel. Yi Liusu was expressionless. Yi Liubo's expression changed, but she did not dare to disobey the matriarch's orders. She glanced at Li Qingshan and knelt down in the hall. Do you know your crimes? I know my crimes. Yi Liusu bowed. Yi Liubo could only lower her head. Elder Mingjing, how should they be punished for their crimes? They lost their territory. They should be punished by the snake cave. The old woman said sinisterly. Yes. Yi Liusu did not resist at all. Yi Liubo trembled all over and revealed a look of fear. She felt a hand land on her head, and heard Li Qingshan say, Liubo has already recognized me as her master. She is no longer bound by your laws. Only then did she calm down. Traitors of the clan should be punished by death by 1,000 cuts. Matriarchy. Yi Liubo looked at Li Qingshan like a drowning person desperately grasping at a life-saving straw. Li Qingshan glanced at Yi Mingzhu. Do you still want to put on the airs of a matriarch at a time like this? Sir Northmoon, you're making things difficult for me. The clan's laws cannot be abolished. There's no room for negotiation. However, in consideration of our friendship, I'm willing to make compensation. Lulu, Luyun. What orders do you have, matriarch? The two women who originally sat below Yi Liubo walked up. They were both rare beauties. From today onwards, you're Sir Northmoon's servants. Whatever Sir Northmoon wants you to do, you'll do. Yes. The two of them said in unison. 1 for 2. That's a good deal. Li Qingshan smiled. Master. Yi Liubo's face paled. She wailed. However, I can't. Sir Northmoon, are you not satisfied with this compensation? Then speak up quickly. Night roamers. There aren't many other things, but there are plenty of beauties among my daughters. If you like anyone, just tell me. Is that so? Li Qingshan's gaze fell on Yi Liusu, who was on the ground. Afterwards, he looked at Yi Liuxing, which made her heart tighten. During this process, Yi Liubo felt as if she had fallen into an ice house, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. In the underground world, it was natural for people to betray each other. This was not the first time she had tasted the feeling of being betrayed. This was the first time she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Did she really believe him? Believe that I can be protected? Li Qingshan's gaze swept across Yi Mingzhu's daughters one by one, and finally returned to Yi Mingzhu. He said slowly, respect, respect. What do you mean? As my servant, it's only right that you die for me. However, she was a servant. Not goods. Even if I am the master, I must respect this point, cannot casually sell her, so. No matter how high the price you offer, it's useless. Master. Yi Liubo raised her head in disbelief, gazing at his face. Her heart felt like it had risen from hell to heaven, and her eyes could not help but moisten slightly. Yi Liusu was rather moved as well. She relaxed. It seemed like she had not followed the wrong person this time. Yi Mingzhu frowned. I find it very regrettable that you're like this. Don't you think it's not worth it to damage our long-term relationship for the sake of an insignificant bitch? To be honest, none of your daughters are more valuable than her. Liubo, it's not like I'm asking you to kneel. Yes, master. Yi Liubo glanced at Yi Mingzhu and slowly stood up. She puffed out her chest and looked down on those who had once needed her to bow and scrape. Her heart was filled with pride. If you find it unacceptable, I can work with the other matriarchs. I believe they'll be very willing. Li Qingshan's words immediately made the atmosphere tense up once more. Since you're so insistent, fine then. Yi Mingzhu sighed. She could only suppress her anger and her face turned cold. Yi Liubo, since you've already admitted to your crimes, we'll begin the punishment immediately. Take her away. Sister. Yi Liubo could not help but call out. The punishment of the snake cavern sealed up all of her strength, making her suffer the bites of thousands of snakes. The venom in the mouths of the snakes might not be fatal to her, but it was extremely painful. Hold on. Ma'am Northmoon, what else do you have to say? Yi Mingzhu squinted her eyes, trying to find an opportunity she could use. I'm not your servant. Yi Liusu's eyes flickered, but her face remained cold. You will be very soon. Matriarch, I have another question. Do the night roamers still want to use that territory? Of course. Yi Mingzhu's eyes immediately lit up. The importance of the territory went without saying, but she had never been bold enough to mention sharing the territory with Li Qingshan. Demons were extremely territorial. Something like that was basically a naked provocation. It was like asking a man, "Can you lend me your wife?" Demon generals with weaker tempers would immediately fall out with her. "I've always hated these trivial matters. I want a servant to help me manage it." Li Qingshan was actually not interested in the territory. All he cared about were the resources underground. It was impossible for him to stay underground and watch over it. He was still longing for the pleasures of the mortal world. Under these circumstances, Millipede could not even subdue the demons below with his current strength, and the territory could easily be devoured by other demon generals. He needed a suitable person to manage the situation. Unfortunately, Yi Liubo had yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Yi Liusu became the best choice. Of course, he would not accept any sharing. He could only accept her as a servant. "Yi Liusu, from today onwards, you are Sir Northmoon's servant. You will listen to all of his orders. You will no longer be restricted by the Spider Shadow clan," Yi Mingzhu said immediately, as if she was afraid Li Qingshan would go back on his word. She was a servant, but whether she obeyed him or not was just a single thought. Within the entire Spider Shadow clan, there was no one more loyal than Yi Liusu. Matriarch. Yi Liusu, who had always been meek and submissive, finally could not help but raise an objection. However, under Yi Mingzhu's gaze, she could only grit her teeth and lower her head. "Yes, mother." Li Qingshan came to a realization. As it turned out, they really were mother and daughter, but he did not take it to heart. He did not care what the night roamers wanted to do with the territory at all. Moreover, loyalty could change. "Servant Yi Liusu greets master." Yi Liusu arrived before Li Qingshan and bowed. She was hugged by Yi Liubo and smiled. "Sister, from today onwards, we're all master's servants." Yi Liusu smiled bitterly inside. She had never seen someone so happy being a servant. However, as a mighty night roamer, her own mother actually did not even know how to respect demons. In the end, Yi Mingzhu discovered that she had not lost anything, and she had gained a powerful ally. By returning the territory to the demons, the Spider Shadow clan could let out a sigh of relief. They would no longer become a target for the other clans, which was instead a good thing. Once they had accumulated enough strength, it would be time for them to pay their debts of blood. She was extremely satisfied with this outcome, and she rejoiced that she had not chosen to fight to the death. "This Northmoon really is different, and he's extremely handsome." "He's also extremely handsome. None of her concubines can compare to him." Yi Mingzhu pursed her lips and revealed a charming smile. As a result, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Yi Liubo just knelt beside Li Qingshan, pouring wine and picking food for him. She could not help but rub against him. There was nothing Yi Liusu could do. She pressed her hand against the hilt of her blade and stood to one side, acting as a guard. Yi Mingzhu even expressed enthusiastically that she wanted Li Qingshan to talk to her in detail. Li Qingshan glanced at the frosty Yi Liusu before glancing at the mature and charming Yi Mingzhu. In the end, he hardened his heart and turned her down. It was difficult to endure watching but not being able to eat. However, he believed that all of his patience would be worth it for her sake. He wondered if she had come out of seclusion yet. After the banquet, under Yi Mingzhu's personal guidance, they once again returned to the raging underground river. They followed the current and hurried to Cobweb City to meet Helicoverpa. Li Qingshan once again displayed his ability to control water. Yi Mingzhu was secretly amazed. Even a water elemental demon general would not be able to do this if he did not have the bloodline of a spirit beast. Everything made sense now. It was not without reason that a demon general who had just passed the heavenly tribulation could easily defeat Liusu. She valued Li Qingshan even more. As long as these demons with supernatural bloodlines continued to cultivate, they would all become incredible figures. In time, they might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the three by Lady Loltha's side. Li Qingshan rode the river like a heavenly horse. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at Cobweb City. The river broke and fell once again. However, the roar of the waterfall was extremely soft and came from far below. Li Qingshan's face was filled with shock. Before him was an inconceivably huge space. The raging river flowed on a vast piece of land with countless tributaries. A cold and majestic black castle rose from the ground, standing hundreds of meters tall. It was actually carved from an entire mountain. There were countless towers, straight and sharp, like countless giant swords of different lengths. They gathered together and pointed to the sky. Li Qingshan had never imagined that there would actually be such a magnificent structure underground. For a moment, he was actually unable to think of a single structure he had seen in both his lives that could rival it. This was Cobweb City. This was where the Spider Queen ruled over this web-like underground world. It was raining. Only now did Li Qingshan notice that the air was very moist and filled with the smell of sulfur. On the other side of Cobweb City, a fire-red river of lava surged over, also splitting into tributaries. Water and fire interweaved to form a strange net that gave rise to clouds of mist. It rose to the top of the cave and turned into a black cloud that never dispersed, enveloping the sky above Cobweb City and raining down rain constantly. It made Cobweb City seem even colder and taller. It actually gave off the illusion that it was impossible to tell just how tall it was. He could clearly see that Cobweb City was connected to the top of the cave, supporting this unbelievably large cavern. We night roamers spent several centuries building this for Ma'am Spider Queen. It's a perfect piece of art. Yi Mingzhu was filled with pride. To be continued, Li Qingshan sighed. Without the civil engineering skills of the school of Moism, only other folk had the ability to build something like this. Only demons possessed such patience. Outside Cobweb City, at the foot of a relatively flat mountain was a large, complicated city district. The buildings of night roamers rose and fell endlessly. There were actually no streets. Li Qingshan felt like he was moving through one building after another. The space was completely sealed off. The pitter-patter of black rain against the roofs was the only sound here. There was not even a whisper like in Blackluster City. There were only exchanges of hand gestures, auras, or blades. The night roamers here were clearly much more powerful than in Blackluster City. Black figures drifted past him silently. Even when they saw the matriarch, Yi Mingzhu, they would pass by in a hurry. Isn't this the territory of the Spider Shadow Clan? Li Qingshan's voice alarmed a large region. Numerous pairs of eyes looked over from the darkness as if he had done something extraordinary. They were rather hostile, but they only looked away when they saw the horns on his head. This is a mixed residential area in the outer city. There are people from various clans here. Yi Mingzhu still chose to communicate through her aura. Apart from their daily lives, the main mission of the night roamers living here was to find opportunities to assassinate the night roamers of other clans. This was the battlefield of assassins. Only by passing the test here could every night roamer gain the right to enter the inner city and become part of the middle echelon of the various clans. They really don't have anything better to do. There was clearly a deep-seated grievance, yet they just had to live together. It was conceivable. Scenes from books really would appear here, people selling dumplings, people sharpening scissors, peddlers, and children would all suddenly pull out their weapons and charge at you. Being born as night roamers sure was pitiful, but he also found it rather funny. This was probably not just because of Helicoverpa Rose's political schemes, but also because of the dark nature of the night roamers themselves. Only after entering the inner city did the situation take a turn for the better. The clans had been divided into a few large regions. Of course, it was in every single corridor. Every hall was filled with killing intent and unease. As he walked through Cobweb City, Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur and delicacy of the building. It was as if every stone had been meticulously polished by a craftsman, and after a long period of time, it had become even smoother and heavier. Spider totems could be seen everywhere, like some kind of primitive worship. He even saw the existence of a sacrificial offering. In the eyes of ordinary people, a demon commander's strength was akin to that of a god. Li Qingshan was very curious. What would Helicoverpa Rosa look like after ruling this place? Could she see through his mirror image avatar? Should he tell her about the three elders? All kinds of doubts were waiting to be answered. The only fortunate thing was that monsters still couldn't learn the complicated etiquette of humans. After Yi Mingzhu reported, Lin Mingyao's expression changed. Soon, he received the news. Walking up the spiral staircase, Li Qingshan ascended to a higher level in Cobweb City and passed through a long, winding corridor. The stone door opened silently, revealing Li Qingshan. It was a large, trapezoidal platform that stood like a cliff. Or perhaps it should be said that it had always been a cliff. A woman in a long, red dress stood on the side of the cliff with her back to them. When Li Qingshan approached, she turned around just now, revealing a stunning face. However, what Li Qingshan felt first was not stunning, but undisguised cruelty and viciousness. Her lips were scarlet as if she had just drunk human blood. Her eyes seemed to ripple with venom. Humans, even if they were evil, would do everything they could to hide it. They would find various excuses to accuse the darkness of society and the depravity of the human heart, or they would propose some sort of philosophical viewpoint to justify their actions. Whether it was a genius or a madman, all of their actions and thoughts would always be restricted by the ideals of human society. There were no exceptions. She was different. She had no morals, no humanity. She did whatever she wanted. Apart from power, she was unrestrained by anything. She was truly evil without any disguise. Even though she had taken on a human form and lived in a human building, she was still a colorful spider. It was just that she was smarter, more powerful, and more vicious. She occupied the center of the spider web, waiting for her prey to come knocking. All of this did not damage her majestic, queen-like bearing. Instead, she had a strange charm that was hard to come by for humans. Li Qingshan felt a sense of déjà vu. The figure that appeared in his mind was actually Gu Yenying. Yes, it was freedom, absolute freedom. Had he fallen in love at first sight precisely because of this temperament? Had he longed to break free from all restraints? You're the newly promoted demon general? What's your name? The one who asked this question was not Helicoverparosa. Only then did Li Qingshan notice that there were 3 demon generals beside her. One of them was a pale, handsome man wrapped in a cloak. His short hair was messy, and his eyes were gloomy. This reminded Li Qingshan of the legendary vampires. The other one was a bald man with bulging muscles. He was as tall as 2 people. His body seemed to be surging with endless power, and his eyes were constantly surging with a strong desire to fight. The last one was an old man with a hunchback. He was extremely small and skinny. As he sat there, he bent over like he was unable to bear the burden. His hunchback that bulged out of his clothes became the most eye-catching part of his body. Every single movement he made was very slow. Even his voice was extremely slow. He was the one who asked the question. Li Qingshan had to take 3 breaths before he finished. Any one of them was a distinct and unique existence. However, beside Helicoverparosa, they were almost ignored by Li Qingshan. From the moment he stepped on the platform and saw that red figure, before he could see her face, all his attention had been attracted by this bright red figure in the darkness. Of course, he was no longer the boy from the mountain. He immediately regained his composure. He was just thinking, if the one he saw back then was her, would he also fall in love at first sight? Your Excellency Dragonsnail, I am North Moon. I have just passed the heavenly tribulation and have come to see Spider Queen. Li Qingshan bowed. And also Excellency Strong Stone and Excellency Blood Shadow. Before this, Yi Mingzhu had already introduced the basic situation of the underground to Li Qingshan. Helicoverparosa had dozens of demon generals under her command. Among them, there were naturally strong and weak ones. The strong ones among them were called strong demon generals. They were equivalent to middle and late-stage foundation building cultivators. And the strong among the strong were the 3 in front of him. Not only had their cultivation reached the peak of demon generals, they also had powerful bloodlines that were different from ordinary beasts. They possessed power that was absolutely above ordinary demon generals. It was said that each of them had the terrifying strength to fight against multiple ordinary demon generals. In other words, if they joined forces, they could sweep away all the demon generals in this area. They absolutely could not be underestimated. Even if Li Qingshan's main body was here, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat any one of them. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy for them to defeat him either. Why did you put my name at the end? Helicoverparosa still didn't have the intention to speak. She silently sized up Li Qingshan. Instead, it was the pale-faced Blood Shadow who opened his mouth to question first. His expression was even more gloomy. Then, Your Excellency Blood Shadow, which excellency do you think your name should be in front of? I can change it. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. I just casually said something, and you're using it to find fault. You're really crazy. In human terms, this was called a show of strength. Among demons, this was even more of a way to show authority. Monkey kings fighting over ordinary monkeys' food might not be for the sake of eating, but to let others know who was the boss. However, how could Li Qingshan be willing to admit defeat? I think this ranking is very good. Strong Stone said in a muffled voice. You're very bold. Blood Shadow stared at Li Qingshan. In this territory, very few demons or humans dared to speak to him like this. Li Qingshan thought about it. Just as Yi Mingzhu said, these three demon generals didn't get along well with each other. Of course, this was also nonsense. It would be rare for demon generals of the same strength to get along well. Why have you come for an audience? Dragonsnail didn't seem to hear these arguments. The three of them spoke 4 sentences before he slowly said one. I was originally a demon soldier under Milliped's command, and I've come to claim this territory. After answering Dragonsnail, Li Qingshan said to Blood Shadow, I've always been very bold. I wonder how strong you are. Strong Boulder grinned. Of course they're very bold. Li Qingshan did not back down at all. Only the weak would show weakness, submitting to the strong so that they could avoid disaster. Human modesty was not popular among demons. Displaying their strength or even putting on a show of bravado was necessary. Oh? Then I'd like to try, Blood Shadow said coldly. I really want to know where you've been during this period of time. Dragonsnail finally said something else. I've been cultivating arduously in the boundless mountains. I've never heard of your name. You're not a demon that belongs underground at all, so how can you claim territory underground? Millipede has lost his identity as a demon general, so he's no longer fit to be a lord. That territory has already been bestowed to the night roamers. The night roamers have already agreed to give me their territory. Whether I can possess territory underground probably isn't something you can decide, right? Blood Shadow. Li Qingshan directly referred to him by his name. Very good. Blood Shadow's figure vanished, appearing behind Li Qingshan. His pale white fingertips turned into sharp claws, reaching over with lightning speed. He actually struck out as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation at all. He moved with startling speed. In that moment, even Li Qingshan failed to grasp his movements. He reacted, and his back throbbed with pain. Strong Stone only grinned viciously. Since he dared to provoke the strong, he had to bear the corresponding consequences. Only by enduring it could he earn respect. If he could not, then he was an idiot. He deserved to be taught a vicious lesson. Dragonsnail was still organizing his words leisurely, ignoring everything that was happening before him. Helicoverpa finally became interested. With a clang, the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up. It was azure and slightly transparent. Countless hexagons formed a perfect, stable structure, blocking the claws. Blood Shadow's face became even colder. His cloak fluttered as he turned into a black shadow and surrounded Li Qingshan. In that moment, who knew how many attacks the spirit turtle's profound shell had endured? A black tornado whistled and spun, connecting the heavens and the earth. It rushed straight to the dome and scattered the thick clouds. However, it wasn't a divine ability or Dharma spell. It was merely caused by Blood Shadow's figure. Li Qingshan stood in the eye of the storm with his arms crossed. He did not move at all and looked extremely relaxed. Even after thousands of trials and tribulations, it is still strong, no matter what winds blow on it. To be continued, RQ. He's actually able to face Sir Blood Shadow's attacks so easily. The North Moon really isn't a regular demon general. His existence alone can change the situation underground. Yi Mingzhu backed to one side and watched on from afar. She was surprised before sinking into her thoughts. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes also watched this startling sight. They all had different thoughts. When Li Qingshan was still a demon, even when the three elders worked together, they were unable to smash through his spirit turtle's profound shell so easily, let alone now that he was a demon general. Why don't you try smashing through the spirit turtle's profound shell at 30% strength? Blood Shadow, did you not eat today? Do you want me to try? Strong Stone's laughter drowned out the sound of the wind. He was eager to see who was stronger and tougher. Li Qingshan did not ease up either. His demon chi was being rapidly depleted. Once it reached a certain level, he would not even be able to maintain his mirror clone, let alone fight. And he could tell that Blood Shadow had restricted his attacks to a very small area the entire time. He had not unleashed his true strength. After all, this was Cobweb City. Oh right, there's something else I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid that once I tell you, even Mom Spider Queen won't be bold enough to keep me underground anymore. Oh? Blood Shadow, come back. Helicoverpa finally said, I'd like to hear what I'm afraid of. Blood Shadow immediately returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. His face became even colder. Nothing. I just paid a visit to the Green Vine Mountain after the tribulation and got some revenge. Li Qingshan thought about it. What he had done on the Green Vine Mountain definitely would not end so easily. He would probably get back to the demons very soon. Since he could not keep it a secret, he might as well use it as a bargaining chip. He refused to believe that he would lose a demon general. Helicoverpa did not become angry at all after that. She refused to believe that the demons would use him as a scapegoat so easily. You killed the Green Vine Elder. Helicoverpa was stunned too. No, he got away. Are you toying with us? Blood Shadow said coldly. Helicoverpa face turned cold. I never thought the old man Green Vine would be able to escape after being cut in half. Fortunately, though, the three of them happened to be together, so I killed the other two. The Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder? Dragonsnail asked slowly. There was some surprise in her eyes as well. Not bad. What proof do you have? Blood Shadow asked. Evidence? The humans would soon come to question them. I'd better leave now, lest I implicate the lords. Li Qingshan turned around and left. Stop. Li Qingshan stopped and turned around, only to see Helicoverpa pupils shrink into 2 dots. If you dare to deceive me. At Lady Spider Queen's disposal. You've done very well. Helicoverpa stared at him for quite a while. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. Ma'am, this has to do with the Treaty of Kings. This child is a source of trouble. We can't let him live. Blood Shadow advised. Blood Shadow, are you afraid? Helicoverpa turned around. Her cold voice made Blood Shadow shiver. He knew he could no longer interfere with this matter. Coward. Strong Stone sneered loudly. Lady Spider Queen was bent on war. What the North Moon was doing was perfect for the Spider Queen's taste. It was also perfect for his taste. Blood Shadow was just asking for a rebuff by saying something like that. However, this kid had killed a human Foundation establishment cultivator before, while he did not have the opportunity. Would he not make Lady Spider Queen look down on him? It was the humans who invaded the underground world en masse and killed demons. It was the disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, Fu Qingjin. He even snuck underground and used a type of incense to lure Millipede out, which led to this. It was the humans who broke the treaty first. Li Qingshan tossed out another matter. He must have used this as a precondition. His chances of being betrayed were even smaller now. From today onwards, that territory belongs to you. Helicoverpa cut to the chase. If the humans came looking for trouble, that would be for the best. Even the Dragon King had nothing to say about her actions. Thank you for your kindness, Ma'am Spider Queen. There's only one matter that I'm not too satisfied with. What is it? Why is the Green Vine Elder still alive? I will definitely satisfy Ma'am Spider Queen. Helicoverpa smiled afterwards. She found Li Qingshan to be very pleasing to the eye. With a capable subordinate like him, she would be a little more confident in her battles against the other demon commanders. How did you do it? Just when Li Qingshan was about to take his leave, Dragonsnail asked slowly. The 3 elders were not people to be trifled with. Judging from Li Qingshan's performance just now, he might be able to protect himself, but achieving that was almost impossible. Did you just say we should kill them together? Strong Stone frowned. Yeah. I have my ways. Li Qingshan smiled and turned around to leave. Dragonsnail pondered. Was that all his true strength? He possessed such strength right after undergoing the heavenly tribulation. If he was given time to develop, just what level would he reach? She could vaguely see the rise of a new star of the demon race. Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes flickered, but she seemed to notice something. Her smile became even more vicious and brilliant. After dealing with the matter of the territory, Li Qingshan stopped worrying. On the way back, Yi Mingzhu treated him with even more respect. She silently dismissed some of her vicious thoughts too. Clearly, he had already gained the Spider Queen's favor. If anyone killed him, they would definitely incur the wrath of the Spider Queen. No night roamer could bear the consequences, so cooperation was the only choice left. Returning to Blackluster City, Yi Mingzhu immediately went to prepare the spiritual herbs for the first transaction. She wanted to exchange them for the talismans in Li Qingshan's possession. At this moment, Yi Liubo played a crucial role. Li Qingshan did not understand the exact value of spiritual herbs and talismans underground, but Yi Liubo knew very well. That was not all. She understood the importance of this resource to the clan, as well as the clan's ability to endure it all. She was sharp-tongued, constantly pushing the bottom line of the Spider Shadow clan, or even pushing it a little further. It made the elders who negotiated with her glare at her furiously. They were almost tempted to draw their blades and stab this traitor to death. Yi Liubo was fearless, as Li Qingshan sat nearby behind her. She was filled with confidence, desperately demonstrating her value as a servant. She also treated this as an opportunity for revenge. She even drew an arcane treasure that said, "If you don't want to negotiate, I'll find another clan to work with," forcing the Night Roamer elders to turn purple. Such a large number of talismans and spiritual artifacts had indeed surpassed their own value. It was of great strategic significance. If it were not for the fact that Yi Mingzhu had returned from Cobweb City and told them that Li Qingshan had already caught the eye of the Spider Queen, they really would have considered falling out with him. In the end, it was Li Qingshan who could not stand it any longer. A high-grade talisman was going to be exchanged for a 1,000-year snake gall flower. Even if it was an open robbery, it would not be so vicious. He cleared his throat. Liubo, respect, respect. He did not care too much about a high-grade talisman or two. The Spider Shadow clan would have other uses in the future. Pressuring them too much was not a good thing. Yi Liubo glanced at Li Qingshan grumpily. All she could do was lower the price, and only then did the elders ease up. In the end, they came to an agreement. That was, they exchanged for it with a minimum price. Li Qingshan obtained 11 spiritual herbs, and none of them were younger than 500 years old. Above ground, even 100 talismans would not be enough to exchange for a single one. That was truly a huge profit. After becoming a demon general, he had higher requirements for the quality and quantity of elixirs. Although elixirs such as chi-gathering pills and chi-amassing pills were still being produced, the efficiency was still not as good as when he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. From demon general to demon commander, he had to cross a millennium. Just the pills he obtained were simply a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Now that he had finally found a new way, his heart was filled with indescribable joy. I can live for 1,000 years? Li Qingshan suddenly came back to his senses. Unknowingly, he already had a lifespan of 1,000 years. This kind of feeling was very strange. The lyrics went, borrow another 500 years from the heavens, but he had already reached twice this number, far exceeding the extravagant hopes of mortals. What was he going to do with these 1,000 years? Once he thought about this question, he was somewhat at a loss. However, he quickly came to his senses. Of course, he would do what he wanted to do. In his previous life, he had read many books about how painful it was to live a long life. His evaluation of it was only 4 words, moaning without illness. What he wanted to do, even 1,000 years wouldn't be enough to do. My dear daughter, don't feel unhappy. This is just a temporary measure. You know that I have always doted on you the most. Otherwise, I would not have given the territory to you. You need to do everything you can to win his favor. It's best if you can make him fall in love with you. I can tell that he likes women too. This will bring great benefits to our entire Spider Shadow clan. In this region, he'll definitely become a powerful figure that won't lose to the three sirs in the future. Yi Mingzhu called Yi Liusu to one side and said earnestly while taking advantage of the negotiation. I've never known how to win the favor of others. Are we supposed to rely on demons and not fight for it with our own cultivation? As long as we still live in this region, the status of other folk will never be higher than demons. You need to understand this. The Bat Shadow clan is only bold enough to act so arrogantly because of Sir Blood Shadow. As long as you do this well, the position of matriarch will be yours in the future. What right does a servant have to inherit the position of matriarch? I haven't worked so hard for the sake of becoming matriarch, but for the sake of allowing all night roamers to see the stars and moon again. Yi Liusu's gaze was determined, filled with unshakable conviction. Her identity as a servant had not changed at all. You want to go above ground? Perhaps. There'll be an opportunity very soon. The war between the humans and demons is not far away, but don't take this as a good thing. If the war really does come, we'll definitely be fighting on the front lines. We can throw ourselves into the humans. Shut up. Before Yi Liusu could even finish, Yi Mingzhu had already grabbed her by the neck. Why do you think we've been forced underground? It's all because of humans. In the eyes of demons, we're only treated as a special race that needs to be restrained and restricted. However, in the eyes of humans, we're aliens through and through. We have to be slaughtered, or we have to be enslaved. Do you understand? If you dare to say those words again, I will kill you with my own hands. To be continued, yes, mistress. Yi Liusu closed her eyes, but she refused to accept it inside. My good daughter, I'm doing all of this for your own good. You'll understand in the future. Yi Mingzhu let go and gently touched Yi Liusu's face. After completing the deal, Li Qingshan immediately set off on his journey back. After being scratched several hundred times by Blood Shadow, a lot of his demon chi had already been depleted. If this dragged on, he would probably not be able to maintain his mirror clone for much longer. Blackluster City completely vanished into the darkness behind them, and the sound of the waterfall grew closer and closer. The three of them traveled against the flow, and after an hour, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped. What's wrong, master? Yi Liubu asked. Yi Liusu frowned, as if she had sensed something as well. Humph, you're just haunting me. Let's go. Li Qingshan picked up Yi Liubu and sped up. Blood Shadow unfurled his cloak and whistled up the waterfall. He was like a huge, black bat. His teeth protruded from his mouth, making his handsome face seem very vicious. He said, North Moon, are you bold enough to fight me? Let me see just what you're capable of, killing the elders of the three mountains. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the cavern like an invisible sword, reaching Li Qingshan's ears and producing an ear-piercing hum. You're bold enough to hunt me down? Aren't you afraid of Ma'am Spider Queen's punishment? Li Qingshan called out. Wild gusts of wind wrapped in wind blades shot out with his voice. I won't kill you. I'll just suck every single drop of blood from you so that you understand the consequences of offending me. Blood Shadow unfurled his cloak and shattered the wind blades. He did not slow down at all. I don't have time to play tricks like that with you. As they spoke, the distance between them shrank by half. Compared to Blood Shadow, the three of them moved at a speed that was nothing. They were horrendously slow. You guys go first. I'll deal with him. Li Qingshan stopped and turned around. He handed the 100 treasures pouch and saber to Yi Liubu, then tossed Yi Liubu to Yi Liusu. Master, I can help you. Yi Liusu held a curved sword in her hand. It's rare for you to have such loyalty, but his target is me. Protect Liubu and yourself. This is an order. Yi Liusu didn't say anything and left immediately. Li Qingshan turned around and flew towards a nearby cave. Blood Shadow arrived in a flash, almost without any hesitation. He immediately chased after Li Qingshan. At this moment, Li Qingshan's aura suddenly disappeared. Child's play. Blood Shadow sneered. The sound waves spread like a fine filter, leaving no gaps. Immediately, Li Qingshan's figure appeared. As the chase continued, the distance between the two of them rapidly shortened. The wind whistled, and the figure moved swiftly. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the deep cave was like a roller coaster, undulating and wriggling like intestines. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. The cave in front of him was cut off. It was a dead end. Li Qingshan let out a breath. It's about time. He pressed his hand on the rock wall. Blood Shadow had already sensed the situation in the cave. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he instantly turned into the cave. He saw Li Qingshan 1,000 feet away. To him, this distance could be covered in a breath's time. Rumble. Tremors filled the cave. Cracks instantly covered the rock wall, and thousands of kilograms of earth and rocks fell. Li Qingshan's mocking face. Smoke and dust rose, and the sound wave detection was interrupted. Don't even think of escaping. Blood Shadow advanced instead of retreating. His figure turned rapidly, and he turned into a black and red drill, penetrating the layers of earth and rocks. Giant rocks crumbled into dust like chunks of earth. But when he came to the depths of the cave, Li Qingshan had disappeared, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Releasing these shockwaves had used up the last of his demonic aura. The mirror avatar could not maintain it, and it naturally dissipated. Very good, I have already remembered this name, and this smell. North Moon, I will taste the taste of your blood sooner or later. Anger flashed across his face. Blood Shadow raised his head and sniffed, revealing his fangs with a ferocious smile. He flung his cloak, turned around, and left. Master will be fine, right? Yi Liubo said anxiously. Yi Liusu remained silent. He went to lure the enemy away, and let his servant escape. This kind of monster, no, this kind of person, she had never seen before. In the sea of blue butterfly flowers, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The sneer on his face had yet to vanish. If his original body were here, he definitely would have fought Blood Shadow. Glancing at little Anne, who was focused on forging artifacts, Li Qingshan closed his eyes again. All of the pills in the Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder's 100 treasures pouches had already entered his stomach. He had cleaned up everything the two sects had accumulated over the years. After becoming a demon general, his digestive abilities had become even stronger. The pills were converted into spiritual qi, pushing for the third layer of the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly snapped open. He extended his hand into his bosom, and the Scarlet Wolf tablet flashed rapidly. This was an urgent summons from the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan extended a finger and touched it gently. The tablet returned to normal. If he did not respond, he would be treated as having died in the line of duty, so Li Qingshan carried it on him the entire time. Of course, it did not have any tracking function. Just what has happened? Does it have to do with the three elders? Whatever, I'll finish practicing the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression first. I still have to wait for them to return. He sank into his thoughts once more. After who knew how long, all of the pills had been consumed. A strand of spiritual qi rampaged through Li Qingshan's body. If it were not for the fact that his body was tough enough, this power alone would have been enough to blow him to pieces. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved rapidly, forming a huge swirl above his sea of qi. It sucked in the spiritual qi strand by strand. The spiritual qi decreased, but the spirit turtle's demon core shone brighter and brighter. When the final strand of spiritual qi was drained, the spirit turtle's demon core had already shone like a blue sun, shining with unprecedented light. The light was powerful, but not dazzling. It was filled with a tranquil aura, as if it could remain unmoving for tens of thousands of years. In the cavern, Li Qingshan shuddered. His red hair danced like fire as rippling blue light filled the entire cavern. A tremendous demon qi rose up. Little and stowed away the prayer bead he had refined and turned around. The slumbering millipede was startled awake as well. In human terms, the tiger demon and ox demon were body practitioners, while the spirit turtle was qi practitioners. It was the true core of Li Qingshan's cultivation as a demon. In his sea of qi, the spirit turtle's demon core bobbed up and down. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its surface, producing a cracking sound. It collapsed loudly, kicking up huge waves as his sea of qi surged. Li Qingshan peered into his body and saw that his perfectly round demon core had actually turned into the shape of a turtle shell. It was as high as the sky and as flat as the ground. On the back of the turtle, he coiled around the mound. The profound inscriptions crisscrossed, multicolored as they circulated the four seasons. In the turtle shell. Vaguely, something was about to break out. He came to an understanding. It was the spirit turtle's head, tail, and limbs. However, due to his insufficient cultivation, the turtle shell was still a mess. It had not condensed its true form. But even with that being the case, his demon chi had reached an unprecedented peak. His senses had multiplied as well. The world in his eyes had become vastly different. Many messy pieces of information surged into his head, making him feel confused. However, they vaguely indicated the changes of fortune and the ebb and flow of fate. Little and had once told him about the feeling when he performed divination. He understood that he was in a similar state. In the endlessly spinning kaleidoscope. It was as if another world existed there, a profound world that regular cultivators would struggle to come into contact with. The spirit turtle knew fortune and misfortune. It believed without words. After breaking free from that state, Li Qingshan suddenly became convinced. Wang Pushi had summoned him back in such a hurry precisely because of the three elders. This conviction was groundless, but it was firm and unwavering. Li Qingshan smiled. Finally, he took another step forward. It's Master's demon chi, Yi Liubo said in surprise and joy. Yi Liusu found this slightly strange. Why was he ahead of them instead? However, when she thought about his various abilities, she did not take it to heart. She felt at ease for some reason and quickened her pace. Master. Yi Liubo flew into Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan patted her back. You've returned. Yi Liubo originally wanted to give him another French kiss, but when she met his clear, unfazed eyes, she was afraid to act up for some reason. She lay in his arms obediently. Yi Liusu was even more sensitive. All she felt was that Li Qingshan had lost some of his violence and impetuousness. Instead, he had gained a sense of maturity and wisdom. The pressure she felt from him seemed to have lessened significantly, but he was even more unfathomable. She dared not tarry, and there was also a sense of unparalleled strength. She also called out. Master. Blood Shadow. I've shaken him off. I don't have time to waste with him. Right, I need to go out and complete the mission given to me by Madam Spider Queen. The underground world will still be managed by you, King Yi Liusu. Don't let anyone disturb Milliped's cultivation. What? No, it's too dangerous above ground. Yi Liubo turned pale with fright. The world above ground was filled with human cultivators. In her eyes, it was filled with killing intent and incomparably dangerous. This was the same as how the cultivators above ground viewed the underground world. I have my own plans. Right, the 100 treasures pouch that we agreed on. Li Qingshan took out a 100 treasures pouch that was about the same size and handed it to Yi Liubo. Thank you, Master, but... No buts. Yes. Yi Liubo's expression was full of grievance. You can try this pill. It might be able to assist you with the heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan took out a true spirit pill from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in Yi Liubo's hand. Although he had no idea how effective a pill refined for human cultivators would be on night roamers, since it had the word human in it, it should still be of some use. Apart from increasing his own cultivation, a few capable subordinates were crucial too. Mirror clones were good, but they were unable to take care of everything. If Yi Liubo could undergo the heavenly tribulation, then the underground trade could be left to her. She would not have to take care of everything herself. Yi Liusu's gaze was drawn away by the true spirit pill. She sighed in amazement and sighed, there's actually such a wondrous pill in this world. Yi Liubo had already become so touched that she was speechless. She understood the value of the pill even without saying. What's wrong? Li Qingshan saw how Yi Liubo's eyes had reddened and was rather surprised. Ever since I was young, no one has ever treated me so well. I definitely won't let you down, Master. Li Qingshan was rather embarrassed. Most of the time, what he considered first were benefits and returns. However, there was no such thing as a pure relationship that could completely disregard benefits in the world. Even if it did exist, it would be fragile and fragile. People needed each other, so they would form bonds. Because they no longer needed each other, they would remove the alliance. That had always been the logic of the world. What he wanted to be was not a master who wholeheartedly thought for his servant, but a master who was trusted and needed by his servant, so he accepted this loyalty calmly. To be continued, moved, Yi Liubo kissed him again, but Li Qingshan stopped her with his hand. He smiled. That'll depend on your performance. Little and watched on with interest. He could not lead a child astray. Arriving on the surface, the sunlight was dazzling. Little and, how's your refining of the prayer beads? I've only refined a single one. Little and counted the 5 prayer beads in her hand. It's fine. Take it slow. Li Qingshan touched her seaweed-like hair. Little and raised her head. Her dark eyes reflected his ordinary face. Li Qingshan rubbed his cheek. Sigh, the life of a handsome man was like a dream. Where have you been during this time? What have you been doing? On the highest floor of the Hawkwolf Guard in the Clear River Prefecture, the floor-to-ceiling windows filled the entire room. However, Wang Pushi sat on a high-backed chair. His expression and bearing were always cold and solemn as he studied Li Qingshan before him. He struggled to imagine just what was so special about him that Gu Yenying would treat him differently. A genius? She had seen even more geniuses like that than dogs. Only Little and had a chance. However, in just 2 years, he had indeed grown quite a lot. He actually gave off an indescribable sense of steadiness and tranquility as he stood there normally. To complete the missions, obviously, Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of fact. You've only completed these missions? Wang Pushi patted the thin mission documents on the table. Originally, Li Qingshan planned on completing all the missions after dealing with the matters underground, but he had been summoned back in a hurry, so he obviously completed very few missions. There's collecting information too. An idea flashed through Li Qingshan's mind. Collecting information? I'm a novelist, Li Qingshan said seriously. He stared ahead. What bullshit novelist? You're a Hawkwolf Guard. Commander, even you can't look down on the school of novels. Heh. Li Qingshan remembered the shoddy excuse Lu Chuanfeng had given him when he first met him. What are you laughing at? Now. I don't care what family you're from. Go and complete this mission. Wang Pushi took out a mission document from the drawer. He threw it on the table in front of Li Qingshan. The Green Vine Mountain has been attacked, 2 sect masters have been killed, the revenge of the underground demons. These words immediately popped up, landing in Li Qingshan's eyes. Sure enough, it was as expected. Flipping through page after page, Xianxia explained the cause and effect of the incident in great detail. When he flipped to the last page, it was the painting that Chu Danqing had drawn, and it immediately attracted his full attention. That's right. The one who committed this crime is this monster. He's at the demon general realm, so he should have passed the heavenly tribulation not long ago. It might not be an ordinary beast. It's likely to be a mixed-blood descendant of a powerful monster. Wang Pushi noticed Li Qingshan's strange expression, but he misjudged Li Qingshan's thoughts. Heh, I'm so goddamn handsome. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched, and he held back his smile. He said sternly, with my cultivation, I can't deal with such a powerful demon. Why do you say he's a mixed-blood descendant? It's just an investigation. Little Hua has seen his original body before, and there's even a record. His original body possesses ox horns and a tiger's tail. He even possesses a basic human form. It's very likely that he's a descendant of an ox demon and a tiger demon. What a brilliant analysis. Li Qingshan applauded inside before shoving the document into his 100 treasures pouch. Investigating his own murder case felt like the plot of a detective drama. Would the police be the murderer in the end? Yes, I'll do it right now. Hold on. Wang Pushi leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, he remembered Gu Yenying's instructions. He stopped Li Qingshan. Don't forget to write a report. Report? Why do I need to write a report? Li Qingshan looked back in surprise. Since it's an investigation mission and not a vacation, of course, you have to write a report. Alright, I understand. There was nothing Li Qingshan could do. He just casually wrote it down and dealt with it. You have to add your own opinion. It has to be no less than 10,000 words. Wang Pushi added. Since it was Commander Gu's instructions, regardless of whether he could understand the meaning behind it, he had to complete it. 100%. Anyway, he didn't need to complete it. Bang! Li Qingshan flashed back and slammed the table. Commander Wang, you're not messing with me, are you? Who needs to write so many words in a report? You're a novelist, right? So what if I am? If you are, then scram and write it. I won't forgive you if you miss one word. Wang Pushi's cold aura surged out. Bang! Li Qingshan flew into the wall of the corridor, and the door closed in front of him. Li Qingshan exhaled. Novelists were people too. Writing 10,000 words, wasn't that asking for his life? At this moment, two familiar figures appeared before Li Qingshan, staring at him in surprise. You're Diao Fei, and great hero you. Li Qingshan blinked and made out their faces. They were actually two familiar people he had not seen in quite some time. Qingshan, I've been ordered to investigate with you. As the first senior brother of the Green Vine Mountain, Diao Fei would definitely be involved in this case. Really? You're a Scarlet Wolf Guard now. Congratulations. Li Qingshan saw Diao Fei's uniform. I should be the one congratulating you. 8th layer Qi practitioner. How did you cultivate? Diao Fei was filled with disbelief. Back then on the dragon ship, Li Qingshan was only a 1st layer Qi practitioner, an insignificant little Qi practitioner. In just a few years, he had undergone such a great change. I just casually cultivated. Oh right, I'll leave the report this time to you. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently as he wrapped his arm around Diao Fei's neck like he was very familiar with him. Apologies. I really want to help you, but Commander Wang has specially ordered that only you can write this report. No one else is allowed to interfere with it, Diao Fei said unnaturally. Although he could feel that Li Qingshan's aura had become much calmer now, the feeling from back then was just too deep. He could not stand with a vicious tiger. All right then. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched. He let go of Diao Fei. Great hero you, why have you come too? Oh right, were you injured on the Green Vine Mountain? Fortunately, I wasn't injured. It's been 2 years, and you've become an adult. I've come to seek refuge with Zijian. Do you still remember that girl? Yu Shuquan glanced at Diao Fei from the corner of his eye. Of course. She's a genius of our 100 schools of thought. It's a pity that you're too old, so you can't join the 100 schools of thought. That's fine. You can still cultivate in the Clear River Prefecture. If you need my help, just let me know. Thank you, but I have to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquan beamed. Sure enough, he still had not forgotten about his old friend. Afterwards, he became helpless. It'll be dangerous. The sect master has already issued a summons, recalling all the disciples. If you don't return, you'll be treated as a traitor. You mean the Green Vine Elder has returned to the Green Vine Mountain again? Li Qingshan's eyes flickered slightly as he asked slowly. Yeah. Yu Shuquan lowered his head and sighed. Diao Fei suddenly shivered. In that moment, he felt like he was under the claws of a tiger, shivering. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. When he returned to his senses, all he heard was Li Qingshan smile. Looks like I have a report to write. Was it a false impression? Let's go. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. That old man really doesn't take my words seriously. But that's fine too. In the hall below, Little An sat on a bench for resting, leaning on her hands as she waited for Li Qingshan. She swung her legs around. Suddenly, her ears twitched. She heard a voice that she found to be slightly familiar. Afterwards, she immediately recalled the person's name and appearance. Zijian, you better stay here. The Green Vine Mountain is far too dangerous. Perhaps that demon will return. You haven't seen it, so you don't know how terrifying demons are, Yu Lian persuaded painstakingly. How do I not know how terrifying demons are? It's exactly because there's danger that I want to go take a look. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Yu Zijian frowned slightly. She was determined. It had been 2 years. She also wanted to go back and take a look. Yu Lian failed to persuade her, so all he could do was sigh. His gaze drifted through the hall aimlessly, quickly sweeping past a tiny figure. Yu Lian looked away again, looking at Little An's face in the end. Although he did not possess Little An's impressive memory, Little An had left a deep enough impression on him. He could not help but make his way over. You're that first senior sister, you're here too. Do you know each other, senior brother? Although they had never met before, they were no strangers. Yu Zijian had heard of Little An, the greatest genius of the 100 schools of thought. The primary disciple of the school of Buddhism obviously had the right to be referred to as first senior sister. First senior sister? 10th layer Qi practitioner. Yu Lian was surprised at first before becoming surprised again. The aura she gave off had clearly reached the peak of Qi practitioners, the 10th layer. If it were not for the fact that she was so special, he basically would have suspected that he had mistaken her for someone else. Yu Lian crouched down. Do you still remember me? I'm Yu Lian. Where's Niu Juxia? Isn't he with you? I do. You're the delivery man. You can talk. That was great. Oh my, Zijian, what are you doing? Yu Lian was overjoyed, but he felt his wrist tighten. Looking back, he saw that Yu Zijian's expression had changed. She had become extremely serious. Senior brother, are you talking about Niu Juxia? She's the child I told you about, the one who was with Niu Juxia. She's very pretty, but she can't talk. She can talk now. Oh right, why are you here? Are you really at the 10th layer? Yu Zijian let go of Yu Lian's hand. At first, her head was a mess. Various thoughts flashed through her head, as if she had a fleeting flash of inspiration. It was extremely important, but she was unable to grasp it no matter what. Little and, let's go. At this moment, the three of them made their way down. Li Qingshan called out from afar, and Little and leapt off the bench and ran over to grab Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan glanced at Yu Zijian before waving his hand and summoning a cloud. After becoming a demon general and reaching the 3rd layer of the spirit turtle, using water techniques felt as simple as blinking an eye. The cloud he summoned was both large and fine, so he even had to control it a little. Yu Shuquang saw how Yu Zijian stood there without moving, so he thought Yu Lian had already convinced her. He called Yu Lian over, but Yu Lian was rather confused as well, but he had no time to think too deeply about it. They boarded the cloud and were about to fly off. A flash of inspiration appeared in her head, connecting everything together. Yu Zijian suddenly turned around and called out to Li Qingshan's back. Niu Juxia. P.S. There's only a single chapter today, so please forgive me. I need to think about the plot carefully. To be continued, Yu Shuquang was alarmed. He looked at Li Qingshan. Yu Lian had been wondering why Little and was with Li Qingshan, but he seemed to understand something now. Only Diaofei was confused. What are you shouting for? Do you want to come with me? Li Qingshan slowly turned around. His voice was steady, and his expression was natural. Having undergone the baptism of 2 identities, he could be regarded as an actor at the very least. He would not give himself away just because a little girl called him that. You. Yu Zijian stared at Li Qingshan closely. She made her way over step by step, but she was rather hesitant inside. If you're not going, then we'll be leaving first. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief inside. As it seemed, she was not very certain either. I'll go. Yu Zijian leapt up. She refused to let him go just like that. She sat down beside Li Qingshan and continued to stare at him, like a swordsman searching for an opening in her opponent. Yu Shuquang shot a glance at Yu Lian, and Yu Lian lowered his head. The cloud shot off. Her long hair and clothes ruffled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the Clear River Prefecture had been reduced to a small piece, vanishing into the horizon. Great hero you, don't tell me your daughter has taken a fancy to me? Li Qingshan felt uneasy under Yu Zijian's stare. Zijian, don't be rude. Yu Shuquang scolded. Father, tell me. Yu Zijian pointed at Li Qingshan. Tell you what? Yu Shuquang frowned very seriously. On the Green Vine Mountain, the main hall stood majestically. Through some unknown method, it had actually returned to its original state. Fellow Fu, the sword collection palace really does live up to its reputation with its wondrous techniques. The Green Vine Elder's hair and beard were tangled together, shining like silver. At first glance, he seemed rather like a hermit, someone of great virtue and prestige. However, his eyes were filled with respect as he looked at the young man before him. There was even a hint of flattery. No matter how majestic the structure is, it can't escape the fate of ruin's end. Fu Qingjin strolled through the hall. It was as if he had not heard what the Green Vine Elder had said at all. He sighed and muttered to himself. What a condescending attitude. The Green Vine Elder frowned, but he still asked politely, "Will the demon really come?" "I will." Fiendish demons are all arrogant, and he is the most arrogant among the arrogant demons. A gleam of light flashed through Fu Qingjin's eyes. The moment of sharpness made the Green Vine Elder shiver in fear, but it also eased him up slightly. "You have a guest." Fu Qingjin's figure gradually disappeared as he reverted to his dispirited and tired appearance. He stepped into the void. "Sect leader, senior brother Diao and senior brother, you have returned. There's also a Hawkwolf guard who says he wants to investigate the deaths of the two old men." At this moment, a disciple reported in a hurry. The Green Vine Elder beamed with joy at first before frowning again. The Hawkwolf guard? Li Qingshan climbed onto a platform and raised his head to look at the grand hall that he had personally destroyed. He was slightly taken aback as well, finding it interesting. He continued on his way. "I am Li Qingshan of the Scarlet Wolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. I've come to investigate under the orders of Commander Wang Pushi. Please cooperate with me, Sect Master Green Vine." He entered the hall, and Li Qingshan bowed politely before studying his old enemy again. "Where's your Commander Hua?" The Green Vine Elder saw how Li Qingshan was only an 8th layer Qi practitioner, so he became rather impatient. He could sense that the Hawkwolf Guard's contempt for this matter was clear enough from the people they had sent. He could only rely on the Demon Slayer for the matter of revenge. After all, even Gu Yenying was a half-demon. "Our Commander Hua is currently in secluded cultivation." "Then you should go. Go back and tell your Commander Wang that I, the Demon Slayer, will fight demons to the death." The Green Vine Elder waved his hand like he was swatting away a fly. Talking to a nobody like him would just lower his status for no reason. "I've only come to investigate. I can't interfere with this. Please cooperate with us, Sect Master. Our Hawkwolf Guard will do our best to investigate this matter," Li Qingshan said boldly, ignoring the glances from Diao Fei and Yu Shuquang beside him. "See him off." The Green Vine Elder waved his hand. Qi practitioners like him who had no sense of propriety were even more annoying than flies. Did he really think he could stand on equal footing with Foundation establishment cultivators just because he was a Hawkwolf Guard? Yu Shuquang stood up and accompanied Li Qingshan to the foot of the mountain. He grumbled, "Qingshan, you should be a little more polite to the Sect Master. That way, he'd be able to talk to you a little more. I've come as a representative of the Hawkwolf Guard. Your Sect Master finds my cultivation to be too low and looks down on me, but I can't look down on myself. This is all a small matter. Tell me, what's going on with Zijian?" Yu Zijian paced around the mountain out of boredom. She was not a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, nor was she a Hawkwolf Guard, so she had no right to see the Green Vine Elder. Her head was filled with Niu Jiuxiao's matters. She held a flower petal in her hand and plucked it off one by one. Yes, no. Clang. The thrum of a sword interrupted her thoughts. Yu Zijian suddenly looked back and followed the small path into the forest. In the ruins, Fu Qingjin fished with his sword. He looked back and smiled. "You've come. So it's you. Why have you come again? I don't seem to be very well received." The sunlight filled the pavilion as Fu Qingjin smiled faintly. He seemed indescribably unrestrained and graceful. "I'm going." Yu Zijian glanced at the green ruined sword. It's very inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone." Yu Zijian turned around and waved her hand, leaving quickly. She knew this guy was going to try and persuade her to go to some sword collection palace again after just a few words. Master treats me very well. He said he'll formally accept me as his disciple once I undergo the heavenly tribulation. I'm not going to the sword collection palace. Everything she cared about was here. Her father, her master, her senior brother, her siblings from the school of Taoism, and Xianxia. Before she understood everything, how could she leave? Fu Qingjin was taken aback for quite a while. He was almost tempted to trap her here and say a few words to her. He let out a long sigh. Is it not fate yet? After leaving the green ruins illusion, Yu Zijian took out the flower in her hand and was about to count. Oh no, was it a yes or a no earlier? I don't have to worry now that you've said that. Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed that he would handle the matter properly. Li Qingshan stopped worrying. Oh right, why do you seem like you don't want Zijian to know? Are you looking down on me? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Yu Shuquang immediately acted like he had been wronged, but he was sweating inside. Li Qingshan seemed very reasonable, but he was not a kind person. He was a truly vicious and merciless person. Alright, I was just joking with you. What are you so nervous for? I'm going. Oh right, if you can't make it on the Green Vine Mountain in the future, feel free to come to the Clear River Prefecture and seek refuge with me. Li Qingshan patted Yu Shuquang's shoulder with a smile before calling out to Little and who was waiting at the foot of the mountain. He rode off on a cloud. Is it a trap? Little and asked. Most likely. That old bastard has been far too composed. Then are we still going? Of course. At the very least, we need to see what kind of trap it is. Li Qingshan smiled. If the trap was too shallow, wild beasts would rip it to shreds. The cloud turned towards a lake. It was deep in the mountains and ancient forests. There was no one around. The ripples flattened out, and the clear lake was like a mirror. The water and sky merged together. Li Qingshan stood in the center of the lake as his red hair drifted about. Water mirrors image. Ripples appeared layer by layer, and the water and sky surged together. It lasted for a very long time. A hand extended out from the center of the ripples, pressing against the surface of the water and leaping up. His scarlet eyes were like fire, and his red hair drifted about. He was even more powerful than before. He was even more agile. After reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and turning his demon core into a turtle shell, Li Qingshan's demon chi had become even more powerful, and the power of the water mirror's image had become even more powerful. It was basically twice as powerful as his previous mirror clone. Otherwise, even the Green Vine Elder probably could not deal with his previous mirror clone, so there was no point in trying it out. A crescent moon and a sky filled with stars. Security was lax on the Green Vine Mountain. Only a single protective formation continued to stand guard tirelessly. Even Hua Sengzan had managed to sneak in here in the past. To a demon general, it posed even less of a problem. All of this was strange. Two patrolling disciples discussed softly. Senior brother, have third senior brother and the others returned? No, but they're probably going to be punished. That demon is far too terrifying. Afraid that you'll return? Are you afraid of being hunted down? We're master and disciple, so there's no need for them to be serious. What do you know? I'm not afraid of being hunted down. Being an independent cultivator is far too difficult. Even master is bold enough to return, so why wouldn't I be? At this moment, a figure made his way around a large tree and appeared on the mountain path. Who's there? Senior brother, it seems like demon chi. Oh no, it's a demon. Using the moonlight, they finally made out the newcomer's appearance. They did not look at the horn on his head, nor did they look at the ice blade in his hand. They forgot about all of these characteristics. Only his scarlet eyes flickered in the darkness, even more profound than the moon and stars. Li Qingshan did not hide his demon chi or figure at all, making his way up the mountain step by step. The two patrolling disciples stood on the mountain path, staring blankly at the figure walking towards them. Even their courage to flee or call for help had collapsed. It was like a mountain was crushing down on them. Excuse me, Li Qingshan arrived before them and said softly. Only then did the two of them return to their senses. They scrambled out of the way and watched as Li Qingshan continued up the mountain. They glanced at one another before rushing down the mountain at the same time. The Green Vine Mountain was far too dangerous. They would never return this time. In the hall at the top of the mountain, the Green Vine Elder suddenly snapped open his eyes. They shone with green light and flickered with uneasiness. He looked around before settling down. As soon as Li Qingshan reached the waist of the mountain, all the Green Vine disciples were alarmed. Diaofei wiped away his cold sweat and forced himself to remain composed. He managed to gather the remaining Green Vine disciples together. Since the sect master had not fled, he could not flee either. However, all he could do was watch as Li Qingshan made his way to the top of the mountain from afar. "Old bastard of the Green Vine, your death is here." Li Qingshan smiled and bared his fangs as he called out. His voice pierced through the clouds as demon chi surged into the air and the entire mountain trembled. "How dare you, wretched demon! You've killed my fellow cultivator and insulted my sect. I'll show you what I'm capable of today." The Green Vine Elder replied, "Pass down my orders. All disciples of the Green Vine Mountain are to disperse far away. There's no need for you to fight. Watch me purge demons." Two voices conversed in the hall. "Is that his real body? This demon chi should be real?" With a swing of the ice blade, Li Qingshan crossed several hundred steps in a single step, leaving behind a long trail of light. He arrived at the top of the mountain in a flash, crushing the ground. He raised his blade and pointed it at the sky. The blade whistled through the air, illuminating the gloomy hall and the Green Vine Elder's sunken face. P.S. His mental illness has improved. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Evildoer, today is the day you die. Xiaochen swung his green vine staff down and shattered the saber light. Greenwood transforms into a dragon, dragon battles in the wild. The Green Vine Elder slapped himself, and green light erupted, expanding and turning into an azure dragon with scales and horns. It roared as it soared through the air, flying out of the hall. A clap of thunder tore through the sky. At some point in time, the moon and stars in the night sky were covered by a black curtain. Heavy rain poured down and strong winds blew. The dragon roamed the world, accompanying him. The green dragon looked down from above, its green light shining brightly. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, scattering Li Qingshan's demonic aura. He was awe-inspiring like a god. Magic artifact. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Only a ritual implement could have such power. The verdantwood spirit belonged to the east. When condensed to the extreme, it would transform into a dragon. This was not just the power of an arcane artifact, but the embodiment of the Green Vine Elder's entire cultivation. Xiaochen's vision darkened. The azure dragon let out a long roar and pounced down. It was like a surging azure wave, sweeping up the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Die, demon! Boom! Billions of raindrops scattered in all directions, piercing through countless leaves. Li Qingshan abandoned his saber and used his fist to punch the azure dragon's head. Waves of energy flowed through Xiaochen's legs and spread throughout his entire body. Unexpectedly, he was somewhat unable to block it. He was pushed down the mountain by the azure dragon, his feet leaving two deep grooves in the ground. Li Qingshan dismissed his underestimation. He truly was the leader of the three elders after all, a foundation establishment cultivator who had cultivated for a century. When he unleashed a life-threatening attack, it was extraordinarily powerful. He grinned. If you hadn't pretended to be dead that day and the three of you had teamed up, I wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Shut up, evildoer. The Green Dragon. Demon Slayer. The Green Vine Elder was enraged. He no longer possessed any elegance at all. He spread his arms and a green light surged out like a tide. The azure dragon shone brightly, and its body swept over, wrapping around Li Qingshan. Its 4 dragon claws dug deeply into the ground, extending thousands of roots into the Green Vine Mountain. Even though his divine strength was astonishing, it was still difficult for him to use it. He wanted to kill Li Qingshan on the spot. Boom! Another clap of thunder resounded in the sky. But it couldn't suppress Li Qingshan's growl, Zhen. Shockwaves surged, and visible ripples appeared on the azure dragon's body as it roared. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain watched on from afar. He tottered about. Looking up, the Green Vine Mountain was actually trembling gently, as if it was trembling under the power of the powerful demon. Li Qingshan's dragon body shattered and he shot into the sky. However, in the span of a breath, another dragon roar sounded from beneath their feet. The azure dragon's figure coiled up and actually chased after them again. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of green light. Li Qingshan frowned. He used the spirit turtle's profound shell, and green light shot out. Suddenly, they transformed into thousands of vines and branches, entangling and pulling him down. It was like a frog spitting out its tongue to catch insects. With a flash of the blade, the long tongue was severed. But immediately, more vines stretched out like an endless green wave. The ice blades danced wildly, like sharp wheels spinning rapidly. They tore apart the wave, but there was no end to it. He wants to exhaust my strength. Take out the leader first. Li Qingshan guessed the Green Vine Elder's plan. He sucked in a deep breath and let out a great roar at the azure dragon. The tiger demon's slaughter roar. Fierce wind surged, and thunder rumbled faintly. A black pillar of wind spun and rushed into the azure dragon's mouth. It immediately swelled up, and thousands of wind blades shot out, shattering the azure dragon. At the same time, a pair of half-transparent wings of wind unfurled on Li Qingshan's back. With a flap, he vanished into the sky. In the next moment, he appeared in the main hall, above the Green Vine Elder's head. He wielded his blade with both hands and swung down. The second innate ability of the tiger demon, giving wings to a tiger. With the fierce winds as his wings, he controlled the divine wind and soared through the sky. Li Qingshan's scarlet hair was like fire, and his eyes narrowed to the size of needles. Killing intent surged out and poured into the blade. No matter what your trap is, as long as I kill you, it's all for nothing. Die. Defense Talisman Formation. The Green Vine Elder was surprised, but he did not panic. With a wave of his hand, 7 talismans lined up in a row. They shone brightly and turned into 7 layers of light. The first layer, the second layer, the third layer. The ice blade pierced through the third layer of light without any sluggishness. Its sharpness diminished, and its momentum was thwarted. You wretched demon. The Green Vine Elder stared at Li Qingshan in hatred and fear. He formed a series of seals with his hands, and the shattered azure dragon outside the hall actually reassembled, flying back into the hall. There's no end to this. Li Qingshan made up his mind. He ignored the raging azure dragon behind him, abandoned the power of the spirit turtle's profound shell, abandoned the wings of wind, and poured all of his demon chi, power, and killing intent into the blade as he roared out. The 4th layer, the 5th layer, the 6th layer. The layers of light were ripped apart one by one. Only a thin layer remained. The Green Vine Elder immediately remembered the icy cold feeling of being cut in half by the blade last time. He did not want to experience it a second time. He powered the azure dragon desperately, slamming it heavily into Li Qingshan's back. Bang! There was a heavy thud, followed by the soft sound of bones shattering. Thank you. Li Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not care about his wounds at all, using the force to swing his blade. The final layer of light shattered. Save me, fellow! The Green Vine Elder cried out. If his head was split open, even he would not be able to come back from the dead. The hall, which stood firm in the storm, distorted and disappeared. It was nothing more than an illusion. A green sword appeared out of thin air. Green light flowed through the blade, slowly drawing an arc before returning to its sheath. It was like a dream. The broken blade spun into the air and stabbed into the ground. A thin, red mark appeared on Li Qingshan's throat. He was calm. He glanced at the broken blade in his hand before glancing at Fu Qingjin beside him. Only then did he develop a frigid fury. As it turned out, this was the true face of the trap, Fu Qingjin. You wretched demon. You'll die a horrible death. The Green Vine Elder was overjoyed, as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, he also felt slightly uneasy. He just felt like what he faced today was not as powerful or terrifying as last time. As he looked at Li Qingshan's calm expression, his uneasiness became even more intense. No, that's impossible. I hope you can always protect him. There will be a day when I personally kill him and you. Oh right, I'm called North Moon. Li Qingshan straightened himself, and his figure gradually faded. Just a clone? The light in Fu Qingjin's eyes flickered. Just a clone possessed such strength. It was truly shocking. He could vaguely sense that failing to kill him back then might have been a very great mistake. In the lake in the distant mountains, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and sat up on the surface of the water. He rubbed his neck instinctively. How was it? Little Ant asked. I almost killed that old bastard, but someone stopped me and killed my clone. It's also an old friend. He's called Fu Qingjin. Cold light flickered through Li Qingshan's eyes. He was the one who lured out Millipede and forced him to blow up his demon core. His grievances ran even deeper than the three elders. If he worked with Little Ant and went up the Green Vine Mountain, would he be able to kill him? Should we do it? The flames in Little Ant's eyes flickered. No. That sword is just too sharp. Probably even the spirit turtle's profound shell can't block a few hits from it. He probably wasn't serious at all last time. Li Qingshan was interested. After a moment of thought, he shook his head in the end. Through this clash, he had instead gained an even deeper understanding of Fu Qingjin's strength. He was powerful, but his sword was even more powerful. As one with a sword, he could unleash extraordinarily terrifying strength. That sword might have already surpassed the level of arcane artifacts and reached the level of arcane treasures. He needed to properly investigate the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace when he returned. When he was struck, Li Qingshan had a feeling that the sword had not even unleashed a tenth of its power. Originally, it would have been impossible for a Foundation establishment cultivator to wield an arcane treasure. However, the cultivation method of the Sword Collection Palace had made the impossible possible. After 2 years, Li Qingshan was not the only one who was improving. The talented prodigy who wielded a renowned sword, Fu Qingjin, was also improving at a startling rate. Every strand of fusion with the Green Ruin sword made his strength stronger. Fair enough. Once I refine a string of skull prayer beads, I'll compete with him. And he expressed his agreement. Li Qingshan was only a little bit away from reaching the 3rd layer of the Tiger Demon. By then, both of their strengths would take another step forward. It's best if you refine your white bone sword too. It's impossible for me to fight him with regular weapons. I need to find a suitable weapon to use as well. The ice blade forged from the whale's ingestion of water could only be regarded as passable. Whether it was sturdiness or sharpness, it was nowhere close to what Li Qingshan wanted. It was fine against weaker opponents, but against an opponent like Fu Qingjin who wielded weapons and was extremely powerful in the first place, it was far too disadvantageous. However, Li Qingshan was still in quite a good mood. After this round of verification, at the very least, he was no longer at the mercy of others like he was in the past. He was unable to deal with Fu Qingjin right now, but Fu Qingjin was unable to do anything to him either. God damn it, I've got nothing better to do anyway. I'll assassinate him once a day with my clone. I'd like to see how many times you can. Protect that old coot. And he smiled. Fellow Fu, what do I do now? If that wretched demon sends his clone to assassinate me every day, what should I do? The Green Vine Elder was filled with worry. He truly was the wisest of the 3 elders. He immediately thought of this. I'll help you cast down a tiny dust formation of disintegration on the Green Vine Mountain. Even if demon generals fall into it, only death awaits them. You don't have to worry. Sigh, that's all we can do. Though, I'm a mighty sect master. If I'm scared off by a demon general, what dignity do I have left? What dignity do I have left for the demon slayer? The palace master has already negotiated with the Dragon King of the Sea. He won't just let this matter slide. If the demons refuse to give an explanation, then all we can do is fight. The Green Vine Elder thought, that's what you want. If that really happens, I'll probably be even more afraid of leaving my home and roaming around. Sect Master. Diao Fei came to see him with a group of disciples. He did his best to suppress his fear and avoid looking at the mess on the top of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang followed behind. He made up his mind, no, I have to come up with an excuse to leave the Green Vine Mountain and seek refuge with Li Qingshan. I feel like doing this, is very wrong. We should abide by the Treaty of Kings and allow humans and demons to coexist peacefully. What the hell are you writing? Open your dog eyes and count. Are there even 10,000 words? Every single character in the report was the size of a cup, and the handwriting was terrible. It seemed crooked, like a child's careless homework. As for the content, it seemed to further prove this point. It's not good for demons to kill people. It's not like the Green Vine Mountain is innocent. Why do they have to hold some herb-gathering ceremony? Of course, demons are still wrong. They need to be punished. It was just a few sentences, vague and ambiguous. Commander, it's not that I don't want to write it, but the sect master of the Green Vine Mountain refuses to cooperate. I don't know what to write either. I can't just make it up. Li Qingshan laid out his hands and said helplessly. I don't care. You'll make it up whether you want to or not. You're the commander, and I'm the commander? Wang Pushi used his authority as the commander to force Li Qingshan to submit. You're far too unreasonable. That's what you get for being arrogant. Now do you understand what it means to be one rank higher than you? Wang Pushi sneered. Li Qingshan became slightly infuriated. He slammed the table and said, at the end of the day, this mission is just nonsense. Whether they die or not has nothing to do with me. It's not like I'm familiar with them. The Green Vine Elder doesn't take a measly chi practitioner like me seriously at all, so why would I have so many thoughts for them? The two men glared at one another furiously. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair. They looked back at the same time. Before they knew it, Gu Yenying was sitting on a bench in the corner of the room with her legs crossed. Commander Gu, the two of them called out at the same time. Wang Pushi made his way out from behind the table in a hurry and bowed towards Gu Yenying. One rank higher than you really do. Li Qingshan sighed gently, earning a vicious glare from Wang Pushi. Little bro Qingshan. Are you dissatisfied with my mission? With a flash, Gu Yenying arrived before the table and picked up the thin report. Yours? No. I just feel like 10,000 words is too much. Li Qingshan was completely unable to grasp her movements. Compared to her speed, Blood Shadow seemed like he was crawling on the ground. Even if he transformed into a demon general. He was definitely not a match for her, and with this strange speed, it was likely that he would not even be able to escape. 10,000 words? Gu Yenying laughed. Old Wang. You're abusing your position to avenge a personal grudge. This subordinate doesn't dare. The mission given by the commander must be completed 100%. Doing so half-heartedly is a disgrace to commander's love for him. Wang Pushi paid no attention to Li Qingshan's angry glare. Did you return after seeing the Green Vine Elder? Gu Yenying suddenly asked. Her gaze became as sharp as a hawk's, as if she could see through him. Yes. Li Qingshan lowered his head, not daring to look at her in the eye, for fear of exposing himself. Then we've missed out on a great show. The demon went to the Green Vine Mountain again. If it weren't for Fu Qingjin, he almost killed the Green Vine Elder again. Gu Yenying leaned against the table. Cross your arms. Commander, was the demon slain? Pressed Wang Pushi. No, it's just a clone. Just a clone possesses such strength. If the main body had taken action, probably not even Fu Qingjin would have been able to handle it. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan with a smile. Li Qingshan listened quietly, but he felt like Gu Yenying's gaze. She had never left him. Once upon a time, this was the attention he hoped for, but right now, he only felt very pressured. Gu Yenying changed the topic again. Little bro Qingshan, tell me, just what is the demon thinking? Li Qingshan said, he wants to die. Really? He's seeking his own death by doing that. He's defied the Treaty of Kings and destroyed the current peace. Even demons won't spare him. Li Qingshan raised his head and stared into Gu Yenying's eyes. He vaguely felt that Gu Yenying already knew something. She had specially arranged for the report to beat him up. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Wang Pushi interrupted, it's not as simple as you think. If the Dragon King of the Sea would hand over his clansmen so easily, he wouldn't deserve to be called the 10 Demon Kings. But if it's not handled properly, I'm afraid it might lead to a war. I'm here to handle this matter. No matter what that demon is thinking, I hope he can calm down during this time. Gu Yanning said as she walked out the door. Li Qingshan's heart tightened, but then he let out a sigh of relief. She stopped and looked back. That's right. Rewrite it. 10,000 words, not a single word less. Wang Pushi laughed and patted the stunned Li Qingshan's shoulder. What does Gu Yanning know? How much does she know? He wondered if he should just leave in a hurry. But she doesn't seem to have any intention of investigating. If I just leave like this, wouldn't I be too cowardly? She'll laugh at me. Speaking of which, she's also a half-demon. Although she's not quite the same as a half-demon like me, she might feel close to me when she sees me. Not only will she not harm me, but she'll also love me greatly. If I didn't already have a woman, this might be a good opportunity to get close to her. Don't be silly. That woman isn't some dream goddess. Who are you to include the deaths of tens of thousands of people into your plan without a care? On Cloudwisp Island in the academy, Li Qingshan stared at the verdant bamboo outside the window as his thoughts ran wild. Then he lowered his head and looked at the white paper on the table. He racked his brains and lamented, 10,000 words. In the end, Li Qingshan did not choose to leave the 100 schools of thought. No matter what Gu Yanning knew, she did not seem to have any ill intentions. He had a feeling that if she really did make up her mind to deal with him, he would still be doomed even if he fled to the world of demons. His identity as a human brought him far too many benefits. If he gave up on this, his cultivation speed would plummet. This was intolerable. Even if he had to take on some risks, he would not hesitate. My dear disciple, are you writing a novel? Lu Chuanfeng made his way over and poured him a cup of tea. He was extremely eager. No. Then what are you doing? It's a report from the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan explained the entire story. Isn't that simple? I'll write it for you. This is what I'm best at, Lu Chuanfeng said as he patted his chest. All right then. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Lu Chuanfeng immediately sat down and began to write rapidly. In just 2 hours, a report of 10,000 words was completed. Here, just take it and copy it. Thank you. Li Qingshan accepted it and took a look. The content was extensive, deep, and flowery. It discussed the meaning of the Treaty of Kings in depth and the conflicting relationship between humans and demons. Even Li Qingshan found it very enlightening. He developed some admiration for Lu Chuanfeng. My dear disciple, I have something to discuss with you, Lu Chuanfeng rubbed his hands and said in embarrassment. What is it? Can you lend me some spiritual stones? Lu Chuanfeng poured another cup of tea for Li Qingshan. What do you need spiritual stones for? Don't tell me you're going to the brothel again. No, I want to buy a true spirit pill for establishing a foundation. Lu Chuanfeng had been attempting to establish a foundation for the past few months, but he never succeeded. The main issue was that he was very poor. He could not afford a true spirit pill. Although he had already recovered some of his dignity as the leader of the School of Novels, novels could not be converted into spiritual stones, so he was still very poor. He could not afford a true spirit pill. The power of will gathered could be used for cultivation, but it could not be used to break through to the next level. Just as he was feeling vexed, he saw Li Qingshan return. He immediately thought that this disciple of his seemed to be quite rich. Li Qingshan was stunned. A dignified family leader living in such a state was really pitiful. If you can't, then forget it. Lu Chuanfeng's face turned red. What kind of family leader would borrow spiritual stones from a disciple? He did not even know when he would be able to return them. I can't borrow spiritual stones, but I'll lend you 2 true spirit pills. Li Qingshan said after some thought. Are you serious? Lu Chuanfeng was greatly disappointed after hearing the first half of the sentence. But when he heard the second half, he could not believe his ears. What kind of cheap practitioner would be willing to lend out true spirit pills? Of course. As he spoke, Li Qingshan took out 2 brocade boxes and placed them on the table. This Is this really for me? Lu Chuanfeng swallowed his saliva and opened the brocade box. As expected, it was the true spirit pills that he had been looking forward to. They shone brilliantly and were extremely alluring. It's not for you. You'll have to return them in the future, Li Qingshan reiterated. Alright. I'll definitely return them before you need them. Lu Chuanfeng was deeply moved. Although Li Qingshan did not say it, he could imagine how much effort Li Qingshan had put in to obtain these two true spirit pills in preparation for building his foundation in the future. Now, without any hesitation, he had lent them to him without even signing a contract. What kind of trust was this? His nose turned sour. He placed his hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder and said, Qingshan, to be able to take in a disciple like you, I am truly blessed. There's no need for that. If you can build your foundation successfully, it'll be beneficial to the entire school of novels. I'll be able to bask in some of your glory as well. Li Qingshan still had about 40 true spirit pills on him. Lending out 2 was not a big deal. As for whether Lu Chuanfeng would renege on his debt, he did not even think about it. It was not because he trusted Lu Chuanfeng's character, but because he trusted his own strength. If he dared to not return it, then he would pay it back with his life. Scoundrel, I helped you out of goodwill, yet you dared to cheat me. Die. Oh, right. Don't tell anyone that I gave them to you. Otherwise, you'll have to return 4 pills. It was best if fewer people knew that he possessed the true spirit pills. Alright, I won't tell anyone. Lu Chuanfeng was so moved that his eyes turned red. He said with a trembling voice. He clearly did not want this matter to spread out and embarrass himself as the clan head. How attentive, how considerate. Qingshan, I'm leaving. Lu Chuanfeng did not say anything else. He stood up and walked out the door. At the corner of his eye, another tear slid down. Is it that exaggerated? Li Qingshan scratched his head and muttered to himself. What's so exaggerated? A familiar voice came from outside the window. Xianxia. Li Qingshan looked back and saw a familiar smiling face at the window. Wasn't it Han Xianxia? Hey, brat, you haven't done anything shameful behind my back recently, right? Be honest, I've heard about it. Han Xianxia suppressed the excitement in her heart and pretended to be serious. To be continued, Li Qingshan went directly to the window, hugged her delicate body, and carried her into the room. What are you, oh? Before Han Xianxia could finish her words, her lips were sealed by him. She could no longer be reserved, tightly hugged his broad back, and passionately responded. They fell to the floor and rolled a few times. I missed you so much. Why did it take you so long to come out? You're only in the 10th layer of the ore refining realm, you're really stupid. Li Qingshan pressed her under his body, his face full of smiles, and after saying this, he kissed her again. You still dare to talk about me. If it wasn't for you, why would I waste so much time? Why did you take off your clothes? Han Xianxia flipped over and fiercely pinched his waist. It's all my fault, I'll now bear a bramble and ask for forgiveness. While speaking, Li Qingshan took off his shirt, revealing his strong physique, and backhandedly went to untie her belt. Then why did you take off my clothes? Han Xianxia grabbed his hand and stared at him. You made me alone in this room for so long, shouldn't you bear a bramble and ask for forgiveness? Li Qingshan turned her over and rode on her, grabbed her hands, and pressed them on both sides. I almost let you get away with it, tell me clearly, what have you been doing all this time, what's going on with you and Xian? Otherwise, don't even think of touching a single hair on my body. Han Xianxia struggled, but she couldn't break free. What a great strength, and still so unreasonable. Do you believe me or not? Li Qingshan leaned down and stared into her eyes. He had gone through a lot of trials and endured a lot, but as long as he could calmly embrace her, it was worth it. Han Xianxia looked up at his bright and fiery eyes, already believing him in her heart. She smiled and gently shook her head, I don't believe you. Good, Han Xianxia, you dare not believe your husband, let me punish you. Li Qingshan pretended to be angry, tickling her while looking at her sensitive parts, moving his hands up and down. Good, I believe you. I believe you. Han Xianxia struggled but was no match for his strength. She giggled and panted. As long as you believe me. I kept myself chaste for you. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Li Qingshan raised his hand and closed all the windows. With another wave of his hand, a faint blue light screen enveloped the room. How do we verify this? Hey, stop. Han Xiongji struggled helplessly. The clothes on her body became less and less, and the redness on her face became more and more intense. However, there was only joy in her heart, and even a trace of expectation. In just a short while, her clothes were all over the floor, and her jade-like body was strewn across the floor. Two blazing hot bodies. They intertwined and ignited each other's passion, caressing and hugging each other as if they wanted to become one. After a period of entanglement, the two lay down in each other's arms, recounting the feelings of separation. Han Xiongji lay on Li Qingshan's chest and blinked. What did you call yourself just now? What? Li Qingshan was so focused on caressing her slender legs that he felt a punch in his lower abdomen. He retracted his gaze. What are you doing? Doesn't it hurt? Han Xiongji was astonished. In order to free his lower body from the state of thinking, she had used her true qi. But it didn't have any effect. Of course it hurts. It hurts. Li Qingshan said without sincerity. He lowered his head and kissed her elegant neck. Don't try to scare me. Han Xiongji laughed and scolded him. She propped herself up and punched him again. This time, she hardened her heart and used half of her strength. However, she saw that Li Qingshan's eyes only fell on her soft breasts that were trembling with her movement. He said angrily, if you keep doing this, I'll put on my clothes. Looking at his own fist, he almost wondered if he had reached the 10th layer of aura training. All right. If you have something to say, then say it. Besides, you can't blame me. He was hugging a naked beauty, yet he couldn't do whatever he wanted. No man would be able to concentrate. What did you say, husband, earlier? Have I married you? Han Xiongji was aggressive, but she was also bashful. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He gently lifted Han Xiongji to one side before standing up and putting on his clothes. Where are you going? Han Xiongji was surprised. I'm going to see your father. Wait here. I'll be back in 15 minutes. There's no need to put on any clothes. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. They had once agreed that once she emerged from seclusion, they would propose and get married. Afterwards, they could do whatever they wanted. Stop right there. Did you marry me just to do something like this? Han Xiongji found it both exasperating and funny. I'm just joking. Though, I really am a little impatient. It's not just for that. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and smiled. She was not the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, nor was she the most gentle or powerful, but she treated him the best. If he only wanted to satisfy her, then it would be far too easy. Whether it be the buildings above ground or the night roamers below ground, he could do whatever he wanted. However, no woman could replace her position in his heart. Not even Gu Yening could. He was not someone who did not know how to be satisfied. He was willing to win someone's heart and never part with them. At this moment, he had no hesitation at all if he wanted to marry her. Han Xiongji was entranced. She hugged him gently. My father will be in the estate tonight to celebrate for me. Just who's the one in such a hurry? Li Qingshan smiled and took another punch from her. This time, Li Qingshan refused to back down. With a smack, he landed a slap on her perky, snow-white bottom, immediately leaving behind a red mark. Han Xiongji cried out in pain. She wanted to retaliate, but Li Qingshan pulled her away, and they became entangled once again. 75 kilometers away from Clear River City, there was a mountain called Tiger Hill. Tiger Hill was not particularly tall, only 300 meters tall. However, it was vast, covering several thousand square kilometers. The gentle slope was like a tiger's back, carrying countless pavilions and terraces. This was where the Han estate was located. 30-meter-tall walls separated the inner and outer city. Turrets stood in great numbers, and it was heavily guarded. It was like a fortress. Even in the dark, it was brightly lit. At the top of the 100 steps, there was a majestic gate tower with a tall horizontal board that had the words General's Mansion written on it. What was placed at the entrance were not stone lions, but a pair of tigers made of white jade. They lay on a stone pedestal and seemed lifelike, like they were alive. They studied the strangers nearby covetously. The tiger was the symbol of the school of the military. Most of the talismans used to command armies were forged into the shape of tigers, so they were called tiger talismans. The white tiger was of the metal attribute, making it a god of war and slaughter. So this is your home? Li Qingshan raised his head and sighed in amazement at the Han family's scale and wealth. What do you think? You've profited from following me. It's enough that I've profited from you. I don't care about anything else. Humph, you talk big. If I didn't know better, I'd think you've already reached foundation establishment. Han Xianxia narrowed her eyes and scoffed. She liked his arrogance and confidence the most. Compared to those who wanted to marry into the Han family's power, this kind of heroic man was what she liked. I'm suddenly a little nervous. Li Qingshan took out a present from his 100 treasures pouch and exhaled. The present was also prepared by Han Xianxia. It was suitable for father-in-law Han's taste, neither too light nor too heavy. Li Qingshan could not help but tease, "You really can't wait." However, his heart was filled with gratitude. You can also be nervous? Han Xianxia was a little curious. It's all because of you. Xianxia, what if your father doesn't agree? This was not a random thought. Li Qingshan had a vague premonition. The complicated information in the tortoiseshell indicated that this trip would not be as smooth as expected. He won't say no. Han Xianxia was full of confidence. Han Anjuan had no reason to be dissatisfied. All these years, she had never seen her father so satisfied with someone. Even if it was for the Han family's sake, he would still agree. What if he really doesn't agree? Li Qingshan teased. If he doesn't agree, I'll elope with you. Han Xianxia looked at Li Qingshan with a burning gaze. This feeling was as hot as fire. Be careful that I don't abandon you. Li Qingshan's heart was as gentle as water. Who could abandon such a woman? Then I'll die with you. Han Xianxia glared at him. Clang clang clang. Clang 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 clang. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, alarm bells rang and gongs sounded. The entire Han family was alarmed and mobilized. Li Qingshan was surprised. What's going on? There's an enemy. Invasion. Han Xianxia was not surprised at all. She was angry and helpless. In the Han family, this kind of drill was common. The Han family's disciples would defend while the Han family's army under Han Anjuan would attack. She was no stranger to this scene, but she did not expect it to happen tonight. That enemy, don't tell me it's me. Li Qingshan pointed at his own nose. He already knew that his future father-in-law, Han Anjuan, was a standard battle maniac. Was this a test for his future son-in-law by putting on such a show? In the Han family's inner mansion, Han Anjuan was wearing armor and holding his sword. He sat in front of the main hall as if he was facing a great enemy. This time was different from the usual drill. The stalwart tiger guards stood solemnly on both sides. Their faces were hidden in their armor, and their eyes were fixed on the front. They were not ordinary disciples of the Han family, but a real army known as the Han family's army. Under the leadership of Han Anjuan, they had fought against demons, mutants, and evil cultivator sections. Every one of them had been through hundreds of battles. Even though they stood still, there was a murderous aura that soared into the sky. This time, for Li Qingshan, Han Anjuan had gathered both the Han family's disciples and the Han family's army. Han Tie held a long spear in his hand and wore a shiny silver armor. He looked even more handsome and heroic. Pass down my order. Block him, regardless of life or death. Han Anjuan said indifferently as if the person who was about to enter was not his son-in-law, but a real enemy. Yes. Han Tie accepted the order and led the army away. The sounds of iron boots stepping on the ground and armors colliding rang out in unison, forming a torrent of iron and steel as it surged forward. No, it's us. Han Xianxia grabbed his hand. Li Qingshan's heart moved. He held her hand tightly. From today onwards, there was another person who could fight side by side with him. The door suddenly opened. Li Qingshan and Han Xianxia looked at each other and walked forward side by side. On top of the gate, a group of archers pulled their longbows to the fullest. Inside the gate, a group of soldiers with spears in their hands were ready for battle. For specks of white light shone from the eyes of the two white jade tigers. They shook their bodies and stood up from the stone seats. Their bodies, which were 2 meters tall, looked extremely mighty. They faced the sky and let out a wild roar before pouncing down. "Can I throw away my gift?" Xianxia looked at the tigers that were pouncing at him. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to Han Xiongji. This kind of bastard father-in-law was not worthy of his gift. No. All right then. To be continued, Xianxia flashed past the two white tigers. The white tigers did not slow down and aimed at Han Xiongji. They were not living creatures and could not differentiate between friend and foe. Once they were controlled by their master, they would tear everything in front of them apart. Han Xiongji made a hand seal and did not even look at the white tigers that were pouncing at her. Just as the strong wind blew her long hair and the sharp claws were about to grab her, she stopped. Xianxia opened his arms and grabbed the two tiger tails. The white tigers roared and bared their fangs and claws, but they could not advance any further. They turned around and pounced at Xianxia again. Xianxia bellowed out, and he spun around like a spinning top. His two tiger tails were completely straight, and he actually flung the two tigers of white jade that weighed several hundred kilograms into the air. With a rumble, they smashed into two deep pits. What powerful strength! No wonder he dared to propose to the Han clan. This move shocked all the Han clan disciples on the gatehouse. They quickly took action and shot thousands of arrows. Twang, 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 twang. The bowstrings cracked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrows were as dense as a dark cloud. Blazing firebird! Han Xiongji shouted. Xianxia's vision dimmed before lighting up again. A firebird soared through the air, unfurling its 30-meter-long wings of fire. It dispersed the dark clouds and rushed up to the tower, turning into a great blaze and forcing the archers to retreat. They were in complete disarray. This is your home. Xianxia looked back. Humph, it's better not to have a home like this. Below the dark gatehouse, there were close to 100 armored soldiers with dagger axes in their hands. They were in a square formation and looked murderous. They're here. Be on guard. A Chi refinement stage 8 old man with a mustache shouted like thunder. He pointed the dagger axes at the gate. Two figures, Xianxia and Han Xiongji, walked over slowly. They were like a couple who were taking a stroll and were even talking in low voices. Is this really just a gatehouse? Xianxia looked at the formation in front of him and was slightly surprised. The so-called gatehouse was also known as the old man who guarded the gate. He had never seen a gatehouse with such an imposing aura. His cultivation was so high. We usually call it the gatehouse army. There are 8 divisions in total and they guard the 8 gates. The commander is the gatehouse centurion, Han Xiongji explained with a smile. Miss, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly so that you don't get hurt. Brat, if you have the guts, come and try it yourself. What kind of man was he to rely on a woman? Let this old man teach you what wishful thinking is. The centurion shouted. He brandished his halberd, and sharp winds surged. His beard trembled, and he appeared hale and hearty, without the slightest sign of old age. Centurion. This is a matter between the two of us. If we go alone, what's the point? If it was any other day, Han Xiongji would have to call him grandpa. But today, it was as if two armies were facing each other. He didn't care about personal feelings and only addressed him as a soldier. What's wrong? Han Xiongji suddenly felt that Xianxia was looking at her with his bright eyes and touched her face. Nothing? I just think you look very beautiful today. You're still talking nonsense at a time like this. Han Xiongji blushed and was about to step forward when Xianxia grabbed her shoulder. Leave this to me. You recover some strength. I also want to teach this gatehouse centurion what it means to have a son-in-law come and be unstoppable. Han Xiongji burst into laughter. This guy could be so frivolous sometimes. Go easy on him. Okay. No. Xianxia and the gatehouse centurion replied at the same time. The two looked at each other, one smiling and the other angry. Kill. The gatehouse army centurion pointed with his halberd, and the gatehouse army centurion roared at the same time, kill. The gatehouse army centurion's footsteps were sonorous, and their halberds were like trees in a forest. The gatehouse army centurion charged at Xianxia like a magnificent army. The gatehouse centurion thought to himself, you're only in the 8th layer of chi refinement, and you're from some school of novels. How can you be worthy of a miss? You must be using flowery words to fool the Mississippi. You even dare to say that you'll go easy on him. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think we old soldiers are ordinary chi refinement cultivators? No matter how I look at it, it's 100 against 1, and I'm also in the 8th layer of chi refinement. Boom. A loud noise interrupted the gatehouse centurion's thoughts. In front of him, the soldiers screamed and flew into the air, slamming into the wall of the gatehouse army gate. From afar, they were like a monster charging at them. Wave treading style. The waves under Xianxia's feet surged, and he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, straight into the army formation. Vortex style. The waves in Xianxia's right hand spun rapidly, and his whole body was like a giant drill as he charged forward. When he touched the soldiers, he bounced off and was sucked into the halberd, breaking into pieces. Wherever he went, people and horses fell. In an instant, he pierced through the army formation and arrived in front of the gatehouse centurion. Watch out, sir. The centurion was taken aback. He had never imagined that his gatehouse army would be so vulnerable. How could he possibly back down? With a loud roar, his halberd shone brilliantly, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. Wielding the halberd with both hands, he thrust it toward Xianxia with all his might. The dagger axe and the drill bit collided fiercely. The sound was like an electric saw cutting through metal, but it only lasted for a moment before the dagger axe was sent flying. The centurion retreated in shock. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was torn apart. The water ripple drill drilled into his body in an unstoppable manner. His protective Xianxia was as fragile as paper, and his shining armor was torn into pieces. My life is over. The centurion let out a long sigh in his heart. He had never thought that he would die here after spending his entire life fighting. The terrifying might of this battle technique was something that he understood clearly the instant they clashed. Flesh and blood would not be able to block it. He did not feel any pain either. When he lowered his head, he saw that he was completely naked, but he was not injured at all. When he looked up, he saw Xianxia standing in front of him, smiling at him. He could not help but be stunned. All of this took a long time to describe. From the moment Xianxia used the vortex technique to defeating the centurion, it took less than a breath's time. Han Xiongji was rather surprised as well. She had already known that Xianxia's abilities were impressive. Even Xu Tian, who had a higher cultivation as a qi practitioner, was not his opponent. He definitely could not be stopped by the gatekeeper army, which was why she told him to hold back a little, just to avoid harming this old man who had watched her grow up. However, she did not expect him to win so quickly and cleanly. Moreover, he did not hurt the centurion at all. Her heart was filled with pride. This was the man she valued. He could always surprise people. Anyone who looked down on him would be blind. I've lost. You do have some skill, but it won't be so easy from now on. I advise you to retreat as soon as possible. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. The centurion said solemnly. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Being able to break through the wild goose formation was not particularly impressive. He could just about do it. However, being able to tear apart his clothes without hurting him at all proved that he still had a lot of strength left in him. His control over his combat skills had also reached the realm of minute subtlety. If it was a real life or death battle, these 100 people would probably be killed by this brat with one hand. Where did the young miss find such a monster? She did have a good eye. Elder, you'd better block him. Han Xiongji walked to Xianxia's side and pointed at the centurion's lower body. This old man deserves to die for dirtying Miss's eyes. The centurion's face turned red and he hurriedly covered his lower body. Anyway, I've been dirted many times recently. I'm used to it, Han Xiongji thought. She hooked her arm around Xianxia's. Let's go. How's your recovery? Li Qingshan asked. You're so fast. How would I have time to recover? Yes, as a man, how can I be too fast? Don't worry, madam. I'll try to slow down in the future. Li Qingshan chuckled. Han Xiongji kicked him. Don't think I don't understand. This is my home. I've never seen a home that knows how to build a barbican. After saying that, the two of them passed through the gate. Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a large open space. There were high walls on all sides and watchtowers and battlements. It was a barbican. The only way to pass through the barbican was through a huge black iron gate about 1,000 feet in front of him. An elegant man with a long beard and a tall hat was playing the guqin on top of the tower. Uncle Chao's zither is still as pleasant as ever, Han Xiongji said as she introduced him to Li Qingshan softly. This Uncle Chao is Chao Gan. He's my father's military advisor. Not only is he a 10th layer Qi practitioner, but he's also known for his resourcefulness and schemes. He's no trifling matter. Looks like my father intends to stop us in this barbican. Li Qingshan grinned. Wasn't it natural for a man to marry a woman? Why was this old man acting like he was guarding against a thief? Could it be that he had a father who was obsessed with his daughter? Xiongji, this is the end. It seems like your father doesn't like the brat beside you. It's useless even if he sees you. It's not too late to leave now, Chao Gan said as he played the guqin. I don't care if he likes me or not. It's enough that I like him. Who's going to get married? Me or him? Han Xiongji was also angered. She said rudely. Well said. Li Qingshan rode a cloud and charged toward Chao Gan. Capture the leader first. So what if he was a 10th layer Qi practitioner? The city walls could stop ordinary people, but how could they stop cultivators? The barbican was just a joke. Clang. The strings of the guqin vibrated. Now's the time. A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Many archers on the 4 sides of the city walls stretched out their battlements. Their bows were released and the triggers were pulled. With a buzzing sound, the sky was filled with arrows, covering the sun. At the same time, the sound of gears turning came from the 12 arrow towers. There wasn't a single archer in the towers. Instead, there were huge black crossbows engraved in the shape of a dragon. The eyes of the dragon flashed, and the crossbows automatically adjusted their direction, accurately locking onto Li Qingshan in the air. The dragon opened its mouth and shot out spear-like arrows. Huge arrows shot out of the dragon quiver one after another like the breath of a huge dragon. The Mahast mechanical crossbows could kill enemies from 1,000 steps away. Every one of them was worth more than a high-grade spirit artifact. The custom-made cloud-piercing arrows specialized in breaking through protective spells and true Qi were also very valuable. Even if ordinary people could afford it, they wouldn't be able to use it. With the two together, killing Qi practitioners was like slaughtering dogs. Qingshan. Han Xiongji drew her saber and stood up. Just as she was about to help, a cluster of arrows flew toward her. She swung her saber and slashed away the layers of arrows. The ground beside her was filled with arrows, but she could only watch as Li Qingshan was drowned by the rain of arrows. This isn't a test. It's killing. Li Qingshan muttered and dodged to the side. He conveniently grabbed a cloud-piercing arrow that brushed past him and swung it horizontally, knocking away a few cloud-piercing arrows with a series of crackles. He danced around flawlessly as he rushed into the air. To be continued, Li Qingshan watched as the barbican beneath his feet became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it was covered by a dark cloud formed by the rain of arrows. The cloud was torn apart in an instant. He was secretly shocked. If he was one step slower, even if he didn't end up in such a miserable state, it wouldn't be good either. Chao Gan smiled leisurely as if he had already expected this scene. Be careful. Han Xiongji wasn't happy but shocked instead. In an instant, a blazing white light illuminated the night sky and dazzled Li Qingshan's eyes. Only then did he hear a loud rumble. Li Qingshan was struck by a heavenly lightning and fell from the sky. The Han clan's disciples were not allowed to fly in the general's residence because the entire sky above the residence was covered by a formation. Once it was activated, even a Foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to come and go as he pleased. Whether it was Li Qingshan or Han Xiongji, they didn't expect to encounter this kind of obstruction. Chaogan raised his hand and the rain of arrows stopped. After taking this lightning, you won't be able to get up until half a month. The general mobilized so many people. You really think too highly of this kid. Qingshan, Qingshan. Li Qingshan fell into Han Xiongji's arms. Seeing her face full of concern and anger, he said, I'm fine. Looks like I have to be more serious. He flipped over and stood up. Compared to the lightning tribulation, this kind of lightning was like a tickle. Are you still going to be stubborn? You won't be able to pass the barbican. You don't even have a 1/10 of a chance. If you continue, you'll only increase your injuries. Chaogan frowned. He didn't expect this kid's body to be so strong that he could even withstand the heavenly lightning triggered by the formation. Let's go. We don't need my father's permission. I'm a man. I don't need a woman to teach me what to do. Li Qingshan said proudly. Leaving Han Xiongji with a tall and broad back, he turned around and smiled. This isn't for you. It's for us. His smile was as bright as the sun. Han Xiongji was momentarily speechless. She stood up and gritted her teeth. What are you talking about? Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. Li Qingshan smiled and pointed at the top of the city wall. Chow, I was careless just now. I let you be complacent for a while, but now I'll beat you up. Little brat, how dare you spout such arrogant words? Fire. Leave this to me, stinky man. I'll show you the power of a woman. Li Qingshan was about to step forward when Han Xiongji brushed past him. He smiled and stood still. 12 crossbows locked onto Han Xiongji, but 5 of them immediately lost sight of her. It turned out that she didn't go straight for Chaogan, but instead flew towards the city wall by following the crossbow's blind spot. Whoosh! 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 The giant arrows shot over, but Han Xiongji didn't even turn her head. They turned and jumped on the city walls as if they were walking on flat ground. The giant arrow brushed past and nailed itself deeply into the city wall. As the young mistress of the Han family, she was very familiar with the accuracy and attack of these crossbows. She jumped onto the city wall and rushed into an arrow tower. She looked up and saw a crossbow in front of her. The gem dragon eye flashed, and she was like a weak willow facing the wind. She leaned back, and the giant arrow whistled past the tip of her nose. She turned around and came to the side of the crossbow. She patted it, and the dragon eye suddenly dimmed and stopped working. On both sides of the arrow tower, the armored soldiers rushed forward. The door of the tower suddenly opened, and the heat wave hit her face. She saw Han Xiongji's whole body was covered with raging fire. She shouted, "Get out of my way!" Like a leaping stream of fire, it dragged a long fiery tail behind it as it whizzed towards another arrow tower, leaving a trail of fire on top of the city wall. In the blink of an eye, she invaded like fire, circled the city, turned off all the crossbows, and landed in front of Chaogan. She gasped slightly, and the fire on her body weakened. Although the third fire true chi was very destructive, it was consumed very quickly. Young mistress, you've grown up. Chaogan sighed. His fingers moved quickly, and the music became chaotic. The sound waves turned into sharp blades. With a clang, Han Xiongji took a step back. Her saber swam around her to block the sound waves, but a thin cut appeared on her cheek. She knew that Chaogan's cultivation was deep, far above hers. Moreover, he was waiting at ease and had the initiative. If this dragged on, it would be difficult for her to win. She made up her mind, and the flames on her body burned brightly. Just as she was about to swing her saber, a figure blocked her. Chaogan was slightly surprised. Seeing that Li Qingshan was covered in a thin layer of water, he felt disdain. You want to block my music with a mere water screen? He played the zither even more urgently, like a basin full of pearls falling into a jade plate. However, the water screen on Li Qingshan was unexpectedly tough. The sound waves created countless ripples, but they could not penetrate it. After reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle, the effects of various water spells cast by Li Qingshan had become extremely powerful. Facing the sound waves, he strode forward. Dance of heavenly music. Chaogan pressed and clasped, and the 7 zither strings were stretched to the limit. They released extremely violent sound waves, piercing and tearing the water screen. You. Before Chao Gan could rejoice, a black shadow enveloped him. Li Qingshan looked down, and 2 red dots flickered. Bang! Li Qingshan said nothing. He grabbed the zither and swung it around, slamming it against Chao Gan. Are you done? Chao Gan spun and crashed into a group of soldiers rushing over to help, crushing them. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a mere 8th layer Qi practitioner block his dance of heavenly music at such a close distance? Li Qingshan's clothes were tattered. He grabbed and pulled, revealing his bronze skin, which was completely unharmed. The zither in his hand trembled as if it wanted to return to its master's side, but how could it rival Li Qingshan's strength? He frowned and twisted it with both hands. Although it was a rare high-grade spiritual artifact zither, it was much more fragile than weapons like blades, so how could it endure Li Qingshan's strength? It immediately let out a painful groan. My zither! Chao Gan exclaimed. Qingshan, Han Xianxia pressed down on Li Qingshan's arm and studied his expression. Are you angry? Didn't I tell you not to fight? I can't just watch him hurt you. Han Xianxia touched her cheek. She had gotten used to this kind of small injury since she was young. Even she did not think much of it. She smiled. The feeling of being cared for was really nice. Uncle Chao, do we win this round? You win, you win. Give me back my zither. Chao Gan said. Okay, I'll give it back to you. Han Xianxia nudged Li Qingshan with her elbow. Li Qingshan leaned back and raised his arm, making a perfect throwing gesture. The zither instantly turned into a small black dot and flew down the mountain. Brat, you! Chao Gan hurriedly chased after him. You're too bad. That's Uncle Chao's lifeblood. Han Xianxia smiled. You're also my lifeblood. Li Qingshan's hand touched her cheek, and the injury disappeared. How disgusting. Han Xianxia blushed, but her heart was filled with sweetness. I really didn't mean that this time. Li Qingshan said, feeling wronged. The 2 of them passed through the barbican and continued forward. It was a flat plain and there were no more obstacles. Only the Han family members in the buildings were whispering. Look, that's Li Qingshan. I heard he's very strong. I heard that even the guards and the military advisor were defeated by him. What? He's only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He must have won with the help of the young miss. Girls of age really can't be kept at home. Han Anjuan's way of governing the family was like governing the army. The entire general's mansion was like a military camp. There was also a training field in front of the city gate. It was used to train the Han family members. The 300 soldiers were either standing or lying down. Some were even talking in low voices. The discipline was lax. Only Han Tie stood straight like a statue with a spear in his hand. When he saw Li Qingshan and Han Xianxia appear, he suddenly said, Prepare to meet the enemy. The 300 soldiers stood up and turned around. At first glance, it was a mess. There was no formation to speak of. However, there was something indescribable that connected them together. The 300 people of different heights and sizes seemed to be a single entity. These are my father's personal guards. They are the elites of the elites. We must not be careless. Han Xianxia saw this and felt bitter in her heart. In other words, if we defeat them, we will be able to see your father. Even without Han Xianxia's reminder, Li Qingshan would not be careless. The murderous aura of these soldiers made him feel a sense of danger. We can't win. We must think of a way to get through here quickly and reach the inner city. Li Qingshan stepped forward and laughed loudly. Brother-in-law, you see your future brother-in-law. Why don't you come and greet him? I don't think you will turn back no matter how I persuade you. Let's do it. Personal guards, meet the enemy. Under Han Tie's order, the 300 soldiers silently surged forward like a tide. At this time, Li Qingshan and Han Xianxia attacked together, taking the initiative to attack first. Han Xianxia attacked with raging flames and waves of heat. Li Qingshan walked on the waves, the water swirling and surging. The 2 colors of water and fire chased each other, advancing side by side. They merged into one and rushed towards all the soldiers in front of them. The other soldiers around them did not stop them and brushed past them. In an instant, the two of them passed through the military formation. With a loud bang, Xianxia's spear struck out like a dragon, colliding with the saber and the fist. The light from the surging true qi lit up the night. A huge force pressed down from the fist, and Xianxia felt that he could not withstand it. He was shocked. They had not seen each other for a long time, but he, Li Qingshan, had become stronger and faster. The aura he exuded was breathtaking. If they fought one-on-one, they would not be his match. This speed of improvement was strange. Why did his father insist on stopping them? This thought flashed through his mind. Li Qingshan and Han Xiongji roared in unison and poured all their true qi into it. Han Xiongji was forced to retreat step by step until she reached the city gate. She suddenly abandoned her spear and punched the chests of the two of them. At the same time, she shouted, "Trap the enemy!" Li Qingshan blocked with his arm, but he only swayed slightly, and Han Xiongji was sent flying. Looking back, all he saw was that the 300 soldiers had already fallen into the coiled snake formation before he knew it. A huge snake coiled around, sucking Han Xiongji into the formation. It called out, "Don't worry about me. Go see my father and explain things to him." Li Qingshan did not hesitate to charge into the formation and came to Han Xiongji's side. The two of them were back to back, surrounded by enemies. Han Xiongji said, "Fool, why did you come back? If I go alone, what's the point of it?" To be continued. During the bitter battle, the formation kept changing. Snake formation, tiger trap formation, dragon trap formation. There were no flaws in the changes. The same formation was like heaven and earth compared to the one used by the military disciples. 300 people silently waved their spears. Li Qingshan roared and charged, but he couldn't break out of the encirclement. There was also Xianxia constantly commanding the formation. If he was alone, he might have a chance, but with two people, he couldn't advance any further. In the blink of an eye, Han Xiongji's true qi was exhausted. She was sweating profusely. Fighting against a military formation alone wasn't something a normal qi practitioner could do. Seeing a row of spears stabbing towards her, she couldn't stop them. Her waist tightened, and she was pulled back by Li Qingshan. "Hold me tight." Li Qingshan carried her on his back. The situation was even more critical. Han Xiongji leaned on his back. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind coming from behind. As he turned around, 3 spears stabbed into his body. "Qingshan." Li Qingshan broke the spear and pulled it out. The tip was dyed red. With the power of the entire formation, even the bull demon forges its hide couldn't block it. It was lucky that it wasn't pierced. Seeing this, the soldiers all attacked Han Xiongji at the same time. This made Li Qingshan curse them for being despicable. "Put me down." Han Xiongji's heart ached. These were her father's personal guards. As long as they gave the order, no matter what enemy they faced, they wouldn't show any mercy. "Don't move." Han Xiongji struggled, but Li Qingshan held her back. These people really wanted to kill. They didn't treat Han Xiongji as a lady at all. Han Xiongji immediately did not dare to move. Because of her movement, a few more wounds appeared on Li Qingshan's body. She leaned against his back firmly as her eyes reddened uncontrollably. She murmured, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan held the broken spear and supported his body. His true qi was almost exhausted. His body was full of wounds. Behind him, Han Xiongji was unscathed. 100 of his personal guards were heavily injured, and only 200 remained. However, he still firmly maintained the formation and did not relax at all. At the same time, he was astonished and shocked. He had never seen such a tenacious enemy before, not to mention that the enemy was in such a disadvantageous situation. He also used this short stalemate to recover his strength. At this time, a human figure flew up, immediately triggering the army formation's killing intent. Spears and halberds came from all directions. The assassin came. Just now he could see clearly that the person was actually Han Xiongji. Turned out she had recovered some of her jinqi on Li Qingshan's back. Immediately she flew out to meet the forest of spears. "Xiongji." Li Qingshan flew up as well, but it was already too late. Seeing that Han Xiongji was about to be pierced by the spear, Han Tie swept across the sky and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. It pierced below Han Xiongji's body. With a hook and a flick, it grabbed her shoulder and brought her out of the formation. Qingshan. Han Xiongji stretched out her hand, only to see a relieved smile on Li Qingshan's face. Retreat. Han Tie ordered. The personal guards immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, there was no one around Li Qingshan. Behind Han Tie, the gate to the inner city suddenly opened. He asked loudly, "Does this count as passing the test?" "At least you passed my test." Han Tie let go of Han Xiongji and walked to the side of the gate. Li Qingshan strode forward. The personal guards lined up on both sides and paid respect to him. Someone shouted, "Bro, you're amazing." An injured person supported his comrade. "Yeah, you're really something." Li Qingshan grabbed Han Xiongji's hand. The two of them walked into the inner city together. "Where's the gift? Can I keep it for myself?" "No. General, Xiongji and I are truly in love. I'm willing to take her as my wife." Han Anjuan sat upright at the front of the hall. Li Qingshan went up, bowed, and said boldly. Han Xiongji's face was flushed with joy and shyness. "No." Han Anjuan's voice was resolute and full of unchangeable determination. "What?" Li Qingshan was surprised. They had already come this far, but it was still not enough? "Why?" "Old man, explain it to me." Han Xiongji couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward and pointed at Han Anjuan's nose. "There's no why. No means no. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, let's go." Han Anjuan stood up and turned to walk into the inner hall. "Stop right there. We didn't come here to listen to your opinion after suffering untold hardships." Han Xiongji snatched the gift from Li Qingshan's hand and threw it in front of Han Anjuan. She felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. She had never seen such an unreasonable father. She pulled Li Qingshan's hand and rushed out of the door, brushing past Han Tie. Han Tie was slightly stunned. He walked into the door and saw Han Anjuan bending down to pick up the scattered pastries on the ground. He said without raising his head, "What are you doing here?" "I ordered the troops to retreat. I disobeyed the military order. I'm here to accept my punishment. Even you dare to disobey me." Han Anjuan straightened his body and put a piece of pastry in his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed. "It tastes good." This girl, she threw it away just like that. "Why didn't you agree with them, father?" Han Tie lowered his head deeply. He was extremely puzzled. "You also think that I'm unreasonable? I don't always do the right thing." Han Tie raised his head in shock. He could not believe that these words came from his father's mouth. However, he saw a rare smile on Han Anjuan's face. "I wholeheartedly want to groom all of you into talents. I don't want to become an obstacle in your hearts. Even that girl seems to do as she pleases, but when she finds a man, she still has to come to my door and ask for my permission." "Why does she need my permission?" "Tie, you have to understand that before the generals and their sons, we are first and foremost cultivators." Han Tie left thoughtfully. Han Anjuan returned to the hall. Chao Gan was holding the zither as he carefully tuned it. "General, that son-in-law of yours is too ruthless. He almost broke my zither. However, his strength is really impressive. Why don't you recruit him into the Han faction? He will definitely be a great help in the future." "You refused him not just to teach young miss and young master a lesson, right? I can't hide anything from you. That kid is no ordinary person, but he will never submit to someone else. On the path of cultivation, there are only companions, not lovers. If we don't share the same ideals, how can we last a century? We're united because of love today, but we'll definitely part because of love in the future. The title of husband and wife only adds to the shackles." "Heh, that's fair enough. When two balls of fire are gathered together, it seems like they're blazing, but it's difficult for them to last for long. In my opinion, it'll be difficult for them to last a few years. Young miss will definitely understand your thoughts in the future." The two of them left the general's estate, but they did not return to the 100 schools of thought. Instead, they arrived in Clear River City, in one of Han Xiongji's courtyards. Han Xiongji remained silent the entire time. Li Qingshan had no idea how to persuade her. I think it's still because my cultivation is insufficient. Once I cultivate for a few more days, I'll destroy your father's personal army. He won't have anything to say then. Are your wounds fine? Han Xiongji finally asked. I'm fine. Li Qingshan's body had always been tough. After using a few more water healing techniques, he had already made a full recovery. Then let's get married right now. In the lotus pond outside the curtain, the flowers were in full bloom. As the night wind blew, the fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Han Xiongji's face was determined, somewhat similar to Han Anjuan's. She opened her red lips and said again, Qingshan, let's get married. You've decided? Li Qingshan embraced her. Yes. Han Xiongji nodded and leaned against his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. This was the sound she always wanted to hear. Why don't we wait a little longer? As long as we insist and let your brother say a few good words, your father will agree. Li Qingshan wanted nothing more than to be with her right now. However, this kind of private commitment might cause her to completely fall out with her family. This was not what he wanted to see. No, you don't understand my father's temperament. Once he has decided on something, even 9 bulls can't pull him back. I spoke to him like that just now. Father must be furious. He probably won't recognize me as his daughter anymore, let alone agree to our marriage. It's all my fault. Li Qingshan patted her head and sighed. He didn't think that a marriage between a man and a woman would actually become like this. From now on, I can only rely on you. Don't let me down. Han Xiongji tightly wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's waist, revealing a little weakness. She left the Han family, disobeyed her father, and lost everything she once had in a single night. This kind of loss was far from what outsiders could imagine. However, she did not regret it. From now on, the man in her arms was her everything. What, Miss Han, without the Han family's support, you've become a weak little kitten? Then I'll have to properly bully you. Li Qingshan smiled and buried his head in her neck, taking a deep breath of her fragrance. You dare? Your current cultivation is not as high as mine. Cultivation is a small matter. It still depends on strength. If it only depends on cultivation, I don't even have the qualifications to pursue you. How could I coax Miss Han to elope with me? Wait until I build my foundation. See how I'll deal with you. How the hell did you train? They were whispering. Dark clouds covered the moon and the stars, and the courtyard was pitch black. Her voice disappeared and a few red candles lit up, illuminating her bashful face. I'm going to take a bath. She extricated herself from his embrace and turned around gracefully. Her waist swayed as she walked behind the curtain. Me too. Li Qingshan couldn't help but follow. Han Xiongji raised her hand to stop him. No, not today, please. Li Qingshan could only wait outside, watching the flickering candlelight, listening to the night rain falling into the pond. His heart was like the pond water. Tens of thousands of ripples spread out, and it took a long time for them to calm down. After what felt like an unusually long wait, a white hand lifted the bead curtain, revealing a bright and beautiful face. Her skin was incomparably moist, as if it had absorbed a lot of water. She had changed into a bright red dress, and her jet black hair had not been combed, so it was dripping wet and draped over her shoulders. You made me wait. Li Qingshan picked her up. Wait. What happened? There seemed to be many steps to getting married. I only remember one step. Which step? To enter the bridal chamber. Li Qingshan sang loudly, and directly went to her room. Pervert. Han Xiongji pouted. The sound of the rain became louder. Behind the heavy curtain, she panted softly. On the bed, her jade-like body was spread out, allowing him to caress her wantonly, passionately offering her red lips. Xiongji. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and said softly, his eyes shining. Han Xiongji leaned back and hugged his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. She said softly, love me. Li Qingshan held her waist. He bent down, only to hear a low moan in his ear. It was like a long sigh, full of joy and pain. There was silence, only the sound of the rain came into the room, becoming louder and louder, occasionally accompanied by a few distant thunder. Lotus flowers swayed in the wind and rain, the heart of the flower full of crystal-clear water droplets. Vaguely, there was a moving moan through the curtain of rain. After a night of wind and rain, the raindrops on the lotus leaves, under the light of the rising sun in the east, they were crystal clear, flowing with 7 colors, and rolled into the pond. Li Qingshan opened the window, stretched, and looked back. Han Xianxia was sleeping soundly. As if she felt the sun, she turned to lie on her side, revealing her beautiful back, and a few bruises on her snow-white buttocks. Thinking of the crazy night last night, Li Qingshan smiled slightly. The weather is so good. Li Qingshan closed the window and returned to the bed. Han Xianxia opened her eyes slightly, first seeing Li Qingshan's face. Her heart was filled with endless tenderness and sweetness. She lazily leaned her face on his chest. What time is it? It's been a while since the sun has risen. Li Qingshan kissed her forehead gently. Oh no, the Hawkwolf Guard still has matters to deal with today. Han Xianxia propped herself up, and she felt weak all over. Just leave it to someone else to deal with. It's inconvenient for you to go out right now. It's all your fault. Han Xianxi's face burned like fire, and she punched him in the chest. She was too embarrassed to think back. She had never thought there would be a time when she would be so unrestrained. All right. It's all my fault. Please wait a moment, madam. I'll go prepare some food. You should rest a little more. With this rest, another 3 days passed. The two of them stuck to each other like glue, refusing to be separated for even a moment. All they could see was each other, completely forgetting about everything else. In the 100 schools of thought, the professors had yet to arrive, but the classroom was noisy. A group of young disciples, both male and female, gathered together and discussed. Really? I thought he was very powerful. What about now? Now, I don't know. It's been a few days since I've seen the two of them. I heard they eloped. Wow. There was a series of cries. In particular, the eyes of a few female disciples lit up. Zijian, listen. It's that Li Qingshan again. You don't look too well. Hua Sengzan nudged Yu Zijian beside him with his elbow. During the past 2 years, Hua Qinglu's body had unfolded. She had gone from a budding age to a young lady in the prime of her youth. She was in the prime of her youth. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, her lips were like vermilion, and her skin was creamy. She was youthful and beautiful. Her face was rather similar to Hua Sengzan's, as if it was a testament to how beautiful Hua Sengzan's face would be if it belonged to a woman. In the 100 schools of thought, she had already gained the title of greatest beauty. She had countless pursuers. Now that she sat with Yu Zijian, she attracted quite a lot of attention. Hua Qinglu was not unfamiliar with the name Li Qingshan. However, they had not had any contact during the past 2 years. Even if she had some special feelings for him in the past, they had already been diluted by the wonders of life. All she could vaguely remember was that he still owed her something. Perhaps he had already forgotten about it. Oh, it's nothing. The professor is here. Yu Zijian was taken aback and pointed at the lectern. The classroom immediately fell silent. Hua Qinglu turned around and focused on the lecture. Yu Zijian frowned slightly. He shouldn't be Niu Juxia, right? Before they returned from the Green Vine Mountain, Yu Shuquan had already repeatedly explained that Li Qingshan had absolutely nothing to do with Niu Juxia. However, only now did she become willing to believe that. She let out a sigh of relief. If Li Qingshan was not Niu Juxia, then he would not have much to do with her. She even felt rather sad for him. They were clearly in love, yet he could not gain the recognition of his family. How pitiful. In the depths of the bamboo forest, Little Ant sat in front of the steps, holding her cheek as she waited. The sky was filled with stars. Tonight, he still hadn't returned. Because Lu Chuanfeng was in seclusion and Li Qingshan often went out, the 2 young disciples were brought along by Sun Fubai. Cloudwisp Island was truly empty. Only the sound of wind rustling through the bamboo forest could be heard, and the falling bamboo leaves once again covered the small path. Just as she was feeling a little disappointed, she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps crushing the fallen leaves. Little and raised her head and saw Li Qingshan striding over with a smile on his face. Little and, why are you? It's my fault for forgetting to tell you. You must have waited for a long time. Li Qingshan slapped his head and said in self-reproach. Little and shook her head. Not long. Li Qingshan picked her up and placed her on his knees. How's the refining of the prayer beads recently? Did Yin Yan make things difficult for you? Oh right, I've encountered something good recently. Without waiting for Little and to ask, he began to talk non-stop. Little and wanted to persuade him, but seeing this situation, she let it go. As long as he was happy, it was fine. At this time, Han Xiongji also returned to the school of legalism and apologized to Wang Puxi. Wang Puxi saw that she was full of joy and femininity, but he couldn't blame her. He only said, that brat got lucky. Don't forget to come to the City Guards Institution tomorrow. Yes, Commander. When Han Xiongji returned to her residence on the island, she saw a figure pacing back and forth outside the door. She said in surprise, Tie. Her expression immediately turned serious. Did father send you? Yes. Han Tie didn't say anything else and handed a pile of spirit stones and medicinal pills to Han Xiongji. Why are there so many? Because you've cultivated to the 10th layer of qi refining. Han Tie was expressionless, but he could see the joy in her eyes. He was happy for her. In order to open the 12 standard meridians, the demand for medicinal pills would naturally increase. Dad, doesn't blame me? Han Xiongji's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Tie then repeated Han Anjuan's words. What kind of reason is that? It was simply too irresponsible of him to stop his daughter's marriage just because of such a messy reason. What obstacle? That old man thinks too highly of himself. I'm not you. Han Xiongji shouted. However, she was touched. No matter what, everything that man had done for her. It was for her own good. He heaved a sigh of relief and was indescribably happy. No matter how dissatisfied she was, her father was still important in her heart. It was still heavy. The two of them exchanged a few more words. Han Tie was very much like his father. He was a man of few words. After a few words, they parted ways. Before they left, Han Tie stopped, turned around, and said, You're still a member of the Han family. I hope you can focus on your cultivation. I don't need you to lecture me. Just shut yourself up. You should go. Han Xiongji was in a hurry to share this good news with Li Qingshan. Han Tie saw her expression and knew that she was distracted. Knowing that she was distracted, he shook his head slightly. Once they were involved in matters of love, people seemed to become stupid. It was just like how clever his friend was normally. However, he was obsessed with a woman that he could never obtain, wasting so much of his time. After Han Tie left, Han Xiongji directly rushed off to Cloud Wisp Island. They had just parted, but they immediately met again. Little and took the initiative to bid farewell. Afterwards, they spent another night together. The next day, Wang Puxi's face was sunken. He waited in the Hawkwolf Guard for quite a while, but he did not see any trace of Han Xiongji. He flew into a rage and placed this on Li Qingshan as well. He was definitely not innocent. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Women just can't be relied on. Little Hua, you better emerge soon. Time passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, summer passed and autumn arrived. The autumn rain began. Thunder rumbled in the secluded dwelling beneath Contention Island. Lightning crisscrossed and flickered, passing through the stone walls and formations that should have been impossible to penetrate. It was like a ghost from another world. Quite a while later, the closed door opened once more, and Hua Sengzan emerged. His handsome, flawless face was filled with extraordinary confidence. A figure appeared in his mind. At the very least, I have the right to be your chess piece. Did you really have to trouble Miss Hua to make a trip personally for something like this? Li Qingshan accepted the invitation from Hua Qinglu and studied the woman before him. Sure enough, women changed greatly between womanhood and womanhood. When they first met, she was just a little girl with nothing to her name, but now, she had become a great beauty. You're both good friends of my brother. My brother said he was unable to personally invite you, so he's truly sorry, Hua Qinglu replied politely, displaying the bearing of a woman from a large clan. Qinglu, why don't you speak as straightforwardly as before? Han Xiongji grabbed her hand with a smile and pulled her into her arms, pinching her soft cheeks. Han Xiongji had always treated Hua Qinglu as her younger sister. She had played with her a lot since they were young, so they were extremely close. Don't mess around, sister. I'm just afraid that if I'm too intimate, you'll get jealous. Hua Qinglu blushed slightly and glanced at Li Qingshan as she giggled. Everyone in the 100 schools of thought knew about their relationship now, but the final development also exceeded everyone's expectations. There was no delightful plot of them rebelling against the Han family or eloping. Han Xiongji still went home when she was supposed to, while Li Qingshan even went to Great War Island to practice martial arts as usual. He did not seem to have any conflicts with his future father-in-law, Han Anjuan. Just like that, the rumors instead died down. To cultivators, committing themselves to marriage and becoming partners of cultivation had always been common. They did not have as many formalities as mortals. Little girl, you're still no match for me. Li Qingshan stowed the invitation away. Alright, I'll definitely be there when the time comes. That guy has finally reached foundation establishment. Brother will definitely become an impressive cultivator. Hua Qinglu was filled with pride. Tell me, just now, are you eyeing Qinglu? After Hua Qinglu left, Han Xiongji grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and rode on him. She curled her lips and questioned him loudly. Everyone loves beauty. Although you're my only woman, you can't deprive me of my right to admire other women. Heh, weren't you rather confident earlier? Li Qingshan shifted his gaze. That's your problem. Han Xiongji pressed her face closer. Don't worry, madam. That girl doesn't have your benefits. Let's deal with my problem first. Li Qingshan laughed aloud as he picked up Han Xiongji and made his way into the house. The estate of the Hua family that resembled a city was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The entire city was jubilant. It did not seem like a banquet, but more like a grand celebration. To cultivators, marriage, children, or the 4 great joys of life were not as important or joyful as breaking through. As a result, the Hua family invited guests from everywhere. This was the time when guests gathered. Flying beasts and flying shuttles hurried over with cultivators. There was no lack of foundation establishment cultivators among them. Among them, a cloud passed through the curtain of rain and landed in front of the gates. The gates were wide open, and people flowed in and out. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped into the city, the rain stopped. The formation above the city activated, and the rain flowed down along the invisible, hemispherical barrier. Under the illumination of the city's lanterns, it was a magnificent sight. Han Xiongji waved away the servant who had come to lead the way. The servant clearly recognized Han Xiongji, so he left with a smile without asking for an invitation. With great familiarity, Han Xiongji followed the winding paths and corridors and arrived before the tower-like building in the center of the city. It seemed like a glorious, towering fire tree. Under the fire tree, the 2 siblings, Hua Sengzan and Hua Qinglu, personally received the guests at the gates. They were both dressed splendidly and stood under the glorious lanterns. They seemed like a pair of immortals, and all the guests sighed in admiration. In particular, Hua Sengzan had always been a rare beauty in the world. After successfully establishing a foundation, his bearing became even more romantic. The female cultivators who passed by basically all stared at him. Qingshan, Qiongji, you're here. When Hua Sengzan saw Li Qingshan and Hua Qinglu, he welcomed them with a smile. He did not become arrogant because of his increased cultivation. He was just as cultured and refined as before, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. His smile even contained some sincerity. Although it had been a long time since they last saw each other, they did not feel like strangers anymore. Instead, they felt closer to each other. That's right. You didn't come out after so long. I even thought you died in there. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder with a smile, but Han Xiongji did the same. It's a joyous occasion. Don't say such unlucky things. Hua Sengzan's smiling gaze moved between the 2 of them. The 2 of you, as expected. When I first heard about it, you really did give me a fright. Who told me what's the point of having a man? I just found him pitiful. Han Xiongji's face reddened, but she still tried to defend herself. And who told me that I don't know what deep love is? Li Qingshan coughed dryly. I was just playing along. So you were just playing along with me? You misheard. I said I was young and ignorant. I was young and ignorant. Hua Sengzan laughed aloud and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Then how much do you understand me now? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You still haven't forgotten. Hua Sengzan asked, have you? What have I forgotten? Hua Qinglu and Han Xiongji interjected. With the sharp intuition of women, they sensed that something was amiss. That's hard to say. Li Qingshan snickered and exchanged glances with Hua Sengzan. Both of them shared a tacit understanding. Who would have thought that the very first friendship between them was actually because they both liked the same woman? You can go in first. I'll come find you later. At this moment, more guests arrived. Hua Sengzan said and went to receive them. Tell me clearly. What is it? The two of them made their way into the building. Han Xiongji pressed on with her questions, but Li Qingshan only dodged the question. When he became anxious, he said, this is a secret between men. What are you, a woman, meddling in? Li Qingshan stopped and looked back. Hua Sengzan's face was radiant as he welcomed and sent people off. His features were picturesque and handsome. Even men would be moved. The heavens had blessed him with such amorous beauty, yet he just happened to fall in love with a woman he could not obtain. Was this also a joke of the heavens? He obviously would not forget. After all, she had left behind such a deep memory. However, there was no need for him to dwell on it all the time. Taking pity on the person before him was the most important, wasn't it? He smiled as he pacified the unhappy Han Xiongji. At the end of the day, she still could not understand the thoughts of those in love. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door. His face was bleak, and his green clothes drifted about. Fu Qingjin. To be continued, Arcu Fu Qingjin stood alone in his tattered, green clothes. At first glance, he seemed like an abject swordsman, but he immediately attracted everyone's gazes. Even the main character of the night, Hua Sengzan, was unable to compete with him for the limelight. Compared to the Sword Collection Palace, the Hua family seemed like a local tycoon. Even though they were known as the greatest clan in the Clear River Prefecture, there were 81 prefectures across the entire Green Province, but only one Sword Collection Palace existed. That's Fu Qingjin of the Sword Collection Palace. The sword in his hand is one of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, the Green Ruined Sword. He's a very powerful figure. Han Xiongji introduced softly. Really? I think he's only an early foundation establishment cultivator, the same as little Hua. Don't look down on him. His Green Ruined Sword is an extremely powerful arcane treasure. It's said that it inherited the wills of past masters of the Sword Collection Palace. Not only is it startling in power, but it advances at a godly rate too. He'll definitely become a great figure who can move freely across the Green Province in the future, Han Xiongji introduced to Li Qingshan extremely seriously, telling him to guard against arrogance and to not look down on the heroes of the world. However, all she saw was a confident smile appear on Li Qingshan's face. Don't worry, your man definitely won't be any worse than him in the future. You're shameless. I think you're overestimating yourself. He's currently a liaison for the Demon Slayer. Several dozen sects of various sizes in the Clear River Prefecture have all joined the Demon Slayer. They're all under his command. With your measly cultivation, you're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. Li Qingshan and Han Xiongji turned around in surprise, only to see Wang Puxi standing with his arms crossed. Commander, aren't you going a little too far with your words? Sigh, you sure are dressed up nicely today. Li Qingshan saw that Wang Puxi was dressed in new clothes. He was neat and tidy from head to toe. He was bright and beautiful. I've said it before. You'll achieve something. Fu Qingjin studied Hua Sengzan. Then thank you for your auspicious words, sir. Hua Sengzan was polite but distant. Although they were both foundation-building cultivators, there was a world of difference between them in terms of strength and future prospects. Fellow Daoist Fu's visit truly brings light to my humble abode. It was no longer Hua Sengzan's turn to speak. It was Hua Sengzan's father. The head of the Hua clan personally came out to welcome them with a face full of smiles. Behind him, a group of foundation building cultivators came down from upstairs. There were men and women, young and old. They came from the various sects of the Clear River Prefecture. They were all important figures like elders and sect masters. They all bowed to Fu Qingjin, as if to prove what Wang Puxi had said. Even if he wasn't a member of the Demon Slayer, he still had to go up and greet him. In this land, Fu Qingjin was already an influential figure. He could decide the life and death of a sect with a flip of his palm. Ah, isn't that the Vermilion Clothes sect master Xiao and the Red Cloud Valley second elder? With so many foundation establishment cultivators appearing all at once, the Qi practitioners all sighed in amazement as they discussed among themselves. Fu Qingjin seemed to be enveloped by a dazzling halo, while Hua Sengzan had instead become a fringe figure. Li Qingshan smiled. Commander, since he's so powerful, why don't you hurry up and receive him? I'll receive you. The Demon Slayer is the Demon Slayer, and the Hawkwolf Guard is the Hawkwolf Guard. Wang Puxi shot a glance at him before leaving in a huff. Among the crowd of people who stopped and looked up, he was extremely conspicuous, and the crowd made way for him. What's wrong with old Wang today? Why is he so angry? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. You don't pay much attention to the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard, so you don't know. There's a recent case that has something to do with the Vermilion Clothes sect. Every single disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect had to complete a trial mission when they left the sect. It was called staining vermilion clothes with blood, and they had to personally kill 100 people. The mission sounded bloody, but it was fine if it was classified as upholding justice. There were countless bandits in the 1500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture. Finding a random sect of the Jianghu and killing a few would basically not be in vain. However, there was a disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect who had once worked as a stable driver in a wealthy family when he was young and was bullied. As a result, he used this mission to return and kill the entire family. However, even if he included the men, women, young, old, and maidservants, there were only 71 of them. His bloodlust kicked in, and he killed over 30 of his neighbors, making up 100 people. This alarmed the Hawkwolf Guard in the city, who sent Black Wolf Guards to capture him. However, they never expected the disciples' cultivation to be so impressive. He killed another 2 Black Wolf Guards before fleeing back to the Vermilion Clothes sect. This violated a great taboo of the Hawkwolf Guard. Wang Puxi personally visited the Vermilion Clothes sect to demand the prisoner's return. In the past, no sect would be bold enough to oppose the Hawkwolf Guard. All they could do was hand over their disciple obediently. However, the Vermilion Clothes sect had already joined the Demon Slayer. There were several dozen sects in front of them, and they had the Sword Collection Palace behind them. They no longer took the Scarlet Hawk commander, Wang Puxi, seriously. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect denied that he was a disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect. He asked Wang Puxi to look elsewhere. Beside Fu Qingjin, the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect gazed at Wang Puxi's back from afar. His lips curled into a sneer. The Hawkwolf Guard still wanted to strut around like before, but they were mistaken about the situation. The other sect masters and elders were complacent too. Cultivators should have followed their hearts and done whatever they wanted, yet they were constantly restrained by the Hawkwolf Guard. It was truly displeasing. Today, they could finally hold their heads high. Everyone escorted Fu Qingjin back upstairs. Han Xiongji said, "It's not just that. The cases have been very difficult to handle recently. As long as they involve sects, they'll all end up unresolved. It's no wonder the commander is so angry." She looked around before saying to Li Qingshan secretly, "Now that little Hua has emerged from secluded cultivation, there might be something big happening soon." Li Qingshan shivered inside. The war between humans and demons had yet to begin, yet the battle on the surface had already begun. There would probably be no peace on the surface in the future either. The surface of the water that had remained calm for several millennia began to ripple. The conflict between humans and demons was only the largest vortex, but it had led to countless vortexes with hidden undercurrents. Any single vortex could devour lives. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Han Xianxia could clearly sense Li Qingshan's nervousness, so she rubbed his head with a smile. The two of them teased each other a little. However, Han Xianxia was mistaken about something. Li Qingshan was nervous not because he was afraid, but because he was excited. He did not dislike a peaceful life, but he was more than willing to treat this world as a paradise for adventures. Have all the guests arrived? Hua Sengzan asked his sister. A few haven't arrived yet, but they might not be coming. It's about time. Let's go in. Hua Qinglu glanced at the name list. Hua Sengzan raised her head and saw a huge ship break through the clouds, descending from the sky. She saw the insignia on the ship, and her eyes lit up. She ordered in a hurry, activate the formations. Xianxia, look who's here. Hua Sengzan arrived with an unprepossessing, short, young man. He was dressed in scholar's robes and did not seem at all elegant. As he stood beside Hua Sengzan, Li Qingshan immediately thought of Wu Daolong and Shi Minqing. However, no one dared to underestimate this Wu Daolong, as he had already reached foundation establishment. Shancheng, you've returned from Pine Suff Academy. Han Xianxia also beamed with joy. To be continued, RQ Jiang Shancheng chuckled, but he was unable to hide the arrogance on his face. Among his friends in the past, his background was the worst, and his talent was not particularly great either, yet he just happened to enter Pine Suff Academy and succeed with foundation establishment first. He had specially borrowed the soaring dragon ship from his master this time to see his old friends. It was a glorious time for him to return to his hometown. He enjoyed Hua Qinglu's surprised expression at the entrance very much. It had only been a few years since he last saw her, but she had actually become so beautiful. When he saw Han Xianxia again, his eyes lit up. She was still tall and slender, confident and high-spirited. She had been rather manly in the past, but she now possessed the charm of a mature woman. Little Hua established a foundation, so of course I had to come back and take a look. Where's Tie? Jiang Shancheng's thoughts immediately returned to the past. Back then, he played around with his friends and was often looked down upon by others. Only the three of them never looked down on him, and she even encouraged him greatly. Hua Sengzan said, you know that Tie hates situations like this the most. Who's this? Jiang Shancheng looked around and saw Li Qingshan standing with Han Xianxia. They seemed to be very close, which made him frown. This is Li Qingshan, the primary disciple of the School of Novels and Xianxi's man, Hua Sengzan introduced with a smile. What? Jiang Shancheng saw how Han Xianxia had blushed slightly, but she showed no signs of objecting. His heart sank. Xianxia, why you're already married? Why didn't you tell me? Hua Sengzan said, it's not just you. None of us were informed. What's going on? Big brother bore, there's something you don't know. Hua Sengzan told him the entire story with a giggle. You're just a foundation establishment cultivator. You're still far from being able to have any designs on Big Sister Han. Bor was Jiang Shancheng's nickname in the past. In the past, Hua Qinglu had looked down on Jiang Shancheng. She found him to be timid and very gloomy. Hua Sengzan didn't take it to heart when he brought out such an imposing manner today. But she couldn't stand it. If he hadn't taken her brother's place, how could he have entered Songsof Academy? You've already. Even though Jiang Shancheng had already cultivated to a level where he could control his vital energy, his face still reddened immediately. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He had wanted to return to his hometown in glory and fulfill his long-cherished wish, his former dream lover. She had become someone else's woman. Blockhead, why aren't you saying anything? This is my friend, Jiang Shancheng. Han Xianxia blushed slightly. She became even more beautiful, bumping into Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled the entire time. He could tell what Jiang Shancheng was thinking with a single glance. Kid, you've come far too late. I might not be Shi Minqing, but with my physique, I can't compare to you. At least he is a Wu Erlang, much better than you, brother. He clasped his hands and said, Li Qingshan greets fellow Jiang. In the future, I will definitely get Uncle Han to agree to this marriage and hold a grand wedding for Xianxia. When the time comes, I will definitely inform everyone. I hope fellow Jiang can come as well. Xianxia, isn't your insight a little too poor? This person's cultivation is so low, so it's no wonder Uncle Han won't agree. What primary disciple is he? Novelist? Did I hear that right? Doesn't it seem like any random person can become the primary disciple? Jiang Shanqing's expression became uglier and uglier. A mere 8th-layer Qi practitioner actually dared to speak to him like that. Does he think he can stand on equal footing with me just because he's connected to Xianxia? In particular, his victorious attitude made him feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. I can kill 10 people like you with a single wave of my hand. Jiang Shanqing, what are you blabbering about? Before Li Qingshan could say anything, Han Xiongji's expression changed. She called out coldly, it's not up to you to tell me who I like. Qingshan, let's go. She pulled Li Qingshan, about to make her way into the building. She tried to pull him away, but he did not budge at all. She cursed inside. This man was not someone who could be mocked. Li Qingshan sniggered. Random people can be like that, but not wild boars. You better go back and look in the mirror, sir. You're affecting my appetite by standing here. Jiang Shanqing was furious. Li Qingshan's face merged with the countless mocking faces in his head. He was about to strike back, but Hua Sengzan grabbed him and pulled him upstairs. Qingzan, let go of me. Today is my celebration, so can't you give me some face? Xiongji really will hate you for injuring him. Jiang Shanqing shot a vicious glance at Li Qingshan. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely make this kid die a horrible death. Li Qingshan recovered his silent smile. I'm not going to stoop to the level of someone who's about to die. Han Xiongji said in irritation, will you die if you say anything less? I will. Can't you be a little more mature? I can't. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. I'm an 18-year-old man. I'm at the age of youth and childishness. Are you jealous? Han Xiongji was taken aback. She studied his expression in interest. Just because of that wild boar? Li Qingshan said in disdain. He's still my friend after all. Can't you be a little more polite? He hates it when people call him that. It's not like I called him that first. Who the hell would be friends with him? You're calling me a ghost. Sure enough, you're jealous. Whatever, I understand. Petty men. If I find a woman and call you ugly and unworthy of me, you'll feel displeased too, right? Can you find one? Han Xiongji said in disdain. Qinglu, it's all up to you. Hua Qinglu followed the two of them. Just as she listened in with interest, Li Qingshan suddenly turned around. His expression seemed to say, I'll leave this important task to you. I wouldn't dare. Hua Qinglu stuck out her tongue. She was as cute as she could be. I watched you grow up after all. You're not even going to help me with something like this. I remember that you still owe me something. Huh? Who did you watch grow up? You're clearly the one who owes me. Sigh, I've become muddle-headed because of your big sister Han. Sister, if there's anything you want, feel free to tell me. What big brother? Aren't you ashamed? Oh right, was what you said earlier true? What? The wedding. The light of happiness surged through Han Xiongji's eyes. As it turned out, he had been thinking about this the entire time. I've become muddle-headed from anger. I can't remember. Don't you dare. Han Xiongji glared at him. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Now that you've reminded me, I've remembered again. As a man, I'll keep my word. As they spoke, the banquet began. Delicacies flowed out like flowing water. Musical instruments and dancing made it even more beautiful. Gatherings of cultivators were not as particular about etiquette as regular people. Compared to a banquet, it was more like a gathering. People who knew each other gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. Han Xiongji chatted with a group of legalist disciples. Just as Li Qingshan was bored, he suddenly saw a group of people in a corner. There were many people gathered, but it was silent. He walked over to take a look. Chu Danqing was currently painting someone. He had just finished a painting when he felt someone pat him on the shoulder. He turned around. "It's you. Come, let's go drink." Chu Danqing did not turn down the offer, apologizing to everyone. He followed Li Qingshan to the side and sighed. "Thank you." Someone had accidentally pointed out his identity, and he was asked to paint. In the end, he painted one painting after another, unable to stop. In particular, the female cultivators begged him with seductive voices. He had no idea how to turn them down. "Don't mention it. Drink." Li Qingshan picked up a cup and shoved it into her hands. "Spare me." Chu Danqing's face was bitter. If he lost face in front of so many people, he would even consider killing himself. "Don't worry. If you make a fool of yourself, I'll knock you out," Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Count me in as well?" Zhi walked over with a smile. A beautiful woman with a striking bearing followed beside him. Her cultivation was also at the 10th layer. She was the primary disciple of the School of Music, Qinin. She asked with a smile, "Junior sister little and isn't here?" Afterwards, the primary disciples of the schools of Moism and Agriculture walked over too. Before long, apart from the primary disciples who had yet to arrive, the primary disciples of the schools of thought had all arrived. The chief disciples of the various sects walked over and called out to their friends. They drank with one another, regardless of whether they had ever met before or not. Right now, they all referred to each other as senior and junior brothers, which made them seem very close. Zhi raised his cup. "Let's all have a drink. Our 100 schools are of the same breath and branch, so we should get closer every day." Li Qingshan smiled. As it seemed, everyone had sensed the commotion and had begun to take action. If the 100 schools of thought were treated as a single sect, then they would be the largest and most powerful sect in the entire Clear River Prefecture, occupying the most resources. Primary disciples like them would be the elite disciples of this sect. The various sects banded together. The Hawkwolf Guard was not the only one who would be provoked. The 100 schools of thought's leading position and everyone's interests would be affected too. The 100 schools of thought that had originally been lax silently mobilized themselves. "It's so lively. What are you guys talking about?" Han Xiongji arrived behind Li Qingshan and placed her hand on his shoulder with a smile. Hua Sengzan had succeeded with foundation establishment. If nothing went wrong, she would become the next primary disciple of the school of legalism, so she obviously had the right to take part. The other disciples of legalism knew better than to approach them. Wu Zhen also gazed at Li Qingshan from afar. His feelings were very mixed. Who would have thought that the unlucky disciple of the school of novels in the past would be able to sit there safely? Although his cultivation was the lowest among them, only at the 8th layer, he had already proven his talent and strength countless times. No one dared to underestimate him. Hua Qinglu secretly made up her mind. Even if she did not have her elder brother's talent, as long as she cultivated diligently, she would definitely be able to secure a place among them in the future. Qian Rongji pursed her lips. It seemed like there were more opportunities. Coincidentally, in another corner of the hall, the first senior brothers and senior sisters of the sects had gathered together before they knew it. They chatted and laughed as they gazed over coldly. The hall seemed to be bustling with people, making it a mess. However, there was a clear division between the disciples of the 100 schools and the disciples of the sections. It was much quieter upstairs. The foundation. Establishment cultivators conversed softly with one another. After the initial politeness, they had unknowingly split into 3 groups. One group consisted of the various sects, while the other group consisted of the leaders of the various schools. The last group consisted of the sects that had yet to join the Demon Slayer, as well as the clans that were currently observing. The Hua family was the leader among them. Although Hua Sengzan was a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, the Hua family was connected to the various sects in countless ways. However, the leader of the Hua family did not just stand by and watch. Instead, he moved about and benefited from both sides. Sect Master Qiu. Hua Sengzan greeted everyone before arriving before a person. He lowered his head slightly. Before him was the sect master, Begonia. Tonight, she was dressed in a set of faint pink, flowery palace robes with a thin, golden veil draped over it, outlining her exaggerated, alluring figure. Some of her black hair was tied up in a simple bun, while the rest hung by her neck. A tiny, red gem hung from her forehead, which was perfect for her appearance. There was a golden ornament with a phoenix hanging in her hair. As she moved gently, it produced a tinkling sound, which gave her a special charm. She was graceful and beautiful, like a peony in full bloom. Ever since Hua Sengzan arrived upstairs, Begonia's gaze had not left him at all. This was exactly what she had been looking forward to for a very long time. However, the two words Sect Master Qiu displeased her. Big Sister Qiu. Qiu Haiteng was delighted. However, she saw a short young man approaching her. His eyes were filled with the kind of unconcealable greed that she often saw. She was stunned for a moment before saying coldly, "Oh, isn't this Xianxia?" "It's me. I just returned from Pine Suff Academy," Jiang Shanqing said in a hurry. Jiang Shanqing said in a hurry. Han Qiongji treated him well, but what interested him the most was still the mature and charming Qiu Haiteng. "There's something I want to say to little Hua." Begonia looked away and stared at Hua Sengzan without blinking. Jiang Shanqing was rebuffed. He thought of something and went downstairs again, arriving before Han Qiongji. "Qiongji, there's something I want to say to you." Everyone stopped talking and looked at Han Qiongji. Han Qiongji looked at Li Qingshan helplessly, and Li Qingshan nodded with a smile. "If you want to speak ill of him, you don't have to. Plus, we can't be friends anymore," Han Qiongji cut to the chase in the corner of the room. "We've been friends for so many years, yet you treat me like this for an outsider. If this continues, you'll suffer. I can ask Uncle Han for your hand in marriage. He'll definitely agree. Let's just be friends." Only then did Han Qiongji understand what he was trying to say. She shook her head with a smile and patted his shoulder before returning to Li Qingshan's side. "Qiongji." Jiang Shanqing felt extremely aggrieved inside. He felt like he had failed to achieve his objective at all with his return this time. He utterly resented Li Qingshan. He was a mighty foundation establishment cultivator, yet he had actually been humiliated by a cheap practitioner like this. If he did not get his revenge, he would cease to be human. Returning upstairs, he came across Begonia. Her face was gloomy, and her eyes were red. "Shanqing, I want to go back. Send me off." "Ah, all right." Jiang Shanqing was overjoyed. As a foundation establishment cultivator, why would he need someone to send him off? Was this not some kind of hint? Hua Sengzan extended his hand. His lips trembled, but he said nothing in the end. Begonia waited for a while before finally smiling miserably and leaving first. Jiang Shanqing winked at Hua Sengzan. "Qingzan, if you don't want it, don't blame me for beating you to it." Li Qingshan gazed out the window. The soaring dragon ship rose into the air and swirled the cup in his hand. The water rippled. In the vast and boundless lake of dragons and snakes, something was surging under the black water. A figure broke through the surface of the water and passed through the curtain of rain. It flapped a pair of wind-divine wings and flew towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the clouds. The stars shone resplendently, and the bright moon hung like a hook. After flying for a while, he saw a huge, dragon-shaped ship over 300 meters in length sailing through the sea of clouds. It was like the legendary dragon whale that drifted through the sea. Li Qingshan folded his wings and kicked up a wave of air. He flew off and caught up to the soaring dragon ship. He landed on the spacious, empty deck and pushed open the cabin door. "You wild boar, how dare you set your sights on my woman? I'll send you on your way right now." To be continued, Arc U end of chapter 396. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.